You just casually criticized the antagonist in a book for living a stifling life, only to unexpectedly transmigrate into a female-oriented novel and become its biggest villain. At the beginning, facing the female lead's demand for a breakup fee at a school banquet, you used a single move to make her understand why the flowers were so red. At the banquet, Lu Rushue stood with her hands on her hips, looking disdainful as she said, "Muge, let's break up. Love is about freedom, and I already have someone I like. It's been 3 years and you still haven't won me over. You, this dandy young master, should reflect on your own issues." The surrounding guests immediately became interested when they saw the situation, and started discussing one after another, cutting off the intended person as soon as they come ashore. Even the campus belle Lude just broke up right after graduation. Of course they break up after being used up. There's no real feelings involved. I said from the beginning that Lu Russia was after the resources in Mugeshu's hands, but you didn't believe me. Listening to the murmurs around you, you furrow your brows. After a full 2.5 seconds, you finally accept the fact that you have crossed over. Just as you are thinking about how to strike back, a voice suddenly comes into your mind. Ding! The Destiny antagonist system has been bound. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile flickered in your eyes. Indeed, Mother Earth would bless every child who ventures far. You thought to yourself, tell me, what is your purpose? The host can obtain rewards by seizing the opportunity of the Son of Destiny and attacking the Son of Destiny to plunder his luck. Upon hearing this, you furrow your brows slightly and ask, can't I just kill him directly? Upon hearing your inner thoughts, the system fell silent for a few seconds, then replied, while striking the Son of Destiny will indeed grant a significant boost in luck, it will also attract the attention of the heavens. Host, do you believe we can prevail against the will of the heavens? You smiled faintly at the words. You should know that your grandfather is the god of war. Your father is the war god of the Blue Star. And even your bodyguard is one of the 12 kings of the Federation. With this lineup, plus the system, dealing with a mere female protagonist is a piece of cake. Yenru Shui saw you ignoring her and smiling foolishly to herself on the side. Couldn't help but angrily say, Muge, do you think I'm joking with you? You're just a playboy. We are not even from the same world in the future. You only deserve to be a silly son of a landlord in this small green vine city. When you came to your senses, you looked at Lu Rushue with a playful expression and said, let's break up. No problem. Seeing you relax, Lu Russia said proudly, in that case, I hope everyone will behave decently. The 3 years I spent with you were the best years of my youth. This is the compensation for the loss of my youth that I have calculated. Take a look and send it to my house tomorrow. With that, Lu Russia handed you a list. You looked at the list in your hand and couldn't help but laugh. I got it, but I can get you these things today. With that said, under the shocked gazes of everyone, you suddenly swung your big hand and slapped heavily on Lu Rushue's stunning face. In Lu Rushue's eyes, there was an expression of disbelief, tears welling up as she angrily shouted at you. Muge, how dare you hit me? What gives you the right to bully me like this? Have you no sense of reason? Seeing Lu crying like a pear blossom in the rain, the guests around you began to blame you. Muge, how could you hit a girl? Shame on you. Yes, breaking up with Lu is the right thing to do. Someone like you doesn't deserve love. Listening to the excited scolding from the little fairies below, your gaze turned to Lu Rushu. Reasoning? You're not even worthy. We've broken up now. Who would still spoil you? Upon hearing your words, Lu Rushue was momentarily stunned. Was this still the same bootlicker she knew? At the same time, a system notification sounded in your mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully undermining the female lead's confidence. Reward, Grandmaster Cultivation. The next moment, a warm current surged from your dantian, feeling the majestic power, and a wave of joy swept through your heart. Afterwards, you lowered your head and looked at Lu Rushue. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone, you once again slapped her consecutively. Lu Rushue spun in the air, heavily landing and smashing the table full of delicacies. You didn't hear the system's voice and speculated in your heart that it seems only the first time can earn a reward. Just then, a furious shout came from the crowd. Muge, you're asking for death. Immediately, a figure swiftly squeezed out from the crowd and leaped to Lu Rushue's side. Upon seeing her beloved, Lu Rushue couldn't hold back the tears of grievance in her eyes any longer and they flowed down. G. Boda, you've finally come. G. Boda supported Lu Rushu with one hand and pointed a long spear at you with the other, saying, Muge, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, you won't walk out of this hall. You pulled over a chair from the side and looked at Jiboda with a playful gaze. You want me to confess? What's the relationship between you two? G. Boda said firmly. Of course, he is a friend. Cheng Jail smiled lightly as he looked at the duo in front of him. slowly shaking the red wine in his hand. Friends cuddle like that? You pair of dogs finally aren't going to pretend, are you? Hearing these words, a flash of coldness flashed across Lu Mei's eyes. Chang Jail, you and I have no feelings for each other for a long time. What's between me and Chu Chen has nothing to do with you, and it's out of your hands. With Chu Chen backing her up, Lu Mei once again raised her chin. She would have had her own pride. It was only that the incident had happened suddenly just now, and he had been confused by Chang Jail. Nothing to do with me? Chang Jia laughed and pointed at the long spear in Chu Chen's hand. Then how come this gun has my Cheng family's logo on it? Lu Mei, if I remember correctly, this was gifted to you by me, right? As soon as these words came out, all the gazes were immediately directed towards the long spear in Chu Chen's hand. Sure enough, there was a logo uniquely belonging to the Cheng family engraved on the handle of the gun. This is the lance gifted by Chang Jail? Then how did it appear in Chu Chen's hand? If I remember correctly, it seems like Chu Chen used this lance a year ago. Did they? A year ago? So what? After giving it away, this thing just belongs to Lu Mei. What she does with it is her freedom. Listening to the murmurs in his ears, Chu Chen's face was slightly unsightly. Chang Jail smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, "You've cheated countless resources from me in these 3 years, so today it's just time for us to settle the score." Chang Jail, don't spit blood. You gave these to me voluntarily. Don't you turn things upside down here. Lu Mei's cold eyebrows went up and her eyes widened in anger. Looking at the duo in front of him, Chang Jail smiled disdainfully. Since everyone's on their own, that seems to be a bit of a difficult thing to do. I have a way to quickly recognize exactly who is lying. Speaking of which, Chang Jail stood up and took off his suit jacket, rolling up the sleeves of his white shirt to move his wrists. Before one dies, all the events of this life pass through one's mind like a walk in the park. I hope you two cooperate. The great memory recovery technique. Boom! As soon as Chang Jie's words fell, the sect master's massive pressure instantly broke through his body. Feeling Chang Jie's majestic aura, the two of them, Lu Mei, immediately changed their faces. Chapter 3, The Chosen One? That's it? A terrifying aura blossomed crazily from within Chang Jie's body. A hurricane exploded with Chang Jie at its center, toppling the surrounding tables and chairs. Chu Chen and Lu Mei, who were closest to Chang Jie, immediately felt a large invisible hand above their heads pressing down, and their bodies uncontrollably knelt on the ground. How? Chu Chen raised his head with difficulty, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just a few days ago at the martial arts college entrance exam, Chang Jie was still nothing more than a weakling in the physical realm. Now, however, Chang Gui had actually crushed his own self, who was at the heavenly Yuan realm's great achievement. With his aura alone, before he could figure it out, Chang Jie's figure instantly rushed in front of him, followed by a punch. The terrifying fist deity instantly condensed and instantly struck his abdomen with an unrivaled and powerful momentum. Boom! A dull thud exploded in the guest hall. Chu Chen's body instantly flew out like a kite with broken strings and heavily smashed into the wall at the back. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his gaze was filled with shock. Lu Mei, it's your turn. You're going to have to cooperate with me. Chang Jie looked down at Lu Mei kneeling beside him, and the corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. Spiritual energy gathered in the palm of his hand. Under Lu Mei's horrified gaze, Chang Jie's palm once again struck her stunningly beautiful face that she was so proud of. Snap! Crisp! Loud thuds echoed. Lu Mei only felt a buzzing in her brain before she hit the ground hard. That white face was already completely red and swollen, and blood flowed out from Lu Mei's mouth along with the broken teeth. With one hand pinching Lu Mei's swan-like neck and picking her up from the ground, Chang Jie smiled as he surveyed the beauty in front of him. Lu Mei, I've treated you well these past 3 years, but you've been hooking up behind my back. Now, you're even organizing a big banquet and trying to humiliate me in front of so many people to find me for youth loss money? What a white-eyed wolf that can't be bred. Have you forgotten? Everything you have now is from me. Since we broke up, let's give it all back. Chang Jie, what are you doing? Lu Mei was carried in midair by Chang Jie. Looking at Chang Jie's icy gaze, her heart filled with fear. Fang Changjio's blow made her feel as if her head had been slapped and cracked. What for? Chang Jie smiled faintly, his palm gently caressing Lu Mei's slender abdomen. For the sake of this cultivation of yours, I've used a lot of elixirs for you over the years. Let's start with that. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying spiritual energy instantly erupted from Chang Jie's palm. Pust! Lu Mei's mouth immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood mist, and her eyes were filled with pain. Cheng Gui Fang's had actually directly and violently collapsed her dantian with his spiritual power. Cheng Gui actually did waste her, feeling her own spiritual energy constantly leaking out. Lu Mei's eyes were instantly filled with hatred. She has gained admission to Kyoto University. Originally, She thought that she could get rid of Chang Jail and be with Chu Chen in a bright and honorable way, welcoming a glorious future together. But now, everything was ruined by Chang Jail. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying the female host's dantian and abolishing her martial arts cultivation. Reward, S-Class weapon, Shura Heavenly Demon Blade. As the system's voice came, Chang Jia instantly felt a surge of fury in his body. Purple-black demonic chi gradually overflowed from Chang Jia's body, and even his eyes were tinted with a layer of dark red. Chang Jail, you let go of Jin He. Chu Chen struggled out of the wall with great difficulty. Then he saw the scene where Chang Jail had wasted Lu Mei, and anger immediately surged out of his chest. Is it your dog's turn to bark? Chang Jail indifferently turned back, squeezing Lu Mei's large hand and violently shaking it off. Bang! Lu Mei was immediately thrown out by Chang Jail like a cannonball, heavily smashing over Chu Chen, who had just stood up. Chu Chen hurriedly held Lu Mei in his arms. Before he could check the injuries on Lu Mei's body, a large foot wearing black leather shoes had already come into view. Boom! Click! The dull sound of impact and the crisp sound of bones breaking resounded together, and everyone present shivered. In the midst of everyone's shocked stares, Chu Chen was like a leather ball that was kicked out by Chang Jail for more than 10 meters, smashing the exquisitely carved stone pillars in the hall to smithereens. A large amount of blood flowed out of Chu Chen's mouth and nose, and it was obvious that Chang Jail's strike just now had already caused him to suffer serious injuries. Looking at Chu Chen, who was paralyzed in the rubble, Chang Jail smiled faintly and walked over. Destiny's Child? That's it? I haven't gotten to you yet, but you jumped out and screamed first. Let me give you an explanation. What are you, Chu Chen? Have you forgotten how many resources you two vampires have taken from me? Do you really think that your current strength comes from your hard work? Since you jumped out, let's settle this score together. Looking at Chu Chen in the pool of blood and Chang Jia whose demonic aura was rising from his body, everyone present was chilled to the bone. Even those girls who had helped Lu Mei earlier had the sense to shut their mouths. Chang Jail, don't be too arrogant. Chu Chen trembled as he stood up from the ground, stabilizing himself with difficulty on his spear. Raising his head, Chu Chen's gaze was filled with determination. I, Chu Chen, will take note of today's matter. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. You're just relying on the remaining shade of your Chang family's forefathers. The humiliation I suffered today, I will return it in another day. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Chang Jail snorted a laugh. Chu Chen, have you been beaten silly by me? And I'm waiting for you? Today you already have a way to take your death. With that said, Chang Jiu flicked his wrist and the blood-red cultivating heavenly demon blade appeared in Chang Jiu's hand. Chang Jail, what are you doing? I'm the hand-picked genius of Kyoto University. Chang Jail, you dare to touch me? Kyoto University will definitely not let you go. Feeling the rising baleful aura on the cultivating heavenly demon blade, Chu Chen immediately felt a chill go straight to the sky, and his entire being was like falling into an ice cellar. Boom! Suddenly the door to the guest hall was violently slammed open. Chang Jail, you stop it! A sharp golden sword chi then exploded from the gate, heading straight for Chang Jail's face. Dang! Chang Jail raised his sword to block. However, the powerful might of the sword chi still forced him back a few steps. Chu Chen immediately felt the icy killing intent that enveloped his entire body disappear, and his eyes looked toward the gate. Mr. Lin, Uncle Lu. Lu Mei heard the voice, blankly raised his head. When he saw the middle-aged man in the doorway, tears immediately came out of his eyes. Dad! Chang Jail stabilized his stance and looked at the door with an icy gaze. This son of heaven's destiny is really hard to kill. The two middle-aged men in front of them, one was Lu Mei's father, Lu Haiwu, and the other was Chu Chen's future master, Lin Shanghua. Both of them were Soul Transformation Realm Grand Masters. Chang Jail, what do you mean by that? Looking at the wretched hall, Lu Haiwu's gaze was cold to the core. What do you mean? Chang Jail's mouth smiled coldly, killing intent surging darkly in his eyes. Of course it's to send Chu Chen and your Lu family on their way. Chapter 4, ask me for an explanation? Get on your knees. Hiss. The moment these words came out, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Haiwu's eyes flared with anger. The corners of his eyes throbbed, and his face reddened, a few points visible to the naked eye. Chang Jail, you'll be responsible for what you say. Wanting the life of my Lu family? You're still a bit too young. Lu Haiwu's face was iron blue, and his voice had become muffled from anger. Chang Jiu dared to say to his face that he would kill his entire family. Simply did not put him, Lu Haiwu, in his eyes. If Chang Jiu didn't give him a reasonable explanation today, the entire Lu family would definitely not let him go. That's right, Chang Jiu, it's not too late for you to realize your mistake. Trying to kill someone in public. Even if you're a descendant of the Chang family, you can't be so reckless. You better give us an explanation now. Lin Shanghua, who was on the side, was equally furious. If he hadn't arrived in time just now, Chu Chun really could have lost his life at the hands of Cheng Jail. It's a month before school starts. He would not allow a good seedling like Chu Chun to have an accident now. Account? Cheng Jail smiled disdainfully. There wasn't a single one of those two who didn't deserve to die in his eyes. Ryu Mei contacting herself was precisely at the behest of Ryu Haiwu. For so many years, Lu Haiwu had obtained countless resources from his own family through Lu Mei. This was what allowed the Lu family to rise rapidly within a year, becoming one of the top large families in Greenvine City, and he had long known of Chu Chen's existence. However, in Lu Haiwu's opinion, Chu Chen clearly had a better future than his own dude. Now Lu Mei and Chu Chen are both admitted to Kyoto University. With that to fall back on, he dared to kick himself out of the way so blatantly. That list of youth damages is also a way for Yu Heiwu to try to squeeze the last of his value out of himself. As for Lin Shenghua, this one is more of a heavyweight. In the previous period, when Cheng Jail wanted to take revenge on Lu Mei and Chu Chen, Lin Shenghua repeatedly stirred up trouble in the midst of it, distorting the facts and guiding public opinion. Even his own death in the end was instigated by Lin Shenghua, which caused Chu Chen to make up his mind to kill him. But the only thing that was a bit out of Cheng Jail's expectation was that, according to the original plot, Lin Shenghua was already on his way back to Kyoto University at this moment. Looks like his arrival has already changed the place a bit. As his icy gaze swept over Lu Haiwu and Lin Shenghua, Cheng Jie suddenly smiled. That smile was huge. If it wasn't for the demonic aura rolling over him, it would simply be a sunny and cheerful big boy. You seek my account? It's just 2 Grand Masters. Do you really think you've got me? Then I'll see if you're worthy of me giving you an account. Uncle Chen, come out. Boom. As soon as Cheng Jail's words fell, a majestic aura descended like a canopy. Lu Haiwu and Lin Shenghua's faces instantly darkened, and they were caught off guard as they fell to their knees. Spiritual energy surged wildly within the two, but it only felt as if they were carrying 10,000 pounds of weight on their shoulders, and no matter how much they exerted their strength, they were unable to stand up. This aura. The other party is definitely a Yuanshan realm princeling. How could Cheng Jail have such a strong person by his side? The two of them were in a rage, bracing themselves to look at Cheng Jail. Meanwhile, a man with unusually fair skin appeared behind Cheng Jia like a ghost. The man had long black hair and pale skin, and just standing there was chilling. Young lord. As soon as the man appeared, he made a respectful bow to Cheng Jia. Cheng Jail smiled lightly and nodded, signaling the other party to get up. The visitor was none other than his own escort. Statement. Just kidding. How could he, a young master of a top family, go out without even an escort? Uncle Chen, notify the family that all the battle forces that can be mobilized will be brought in. And by the way, arrest all the people from the Lu family. No matter who comes today, these people will die here. Understood. Statement nodded. The smile at the corners of his mouth had long been suppressed. God knows what he's been up to these past few years. Watching Cheng Jia being humiliated by Lu Mei and still subsidizing the Lu family from time to time by taking things from home, his entire body was going numb. If Cheng Jail's father, Cheng Tianhao, hadn't specifically explained not to interfere with Cheng Jail's growth trajectory, he would have long wanted to slap this love-struck playboy young master awake twice. As a result, I didn't realize that. The youngest member of his own family finally awakened today. Not only would he decide that vampire Lu Mei, but he struck out so decisively. He had long looked at the Lu family with displeasure, and today he finally got to go on the field himself. Gentlemen, will this account do? Cheng Jail smiled lightly as he looked at the two kneeling on the ground, and his gaze fell back to Chu Chen's body. This guy is his own main character. Those two old dens can clean up later. Seeing Cheng Jail staring at him again, Chu Chen's heart was once again in his throat. He was feeling as if he was on a roller coaster of apprehension at the moment. Cheng Jail, do you dare to fight me one-on-one in a fair and square battle? Looking at Cheng Jail who was walking towards him with a knife, Chu Chen shouted in panic. Wasn't that just bright? Cheng Jail laughed lightly. I'm a man who doesn't like to fart with his pants down. You're definitely going to die today, but it's a bit of a pain in the ass to kill you right now. Cheng Jiao stroked his chin and suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Mei, who was sprawled on the ground to the side. Better kill you first then. Seeing Cheng Jia look at herself, Lu Mei froze. What the hell? How did the target suddenly become himself? Looking at Cheng Jail who came with a knife, Lu Mei immediately felt a coldness from the soles of her feet straight to the sky. Cheng Jail, have a word. Is it okay if I'm wrong? I'm the one who's sorry. Whatever you want is fine, as long as you let me live. Lu Mei's body curled up together and kept moving backward. Now she couldn't care less about the image of a proud daughter of heaven. She just wants to live. It doesn't matter if your cultivation is wasted. It has to be a treasure of heaven and earth that can reshape your meridians. With her own talent combined with the resources of the Lu family, she was confident that she would soon be able to return to the top. But if the life is gone, then it's all gone. She just turned 18. Haven't seen enough of the world yet. Wouldn't it be world peace if I was sorry? Chang Jae laughed lightly. The long knife in his hand slashed across Lu Mei's white and tender skin, and finally rested on her neck. The reward gained from killing a Heaven's Destiny daughter shouldn't be bad, right? Chang Jie sized up the Lu Mei in front of him and muttered under his breath. What did you say? Lu Mei froze, not quite understanding the meaning of Chang Jae's words. Chang Jae, you can't kill him. Lu Haiwu was hysterical, his eyes red. Boom! Suddenly the entire guest hall trembled. The next second a hurricane came directly lifted the roof of the hall. Stay under the knife. A loud shout came from the distance like the sound of heaven, and a figure wrapped in a rolling gale headed straight for the guest hall. Hearing the angry shout from the sky, Chang Jae's gaze chilled. I say, it's time for you to die. The words landed. Chang Jie's eyes flashed red, and the cultivating heavenly demon blade in his hand instantly chopped down. Chapter 5, Elder? It's nothing more than a mole in front of my family. The scarlet blade flashed and seemed to have dyed the entire hall blood red. Lu Mei's mouth opened wide in shock, her eyes filled with resignation and despair. A line of blood gradually became clear on Lu Mei's swan-like neck. In a few breaths, blood gushed out like a fountain, and that absolutely beautiful head was thrown out. Everyone froze in place, many of the girls holding their hands over their eyes out of fear. The smell of blood filled the air, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Chu Chen trembled and sat in place, unable to believe what he was seeing. Lu Haiwu's eyes were enraged, and his crimson eyes were filled with killing intent. Chang Jae, you killed Mayor, my Lu family, and you are irreconcilable. Lu Haiwu roared angrily as the spiritual energy in his body flowed wildly, but under the absolute suppression of the statement's strength, all his resistance became futile. Chang Jie shook off the blood on the blade and raised his head with a cold gaze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the daughter of Heaven's Destiny. Reward 1, S-Class Heavenly Demon Black Dragon Bloodline. Reward 2, S-Class Technique, Devouring Heavenly Devil Technique. Reward 4, S-Class Secret Treasure, Human Emperor Flag. Reward 3, Realm Helicopter Dan ×4. Hearing the system's voice in his head, Chang Jie's heart was pleasantly surprised. He thought that the reward he would receive from killing Lu Mei would be good, but he didn't expect it to be this good. Although their Chang family was a large family, the S-rank techniques and S-rank secret treasures they possessed were also limited. These are usually for the members of the family who are a little more upwardly mobile. Even if he was the young master, it was not his turn for the time being. Now that he had killed Lu Mei, the system had matched himself. But more than that, what surprised Chang Jie was the Realm Helicopter Dan given by the system. Just because you can't use this one yourself for a while doesn't mean it can't be used by others. His own old man seemed to be stuck at the peak of the war god for some years as well, and if this was given to him to use, then the Chang family would be a family of double martial gods. There was no one in the entire Blue Star who would be their match. Between thoughts, a loud and clear dragon roar came from within Chang Zhou's body. Immediately after that, Chang Jie felt a surge of vast demonic energy surging through his entire body's meridians. Every cell in his own body was greedily absorbing this demonic chi, and power was constantly pouring out of his body. The power of the bloodline. Clenched fists, Chang Jie's scarlet eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly powerful, and even had the confidence to fight the Grand Master level Lin Shenghua duo. What are you doing, young lord? Uncle Chen looked at Chang Jie with some confusion. He was a Yuan Shen realm powerhouse. The moment the system rewards arrived, he felt a sea change in Chang Jie. I'm fine. Let's settle these troubles first. Chang Jie shook his head and looked up at the sky. Only the figure above the sky gradually became clearer. The visitor was an old man with white hair and white beard, wearing a classical Taoist robe in an immortal style. Old man of Meishan Li Wancheng? Chang Jie frowned slightly. If one remembered correctly, this person did not have any relationship with Chu Chen and the Lu family for the time being. It wasn't until the end of Chu Chen's first semester, when he participated in a spirit realm, that the two of them got in touch. Li Wanqing's strength is comparable to the statement. In the original play, it was also Li Wanqing who united with other powerhouses to stop the statement and died himself due to isolation. Chang Jie, why didn't you stop just now? Li Wanqing condescendingly looked down at Chang Jie. No emotion could be seen in his indifferent eyes. None of your business? When is it your old dog's turn to meddle in what my Chung family does? When these words came out, the entire room was silent. Next, an unrivaled aura of terror instantly erupted from Li Wanqing's body. Boom! A vast aura filled the air, and it seemed as if the entire space was trembling. Li Wanqing looked down at Chang Jie, his long white hair fluttering in the air under the influence of his aura. Statement snorted coldly as a red thunder flashed in his eyes. That strong wind pressing down from the air instantly dissipated. Talking to your elders like that, is this your Chang family's tutelage? Li Wanqing looked down at Cheng Jiao, a few points of displeasure evident in his originally ancient and unperturbed tone. The god of war and the god of wushu sit outside the sky. A marquis of Yuanshan realm powerhouse was the current ceiling of the Federation's combat power, and Cheng Jiao even called him an old dog in front of so many people. This was not putting him Li Wanqing in his eyes at all, which made his face as a powerful marquis of kings and the lord of Eyebrow Mountain where to put it. No matter how good his mind was and how deep his Tao was, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure this kind of insult. Old dang. It seems like you've really lived in a dog's stomach all these years. Cheng Jiao laughed lightly. Seniors should naturally be honored. But do you deserve it? In front of my Chang family? You're not even a Taoist friend, you're just a mole. I've already given you face by not letting someone kill you now. Uncle Chen, eat this and then pull this old dog down from the sky and kneel. Saying that, with a flip of his hand, Cheng Jiao handed the statement a cultivation helicopter Dan granted by the system. The presentation is gifted. In the original play, after his own death, Statement started practicing like a madman after he became possessed because of his guilt. Later on, he even became the biggest resistance to Chu Chen and the others for a time, and was even hailed as one of the 12 heavenly kings of the Federation. It's just a shame that we ended up being outnumbered. While Cheng Tianhao and the other main forces of the Cheng family were being held back by the foreign race, Chu Chen joined his backers to surround the statement together. Therefore, in Cheng Jie's opinion, this cultivation helicopter Dan was not a waste when given to the statement. Statement took the elixir in process Jail's hand. The pill was as white as jade, and there seemed to be streams of light flickering on it. Without any hesitation, Statement swallowed the elixir into his stomach in one gulp. As soon as the elixir was consumed, a terrifying aura instantly erupted from the stated Dantian. At the same time a subtle energy surged into the statement's Yuan Shen from the elixir, and in just a moment the statement felt its mind was clear and its concepts were understood. Epiphany. Statement was shocked in his heart, and by the time he reacted the barrier that had plagued him for years had completely shattered. The wind suddenly picked up in the sky. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a terrifying aura whirlwind instantly formed around the statement. There's going to be a breakthrough. How is that possible? The corner of Li Wanqing's eyes jumped. The duster in his hand swung. A gossip array immediately appeared behind him, leaving the word, Inferno Dragon. Phew! A hot blazing fire instantly appeared in front of Li Wanqing's body, like a small sun, and the surrounding temperature instantly soared. Go! Li Wanqing's gaze was grave, and his duster pointed at the statement. The blaze instantly transformed into a fiery dragon, with a majestic head and a scorching body that swayed and swooped towards the statement. Boom! A black and red thunder appeared out of nowhere. The entire space emitted a sharp popping sound, and those several inflammatory dragons were immediately washed down into points of fire and disappeared into the air. Statement's mouth opened wide, and that aura vortex was all sucked into his body in one whale swallow. Finally a breakthrough. Statement looked at the arcs of electricity jumping in his palm. His heart thrilled. Looking up into the sky, Statement's gaze was instantly chilled. Li Wanqing, get your ass down and kneel down. Chapter 6, threatening me? Then it's self-defense for me to kill you. Boom! With the statement of a loud cry, a thunderbolt appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye the wind picked up and the originally cloudless sky was instantly overcast. Dark red thunder saved in the clouds, and an atmosphere of oppression and panic suddenly enveloped the entire room. Killing true intent. Thunder true intent. The fusion of two true intentions. How is that possible? Looking at the thunder that seemed like it might fall at any moment above his head, Li Wanqing was alarmed in his heart. The Yuanshan realm was divided into 3 stages, and each stage required the comprehension and fusion of a true meaning. When the 3 true intentions are perfectly fused to condense the divine heart, you can step into the god of war and freely roam the world. The reason why he dared to defy Cheng Jie and Chen Zhengcheng like that was because he knew that the Cheng family's main force was not present, and there was only one Yuanshan First Heavenly Hall of Fame powerhouse like him present. Being at the same level, Li Wanqing thought that he was a few points stronger than Statement. How could he be no match for a young man who had just made a breakthrough when he had been immersed in this realm for many years? Besides, he didn't come here to fight. As long as he could pick up Chu Chen, his purpose would be accomplished. Lowering his head to look at Chu Chen on the ground, Li Wanqing's gaze instantly became a few points firmer. At the martial arts entrance exam a month ago, he had taken a glance at Chu Chen. Exam room. Chu Chen's decisive fighting style and resolute and powerful heart moved him to take on a disciple. Having immersed himself in martial arts for many years, he could tell at a glance that Chu Chen's future was unlimited. Upon hearing that Chu Chen would also be coming to the Lu family's promotion banquet today, Li Wanqing had planned to come and personally meet Chu Chen. Even if the other party was not willing to worship himself as a teacher, he could still bestow some favors to make friends. This may be helpful to yourself, and to Maishan in the future. I didn't expect to see the current scene. Statement. You're thinking you've got me. Li Wanqing looked at the statement on the ground with an icy face. The Bagua formation diagram unfolded beneath its feet, and the 5 elements of light shone brightly like a river of stars, making it difficult for people to look directly at it. Chang Jail. Your Chang family is arrogant and you are even more wantonly killing without any humanity. Today, old me will take down you evil devil and crooked path, and return a clear sky to the Federation. Looking at Li Wanqing in the sky, Cheng Jiu and Statement smiled at each other. Joy. It's just a Yuanshan first heaven. Now you don't run and still dare to speak out of turn? Do you really think that the gap between the Yuanshan realms is still the same as it was initially? Ridiculous to the core. Get your ass down here and talk. Stating a cold snort, he raised his hand and grabbed at Li Wanqing. In an instant, countless thunderbolts coalesced above the sky and blasted down towards Li Wanqing. The red and black thunder was like an evil dragon prancing around, and a terrifying killing intent swirled. Li Wanqing's eyes immediately widened, and the duster in his hand pointed toward the sky. The 8 trigrams formation rotated, and the 5 elements of energy surged against the wind, all sorts of charging towards that thunder evil dragon. Rumble. The sky trembled and the angry winds howled. The radiant 8 trigrams formation diagram shattered with a loud bang, and Li Wanqing's body fell straight down from the sky. Fresh blood burst out of his mouth like rain. His old face was like white paper, and his eyes remained shocked. Daoist Li is defeated. How? Lu Haiwu's heart and mind shook as he looked incredulously at Li Wanqing, who had crashed to the ground. Just a moment ago, he had thought that Li Wanqing would absolutely avenge Lu Mei's death. Compared to the Chang family, whose main force was outside, Maishan clearly had more influence in Green Vine City. Maishan elder Li Wanqing is even more admired by millions of people. But now, all these imaginings have fizzled out with Li Wanqing's defeat. Looking at Cheng Jiuan's statement in front of him, a deep sense of powerlessness rose in Lu Haiwu's heart. At this moment, Li Wanqing had long since lost that immortal appearance. Snow-white hair and beard has become scorched black. The body of the robe has also been tattered. That floating along with its right arm is completely disappeared. Blood ran uncontrollably down the corners of his mouth. On his abdomen, a huge laceration was gut-wrenching. Lift your head. Li Wanqing's gaze towards the statement had been completely taken over by panic. Originally, he also thought that he had been drunk on the first heaven of the Yuanshan for many years, stating that he had just broken through, and that the strength of the two of them was still 50-50. As a result, the statement's casual strike had directly caused him to be seriously injured. Uncle Chen, get him killed. Looking at the wretched Li Wanqing, Cheng Jiao said in a cold voice. Ha, he didn't do anything, did he? Just kill it? Stated slightly, he opened his mouth to ask with some hesitation. In his opinion, with such a heavy blow, the lesson he had given Li Wanqing was enough. With such an injury, even if it recovers, it will leave behind a dark disease. He didn't do anything, but he deserved to die. Cheng Jiao explained in a serious tone. Besides, what does it matter to him if we kill him? Hearing this, Li Wanqing immediately panicked. You've only come to say a few words and you're sentenced to death? Be reasonable or not. Cheng Jiao, you can't kill me. Li Wanqing covered the wounds on his body and hissed under his breath. If you kill me, Maishan will not let you go. Hearing Li Wanqing's rant, Cheng Jiao was instantly happy. Uncle Chen, do you know why this time? If he threatens us, he will definitely hold a grudge and even retaliate against us in the future. And killing him now is self-defense. Uncle Chen nodded with a sudden realization. Even the gaze toward Cheng Jia brought a few moments of surprise. I didn't realize that Cheng Jiao had become so far-sighted. Looking at Li Wanqing again, the killing intent in Uncle Chen's eyes instantly skyrocketed. Wait, Cheng Jiao, do you really think no one can control you? Just then, Lin Shanghua suddenly stood out. I admit that you, the Cheng family, are the strongest of the forces present today, but don't forget that I also have Kyoto University behind me. Cheng Jiao, now that you let go of Chu Chen and Daoist Li to go with me to the Federation to receive your punishment, perhaps you will still be lenient to you because of the Cheng family's contribution. If you are bent on having your way, don't blame me for Kyoto University to take the blame for heaven in the future. Looking at Lin Shanghua, who had righteously protected Li Wanqing and Chu Chen behind him, the killing intent in Cheng Jiao's eyes suddenly intensified by a few points. Originally, he wanted to finish resolving Li Wanqing and Lu Haiwu before resolving him, but can't help it if someone is looking for death. Who left their pants unzipped today to show you off? Showing you off? Ha! today, let alone me killing them. Even if I kill you, your Kyoto University won't be able to let out a single fart, offending my Cheng family for you, a tiny grandmaster, unless the president of your Kyoto University is also looking for death. Uncle Chen, kill them both together. With that, Chang Jio waved his hand at Uncle Chen. Yes, young lord. The statement heard the eyes of the red aura flashing. A huge blood-red killing intent like a beacon wolf smoke instantly rises up to the sky. You too, be on your way. Stating a cold smile, he raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Thunder blast. Snap. Boom. The red aura was dazzling, and the killing intent shook the sky. Rolling rushing thunder from the sky instantly poured down to explode the air. Black thunder shook the curfew. Chapter 7, Young Lord. Why is our human emperor flag emitting black smoke? Thunder raged and space exploded. The black and red lightning reflected the guest hall in light and darkness. A moment later, the lightning dissipated. Under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, Li Wancheng and Lin Shanghua had disappeared, leaving only two skeletons that had been charred by the thunder. The entire room was silent, and everyone's breath caught a few moments. At the same Yuanshan realm, Li Wanqing was actually killed by a single strike from the statement. First, he decapitated Lu Mei without a second thought, and now he obliterated Lin Shanghua and Li Wanqing so forcefully. Was this the previous insincere Cheng Jiao? This thunderous tactic caused everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air. He was afraid that Cheng Jiao would also clean up his own hand because he had talked too much just now. Shu Chen was dumbfounded as if he were a wooden chicken as he looked at the space that was being repaired after being shattered by the thunder. He didn't understand how it had all played out this way. Today was supposed to be his and Lu Mei's moment to shine, and yet now because of Cheng Jiao, the love of one's life is dead. His own master is dead. Even that old man Li Wanqing from Meishan who had merely helped himself to a few words had died. In a flash, Shu Chen felt that only indignation and loneliness remained in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully combating the beliefs of the destined son. Reward, 300 points of fortune. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Divine Fates Master, Lin Shanghua. Reward, S-Class Weapon, Mad Dragon Running Thunder Halberd. Hearing the voice in his head, Chang Jiao nodded with a faint smile. With a flash of silver light in his hand, that Mad Dragon Running Thunder Halberd was summoned by Chang Gui from his spatial ring. The halberd was 2 meters away, and the carvings on it were dominating with mad dragons flying around. Uncle Chen, this is for you to use. Statement reached out and took the halberd, and after a slight perception, his heart was suddenly astonished. Young master, this S-ranked weapon is just going to be given to me? That's right, you can use this from now on. For a hallowed Yuanshan powerhouse to not have a weapon that's handy for outsiders to see as if my Chung family is stingy. Statement's heart immediately warmed at his words. As soon as the party got his hands on it, the statement discovered the extraordinary nature of this Mad Dragon Running Thunder Halberd. Not only could it enhance the power of one's thunder true intent and killing true intent, it also contained a set of S-rank halberd battle techniques within it. It's impossible to say you don't want a weapon that fits you so well. It's just that the Cheng family has rules. All supplies for the S-class are prioritized for the front line. That's why the statement was double-checked with Cheng Jiao. Cheng Jiao looked at the excited statement with the same joy in his heart. Now that you're not strong enough to arm yourself, it's necessary to arm those around you, especially one as loyal and talented as statement is still. Looking up at the 2 withered bones in front of him, Cheng Jia asked in his mind with some puzzlement. System? No? Aren't there 2 dead people here? What? Li Wanqing is a giveaway? No reward? As detected by the system, only one person has been completely killed on the host side so far. Hearing the system's words, Cheng Jia suddenly came to a realization after thinking slightly. Looking up at Li Wanqing's corpse, Cheng Jia smiled faintly. Worthy of being an old thing? If not for the system hints he was almost fooled. But since the other party wanted to play, Cheng Jiao didn't mind playing with him. Uncle Chen, set up a boundary. Don't let that old thing escape later. Having said that, Cheng Jiao waved his big hand, and a big flag appeared in his hand all of a sudden. The flag is pitch black, and its upper part is embroidered with brocade mountains and rivers in gold silk, while the lower part is a piece of Figdu's other side. Faint black smoke lingered on the flag, and in the center of the flag was a huge word chain. As soon as the large flag appeared, everyone present felt a gust of cloudy wind and a chill at the back of their necks. Young lord, what is this? The statement was alarming. As a Yuanshan powerhouse, he could tell at a glance that this big flag was not something good. If he hadn't watched Cheng Jia grow up, he would have even thought that Cheng Jia was some kind of evil cultivator. Cheng Jiao looked at the large flag in front of him and was equally somewhat confused. Didn't the system say this is the human emperor flag? Why is Cuckoo smoking black? This is the human emperor flag. I found it in the family treasury. Maybe it's age? It's probably stained, and black spots are normal. Young lord, do you believe it yourself? Looking at the banner's baleful aura that was so thick that it had melted away, Statement spat out somewhat breathlessly. Of course, Uncle Chun, you still don't believe me? Cheng Jail's toes buckled to the ground, his face positively beaming. Ignore that for now, take down that old undead first. After saying that, Cheng Jail raised his hand and pointed. The rolling black smoke immediately shrouded towards Li Wanqing's skeleton. Just then, a golden light lit up on Li Wanqing's corpse, followed by a small person with the same appearance as Li Wanqing but only 1 inch in size instantly floated out. Cheng Jail, possessing such an evil treasure, you have indeed fallen into the evil path. Li Wanqing's voice came from the villain's mouth. Genjutsu. Uncle Chen was slightly startled. After the previous strike, he thought that Li Wanqing had completely gone up in smoke. I didn't realize that the other party had used a secret method to hide their Yuanshan. Thinking of this, Statement's gaze towards Cheng Jail gained a few more points of respect. The other party was able to fool even him, a Yuanshan second sky powerhouse, but allowed Cheng Jie to discover the end. This perceptual ability. The Statement heart secretly sighed in admiration. I told you how such a lofty name as the Human Emperor flag gave people a feeling of a ghost blowing the back of their necks. It turns out that this is supposed to be an evil thing. That's right. Cheng Jail might have fallen into the evil way because he failed the college entrance exam. No wonder he had a change of temperament. It all makes sense now. No? Still nagging? I'm going to run away first, huh? Save the blood from splattering on me later. Listening to the chatter in his ears, Cheng Jail's face grew darker and darker. Not buddy? Are you blind? Can't you see the big Qin character on it? This is clearly the Human Emperor flag. Ha ha, Cheng Jail, you're finished. After today, there will be no more room for your Cheng family in the Federation. Looking at the red and black thunder that shone around him, Li Wanqing looked up to the sky and laughed. He's only semi-submissive to Statements now. Although his own strength was not as good as Cheng Jail's, it was by no means easy to completely trap him so that he didn't have any possibility of escaping. Once he goes out today and makes today's events known to the world, then, not to mention Cheng Jail, even the entire Cheng family would be implicated. This was simply the best opportunity to bring down the Cheng family behemoth. However, just then a cold voice suddenly came from that Human Emperor flag. If you see the Human Emperor, why don't you kneel? Boom! Huge baleful chi instantly rushed out from the Human Emperor flag, like waves of dark clouds suppressing down on Li Wanqing's Yuanshan. What is this? Feeling the devouring power in that black mist, Li Wanqing was immediately horrified. The speed of the genjutsu far exceeds that of the physical body by several times, but now he was surprisingly unable to get rid of that devouring power at all. Just as he was struggling, a silhouette suddenly coalesced in that black fog. Human Emperor flag Master Soul by Chi is here. Who dares to disrespect the Human Emperor? Chapter 8. Take the lives of your entire family to pay your debt. By Chi? When these words came out, all those present were stunned. It was no wonder that the crowd reacted so strongly. The name of the god of kill, Bai Qi, was just too loud. It is said that when the Human Emperor Qin Emperor intended to raise the country ascension, but unfortunately by the heavenly strike failed miserably, and finally had to put the old part of the soul into the secret treasure waiting for the time to counterattack again. Combined with the huge Qin character on that Human Emperor's flag, the crowd that had just finished the college entrance exams immediately remembered the story recorded in this history textbook. The legend is true. This really could be the Human Emperor flag. The Cheng family actually has this kind of treasure. No wonder Lu Mei is still unwilling to walk away from Cheng Jail even though she usually scolds him so much. What kind of offer did Kyoto University make? I wouldn't want to give up such a luxurious boyfriend. See, I told you it was the Human Emperor flag. Cheng Jie pointed at the Human Emperor flag beside him and smugly laughed at the statement. The statement nodded somewhat woodenly. His whole body was a little numb now. First, he took out the Mad Dragon Running Thunder halberd, and now he took out a Human Emperor flag. There was something he couldn't figure out. I've been with Cheng Jail all day. When did he sneak in and take so many goodies from home? The black mist figure that called itself Bai Qi quickly wrapped and devoured Li Wanqing. Immediately following, the agonizing screams of Li Wanqing then came from within the black mist. That mournful voice heard all the people present without scalp numbness and cold hairs stand up. Suddenly a golden light abruptly drilled out of the black fog and headed straight for Chu Chen. Chu Chen, hurry! Li Wanqing wailed. I don't ask for your help in taking revenge. I only ask that you may come to the aid of Meishan in the future if it is in trouble. Click! That golden light was like a flying shuttle, instantly blowing up the space around Chu Chen. Uncle Chen, pull him! Cheng Jie's gaze froze, and his heart was similarly startled. Having watched the original drama, Cheng Jiu of course knew what life-preserving means Chu Chen had on him. It's nothing more than an old grandpa in a necklace. a secret method that can suddenly boost your strength, and other such golden fingers that the protagonist has. But with the statement in place, all of these life-saving golden nuggets can be cracked one by one. It's only a slight hassle. However, this hand of spatial teleportation by Li Wanqing was indeed out of his expectation. Black thunder saved in the eyes of the statement. Red and black thunder burst out from the 5 fingers, instantly condensing into a thunderous hand grabbing towards Chu Chen. The black thunder flashed, instantly fixing that shattered space. Just at the moment when that large hand was about to grab Chu Chen, a hot glazed fire floated out from Chu Chen's necklace. When the thunder touched the flame, it was instantly dissolved. Immediately after that, the massive flames completely wrapped Chu Chen and drilled into that shattered space. Damn it! That old dang has actually awakened. Cheng Jie cursed in his heart as he looked at the rapidly healing spatial rift. Uncle Chen, have the family put out a wanted notice. Dig up the ground and find Chu Chen for me even if you have to. The statement nodded. Although he was somewhat puzzled as to why Cheng Jie was targeting Chu Chen so much, he still chose not to ask more questions after what happened just now. The current Cheng Jie already vaguely had the aura of Cheng Tianhao back then. One only needed to help Cheng Jie clear some difficult obstacles, and leave all the rest to Cheng Jie. Ha ha ha, Cheng prison. More deeds will lead to death. I, Li Wanqing, have fallen into your hands today, but you don't want to feel better either. Acting like this, your Cheng family will be in for a big disaster in the future. Li Wanqing's crazy laughter came from the black mist, but the next second this laughter turned into a miserable scream once again. I don't know what the future holds for my Cheng family, but you absolutely must die today. Cheng Jie looked at the black mist with an icy face, killing intent surging in his heart. Originally, he thought that there would be no difficulty in killing Chu Chen, the son of heaven's destiny. Right now, I didn't expect to let this old deng shade his own hand. This made Cheng Jie, who was a villain for the first time, feel humiliated. The screams only lasted for a few breaths before the thick black smoke returned to the human emperor flag once again. Cheng Jie's mind moved, and he immediately felt the changes in the human emperor flag. Thanks to absorbing Li Wanqing's Yuan Shen, he was now able to summon Bai Qi out of the human emperor flag to fight by himself. Bai Qi's current strength is merely the same as Li Wanqing's. First heaven of the Yuan Shen. To make Bai Qi stronger and awaken more of the old human emperor's troops, he still needed a large number of souls himself. On second thought, Cheng Jie's eyes looked towards Lu Haiwu. Although the Lu family was not a large family, the population was considered prosperous. Cheng Jie, mayor is already dead. What else do you want? Feeling Cheng Jie's icy gaze, Lu Haiwu was immediately horrified in his heart. Lin Yaohua and Li Wanqing couldn't suppress Cheng Jie. How could he, a small family head, suppress this plague god? Just then, streams of light suddenly flashed across the sky. A silhouette stepped out from the stream of light, and the originally empty hall suddenly looked a bit crowded. Young lord, the family has arrived. Statement reported respectfully to Cheng Jie. Cheng Jie nodded and looked at these people with a faint smile. Young lord, all 137 men, women, and children of the Lu family were captured. A middle-aged man who looked to be around 30 years old came out of the crowd. Looking at the person in front of him, Cheng Jie smiled and nodded. This person was named Cheng Feng, a distant cousin of his own. Cultivation talent is excellent. Just graduated from college and already reached the same Yuanshan realm as the statement. On weekdays, his own cultivation was also imparted by Cheng Feng, so the relationship between the two was not generally good. The other party called out to him as young lord purely because he wanted to build himself up. Looking at the upright Cheng Jie in front of him, Cheng Feng was equally happy. This cousin of his own was finally on his feet. 10 huge iron cages were pulled behind the lower Feng clan martial artists. Inside each iron cage were dozens of terrified-eyed Lu family members huddled together in fear. Upon seeing Lu Haiwu, who was frozen in place, these people instantly became excited. House master, you have to save us. Family master, what the hell is going on here? Why did the Cheng family arrest us? Don't just stand there. Family master, you answer us instead. Cheng Jie, what the hell are you doing? Looking at his own clan members being imprisoned, Lu Haiwu's heart suddenly panicked like a numbness. Seeing this, Cheng Jie smiled faintly. Of course I'm looking for your Lu family to collect a debt. For so many years, the resources you and Lu may have swindled from me are your entire lives. These are definitely enough to buy your family's life. After saying that, Cheng Jie's gaze looked towards those people invited by Lu Mei. You guys are watching the fun. I think there was someone who stood up for Lu Mei just now, right? Looking at the smile at the corner of Cheng Jie's mouth, everyone present was startled. Which is not. Cheng Xiao, I've always spoken up for you. Right. Lu Mei, that I've long looked at her with displeasure. How could I possibly speak for her? That's right. Cheng Xiao, did you hear wrong just now? Watching the crowd exonerate themselves, the smile at the corner of Chang Jail's mouth grew stronger. That's how these people are. When the butcher's knife is not put on their necks, they will feel that they have nothing to do with them and will hang on high. But are they really innocent? If he was still the same Li Cheng Jail today, the saliva of these people would be enough to nail the Cheng family to the pillar of shame. In that case, I won't make it difficult for you. Didn't you guys say that you're on the same side as me? Then the Lu family should also be your enemy. Just kill one of the Ryu family, then you can live. Chapter 9. All deserve to die. None of them innocent. Chang Zhou's words were like a hammer blow. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, all with fear and shock in their eyes. Killing a Ryu family member to stay alive? Isn't this between your Chang and Lu families? How is it that you've become a part of this kill play by watching the fun? Chang Jail couldn't care less what these people thought. In his opinion, the behavior of this group is no different than reading a book without posting a paragraph review telling the author where the writing is bad. All of them are enablers. So none of those present were innocent. Holding up a table, Chang Jail took out his cell phone and posed a suitable angle. You may begin, gentlemen, and remember to keep smiling when you face the camera, and don't act as if I'm forcing you. Chang Jail, don't you strike at my family, I beg you. Lu Haiwu plopped down and couldn't stop kowtowing to Cheng Jia. Knock knock. A dull ringing sound echoed, and soon blood oozed out of Lu Haiwu's head. Noisy, Chang Jail sneered. Big brother Cheng Feng, waste him first, and by the way, make him shut his mouth. Ride the Wind nodded, a cold aura in his eyes. The Lu family's move today was undoubtedly an attempt to make Cheng Jiu a joke, so that they could step on him to get to the top afterward. This kind of behavior of smacking the Cheng family's big mouth was something he absolutely would not allow. Raising his hand, Cheng Feng slammed it against Lu Haiwu. A large invisible hand instantly coalesced and violently lashed at Lu Haiwu's body. Bang! Stone pillars break and smoke rises. Lu Haiwu sat paralyzed on the ruins, blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. The Grand Master's aura quickly weakened to nothing. Seeing this, the other Cheng family guards rushed forward and pressed Lu Haiwu to the ground. Lu Haiwu, you kneel down. Today I want you to see with your own eyes how you have sinned. Cheng Jail smiled indifferently, then pointed at the group of guests. The Cheng family guards below instantly understood and pulled out a girl in fancy dress from the crowd. This young girl Cheng Jail named Xiaolan is precisely Lu Mei's one of the girlfriends. When Lu Mei approached Cheng Jail for the youth loss fee just now, she was the one who screamed the loudest. Cheng Jia was too lazy to bother with her at the time, but now it was time to settle the score. Big brother, I was wrong. Don't take me. Xiaolan was in tears. Instead, he was coldly pushed back by the guards at Cheng Jail's feet. No, what's wrong? Cheng Jail picked Xiaolan's chin with the tip of the knife, narrowing his eyes and smiling as he sized up the other party. Got it, Cheng Jail, I really know I'm wrong. Please, leave me alone. Whatever you want. Xiaolan was trembling, fearing that the cold blade would chop at her. No, it's wrong? I think you know you're afraid? Cheng Jail snorted coldly, then hooked a finger at the iron cage holding the Lu family members. Soon the guards pulled a man out of the crowd. The man immediately knelt down as soon as he arrived in front of Cheng Jail. Cheng Xiao, there's a debt for every wrong. Lu Haiwu and his father and son have wronged you. You can't take it out on us. As the saying goes, misfortune is not as bad as family members. Cheng Xiao, why don't you just let my little one live? And killing innocents so indiscriminately, it's not good for your reputation. Young Chang, if it gets out. The man fawned and knelt on the ground, and from time to time, his eyes looked resentfully at the severely injured Lu Haiwu. Cheng Jail sat in his chair, crossing his legs and watching the scene with interest. So you don't think you deserve to die? When he heard Cheng Jail's question, the man was instantly jolted. Of course, Cheng Xiao, I haven't done anything to wrong you, but you threatened me. Cheng Jail laughed playfully. What? The man was stunned, not understanding what Cheng Jiu meant. You're planning to send out a webstorm after distorting today's events to make me, Yu Jiu, commit suicide, right? The hearts of your Lu family are truly vicious. You deserve to die. Cheng Xiao is wronged. I wouldn't dare. The man was suddenly sweating. When did you mean it yourself? Without paying any more attention to the man, Cheng Jiu turned his gaze to Xiaolan. Xiaolan had a tearful look. With a flip of his wrist, a magnificent dagger appeared in Cheng Jia's hand. Kill him. Looking at the dagger that was thrown in front of her, Xiaolan could not stop trembling. Calm down, girl. Seeing Xiaolan pick up the dagger, the man's eyes widened in fear. Cheng, can you change it? Anything you want me to do except kill? Xiaolan asked, sobbing. As a martial artist, fighting is the norm. Still, for her, a young girl who had just come of age, there was a big mental block to killing. Anything? Cheng Jail laughed lightly. since you don't want to kill him, give it to him. It just so happens that everyone is a little tired right now, so let's just relax with a little movie. Ha! Xiaolun looked up in shock. After seeing Cheng Jie's icy gaze, he instantly realized that the other party was not joking. Cheng Feng looked at Cheng Jie with some surprise. Since when did his cousin have such a taste? In front of so many people. No, I can't do it. Xiaolun gripped the edge of her skirt with both hands and lowered her head, not daring to look at Cheng Jie's eyes. That can't be helped. Unfortunately, go to hell. Cheng Jie smiled and waved his hand at the guard behind Xiaolun. Cheng Xiao, wait. Upon hearing Cheng Jie's words, Xiaolun snapped her head up and reached out for the zipper of her Chinese dress, but a cold aura flashed by, and her movements froze in place. Knock! The head hits the ground. Coincidentally, Xiaolun's head was right towards the group of guests. The desperation in those wide eyes became the best catalyst for fear. Panic soared to a fever pitch, and some even felt warmth in their lower bodies and were scared less. Next, Cheng Jie spoke indifferently. Soon, a boy was pulled from the crowd of guests and thrown next to Xiaolun's body. The boy took the dagger in his trembling hands from breaking Xiaolun's stiff fingers. Then with one closed eye he directly stabbed the Lu family man in the chest several times. Pust! The man immediately sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his trembling pupils looking towards Cheng Jie as he opened his mouth to say something else. But the blood had drowned his throat, and he was out of breath before he could say anything. Fearing that the man was not dead through, the Cheng family guards behind him drew out their long swords and stabbed the man's throat one more time before throwing his body aside. Kill him too, by the way. Ha! Why? Cheng Xiao. The boy trembled and hurriedly knelt in front of Cheng Jie. You're not looking at the camera. Cheng Jie said helplessly. You just acted like I was forcing you. You're not pushing me into the fire. Sighing, Cheng Jie impatiently waved his hand at the boys. The guards behind him put away their swords, and the boys' headless corpses and gods suddenly collapsed to the side of Xiaolun. Cheng Jie, don't you torture me. Have the balls to give me a hard time. Watching Cheng Jie was like playing a game, deciding a person's life and death in a laugh. Even if Lu Haiwu was shameless, he couldn't carry it off a bit. At this moment, the resentful eyes of those people from the Lu family looking at him were like a knife piercing into his heart, begging for death. Ha! Then I'll give it to you. Cheng Jie sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. It just so happens that I'm a little too lazy to play along with you guys. Kill all these people. Chapter 10, Bloodshed. Didn't you choose this? Wait, that's not what I meant. Lu Haiwu was shocked and shook his head in panic. Cheng Jie, I know we father and daughter have wronged you, but please spare my family. They are really innocent. Lu Haiwu knelt down and cried, begging Cheng Jie uncontrollably. If the Lu family is really ruined by his hands, even if he died he wouldn't have the face to meet his ancestors. Where's the innocence in that? And it's your choice. Cheng Jie smiled faintly as if jerking a dog around and rubbed Lu Haiwu's head, then gave him a kick to the side. Young master, do we have to go to this extent? A statement to the side asked the same. The whole family. This is a great evil. Only a demonic cult would do that. These people from the Lu family don't have much cultivation talent either, so they won't be able to stir up any waves in the future. Cheng Jie shook his head indifferently at his words. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Now the Lu family cannot do does not mean that the future cannot, or extermination is better. The family should be neat and tidy. And there are still quite a few body realm martial artists in the Lu family. These are all future giants. If we don't kill them now we're likely to retaliate against us in the future. Hearing Cheng Jie's words, Statement nodded thoughtfully. The gaze that looked at Cheng Jie added some more admiration. It seems that Cheng Jie is still thinking farther ahead than he is. Under the fearful gaze of the crowd, Cheng Jie slowly walked forward. Cheng family guards at your service. Do it. Kill them all. Yes, sir. A neat voice boomed out. Clanking. A brightly shining long blade appeared in the hands of the Cheng family's guards. The entire hall was in instant pandemonium. Shouts, screams, and cries played at the same time like the beat of a drum. Heads rolled. Blood spilled. The Lu family members within the iron cage screamed miserably as a long knife continued to pierce in, and a large amount of blood splattered. The black mist on the human emperor's flag is steaming. Whenever someone dies there will be a shadow with the same appearance as him floating up from the top of his head, and in the next instant it will be wrapped in black mist and disappear into the human emperor flag, leaving behind only a burst of wailing. Ryu Hai's face paled as he tried to lower his head and close his eyes, but in the next moment, he was pulled up by Cheng Jie's grip on his hair and peeled back his eyes to forcibly watch the Lu family members die horribly one after another. Soon, the clothes on the Cheng family's guards were dyed red, and those cries and screams came to an abrupt end. Blood flooded the floor and gathered into a small river flowing into the courtyard. How was it? Was it good? Cheng Jie asked with a smile. Cheng Jie, Why? Lu Haiwu's eyes had gone a little wooden. All 100 members of the Ryu family died except for him. And it's all because of his greed. Where's the why? Cheng Jiao lightly laughed and patted Lu Haiwu's face. Offending my Chung family is already a capital offense. Now, it's your turn. As soon as the words left his mouth, Cheng Jiao pulled Lu Haiwu's head slammed into the blade on the side. Pust. Bubbling blood suddenly spurted out from Lu Haiwu's throat. Lu Haiwu's eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. His body twitched on the ground for a few times before completely dying. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exterminating the protagonist's related power. The Lu family. Reward, 1000 points of fortune. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist's benefactor, Li Wancheng. Reward, killing axiom. With the sound of the system. Mastering the Upanishads of the sovereign realm? Cheng Jiao smiled faintly. Cheng Jia immediately felt a chaotic opening in his mind. And all sorts of insights sprang up like rain. The body transformation realm patriarchal realm required a preliminary mastery of the chi of heaven and earth. Integrating it into oneself. Reaching the soul transformation realm grand master level would require one to achieve the unity of heaven and man and comprehend the realm of intent. On the other hand, the Aeon was something that an intentional change realm exalt needed to master. Now that he had grasped the Upanishads ahead of time, at least he wouldn't have any cultivation thresholds before the exalted realm. Ding! System reminder, the heavenly Tao has tentatively noticed your existence. Current hijacking total, 8%. Cheng Jiao frowned slightly. What does the system mean by this? Every time the host seizes the main character's fortune and does something against the heavenly Tao, the amount of plunder will increase. And when it's 100%, the heavenly Tao will send down a great plunder. Hearing this, Cheng Jiao suddenly came to a realization. It seems that you still need to strengthen yourself as soon as possible. Skyjacking. You don't have to think about it to know that it must be powerful. But with the joint help of the family and the system, Cheng Jia wasn't very worried. Ordering his men to dispose of the piles of corpses, Cheng Jiao walked out of the hall and stretched. Unlike the sea of corpses and blood inside, the sun is shining and the air is fresh outside. Young lord, what's next for us? Statement in Cheng Feng asked softly as they followed behind Cheng Jiao. Through the events of the party, they really confirmed that Cheng Gui was no longer the weak, dog-licking playboy young master he was before. In their eyes, the current Cheng Jiao is frighteningly strong. When this side is taken care of, let's go to Maishan. Looking at a towering mountain peak in the distance, Cheng Jia squinted his eyes and said softly, remember, in the future, forces that are related to Chu Chen must be eliminated. Li Wanqing doesn't have eyes. Then there's no need for this Maishan to exist, and there's a good seed there. Although the extermination of the Cheng family had basically never been done, the Cheng family guards were still quick. In no time at all, the entire scene was cleared. Under the leadership of Cheng Jiao, the Cheng family guards had risen up in the air towards the direction of Mount Mei, the outskirts of the city of Green Vine, Maishan, smoke and clouds, green water and mountains. As the number one power in Green Vine City, Maishan's influence was second to none in the entire Jizhou. With an existence such as Old Man Mei Shan, the disciples of Mei Shan were usually arrogant and scenic. Senior Knight, I heard that the old ancestor seems to be taking in a disciple, as if he's a graduate of this class. On a precipice in Mt. Maishan, a young girl was shaking her two long snow-white legs and said quietly to the man behind her. Young girl plain dress luo skirt, holding a small fan in her hand gently fan. Appearance extremely sweet and clean. Really? Then this person is really lucky. Behind her, the black-clothed Li Shengyu stroked the long sword in his hand, a shade flashing under his eyes. As the strongest of the younger generation of Maishan, he himself had the intention of worshipping the old man Li Wanqing of Maishan as his master 2.5 years ago. To this end, he even climbed to the top of the trial mountain, and even though he was seriously injured he still rang the brow mountain bell 8 times. But Li Wanqing said he was cruel at heart and unsuitable. It doesn't fit? Oh, Li Shengyu snorted coldly in his heart. Wasn't it just because you missed a couple of kills in your own challenge? Swords have no eyes. It was amazing that something so normal had become a reason to fail in one's worship. That's for sure. Not only is it good luck, but I've heard people say it seems like it's pretty cool too. Tang Wanning didn't feel the wrongness of Li Xingyu's mood. She just looked down at the photo of Chu Chen on her cell phone, her eyes filled with infatuation. As a member of the Society of Appearance, Chu Chen's clean and handsome face really did win her heart. Just then the sky suddenly resounded with a dull roar. Dang! 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 6 mountain bells! An enemy is coming! In a moment, all the Maishan disciples all converged on the square, gazing intently at a magnificent battleship in the sky. Chapter 11, The Wind of Killing Blows to Mt. Maishan, above the vault of heaven, an extremely lavishly decorated warship was quietly hovering in the air. Cheng Jie stood at the forefront of the battleship, looking down on the entire Maishan mountain. At this moment, the eyebrow mountain was already wrapped in a layer of light blue grand formation, and the spell was filled with obscure runes. Uncle Chen, break him! Cheng Jie's gaze was as cold as ice and frost as he raised his hand to point at the grand formation. Yes, sir. The figure of the statement slowly floated out from the battleship, his eyes looking straight at the mountains in front of him. Boom! Thunder exploded and the clear sky clouded over in the blink of an eye. The day has changed. A single thought can affect heaven and earth. This is the power of true intent. The opponent is a Yuan Shan realm powerhouse like the old ancestor. When did we, Maishan, invite this kind of enemy? Quickly go report to the old ancestor. Looking at the figure of the statement in the sky, the people of Maishan were on tenterhooks. Senior brother knight, everyone has gone to gather. Aren't you going? Tang Lian Ning, who was preparing to head to the mountain gate, anxiously turned her head and asked, the other side is so powerful. What can we do if we go? Li Shengyu smiled indifferently, and there was actually some anticipation in his eyes. When Li Wanqing refused to pay homage to himself in front of so many people, his heart of enthusiasm for the sect died in the same way. He had stayed in this moralistic sect long enough, but didn't you say you'd always protect me? Seeing that Li Shengyu was still standing in place, Tang Lianning pursed her lips and asked softly, looking at Tang Wanning's pathetic appearance. Li Shengyu hesitated for a moment, but still sighed and followed. No way. Now this clan only had their favorite Tang Wanning to make Li Shengyu care. Sky above. Statement's eyes were cold, so cold that it was as if they could freeze the air. The endless killing intent of his gaze surged like a storm, sending shivers down one's spine. Black and red terrifying thunder began to fill the entire void from behind him, creating a palpitating scene. With just a flick of his wrist, the mad dragon running thunder gun bestowed upon him by Cheng Jie suddenly appeared in his hand. The lance shone with a mysterious light and emitted a powerful aura. Holding the lance in his hand, Statement danced with a rainbow of vigor, his movements smooth and powerful. Immediately following, he stabbed his spear violently at the mountain eyebrows mountain protector formation, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar. Countless thunderbolts condensed into a gigantic dragon-shaped spear mane. This dragon-shaped spear mane shone with a reddish-black light, dividing heaven and earth as if it had become the master of this world. The thunder dragon opened its fangs and sharp claws, releasing unrivaled killing intent. With astonishing speed, it crashed straight on top of Mount May's mountain protector formation. Boom! The entire brow mountain seemed to be trembling, and several huge cracks suddenly appeared on the grand formation. At the mountain gate, those disciples who were maintaining the grand formation sprayed a mist of blood out of their mouths in unison, and their breath rapidly withered. Hang in there! The eighth elder has gone to the main peak to look for the old ancestor. Never let these people in. An old man with a majestic face stepped out from the crowd and anxiously commanded the disciples below. This person was none other than the Grand Elder of Mount Mei Fong Dao Wan. At the same time, three old men dressed in Taoist robes walked out from the crowd. The spiritual energy in his palm converged and violently discharged into the center of that mountain protector formation. The few cracks that had originally been punched out by the statement were visible to the naked eye as they began to heal. The elders are here. We are saved. With the elders adding their support, this grand formation can definitely withstand the attacks of Yuanshan powerhouses. Outside, come here. Looking down at the provocation, Statement smiled disdainfully. The previous strike he had only wanted to see how the defense of this eyebrow mountain's great formation was. Now is when it really starts. The Statement's gaze was cold and indifferent. The mad dragon running thunder gun in his hand rotated, and a number of thunderous dragons that shocked the heavens and spanned dozens of feet across the sky instantly flew out. The Statement was like a blooming flower of death at the moment, with infinite killing opportunities. The gun comes out like a dragon. The killing intent shook the sky. The spear was sharp, and the thunderous mad dragon swept across everything. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the eyebrow mountain grand formation was attacked nearly 100 times. Dense cracks spread throughout the entire array, and those mountain protector disciples below immediately fainted with blood flowing from their 7 orifices. Those 3 elders were equally bad. Blood dripped down the corners of their mouths, and raising their heads, the 3 of them were filled with gravity in their eyes, and a loud cry erupted from their mouths at the same time. Pounds of majestic spiritual energy surged out from their bodies, frantically trying to mend the already broken grand formation. The originally excited disciples froze in place, looking incredulously at the lance-wielding figure in the air. Grand Elder, something's wrong. Right at this moment, a silhouette scurried out of the mountain to Fong Daowan's side. Grand Elder, the sect leader's fate card. Shattered. What? Fong Daowan immediately widened his eyes and grabbed the 8th elder beside him. Are you sure you're right? Absolutely not. The 8th elder shook his head. his eyes filled with bitterness. Fong Daowen was struck by lightning. His body staggered a few times. How could this be? Didn't senior sect master go to the Lu family's banquet? He was interrupted by the 8th elder before he could finish his sentence. First elder, the priority now is to think about what to do. Fong Daowen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Pass the order down. Have all inner disciples gather and prepare to meet the battle. Yes. That disciple quickly left after receiving the order. The 8th elder looked at Fong Daowen worriedly. Grand elder, I'm afraid we can't stop it with just us. Fong Daowen's eyes were firm. No matter what, we have to hold on to Maishan. This is the place where we were born and raised. We must not let it be destroyed in our hands. It's finally breaking. In the sky, Statement's gaze snapped as he looked at the great formation that was about to collapse. The spear ons across the sky, like a divine arrow from the sky. The Statement's eyes were rounded, like a killing god on earth, and the long spear in his hand stabbed out again. Ow! The sound of a dragon roar resounded through the sky, and a divine dragon surrounded by black and red thunder, with an extremely sharp aura was stabbed out by the Statement once again. The dragon's claws were raised high, black and red thunder converging in his palms then slammed on top of the big formation. Boom! The sound of the heavens was deafening. The big formation was like a rain of light shattering. The 3 elders' bodies trembled crazily. Blood sprayed out in large gulps, and they were directly stunned by the terrifying force of the backlash. Looking at the rapidly collapsing grand formation, Statement's figure was as ghostly as a ghost as he quietly landed by Cheng Jie's side. Young lord. Fortunately, the Statement's voice was low and cold, as if it was a messenger from hell. Cheng Jie nodded slightly, an imperceptible smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. His gaze was fixed on Maishan below, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although it was the first time he was a villain himself. However, Li Wanqing's act of letting Chu Chen go was undoubtedly a slap in his own face. If you didn't know, you'd think you'd been descended from wisdom. There's a right to be wronged and a wrong to have a right to be wronged. Today, there must be bloodshed in Maishan. Chapter 12, Leave no one behind. The earthworms are all split vertically for me. Under the watchful eyes of the people of Maishan, Cheng Jail slowly descended from the sky with the Cheng family guards. Looking at Cheng Jail at the very front, Fong Daowen took a deep breath and slowly walked forward. Cheng Jail? Coming in with such fanfare. I wonder how my Maishan has offended the Cheng family. If the conflict is not too big, Eyebrow Mountain, can make compensation in the hope that we can turn a big matter into a small one. Fong Daowen recognized Cheng Jail at a glance. The Cheng family name was out there, and the name of Cheng Jail, the dude, was also very loud. If it was a normal day, he would never look at Cheng Jie squarely, but now he had to look squarely at the kid in front of him that he had once looked down on. At the moment, all he wanted in his mind was to preserve Maishan. You're thinking pretty good thoughts. Cheng Jail smiled faintly. The sect leader is dead, and you still want to be so unconcerned. It seems that Li Wanqing treats you guys just like that on a regular basis. Hearing this, the disciples were immediately stunned in place. The master is dead? How is that possible? What? Did you kill the sect leader? For a while, there was a lot of chatter, but someone soon retorted. Impossible. Didn't they say that none of the Cheng family's main forces are in Greenvine City? How could they kill the sect leader? That's right, the sect leader is a hallowed Yuan Shen realm powerhouse. How could he be killed so easily? Where the hell did that sect leader go? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Yeah, the mountain gates are broken. Where the hell did the sect leader go? For a while, the crowd was talking and the scene became chaotic. Just then, a majestic voice rang out. All be quiet. Fong Daowen's face was iron blue, and his gaze toward Cheng Jie was already filled with rage. Are you saying that your Cheng family killed the sect leader? Right. Cheng Jie laughed lightly, as if this matter was nothing more than a child's play. Not only will Li Wanqing die, but all of you, one by one, will die today. Saying that, Cheng Jie waved his big hand and the human emperor flag appeared at his side. What kind of magic treasure is this? It has such a strong fury. This look is the stuff of the devil's path. I didn't realize that you, as the young master of the Cheng family, would lead the Cheng family into the devil's path. I told you that this guy used to be nothing but a waste of the physical realm. How come he's able to fly now? So it's because of this. Quickly spread the news. The Cheng family has fallen into the devil's path. Everyone must be executed. Looking at the black foggy human emperor flag, the hearts of all the disciples of Eyebrow Mountain were horrified. Listening to the discussion in his ears, Cheng Jail's face immediately darkened. Well, you're all blind, aren't you? The word Qin is so big on the human emperor's flag, but it is still said to be an evil object. Cheng family guards at your service. Slaughter this Brow Mountain. Don't leave a single living thing behind. Even the earthworms will be chopped up vertically. Yes, sir. Kill! With a wave of Cheng Jail's hand, nearly 100 Cheng family guards behind him swarmed up at once. Boom! Surging blood light covered the sky. Bright red qi and blood surged from the body of every Cheng family guard, instantly converging into a beacon of wolf smoke that shot straight up into the sky. A murderous aura filled the air, and the blood light shone brightly. The Cheng family's guards were not the guards of an ordinary family. These are veterans who have retired from the front lines of the battlefield after the trials of life and death. The 100 people moved in a neat and tidy manner, waving their battle blades in their hands, and monstrous battle intent gushed out from each and every one of their eyes. How had these Meishan disciples ever seen such a situation? Even martial arts competitions on weekdays are always on point. As for killing, 99% of the disciples here have never personally moved. For a while, the Cheng family guards were like wolves entering a flock of sheep, and the entire mountain gate was suddenly rained with a fine rain of blood. The blade is as sharp as a torch. Pale black fury hovered above the head of every Cheng family guard. Blood stained everyone's battle clothes red, like a hideous roaring beast, born only to kill. Heads rolled and blood splattered. In just a few breaths, the upper side of the mountain gate plaza was already full of headless corpses. A large amount of sticky blood gathered on the ground and flowed in all directions like a river. The remaining mountain sect disciples held their weapons and constantly trembled as they retreated. When had they ever seen such fierce guards? Looking up, the entire mountain gate had been dyed red with blood, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. A black mist that looked like an unjust soul continuously rushed out from the human emperor flag, harvesting the souls of the dead. This kind of scene raises the usually watch a lot of restricted movies. Cheng prison are a little heart nausea. That's a bit of a big impact really. Cheng jail. Why? What did I, Meishan, do to offend you to make you commit such a murder? Fong Daowen's eyes were glazed over, and his body was even trembling continuously due to his anger. If it wasn't for the fact that the statement was still there, he would have hated to immediately slap Cheng jail to death. His heart was dripping blood as he watched these disciples that he had taught die horribly. Why? Because I'm good. Cheng jail smiled faintly. It's too hard for you to live, so I'm sending you to your death. Uncle Chen, finish him off. The statement nodded, black thunder flashing in his gaze. With such a ruthless heart, your Cheng family will be in great danger in the future. Fong Daowen shouted. His body's aura suddenly erupted out like a lofty mountain, lunging towards Cheng jail with endless pressure. He was the Grand Elder of Eyebrow Mountain and had experienced countless battles, so naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of any strong enemies. However, despite his majestic aura, he was ultimately unable to make up for the huge gap in strength between him and the statement. Statement sneered, a contemptuous smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. Raising his hand, he flicked it at the rapidly rushing Fong Daowen. In an instant, a thunder that was as red as blood suddenly flew out. This thunder was as tiny as the tip of a needle, yet it contained endless might and terrifying power. The flying thunder sped at an astonishing speed, and the surrounding black shadows were so thick that it seemed as if it was about to tear apart the void. In the blink of an eye, this crimson thunder had penetrated Fong Daowen's head and disappeared between heaven and earth without the slightest pause. Fong Daowen's body stiffened. The entire person lost the breath of life and directly fell to the ground in a dog. A charred hollow in his head was flickering with the slightest hint of electricity. In the next moment, a black mist floated out from the human emperor flag, yanking Fong Daowen's soul out of his body, leaving behind only a mournful scream. Meishan is huge. This time it took far longer than the extermination of the Ryu family. It took a full hour before the Cheng family guards returned to the square one after another. Young lord, here are the two you asked for. One of the men in the lead threw Li Shengyu and Tang Lianning in front of Cheng Jia. Hello, you two. Looking at the two people on the ground who were tied up, Cheng Jail greeted them with a faint smile. You big devil, what are you doing? Tang Lianning raised her small face and asked with a trembling voice. Those big watery eyes were already full of fear at the moment. In contrast, Li Shengyu was much more composed, only lifting his head to look at Cheng Jia with an icy gaze. Geez, what's that look in your eye? Isn't this a way for me to fulfill a wish for you? Chapter 13, Killing the Heart. Collecting little brother. What? Cheng Jail, you don't spit blood. Looking at the smiling Cheng Jia in front of him, Li Shengyu's heart fluttered. One does have such extreme thoughts in one's mind, but that's just something you think about when you can't sleep at night. The Cheng Jail in front of her was only meeting herself for the first time, so how could she know what was going on in her heart? Cheng Jio leaned down, smiling lightly as he surveyed the Li Shengyu in front of him. In the original play, Knight Sung-woo is also a villain. After Chu Chen came to Meishan, with his extraordinary talent and that outstanding face, he quickly became a rising star. In Meishan, the male disciples worshipped, the female disciples secretly promised their hearts, and there was even the desire of the old ancestor of Mount Mei, Li Wanqing. Chu Chen could be described as having a great deal of scenery for a time. As a white lotus in the appearance society, Tang Evening Ning also fell without surprise. Even for this reason, he intentionally got hit in a competition so as to win Chu Chen's sympathy and heartache. Facts. It's still a good trick. After that, after a number of chance meetings deliberately created by Tang Wanning, coupled with the fact that Chu Chen himself was somewhat indiscreet, the two soon came together. The girl I'd been courting for years suddenly hooked up with someone else. Knight Shengyu, who was Tang Wanning's #1 big fish, naturally wanted to ask why, but what he didn't expect was for Tang Evening Ying to turn on him and humiliate him. Knight Shengyu, whose self-esteem was struck, couldn't bear to retaliate against Tang Wanning, so he relocated his hatred to Chu Chen's body. Late one night, Li Xingyu plotted an assassination. However, under the role of the protagonist's aura, Li Xingyu not only did not succeed, but was also caught in the act by the law enforcement hall. Inside the hall of law enforcement, Tang Wanning was the first to jump out and identify Li Xingyu. It was also this moment that Li Xingyu's heart completely died, due to the fact that he had previously killed the disciple guarding the pass on the way to pay respects to the master, and now he was going to assassinate Chu Chen. In the end, the law enforcement hall and Li Wanqing unanimously decided to count the sins and expel Li Xingyu from the Eyebrow Mountain after his cultivation was abolished. Fortunately, the sky was not the limit. Li Xingyu soon regained his cultivation due to a chance. From that point on, Li Xingyu's only goal in living would be to kill Chu Chen and Tang Wanning. As long as there was an opportunity, Li Xingyu would be the first to jump out and assassinate at all costs. But in the end, even though Li Xingyu had spared his life and self-detonated, Chu Chen and Tang Wanning still survived. Thinking back to Li Xingyu's tragic life, Cheng Jie smiled slightly and patted his head. Take them back first. I'll use both of them. Yes, sir. With Cheng Jie's order, the guard at the head of the group flew onto the battleship with one in one hand following Cheng Jie. As for the cross-bodied Meishan, this naturally didn't need to be a concern for Cheng Jie. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exterminating the protagonist's related power. Meishan. Reward, 2,000 points of fortune. 10% of current loot accumulated. Back home, Cheng Jie leisurely took a hot shower. After properly enjoying the large bathtub, Cheng Jie then wrapped up his bathrobe and headed to the dungeon. How was it? Did you have a nice stay? Looking at Li Xingyu, who was casually thrown in the cell, Cheng Jie asked with a light smile. What the hell do you mean, Cheng Jie? Li Xingyu's face was cold, not angry, but unusually calm. The other party even killed Feng Daowen just by saying so, and yet, a little chicken like yourself is still alive. It means that the other person has other plans. The guards on the side handed over a chair. Cheng Jie sat down and asked with a faint smile. Now that there are no outsiders, aren't you going to tell the truth? I'm only giving you this one chance. Looking at Cheng Jie's playful eyes, Li Xingyu said after a slight hesitation. You're right, I do dislike Meishan already. Cheng Jie nodded in satisfaction and looked at Li Xingyu's eyes and said seriously. So, any interest in joining me? I'm not a sanctimonious whore like Meishan on my side. Although his own family was invincible, it was more of a high-level battle force. However, some spirit realms restricted levels, and too high a battle power entering could easily cause a collapse. So one still needs some doggies, especially a powerful lapdog like Knight Sungwoo. Join the Chang family? Li Xingyu hesitated. Why did you pick me? There's no reason. It just looks good. Cheng Jie laughed. Then if I join, can you spare Tang Wanning? Li Xingyu asked immediately afterward. This one can't. Cheng Jie smiled and shook his head. And you'll know her true face later. What do you mean? Li Xingyu frowned slightly. He had known Tang Wanning for several years. Was he still not clear about what the other party was like? Looking at the entangled Li Xingyu, Cheng Jie sighed helplessly. Come on, I'll show you now. You're just so enamored with licking that you can't see the other side, said Cheng Jie as he got up and walked towards Tang Lianning's cage. The guards beside him hurriedly set up Li Xingyu to follow behind Cheng Jie. Help! There's no one there. Help me! Before he could get there, Tang Lianning's voice came out from the depths. Evening Ning, I. Li Xingyu was just about to make a sound when his mouth was suddenly stuffed with a softball by Cheng Jie. What's the hurry? You'll see it in a minute. Giving Li Xingyu a brain slap, Cheng Jie continued to slowly walk towards the depths of the dungeon. Not long after, a large cage appeared in front of several people. Upon seeing that there was nothing wrong with Tang Wanning in the cage, this hanging heart of Li Xingyu's was finally released. Don't scream, little girl. Cheng Jie walked into the cage and smiled faintly as she surveyed the girl in front of her. Cheng Jie had to admit that Chu Chen was really eating fine grains. This white and red baby fat face. This is not as thick as their own wrist, small arms and legs. This does not stand up and stir up or wasted. What are you doing? Chang Jail? Seeing Chang Jail's gaze so reckless, Tang Evening's eyes flashed with a flash of disgust, but quickly changed back to that pitiful look. A moment later, Chang Jail asked quietly, "Tell me, what do you think of Night Sung-woo?" Night Sung-woo? Tang Wanning froze, not expecting Chang Jio to say this. In her opinion, Chang Jia was only taking herself back because she saw the color. "Yes, that's him." Chang Jail nodded. "Senior brother Knight is very good to me. This time it's all my fault for having to take him." "Stop and tell the truth." Chang Jio's face still had a smile on it. "I'll give you one more chance. If you don't talk properly, I may use the great memory recovery on you, but I'm telling the truth." Tang Lianning was slightly startled in her heart, but her mouth continued to whisper, "Senior brother Knight usually takes care of me, especially when there is danger." Squire, cut her arm off. "Hey, such a nice cup is going to break." A flash of regret flashed across Chang Jail's eyes. The guard nodded and slowly drew the long knife at his waist. Looking at the indifferent guards walking towards her step by step, as well as the impassive Chang Jail, Tang Lianning's heart instantly panicked. I say, it's not like he's that good looking. I've never even looked at him before. I'll take him as a lickspill. Now it's just a matter of using him. It's okay. Don't cut me. Don't cut me." Tang Lianning panicked and shrieked. Outside the cell, Li Xingyu's tiger body shook, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 14. I don't like waste. "Generals, listen to the order. Line up outside the gate." Late Ning, is that right? Looking at Li Xingyu, who appeared outside the door, a few points of panic could be seen with the naked eye in Tang Wanning's eyes. In your face cricketer. Even her ability to play weak couldn't hide what had just happened. "Senior brother Knight, listen to my explanation. He was the one who threatened me. That's not what I had in mind. It's all my fault, and I even dragged senior brother to become a prisoner." Looking at Tang Wanning, whose eyes were gradually brimming with tears, Li Xingyu remained expressionless. In the past, if Tang Wanning was like this, Li Xingyu would definitely be heartbroken. At this point, no matter how excessive Tang Lianning's request was, he would definitely go ahead and fulfill it. But now, he only felt disgusted by Tang Lianning. Listening to the sobbing in his ears, a few points of annoyance gradually grew in Li Xingyu's eyes. "Tang Wanning, just how much longer are you going to pretend?" The sudden bellowing startled Tang Evening. Looking at Li Xingyu's cold eyes, Tang Wanning felt that Li Xingyu was a bit strange for a moment. It's like Night Sungwoo doesn't know himself. She also didn't really have to know Night Sungwoo. This loud cry seemed to express the depression in his heart, and Li Xingyu opened his mouth after taking a breath. "Chang Xiao, I want to be quiet." "No problem." Chang Jail smiled and nodded, signaling the guards to take Li Xingyu to the next cell. Looking at the somewhat disheveled Li Xingyu, Chang Jail nodded with some satisfaction. According to the original, Li Xingyu is an orphan. Tang Lianning was the only thing in his heart right now. Now that he had severed this final shackle, Li Xingyu would definitely be stronger in the future. "Well, is a woman like that still worth holding on to?" Chang Jail asked with a faint smile. Li Xingyu shook his head after a moment of silence. "Follow me from now on. With me power, status, money, women, everything you want is available." Saying that, Chang Jail flipped his hand and a black beetle appeared in his hand. The beetle was pitch black, with a brilliant purple pattern all over its carapace. "This is?" Li Xingyu asked in disbelief. "Cursed compulsion. After all, you're well endowed, and I definitely want to give myself some security." Chang Jail explained with a smile. "This parasite is one of the holy relics from the Miaozhang clan, and it's an expensive one. The compulsion will become stronger as you become stronger, and the poison contained within it will also become stronger and stronger, and there is basically no solution other than the caster. Even if you cultivate to a martial god later on, the toxin attack is just as deadly." Speaking of this, Chang Jail paused and continued, "But this compulsion is not without its benefits. It contains a great deal of mysteries within it, and you'll get twice the results with half the effort when you cultivate these types of mysteries and techniques in the future." Night Sungwoo, I know you. A moralistic sect like Eyebrow Mountain doesn't suit you at all. It's a big world and you can make a lot of noise. From now on, you can use my name to make as much trouble in this world as you want. Looking at the beetle lying quietly in Chang Jail's hands, Li Xingyu hesitated for a moment. His eyes suddenly became firm. Chang Jail is right. This kind of moralistic cultivation wasn't the martial way he had in mind at all, and he was eager to get stronger and needed resources. "Chang Xiao, I've decided." Raising his hand to receive the cursed compulsion from Chang Jail, Li Xingyu raised his head and swallowed it in one gulp. Anyone who has ever swallowed a bug raw knows that it's not pleasant. Li Xingyu's face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground, covering his stomach. An unbearable pain came from his abdomen, and he could feel the cursed parasite sucking his flesh and blood. constantly crawling towards his dantian. Half a day later, Li Shangyu wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and forced himself to stand up through the severe pain to pay about at Chengjia. Thank you, Chang Xiao. Feeling the power contained within the cursed compulsion, there was nothing but excitement in Li Shangyu's eyes at the moment, while the bug is a ticking time bomb. But these are no longer important compared to the benefits one receives. Cheng Jiao patted Knight Shangyu's shoulder with satisfaction and personally released the shackles on him. Now that he had the insurance policy of the cursed compass, he wasn't worried about Li Shangyu backfiring on him at all. Chang Xiao, that Tang Wanning? Li Shangyu asked softly after moving his somewhat sore shoulders. She is, however, a rare treasure. Cheng Jiao smiled faintly, a wicked glint flashing through his eyes. In the original play, Chu Chun and Tang Evening Ning together. Besides feeling that this girl had a good skin, there was also a very important point. Tang Lian Ning was an innate acacia sacred body. This kind of physique is an unparalleled cultivation aid for the opposite sex. Not only can it help the Taoist couple to wash their physical body meridians, it can also increase their partner's cultivation speed and enlightenment in a short period of time. It only works for different members of the opposite sex only the first time, and the effect gets weaker as it goes on. Chu Chen had only painfully agreed to Tang Wanning when he first learned about this from Li Wanqing. It was also with Tang Wanning's help that Chu Chen was able to quickly rise and even overpower Li Xingyu in a short period of time. For such a treasure, Cheng Jiao didn't want to waste it. The Cheng family guards had put in so much effort this time. It was time to relax. Do you still like Tang Wanning? Cheng Jiao asked with a faint smile. Li Shangyu shook his head. She is at your disposal. That's good. But seeing as you've been chasing her for years, you'll be second in line in a moment. The second? Li Shangyu froze, not understanding what Cheng Jiao meant. This time Cheng Jiao didn't answer him and just gave him a meaningful smile. Cheng Jiao then ordered the guards to bring Tang Wanning to the Cheng family's most luxurious cell. It has all the basic amenities and is even more luxurious than an ordinary home. Inside the room, the maidservant had already forcefully taken Tang Lianning to bathe and change. By the time Cheng Jia arrived, only Tang Wanning was left in the room. Cheng Jiao, what are you doing? Looking at Cheng Jia, who was walking towards her, Tang Wanning's gaze was filled with fear. Let's waste you first and save ourselves the trouble later. Saying that, Cheng Jiao raised his hand and slapped out a palm at Tang Lianning's abdomen. Pust! Tang Lianning sprayed out a mist of blood, and her body's aura shriveled even more quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for abolishing the secondary daughter of heavenly fate cultivation. Reward, Grade A Elixir, Purple Gold Tonglingdan. Wiping the blood stains from the corners of Tang Lianning's mouth, Cheng Jia smiled faintly. It's going to be hard work for you next. An hour later, Cheng Jiao left the cell contentedly, leaving only the weeping Tang Lianning. The maid had the good sense to come in and clean up the battlefield. A short while later, the door to the room opened again. When she saw Li Xingyu come in, Tang Wanning's freshly stopped tears broke out again. Senior brotherly, Cheng Gue, he bullied me. You have to help me get revenge. Looking in front of him, the corner of Li Shangyu's mouth gradually spread a cold smile. Now that he knew Tang Wanning's true colors, he only felt that Tang Wanning deserved it. After all, who's it for? Besides, he had given so much over the years, and he deserved it. Late Ning, sorry, I'm here to bully you too. Tang Wanning, Chapter 15 Resources at Will. This is the Cheng family's heritage. Back in the room, Cheng Jia only felt refreshed. After briefly explaining a few words to the guards, Cheng Jia changed into his cultivation clothes and headed to the Cheng family's cultivation tower. As the top martial arts family today, the Cheng family's cultivation tower was extremely luxurious. Its interior was so golden that even just within the corridors one would feel that rich aura. Soon Cheng Jia rode the elevator to the highest floor of the cultivation tower. This was his exclusive cultivation room. However, because his mind hadn't been on martial arts before, Cheng Jiao didn't come to this cultivation room very often. The good thing is that the place is cleaned regularly and doesn't get dusty. Entering the password to open the room door, a technological room appeared in front of Cheng Jia's eyes. Martial arts are prevalent in this world. Likewise, the power of technology is far beyond the world Cheng Jia lived in before. Nano armor like Iron Man in the movie is also very common here. It was only due to the fact that the price was simply too high. It was impossible for an ordinary martial artist to own one. After Cheng Jia briefly operated on an instrument, a huge pool of water slowly rose from the center of the room. The pool of water was currently filled with viscous spiritual liquid. The moment this pond of spiritual liquid appeared, the originally dense spiritual chi in the room was once again elevated. This is the depth of the Cheng family. This pool of spiritual liquid alone was enough to offset the lifetime income of an ordinary family. On a table at the edge of the pool, the 7 or 8 jade bottles were neatly arranged. In here were the pills Cheng Jiao needed for his cultivation. the least quality of these is B grade. This was also the reason why Chang Jie didn't take it seriously when the system gave him an A grade elixir. With the Chang family as a behemoth, as long as it wasn't S-rank stuff, Chang Jie didn't even bother to look at it. Opening the jade bottle, Chang Jie took a deep breath, immediately feeling that his body and mind had been greatly relaxed. Closing the door, Chang Jie stripped naked and walked in. As soon as he sat down in the pool, Chang Jie felt as if the pores on his body seemed to open up. The heaven-swallowing demon technique worked on its own, and the spiritual energy in his body began to grow as far as the eye could see. Good lord, throwing a dog in can turn it into a demonic beast, right? Taking a deep breath, Chang Jie suppressed the shock in his heart and began to cultivate with his eyes closed after swallowing the elixir. Although the system directly gave himself the cultivation level of a sovereign, but this cultivation is not solid after all. After reading novels for so many years, Chang Jie naturally knew the importance of the foundation. Quite a few villains are the ones who get crossfought by the protagonist because of their fatuous cultivation. This kind of thing Chang Jie didn't want to happen to him. With this behemoth of the Chung family in place, if he flipped his car again, there would be no place to put his old face. Time always flies when you're practicing. By the time Chang Jie came out of the cultivation room, the sky outside was already translucent. Stretching his back, Chang Jie was in a good mood. Although the realm hadn't been raised yet, Chang Jie could feel that the spiritual energy in his body was much stronger than before. Back in the room, the maid quickly prepared breakfast for Chang Jie. The ingredients used for breakfast were also all spiritual food, which was tasty and helpful for cultivation. Young master, master called you last night, the maid said respectfully. Anything? Chang Jie asked with some surprise. His own dad Chang Tianhao basically do not go back to Blue Star. Remember, since he went to the martial arts high school and then did not talk to his dad how to pass the words. That's why Chang Jie was still curious about what exactly Chang Tianhao was looking for himself to do. There is one more thing for the young master. It's the one in the dungeon. What's wrong with her? Chang Jie asked as he ate. There were more than 100 Chang family guards who went out that day, and even if each of them took an hour, it would take nearly a week to throw away the rest in cleaning time in between. It's only been a day and that's about it. And one didn't receive the Tang Wanning death broadcast that the system gave him. It means the girl hasn't reached her limit yet. Someone said the girl's mental state seemed bad. Oh, that's it. Chang Jie smiled faintly. He thought it was ineffective. Give her some elixir to nourish her spirit. She's also given her food when it's time to eat. And if she doesn't eat it, she just shoves it down my throat. The body is the most important thing. It's a treasure to be used until it can't be used. Thinking of Tang Wanning's cute little face rolling her eyes yesterday, Chang Jie couldn't help but smile faintly. As you wish. The maid made a slight bow to Chang Jie, then went out with a red face. Chang Jie's decision yesterday had already spread through the Chang family. These maids were all a bit unnerved by what happened to Tang Evening Yinging. Especially those maids in charge of cleaning up the battlefield were deeply shocked every time they went in, admiring Tang Wanning's physical fitness from the bottom of their hearts. Not more than a few minutes after the maid left, the door to Chang Jie's room was knocked on again. Come in, Chang Jie said without lifting his head. The door to the room pushed open and Knight Sungwoo appeared in the doorway. Before practicing yesterday, Chang Jie had already told his guards about Li Shangyu, so it wasn't a surprise that Li Shangyu was able to enter his mansion. Chang Jie, come over for some? Pointing to the chair next to him, Chang Jie asked with a smile. No, I've eaten. Li Shangyu replied with some formality. After all, this was not his own home, and even though he had already agreed to join the Chang family, Li Shangyu was still a bit constrained. It's delicious. What a waste not to try it. Chang Jie let out a light laugh and stood up to take out a set of dishes from a side dish rack cabinet. Li Shangyu hesitated, but sat down, picking up a fried bean and putting it in his mouth. Li Shangyu's eyes widened. It's so fragrant. Anything? Seeing Li Shangyu gradually relax, Chang Jie then asked. It's nothing big. It's just that I want to practice a little bit of martial arts, Li Shangyu said with some embarrassment. Previously, I created all my martial arts skills myself, and I'm a bit blinded by that three-legged kung fu from Meishan. I want to learn real martial arts. Looking at Li Shangyu's firm gaze, Chang Jie put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. That's it? What's all the fuss about? I thought you were asking me to spare Tang Wanning. Chang Jie laughed and teased. That's for sure. Who's so nice to ask for something directly? I don't have that big of a face. Li Shangyu's old face slightly reddened as he explained, and then a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. As for that, she no longer has anything to do with me. Chang Shao can do whatever he wants with her. Chang Jie nodded in satisfaction. Li Shangyu's talent was so good and his methods were quite ruthless. Chang Jie had the intention to train him as his deputy. After all, as the biggest villain of all, You can't do everything yourself. Isn't it just a martial art? Good point. Come with me to pick it out in a while. Just in time to exchange it for a better technique for you. Maybe you'll be able to use it after a while. Speaking of this, Chang Jail's eyes glowed with faint killing intent. Chapter 16, Beauty Massage. Great Dark Dragon Claw. After a simple breakfast, Chang Jie took Li Xingyu out the door. Sitting in the hovering limousine, Chang Jie looked at everything around him with some novelty. In a few moments, the butler pulled up in front of a gilded building. Chang Tian Auction House. The car door opened and Chang Jie and Li Xingyu got out of the car. As one of the largest auction houses in the entire Blue Star, Chang Tian Auction House's decoration was extremely grand. At the door stood two guards with lances and eyes as sharp as eagles. When he saw Chang Jie walking towards him, he hurriedly saluted. Chang Jie nodded and led Li Xingyu through the door. The hall was lavishly decorated, with a gorgeous carpet on the floor and a precious painting hanging on the wall. As soon as the duo walked in, the girl at the bar rushed to greet them. The girl was dressed in a black suit, and her two slender thighs were especially eye-catching against the black silk. What brings you here, young lord? Suyu asked with some surprise. As the lobby manager of the auction house, she naturally knew Chang Jie. Yesterday's incident between the Lu family and Meishan was unknown to others, but she knew it clearly. Now she could no longer dare to look down on Chang Jie, the once dandy young master. Come over here and pick out martial arts and techniques. Any good goods lately? Chang Jie asked. Naturally. I'll show you. Suyu nodded, her face smiling and her voice sweet. Chang Jie nodded slightly and followed her to a VIP room. After commanding a few words on the intercom on her lapel, Suyu sat beside Chang Jie, her jade hand naturally resting on Chang Jie's shoulder. Young lord, it was hard running around yesterday. The skill of massage is a skill that most of the waiters in Chang Tian's auction house know. In order to make the auction experience better for those advanced clients, they usually give massages while explaining to the clients. When customers are happy, their performance is naturally high. And of course these massages are regular. Once a customer gets distracted and takes advantage of the opportunity to make a move, it's definitely not going to go away without leaving something behind. Suyu was a manager, and this massage skill was naturally perfected. Chang Jie leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. With a beautiful woman giving a massage, there was naturally no need for him to refuse. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and a girl in professional attire pushed her way in. As soon as she entered the door, the girl sat beside Li Xingyu with a smile on her face and naturally helped Li Xingyu with a massage. Behind him followed a waiter carrying a tray with 2 steaming cups of coffee. This is the coffee we prepared for you too. Please enjoy. The waiter placed the coffee on the table and retreated. Chang Jie picked up the coffee and took a sip. The flavor was mellow. On the side, Li Xingyu was a bit fidgety. This kind of luxury life with beautiful women by his side and a paper-thin life was something he had never experienced before. Feeling the constant rubbing of the jade hands on his body, Li Xingyu felt more and more in his heart that following Chang Jie was a good decision. Young lord, this is everything from the auction house. Please take a look at it in detail. I'll have the girl bring us whichever one I see. Suyu whispered in Chang Jiao's ear, then took out a tablet from the side and handed it to Chang Jiao. On the tablet was a list detailing the name and description of each martial art. Chang Jie handed the tablet to Li Xingyu after a brief glance. Anyway, there wasn't much going on right now, so he wanted to enjoy Suyu's services. Li Xingyu hurriedly took the tablet and let out a long breath in his heart. As a youth who had just awakened yesterday, the massage here made him more or less topsy-turvy. Chang Xiao, I can choose all of these? Looking at the wide array of goods, Li Xingyu was shocked in his heart. There were nearly 50 S-classes shown on the tablet alone. One must know that there were only 3 S-ranked martial arts in the entire Meishan Mountain. Li Xingyu slid the tablet excitedly, his eyes widening. These martial arts techniques simply dazzled him. You can pick them all. Just order whichever one you fancy straight away. Pick a better technique for yourself. You yourself must know which one suits you best. Chang Jie said in a cloudy manner. Li Xingyu nodded his head vigorously, in an excited mood. Soon after, Li Xingyu handed the selected tablet to Chang Jie. Only then did Chang Jie sit up straight and browse carefully. The system gave itself feats and bloodlines. Right now, the only thing one lacked was martial arts and physique. Physique is innate, and this one cannot change for the time being. So now you want to quickly improve your strength. Martial arts is the top priority. After carefully looking at it, Chang Jie chose 3 S-ranked martial arts. These 3 fit perfectly with his Gong Fu and bloodline. The two had not been long in making their selections before the door to the room was knocked on again. 8 girls holding trays fishtailed into the room. Each tray has a clear cover. Inside the hood were jade slips, armor pieces, and one was a broken-off sharp claw. Young lord, these are the things you've chosen. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Suyu spoke softly. Chang Jie nodded and signaled to hand over the sharp claw and the 2 jade slips to himself, crushing the jade slip into pieces. Chang Jie's mind was suddenly filled with an additional stream of information. They were the cultivation methods of the 9 spectral demonic sound and the cultivation of the purgatory / respectively. Chang Gui's gaze then fell onto the sharp claws. The sharp claws were extremely sharp, and the black scales around the sharp claws flashed with an eerie cold aura. Young lord has good eyesight. This is the sharp claw of a darkness attribute subdragon. Suyu was a little surprised, not expecting Chang Jie to choose this, but I have to remind the young lord. The martial arts within this sharp claw is S-ranked and can only be practiced by those with a dragon bloodline. Would you like the young lord to look at something else? No need. Chang Jie shook his head. He then violently grasped his right hand onto the dragon's claw. The dragon's claw instantly pierced Chang Jie's palm and blood flowed out. Under the crowd's shocked gaze, the dragon's claw actually turned into a black light and merged into Chang Jie's hand. The palm that had been pierced through also instantly returned to its original state. Meanwhile, a message appeared in Chang Jie's mind. Great Dark Dragon Claw. Clenching his right hand, Chang Jie's heart burst with joy. After fusing the dragon claw, the power of his right hand was actually several times stronger than before. Young lord, you can cultivate? How is that possible? Suyu was shocked in her heart. Chang Gui was a human. Where was the dragon bloodline in his body? It's not like he's one of that tiny number of Skrulls. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask about some things. Trouble comes out of the mouth. Chang Jie glared at Suyu and continued to lean back on the sofa to rest his eyes. That right hand fused with the dragon claw landed very naturally on Suyu's leg. Suyu was shocked in her heart and hurriedly closed her mouth, not daring to blame Chang Jie for being unreasonable at all. She had heard about what happened in the dungeon. She didn't want to experience that kind of despair. You're so beautiful. Just then, Chang Jie's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Chang Jie took it out to see that it was actually Chung Feng who called. Young lord, our people in Han City seem to have found out about that Chu Chen. Hearing that, Chang Jie instantly sat up straight, killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 17, Call from the Front, Support from my old man. Is the information accurate? Chang Jie asked with some excitement. He knew that the Chang family's information network was very good, but he didn't expect it to be this good. Surprisingly, it took a day to find Chu Chen's trail. Just an eyeball sighting that needs further confirmation. The eyes didn't continue to follow them for fear of spooking them, but 9 times out of 10, it can be confirmed that it's Chu Chen. Chang Feng said with certainty. Good. Order someone to follow Chu Chen closely. We'll depart in a few days. After hanging up the phone, Chang Jie didn't care to enjoy it anymore. Pulling on Li Shengyu, he rushed back to the Chang family. Now he had to hurry up and familiarize himself with these martial arts so that nothing would happen this time. Back home, Chang Jie remembered what the maid had told him in the morning and took out the phone to dial Chang Tianhao. After a burst of music, a gruff voice came from the other end of the line. Hello? Who is it? Hearing this, 3 black lines appeared on Chang Jie's head. Good man. I can't believe my own old man doesn't even know his own phone number. It seems really unfamiliar. Chang Jie. Oh, look at my head. I even forgot your phone number. Chang Tianhao on the other end of the phone laughed a little awkwardly. I heard you were looking for me? What can I do for you? Chang Jie asked calmly. Nothing. I heard about yesterday. Chang Tianhao paused, and his voice suddenly became louder. It's so hard. You finally come to your senses. All these years, do you know how much I've hated you? Watching you follow women around every day. Old me was on the verge of giving you up. That was beautifully done yesterday. That drive was better than your father's. Chang Tianhao's voice was excited, and the laughter kept coming. Only after a moment did Chang Tianhao regain his composure and asked, I've heard that you're looking for a guy named Chu Chen, right? Is he any good? Destiny's child. Chang Jie answered truthfully, and it's already a feud with me, so whether it's for my own sake or for the sake of my family, I must get rid of him. Hearing this, Chang Tianhao on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. Son, you're right. Chang Tianhao's voice was gloomy, completely devoid of the joy he felt just now. The son of heaven's destiny is favored by the heavenly Tao, and his enemies are the enemies of the entire heaven and earth. Now that he's feuding with you, then our Chang family will definitely be affected. And if we don't handle it well, there's even the danger of being wiped out. But if we can get him killed, then his fortune will be stripped away from us. And then our Chang family will really have the potential to leap to become the #1 family in the world. Chang Jie nodded. Chang Tianhao was right. The current Chu Chen was no longer as simple as just a system mission. I'll order it down. And now all of the Chang family will follow your orders and unconditionally obey your decisions. After thinking for a moment, Chang Tianhao continued. Also, I will transfer a War God Legion from the front line home to assist you as soon as possible. Do whatever you want to do. You've got me behind you. Hearing this, Chang Jie's heart warmed. The Warlord's Legion. This was one of the Chang family's most central fighting forces. With such a strong backing, he could completely let go of his hands in the future. Thanks, Dad. Son and old son still so polite. Chang Tianhao laughed. By the way, recently your mom is also going back. You go to pick her up at that time. My mom's coming back too? Chang Jail's heart was delighted at his words. The world only knew that his father was a Federation war god, but knew very little about his mother, Lin Wei. However, Chang Jiao knew that his own mother, Lin Wei, was the world's #1 culinary goddess. Even ordinary ingredients could be turned into rare cultivation materials in Lin Wei's hands. This time, Lin Wei also went to the front line to help Chang Tianhao out a bit and see if she could make him break through to the demigod realm. But it seems to be mostly a failure now. And compared to Chang Tianhao, Lin Wei used to take care of herself for a much longer period of time and was psychologically closer. Lin Wei is still happy to be back. Chang Jail. Then you won't come back with my mom to see? Chang Jail pursued. No. Chang Tianhao on the other end of the phone side. The front line is under pressure. I can't get away for a while. And it's a critical time in my cultivation. I'm uneasy in my heart to go back now. So what if I can make you break through? Chang Jie said with a smile. Just you? Chang Tianhao also laughed. Who are you to do that? Believe it or not, it's up to you. I have a way anyway. And Uncle Chen should have told you that he broke through to the second sky of Yuanshan after eating a single elixir. That potion will be useful for you too. Oh, Chang Jie said quietly. Once these words came out, Chang Tianhao on the other end of the phone was instantly voiceless. Only after a long time did Chang Tianhao ask solemnly, are you telling the truth? Sure, just so you can bring one back for Grandpa. I'll just have these two. Okay, no problem. I'll go back then. Chang Tianhao's tone was obviously much more agitated. He had been stuck in the divine flame realm for too long. It's been so long that he even has some self-doubt. Now that Chang Jie could make a breakthrough for himself, he was naturally unwilling to miss this opportunity. Chang Jail was still about to say something to Chang Tianhao when a loud bang suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Chang Jail first. Those sons of ES foreigners are here again. I'll go back with your mom then. With that said, the call was suddenly disconnected. Chang Jiao put the phone away. And in his heart, he couldn't help but worry a little for Chang Tianhao. There seems to be a real emergency at the front. Putting the phone away, Chang Jiao walked towards the cultivation tower. Right now, he had to raise his power as quickly as possible and set off as soon as Chu Chen's whereabouts were confirmed. Inside the practice room, at this moment, Chang Jiao had changed his appearance greatly. The originally smooth skin was now covered with black scales, like a piece of hard armor. These scales shone with a mysterious light, as if they contained endless power. His right arm was completely covered in dragon scales, and even half of his face was wrapped in dragon scales. At first glance it looked more like a half-human, half-demon monster. However, this change did not make Chang Jie feel fear or discomfort. Instead, a strong excitement and thrill surged in his heart. Feeling the surging power within his body, Chang Jie couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. This heavenly demon black dragon bloodline given by the system is truly extraordinary. Although today's him was not yet able to fully utilize this bloodline power, using only 10% of it had already given him a great boost in strength. Not only did his muscles become more solid and powerful, his bones also became tougher, as if his entire body had undergone a rebirth like baptism, and his physical strength had received an almost five-fold increase. With his right hand clenched in a fist, Chang Jie looked towards an alloy dummy in front of him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes before his right hand swung out violently. Great dark dragon claw. A low dragon roar rang out, and a large pitch-black claw mark appeared out of thin air. An eerie and evil terrifying demonic aura instantly blossomed. There was a loud boom. 5 hideous cracks suddenly appeared on that sturdy and incomparable alloy dummy, and metal fragments flew everywhere. Chapter 18. Eat it all and kill the second heaven's destiny daughter. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the practice room, the closed door finally opened slowly, and a naked figure stepped out from it. This person is none other than Chang Jail. He squinted his eyes slightly and raised a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight, his face beaming with undisguised joy. In the past 7 days, Chang Jiao had devoted himself to cultivation. The results have been remarkable. With the help of the Chang family's powerful resources, he managed to break through to the mid-Zhongshe realm. Not only that, his level of martial arts skills had also been greatly improved. After returning to the mansion, Chang Jie slightly freshened up and organized himself, and before he could rest for a moment, the door to his room was knocked on. Opening the door, it was none other than Knight Sungwoo outside. Young Chang, that Chu Chen's message is confirmed. Currently the person is still in Han City, but with more people around for protection. After the eyes over there inquired, all of those people came from the Hanqing City Lord's mansion. Li Xingyu's body stood straight, his tone respectful and serious. In these few days of cultivation in the Chang family, the more Li Xingyu learned about the Chang family, the more shocked he became, especially when he experienced the Chang family's cultivation tower. He had never seen such a dense aura in his life. His talent was not weak in the first place. After changing his technique and with the aid of such a powerful external force, his strength had likewise soared. The current knight Shengyu was already convinced from the bottom of his heart. Li Shengyu stood straight, his attitude respectful and serious. These few days of cultivation in the Chang family had given Li Shengyu a deeper knowledge and understanding of the family. Each deeper inquiry brings a new shock, especially when he personally experienced the Chang family's cultivation tower. The heaven-like cultivation environment within it made his jaw drop. He had never seen such a rich aura in his life, and Li Shengyu felt as if he was in an ocean of auras. Under such superior conditions, as long as one cultivates hard, one's future achievements will definitely be unlimited. At this moment, Li Xingyu's heart was filled with gratitude and admiration. He's convinced from the bottom of his heart that the reverence for Chang prison and the Chang family grew deeper. Han City Lord's mansion? Chang Jail froze slightly, then smiled disdainfully. This Haze City is something that didn't appear in the original show. Therefore, he didn't know why Han Shang wanted to help Chu Chen. But none of that matters. If this Han City Lord didn't have eyes, then there was no need for it to exist. How have you been practicing these past few days? Without caring too much about the matter of Han City, Chang Jail asked nonchalantly. With the help of Chang Xiao, I've now broken through to the late stage of Zhongshi, Li Shengyu reported in a somewhat excited tone. His talent wasn't bad to begin with, and with the replacement of a more suitable technique for him, his strength was even more surging now. Nice. Chang Jian nodded, looking at Li Shengyu with satisfaction in his gaze. Inform the people below that they will depart Hanqing tomorrow. Yes. After Li Shengyu respectfully bowed to Cheng Jia, he slowly turned around and just took 2 steps but then stopped and then turned around again. Seeing this, Cheng Jail couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise and asked, anything else? Li Shengyu nodded his head repeatedly, a trace of unconcealable smugness flickering in his eyes as he laughed softly. Yesterday, the Cheng family guards had all completed the christening ceremony, and Tang Lianning's physical condition was not in any serious trouble with the help of the elixir. Speaking of this, the corners of Li Shengyu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. After all, Tang Wanning had been using him all along, and now that he saw her end up like this, Li Xingyu secretly rejoiced in his heart. Oh, almost forgot about her. After Li Xingyu reminded him of this, Cheng Jiao then remembered. Okay, I know, I'll check on her later. After sending off Li Shengyu, Cheng Jia quickly finished his breakfast under the waitress's service. Inside the room at the end of the dungeon, looking at the young girl lying quietly on the bed, the corner of Cheng Jia's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. The bed in the room at the moment had long since disappeared, and it seemed that for the sake of convenience, Tang Lianning had been thrown directly onto the floor. Cheng Jia pulled a chair from the side and sat in front of Tang Wanning. It's been a hard few days. Cheng Jia's gaze fell on the young girl, his eyes full of playfulness. Hearing Cheng Jia's voice, Tang Wanning's body on the bed visibly trembled. She sat up sharply and straightened her body, and when she got a good look at Cheng Jia's appearance, her originally bleak eyes were instantly filled with fear. Cheng Jiao, Cheng Xiao, I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please, leave me alone. Tang Lianning knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing. A few moments later, seeing that Cheng Jiao was unmoved, Tang Evening picked up Cheng Jiao's feet and began to kiss them frantically. It seems like he wants to please Cheng Jiao in this way. Looking at the young girl in front of him, Cheng Jiao smiled disdainfully. When she first arrived, Tang Wanning would never be like this. For a white lotus like her, who was held in the palm of her hand by countless people, this kind of humiliation was simply worse than killing her. But now the skillfulness of this movement made Cheng Jiao a little surprised. It seemed that Tang Evening Ying had really been serious about helping the Cheng family baptize in the past few days. However, he's not here to enjoy himself, and he was too dirty for Tang Wanning now. Come on, don't show it. Cheng Jiao snorted coldly and kicked Tang Lianning aside. First of all, on behalf of the Cheng family, I would like to express my gratitude to you. You did work hard these past few days. Looking at Tang Lianning on the ground, Cheng Jiao leisurely said, no hard work, Cheng Xiao, if you want, any time. Tang Lianning hurriedly knelt down, but a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. It's been a hell of a week for her. If it wasn't for revenge, she'd want to die. However, Tang Evening-Ning's entire body froze when she saw the cultivating heavenly demon sword in Cheng Jia's hand. Cheng Xiao, did I do a bad job? Tang Lianning's eyes widened as she hurriedly threw those useless fabrics on her body aside, then respectfully plopped down at Chang Jie's feet. Shang Xiao, I'll do everything you say. Don't kill me. Tang Lianning was trembling all over and kept begging bitterly. However, Chang Jie's gaze grew colder and colder. Get out. Once again kicking Tang Lianning away, Chang Jie sneered and stood up. Want me to play? Are you worthy now? It's been a rough few days for you too, and I think you've wanted to die for a long time. I'm a kind-hearted person who can't see you suffering alive, so I fulfill your wish to die, said Cheng Jiao as he slammed down the battle blade in his hand. The blood-red blade awnings condensed in an instant. The entire room was illuminated by that splash of blood color, and a crazy killing intent swept through it like a gale. Chang Jiao, why are you doing this to me? I curse you. Looking at the rapidly approaching blood-colored blade, Tang Lianning's face twisted together with expressions of unwillingness, despair, fear, and aggression. She didn't understand why Cheng Gui had to kill herself when she had obviously cooperated. Brush. A line of blood slowly appeared on Tang Lianning's neck, and then blood gushed out, and her head was thrown away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the secondary daughter of destiny. Rewards. Chapter 19, Lord of Han City. The charming Shenlin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the subordinate divine destiny's daughter. Reward, S-class weapon, sky-killing flywheel. Cheng Jie stuck out his tongue and gently licked the blood from the blade. A faint scent of blood and a slight sweetness spread across his tongue. One had to admit that the young girl's blood did have a distinctive hint of sweetness that was different from the others. When Cheng Jie slowly walked out of the room, the guards guarding the door immediately greeted him. The guards bowed to Cheng Jie, their eyes filled without awe for Cheng Jie. The guards then quickly entered the room and carefully carried out Tang Lianning's body and disposed of it properly. Next day, Cheng Jie got up early, just walking to the garden. The statement several people have been waiting in silence for a long time. Behind them was a small flying battleship. Cheng Jie didn't bring too many people with him this time to Han City. War gods and martial gods were normally required to travel to the outer heaven to hold down the fort, so the strongest people within the Federation right now were just Yuan Shin level princes and marquises. It was already enough to have Statement and Chang Feng guarding by his side. Moreover, the Chang family has its own roots and forces over in Han City, so bringing too many people would be easy to scare the snakes. Young lord, the airplane is ready. Seeing Cheng Jie come out, Li Shangyu took the lead in welcoming him. Cheng Jie nodded towards the airplane in front of him. He had only seen this kind of airplane in sci-fi movies before, and he didn't expect to own it now. Accompanied by the roar of the engines, the battleship slowly climbed up and then rapidly flew towards Han City. Unlike the city of Green Vine, Hanchang is the center city of Jizhou. Its prosperity was also far from being comparable to Green Vine City. Sunlight poured into the room through the windows, illuminating the city lord's mansion in the center of the city. Chu Chen lazily lay on the lap of a beautiful young woman, his eyes closed, enjoying the tranquility and comfort to the fullest. The young woman was about 30 years old, with light brown curly hair that fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, giving off an attractive shine. Her face was as white as snow, delicate and smooth, without the slightest wrinkle, and it was obvious that she had put a lot of effort into her maintenance and beauty care on a regular basis. However, compared to her delicate face, it was her chiseled, voluptuous and attractive body that was even more remarkable. The young woman's upper body was wearing only a clean white shirt. The tight buttons seemed as if they would collapse at any moment, vaguely revealing the endless flavor hidden underneath. Underneath was a tight wraparound short skirt that perfectly outlined her slender waist and rounded curves, and a pair of black stockings over her slender legs added a bit of mystery and sexiness. The young woman gently picked up a crystal clear grape from the fruit plate on the table, carefully peeled off the outer skin, and then handed the juicy flesh to Chu Chen's mouth. Chu Chen slightly opened his mouth and savored the sweet fruit, a contented look spreading across his face. If a third party were present at this moment, I'm afraid they would be amazed. They couldn't imagine that majestic and dignified city lord had such a gentle and considerate side. Was this still the same Shenlin who had been brave and fearless in the face of the landing of the sea race, killing through thousands of troops all by herself? Morn, how do you feel in Han City these days? Shenlin caressed Chu Chen's hair, and her eyes were full of tenderness. It's not bad. Han City is much better than a small city like our Green Vine City, Chu Chen said in a cozy and leisurely manner with his eyes slightly closed. Just get used to living there. Shenlin had a smile in her eyes. A week ago, while he was taking a bath himself, Chu Chen suddenly fell through a spatial rift into his bathroom. At that time, Shenlin was startled and subconsciously struck out. Unexpectedly, this palm had accidentally seriously injured Chu Chen, who had already fainted from being tortured by the spatial turbulence. After regaining her sanity, Shinlin called for a doctor to heal Chu Chen's injuries at the first opportunity. It wasn't until Chu Chen woke up that she understood what happened. When she learned that Cheng Jael, the young master of the Cheng family, had committed a murder in public, even disregarding the federal statutes and wantonly killing people, Shinlin's heart was instantly filled with rage. The achievements of the Cheng family are there for all to see. However, in Shinlin's opinion, this was not the capital for the Cheng family to do whatever they wanted. But when she reported the matter, the decision from above was surprisingly not to deal with it, because the Cheng family has already found a scapegoat. He even hinted that Shinlin should be more tight-lipped and could hand over the picked-up Chu Chen to calm the Cheng family's anger if necessary. Shinlin was naturally furious. On the surface, they obeyed the Federation's arrangement, but secretly protected Chu Chen. After a few days of getting along, Shinlin felt that the Chu Chen in front of her was becoming more and more attractive. 35. It's the age of sitting on the ground and sucking up dirt, especially for a woman like Shinlin, who hadn't touched a man in 30 years. She could only solve the problem herself on weekdays. Now that Chu Chen had suddenly intruded into her world, it instantly made her sink. It was good that Shinlin still had her senses and didn't give herself up in such a hurry. On weekdays, she and Chu Chen were up and down, but behind her back, they had already started to become ambiguous. Holding up her gold-rimmed glasses, Shinlin continued to speak. By the way, there's still some turmoil in Greenvine City lately, and it's been confirmed that the Cheng family exterminated the Meishan and Lu families. What? Chu Chen sat up violently, his eyes filled with hatred. Exterminate the door. Cheng prison is so cruel. Chu Chen's fists were clenched tightly and his face was ironic. The Ryu family had helped him over the years to get into Kyoto University. Li Wanqing, an old man from Meishan, even saved himself by fighting to the death. These two favors were unforgettable for him. Chu Chen. Yet now so many innocent people are dead because of themselves. All of this hatred Chu Chen blamed on Cheng Jia, not the slightest hint of guilt for being a vampire for 3 years. Chu Chen, don't worry, with your talent you will definitely be able to avenge them in the future. These days you can rest assured of your cultivation. As long as you're in Han City, I'll guarantee you, Shinlin said softly in a comforting voice. She had seen all of Chu Chen's perseverance in cultivation these past few days. In this teenager, she seemed to see herself back then. Once upon a time, she herself was also a proud daughter of the heavens. Only because of her limited talent, she ended up stopping at Yuanshan. However, she saw a future far beyond her own in Chu Chen. Only after a long time did Chu Chen let out a long breath. Sister Shun, thank you. Gee, you're welcome with me. Shinlin laughed softly and gently pulled Chu Chen into her arms. I'll have to watch you level the playing field and soar in the future. Chu Chen's heart warmed, but his hand gently placed on Shinlin's thighs that were wrapped in black silk. Then Sister Shin, I'm not polite with you? Saying that, Chu Chen's hand began to slowly move upwards, wanting to explore towards that forbidden area. What were you thinking? Shinlin hurriedly knocked his hand away. The flush of scarlet on her cheeks was contrasted by her golden eyes. Chapter 20, Chu Chen's Undercover? Kill the Hanging Citadel. Inside a mountain house on the outskirts of Han City, a huge warplane slowly descended from the sky, and with a loud roar, 4 silhouettes walked out from the cabin. It was none other than the 4 of them, Cheng Jael, Cheng Feng Statement and Li Xingyu. Stepping out of the fighter, Cheng Jia stretched his body and looked around with some curiosity. The lodge is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with beautiful scenery, green trees and fresh air, giving people a sense of tranquility and peace. This place is nice, Cheng Jael exclaimed with some surprise. He had originally thought that a few people would be heading to an armed stronghold of the Cheng family, but now it seemed more like a vacation spot. I didn't realize that Han City, which is in the center of Jizhou, had such a paradise. Young Lord can come more often in the future if he likes it. The statement on the side was in an equally good mood. He knew that Cheng Jia had been living in a tense cultivation environment in recent days and rarely had the chance to relax himself. Not only could this lodge serve as a temporary stopping point for them, but it would also allow Cheng Jael to enjoy a moment of peace and quiet. Cheng Jio nodded, satisfied with the proposal. The statement was right. Although it was important to kill the faithful son, proper rest and relaxation was also needed. Moreover, the location of this mountain villa was very hidden, so any action would not be discovered by the people of the Han City City Lord's mansion. Li Xingyu and Cheng Feng similarly surveyed the surroundings with smiles on their faces. Such a beautiful environment is equally soothing to them. As he spoke, several silhouettes came quickly from the distance. A few people had just arrived in front of Cheng Jael and even directly knelt down. Young Lord, forgive me. I was dealing with something just now and was late in picking you up. A man at the head of the group bowed respectfully to Cheng Jia, his tone slightly trembling. The man appeared to be almost 40 years old or so, wearing only a leather vest on his upper body, revealing his gnarled muscles and dominating tattoos. The ones behind him were much younger, but also each had a tattooed dragon and tiger, giving the impression of a spiritual young man. Uncle Chen, what's going on here? The scene in front of him was a bit of a surprise even for Chang Jail, who had experienced great storms. Gang leader Lee, there's no need for that, and we've just arrived. Statement stepped forward and helped the man up, then introduced himself to Chang Jail. This is Lee Sudong, the president of the Han City Sudong Association, and a member of our Chang family. Hearing this, Chang Jail came to a realization. Patting Lee Sudong's shoulder, Chang Jia smiled and said, so that's how it is, they're all his own people. President Lee doesn't need to be like this in the future. With that, he tried to reach out to help Lee Dongshu up. However, right at this moment, Lee Dongshu hastily dodged his outstretched hand and respectfully replied, young lord, you are too kind. I am a small local talker. I wouldn't dare to sit on an equal footing with you. Seeing this, Chang Jail couldn't help but frown and asked with some displeasure, am I Chang Jail so unapproachable? While speaking, Chang Jail carefully sized up Lee Sudong, trying to find an answer from his expression. However, when he saw Lee Sudong's nervous and cautious look, the doubts in Chang Jail's heart increased a few more points. Kneeling on the ground, Lee Sudong did not dare to relax for a moment in his heart. The events in Greenvine City had already spread within the Chang family, destroying the Liu family and then Meishan within a day. This kind of iron-fisted method made Chang Jail already have a fierce reputation. For this young master who could not move without destroying people's entire family, Lee Sudong really did not dare to be negligent. Fearing that Chang Jia would kill himself as well with a single order, he himself was only an intentional change realm venerable. He couldn't beat the two princes. Statement in Chang Feng. President Lee just said he was dealing with something. What is it? Is it important? Seeing Chang Jail's question, Lee Sudong replied in a panic. It's important. Just now we discovered an undercover agent who snuck in from the city lord's mansion. Undercover? Chang Jail was slightly startled and turned his head to look at the statement. Do any of our clubs still do shady business? As in the last life, some things are taboo. Doing this kind of business will not only harm the people, but you will also lose your head. Of course not. Stating that he instantly understood what Chang Jail meant, he hurriedly explained. The Rising East Society is a regular gang organization, but because of its huge power, the Lord of Han City is afraid of threatening himself, so he tried to eradicate the Rising East Society. This situation has become even more serious, especially after the Sudong Society followed Chu Chen recently. This week, 3 of the city lord's men have been spotted coming in undercover, trying to dismantle us from the inside. Chang Jail nodded at his words. This phenomenon is not really uncommon. Once a power becomes too large, it can pose a potential threat to the crown. Not only would Sudong be like this, even the entire Chang family was facing the same problem. In fact, many of the rules and clauses set by the Federation were specifically aimed at the Chang family, especially on the extraterritorial battlefield. In order to limit the influence of the Chang family, they deliberately placed the Chang family at the forefront and under the greatest pressure. While the shortcuts that were sent back to the Federation seldom mentioned the Chang family's merits, history has proven that wherever and whenever meritocracy is at stake, it will be the target of a crackdown. It's just that the current scale of the Chang family is just too big, and the Federation doesn't dare to take action easily for the time being. This was also the reason why the various forces of the entire Federation were able to be so united in their attacks on the Chang family after Chu Chen had emerged. The Chang family's piece of cake was big enough to make them briefly forget about the threat of the Fei. Since it's someone from Chu Chen's side, then we naturally have to give them a good reception. President Lee, take me to meet this hero of Han City, Lee Sudong hurriedly answered, before he finally stood up from the ground. Following Lee Sudong, the few people quickly walked deeper into the manor. Unlike the mountainous landscape outside, this place was made entirely of stone, with dried blood everywhere and a creepy, shadowy aura. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're still not talking, are you? In the very center of the field, a topless, bloodied man was hanging upside down from a thick tree branch. The man's nose was bruised and swollen, and he was already somewhat unrecognizable from his original appearance. Blood continued to drip from the corners of its mouth, and it was obvious that it had been seriously injured. Seeing Lee Sudong arrive with several people from Chang Jail, the few people who were originally asking questions hurriedly put down the whips in their hands and bowed respectfully to Chang Jail. Chang Jail waved his hand, signaling several people to step aside. Walking up to the man, Chang Jail squatted down and looked at the man with a playful expression. Shen Lin sent you, didn't she? Don't spit blood. This matter has nothing to do with Shen, City Lord Shen. The man gasped for air. His voice was extremely weak, and if it wasn't for the silence around him, Cheng Jail wouldn't have been able to hear him. Okay, whether this has anything to do with Lord Shen's city or not, we have to give Lord Shen's city a big gift for our first visit today. Cheng Jail stood up and pointed at the man. I've always heard that Lord Shen's city is lonely, so let's throw in the towel and find someone to take him koan to make a sashimi for Lord Shen's city in a while. As for this one, Cheng Jail smiled faintly with a very sunny and cheerful smile. Break his limbs and hang him in front of the door of the city lord's mansion to help Lord Shen avoid evil spirits. Chapter 21 Provocation? No, that was a warning. Hearing Cheng Jie's words, everyone present had their bodies tremble. Even these mental boys who had been in the club for years felt shaky and subconsciously touched their little brothers. It was known throughout the city that Xin Lin, the lord of Han City, had kept her body. Not only is she herself, the entire city of Haze is moving in that direction under her governance. All windy places of fun were expressly forbidden, and even the sale of all toys was prohibited. A few months ago, a boy was convicted by Xin Lin for posting a defamatory sneak peek of himself on the subway, and the girls lined that she was cyber-violated into depression. Not only do they have to go to jail, but they also have to pay for the girl's medical care and emotional distress, causing the boy's family to be displaced. The case was a sensation throughout the Commonwealth at the time, and many people spoke up for the boys. But Xin Lin just said, "It's wrong for girls to slander, but isn't he himself at fault?" Covered the matter up. It is also because of having a judgment like Xin Lin that the Federation has more and more fairies. And now, Cheng Jail not only wanted to give that one sashimi to Xin Lin, but also to hang the man on the gate of the city lord's mansion. This in-your-face opening of the big one is destined to cause Xin Lin's desperate retaliation. Young lord, are you trying to provoke the city lord's mansion? I don't feel there's a need for this, Li Sudong asked with some apprehension. Provocation? This is a warning from me. Cheng Jail smiled indifferently. If she's still so protective of Chu Qin, I don't mind using the Chu Qin ground to make another one for her. Cheng Jail, you can't insult the city lord like that. The man's body was hanging upside down, struggling frantically. He had been ready to die for a long time, but Cheng Jail's words made him feel worse than death. How can you say I insulted her when I clearly meant well? Cheng Jail sneered, then looked at Li Sudong, who was on the side. President Li, do it. Li Sudong's tiger body shook, hesitated for a moment or waved his hand and led his men towards the man. Soon, the man behind him then let out a desperate scream. A moment later, Li Sudong washed his hands and returned to Cheng Jie's side. At this moment, this mobster was finally able to see Cheng Jail's cruelty, and was secretly glad that he was fortunate to have knelt down early in the party. President Li, does the club still have undercover agents? Cheng Jail asked leisurely as he sat on a rock to the side. I don't think so. No new people have joined lately. The rest of them have also completed their background checks, Li Sudong said seriously. Cheng Jie finally showed some satisfaction on his face as he sniffed. The vetting of affiliated forces like the Rising East Society was definitely not as strong as that of the Cheng family, so it's inevitable that there will be some mix-ups, but it's not bad in terms of unity strength. It's about always being on guard against a rat turd spoiling the pot. This time Li Sudong's action Cheng Jie was still satisfied. Cheng Xiao, we still need to deal with that person over here. Let's go to the manor and talk about it, so as to save the screams from polluting Cheng Xiao's ears. Hearing the wailing behind him, Li Sudong suggested, aha, it's still President Li who's thoughtful. Cheng Jie smiled, and his group followed Li Sudong into the manor with a beautiful view. The estate is not luxurious and all the buildings have an old-world charm. The view really is so much better than in the city. Sitting in the outdoor parlor of the manor, Cheng Jie somewhat greedily breathed in the rare and pure air. If you like it, Cheng Xiao, here it is for you. You can come anytime you want when you want, Li Sudong said with a smile while pouring tea for Cheng Jail. That won't be necessary. Cheng Jail shook his head and sighed somewhat helplessly. With Chu Chen and the heavenly tribulation present, there was no time for him to relax at all. You guys have already mapped out Chu Chen's trail, right? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Cheng Jail smiled and asked Li Dongwook. That's right. Right now we have people guarding outside the city lord's mansion 24 hours a day. And currently Chu Chen has been staying inside the city lord's mansion and not going out. But in 3 days, he should come out. Li Dongshu reported respectfully. Oh, is there anything important in 3 days? Cheng Jail asked with some confusion. Li Sudong nodded and smiled mysteriously. Of course, this is a big deal. 3 days from now is when the Ning Chamber of Commerce will come to Han City and conduct an auction. It's said that quite a few good things will appear in this auction, even some alien supreme treasures. Hearing this, Cheng Jail's eyes lit up as a wave of anticipation surged in his heart. A foreign race supreme treasure. That is a rare treasure, Cheng Jio muttered. As the young master of the Cheng family, he knew the value and significance of these treasures. And if he could obtain an alien supreme treasure, it would be a huge gain for him. In that case, it's possible for Chu Chen to go to this auction as well? Chang Jiao guessed. It's very likely. Li Dongwook replied. After all, such an auction is also an unparalleled opportunity for cultivators to find a lot of good things. Moreover, City Lord Shenlin is also among the list of invitees, and at that time, the probability is that Chu Chen will go with her. Then it looks like a great opportunity. Chang Jiao smiled indifferently, greed and killing intent flashing in his eyes. Thinking for a moment, Chang Jiao instructed Li Sudong, arrange more people to closely monitor the movements of the City Lord's mansion in these few days to ensure that we don't miss any opportunities. Also, give that big gift to Shenlin today. I have a feeling she'll like it. As you wish. I'll make the arrangements. Li Sudong made a respectful bow to Chang Jie, and then immediately went to make the arrangements according to Chang Jie's instructions. Night falls and the lights come on. The night in Han City was quiet and peaceful, and the moonlight poured onto the streets, reflecting a silver-white glow. At this moment, the lights inside the Han City Lord's mansion were as bright as day. City Lord, today's dinner has been prepared. Please enjoy, a maid said softly. Her voice was soft and melodious, as if a spring breeze brushed people's ears. Afterwards, the maids respectfully brought an exquisite dish to the table. Arranging it neatly, the spacious and bright hall was filled with a light, mouth-watering aroma. Shenlin and Chu Chen were seated on both sides of the long table, and their gazes met, revealing a tacit understanding and harmony. What kind of dish is this? Looking at the plate covered with a silver lid in front of her, Shenlin asked in puzzlement. This is today's tonic, said to have been sent by an outsider especially for you. The maid replied respectfully. I guess it's just some more beauty treatments. Shenlin casually spat. As the lord of a city, there were simply too many people who gave her things on weekdays. She had long been accustomed to such things. Waving her hand to drive the maid away, Shenlin's face was once again filled with smiles. Chu Chen, let's eat. With that, she opened the silver lid. Ah! In the next moment, Shenlin was so frightened that her face turned white, and her screams spread throughout the hall. Chu Chen scurried in an arrow step and looked at the sashimi on the plate with a gloomy face. Chapter 22 Continued Fermentation. Furious Shenlin. Upon hearing Shenlin scream, the guards of the City Lord's mansion rushed in at the first opportunity. Everyone's heart fluttered when they saw the items on the plate. Call all the ones in the back kitchen and tell me what's going on. Shenlin's eyes contained killing intent, and that beautiful face was completely red from anger. Click! The pair of iron chopsticks that were clutched in her hands broke with a sound. Soon, all the people from the back kitchen arrived. After seeing the stab, everyone was suddenly ashen. What the hell is going on here? Who prepared this dish? Come on and step forward. Don't make us bury you. Lord City Lord, you must find out what's going on. This matter has nothing to do with us. Before Shenlin could ask, these chefs had already begun to dump on each other. Fear of this pot that is enough to drop your head on your own. Just then, the head chef, who had been silent, suddenly widened his eyes. City Lord, that man is not from our City Lord's mansion. I think I saw the mark of the Rising East Society on his wrist. The Rising East Society? Shenlin was shocked when she heard this. It wasn't like the Sudong Society had been at odds with themselves for a day or two, but even though the two sides are fighting openly and secretly, they will not be in the same situation as today. Doing so will only push the relationship to freezing point. I know. Get rid of this. Looking at the sashimi on her plate again, Shenlin twisted her head in some disgust, unconsciously sweeping her gaze over Chu Chen. Shenlin's face suddenly reddened a few more points. Early the next morning, as the sky turned fish belly white, the yells of vendors were already coming from the streets of Han City. Originally, this should have been a time of hurry, but at this moment, the outside of the City Lord's mansion was surrounded by people. Look at that! There's a man hanging there. He looks so familiar to me. It seems like I've seen him in our school before. It seems like the back seems to have gotten into the Federal Police Academy. So miserable. Were you caught going undercover? What kind of gang is so rampant? Ugh, it's going to be rough again. Those onlookers, one by one, covered their mouths and looked at the gate of the City Lord's mansion with horrified gazes. There, a man covered in clear tape, whose arms and legs had been badly twisted and deformed, was hanging upside down. Blood spread all over the man's body, especially between the two stalks. It is a bloody blur. Seems to have suffered extremely cruel abuse. The commotion outside soon caught Shenlin's attention. She frowned and walked quickly to the window, peering out through it. When she saw the man's tragic situation, even though Shenlin was psychologically prepared, she was still scared pale and her body involuntarily trembled. Who the hell did this? Shenlin's eyes widened and her voice trembled a little. Then an uncontrollable rage erupted from his heart like a volcano. First, he sent his body to be stabbed, and now he was treating his own people in such a manner, which was not a simple provocation, but a signal that he was ready to go to war. Shenlin took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She knew that she couldn't panic at this time, and had to remain calm in order to deal with whatever might happen next. After ordering the man to be put down, Shenlin made some more speeches to appease the people before those crowds of onlookers gradually evacuated. Inside the city lord's mansion, Shenlin sat in the main seat of the conference room without a word, her face grim to the core. The people seated below were also filled with anger, each with both fists clenched as if they might explode at any time. However, the entire conference room was unusually quiet, with only the sound of suppressed breathing echoing in the air. Everyone looked at Shenlin unanimously, waiting for Shenlin's decision. A moment later, Shenlin broke the silence, her voice icy cold, without the slightest emotional color, as if it came from the nine hells. Gentlemen, which department is the comrade who sacrificed his life today? Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other, and someone soon answered, "It belongs to our East Side Police Department." The one who spoke was a middle-aged man who sat up straight with anger and resentment on his face, gritting his teeth. This person's name is Lin Xiao, a martial arts student who just graduated this year, and just a few days ago I placed him in an undercover operation for the Sudong Society. I thought that this kid would be able to make a difference, but I didn't expect that he would suffer an untimely death in just a few days. What an abomination! Yes, so ruthless. The people of the Sudong Association are really too much of a bad thing. Another man chimed in, his fist slamming hard on the table with a loud thud. How can they be like this? It's simply heartless. Well, don't get excited. Shenlin waved her hand, signaling the crowd to calm down. She took a deep breath and continued, with my understanding of Li Sudong, this old fox wouldn't choose such a radical action. There should be someone else behind it. What do you guys think? The crowd nodded in agreement. One of them frowned and speculated, could it be related to the auction the day after tomorrow? It's possible. Everyone put down everything in their hands and go investigate this matter for me. As long as you find it, you'll be heavily rewarded. Shenlin snorted coldly, a cold aura flashing in her eyes. Whoever it was, she wasn't going to let these murderers off easy. Yes, sir. Time flew by like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had passed quietly. For the past 3 days, Hayes City went into high martial law. Police department men roamed the major entertainment venues, and the military patrolled day and night. However, the people of the Sudong Association seemed to have evaporated, and even though they dug 3 feet into the ground, they didn't find a single one. This Shenlin is quite loud enough. It's only strange that she can find someone this way. A breakfast stand down the street. Cheng Jiao laughed as he ate the hot ravioli while looking at the army passing by on the street. Long before martial law was imposed on Han City, Li Sudong had disbanded all the strongholds of the Sudong Society. The vast majority of these people in the Sudong Association are locals. So dissolved, these people are lying flat at home. Hancheng Police Department cannot be found. As for those who had long been targeted by the police department, they were arranged by Li Sudong to wait for the next instructions within the mountain villa. Uncle Chen, the auction will start in a while. How are the funds prepared? Cheng Jiao said while twisting his head, his gaze falling on Statement who was on the side. The Statement nodded slightly, indicating that everything was ready. He then pulled out a black card from his pocket and carefully handed it to Cheng Jia. Young master, this is the black card that the family master ordered to give you, with an unlimited credit limit inside. Hearing these words, Cheng Jiao couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise, receiving the black card with satisfaction. Cheng Jia took a good look at it before putting it into his storage ring. Chapter 23, Shaking the Man. The auction begins. After having breakfast, Cheng Jiao's few people returned to the mountain villa in a low-profile manner. The sunlight poured over the buildings of the lodge, reflecting a serene and peaceful scene. Young Chang, the people from the Fiendish Demon Sect and the Moonlight Guild have arrived. As soon as he returned to the lodge, Li Sudong couldn't wait to report the latest situation to Cheng Jia. Cheng Jiao nodded slightly, a faint smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. Not bad at all. Cheng Jiao gently patted Li Sudong's shoulder, signaling him to lead the way. The group moved along the spacious corridor, their footsteps echoing in the still air. Soon, they arrived at a spacious banquet hall. The interior was simple and generous, with a huge round table in the center surrounded by comfortable chairs. To the left of the round table, a man clad in black robes was fiddling with his wineglass in boredom. The man's eyes were bloodshot and his face was white. He looked very young but exuded a maturity and indifference that did not match his age. His hair was as black as ink, casually draped over his shoulders, and he seemed to be able to smell the faint scent of blood as it fluttered slightly. The man's fingers were slender and long, His nails were neatly trimmed and coated with a layer of black nail polish, looking like a feminine stern ghost. His fingers gently tapped on the wineglass, making a crisp sound as if he was playing a silent piece of music. As he moved, the liquid in the wineglass swayed along with him, creating ripples that reflected his pale and beautiful face. On the right side of the round table sat a man with a handsome face. The man had long blonde hair and wore a fine black suit. At the moment, he was leisurely leaning back in his chair, his arms spread wide, each wrapping around the two beautiful women and revealing clothing beside him. The man's hands would occasionally slide gently over their bodies, eliciting bursts of silver bell-like laughter. The eyes of those two beauties were full of flirtation and teasing, exchanging ambiguous glances with the man from time to time. An atmosphere of extravagance and hedonism pervades the entire scene, giving it an air of indulgence and indolence. The man seemed oblivious to everything around him, focused only on enjoying the fun times in front of him. When they saw Lee Sudong respectfully walk in with Cheng Jia, the two of them immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to Cheng Jia. "Welcome, young lord." Cheng Jia waved his hand to signal the two to get up, and then his gaze went to Lee Sudong. Lee Sudong immediately understood what Cheng De meant and pointed at the black-robed man and began to introduce himself to Cheng Jia. "Over here is the sect leader of the fiendish demon sect, Zhang Shan, and the other is the president of the Moonlight Guild, Li Wandering. Both of them are Marquis of Yuanshan First Heavenly King powerhouses." Looking at the duo in front of him, Cheng Jia nodded in satisfaction. Like the Rising East Society, the Sacred Demon Sect and the Moonlight Guild were also forces under the Cheng family. In order to ensure that this operation was foolproof, Cheng Jia specially ordered them to be transferred here. These two forces, one located in Luzhou and the other in Liuzhou, an unusual person would never think of the connection between them. "It's hard to call you two here so suddenly." Cheng Jia laughed and then walked to the main seat. It wasn't until Cheng Jia sat down that Zhang Shan and Li Wuan sat back down as well. "Both of you, I've bothered you to come here this time, so I'm sure President Li has told you the reason why, right? We'll have a big battle with the Han City's City Lord's Mansion tonight, so I want to find out about your respective strengths right now." Zhang Shan hurriedly got up and respectfully replied, "Back to young lord. Currently, the Fiendish Demon Sect has more than 500 martial artists, of which there are 10 masters of the intentional transformation realm." Li Wandering also followed up. "The Moonlight Guild is in a similar situation, with 8 experts at the intentional change realm." Cheng Jia nodded silently, his eyes slightly drooping. The strength of the Han City Lord's Mansion had been clearly mapped out by Li Sudong before. There were only 5 experts at the intentional change realm, and only one at the Yuanshan realm, Shen Lin, and there were 4 people in the Yuanshan realm on their side. Together with the manpower he brought with him, as well as the power of the Rising East Society, the chances of winning this battle were not small. "President Li, are you all set with the invitations?" "Ready," Li Sudong respectfully replied. "It has already been distributed. Absolutely foolproof." Hearing this, Cheng Jia was slightly relieved. If one's own layouts could all be used, then one could definitely take down Chu Chen this time. Standing up, Cheng Jia's face was filled with solemnity. "Gentlemen, I'll trouble you all for today's battle. Young lord is joking. Serving the Cheng family is something we should do." Zhang Shan gave a feminine smile, killing intent flowing from his blood-red eyes. "I've always heard that Han City Lord Shenlin is a good cauldron, and this time I finally have the chance to see it." "Patriarch Zhang, don't be in a hurry." Li Wuan, who was on the side, laughed softly. "I heard that the City Lord's mansion is filled with beautiful women, so the young lord will let us relax a bit when the time comes." "No problem. Everything is fine when the battle is won." Cheng Jia smiled faintly, then his face changed violently. "But if you lose, then don't blame me for being rude." "Don't worry, young lord, we will do our best today." After saying that, the 3 of them stood up and bowed to Cheng Jia at the same time. Moonstar. The Han City under the cover of night was particularly lively. The disguised Cheng Jia several people appeared outside a gilded building led by Li Sudong. Li Sudong fished out an invitation from his pocket and handed it to the waiter at the door, confirming that there was no problem before the waiter let them in. Led by the waiter, Cheng Jia several people went up to a large private room on the 2nd floor. The private room was not small, nearly 100 square meters, and its interior was decorated with a variety of entertainment facilities and wine cabinets for the guests' amusement. In the very center of the booth were 3 velvet sofas in a row, and directly across from the sofas was a huge pane of glass. Cheng Jia walked to the glass and surveyed the layout of the auction house. As soon as he turned around he saw several people sitting on the couch, especially Li Sudong, Zhang Shan, and Li Wuan. Their faces were more tense than one another. Seeing this scene, Cheng Jia couldn't help but smile. Walking over to a wine cooler he grabbed a bottle of good wine and placed it on the table in front of a few people. "Gentlemen, There's no need to be so nervous. Our operation won't start until after the auction. You don't have to be polite if you fancy something at the auction later. Chang Jail, will pay for it today. Hearing this, several people finally relaxed. Not many people were invited to this auction, but there were a few hundred. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the auction officially began as a crisp bell rang out. Under everyone's gaze, a woman dressed in a cheongsam with an excellent temperament slowly walked onto the auction stage. Welcome to the Ning Chamber of Commerce. I am the auctioneer for this time, and Ran. I hope that all of you can enjoy this auction. I now formally announce that this auction has officially begun. Knock. As the small hammer in Ran's hand gently struck down, the auction display case beside him slowly opened, and a battle blade appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 24. This is the wealth and prosperity. In an instant everyone's eyes were all drawn to that long blade. The body of the long knife was made of alloy, while the blade was as red as a branding iron, and the scorching heat distorted even the surrounding air. This sword is called Sizzling Inferno. From Skywise Technology, it is a Class A technology class weapon. The blade is made of high-density alloy, and the inner core of this intentional change realm monster is sealed inside. This blade can drastically increase a martial artist's attack power. Even if you're just a physical realm martial artist, you can strike the blade. It's even a huge increase for those martial artists who cultivate fire techniques. Such a divine weapon is extremely suitable to be used as the initial weapon of the family's descendants. So all of you can bid as much as you like. $1 million low, to the highest bidder. Anran's impassioned commentary instantly mobilized the atmosphere in the arena. As the small hammer in her hand struck down, someone soon began to bid. Cheng Jia looked at the scorching flames on the stage with a lack of interest. This kind of weapon Cheng family treasure trove grab a big handful. Give subordinates cannot be sent to the end. A few people on the sidelines did likewise. Li Shangyu's weapon Cheng Jiu had long ago chosen for him, and Statement and the others were even more unable to look at this weapon that was only A-ranked. The booths above were unusually quiet, but the cards were raised below. Cheng Jia and the others couldn't see it, but for these relatively ordinary martial artists and clans, this scorching flame was definitely an unavailable weapon. A few minutes later, the long knife named Sizzling Flame was auctioned off by a man for $2 million. The smile on Anran's face on the stage thickened a bit. With this good start, this next auction will go much smoother. As more dazzling treasures appeared next, the atmosphere of the venue gradually began to boil. Cheng Jia quietly leaned back on the sofa, his eyes staring grimly at the center booth. That's Shinlin's private room. Before the auction started, Li Sudong had told Cheng Jia that this time, Shinlin had brought Chu Chen along with her. Dang! The crisp fall of the gavel sounded again, and a silver plate slowly rose from the auction display case. On the plate, on the other hand, was a black elixir. The elixir was filled with blood-colored lines, and when the elixir appeared the moment a loud and clear beast roar sounded from everyone's heart at the same time. Gentlemen, next is the first big lot of this auction. All of you should listen carefully. Enron got a little emotional and explained for the crowd. This elixir is called the Beast Blood Boiling Elixir, an ancient elixir discovered by an expedition team, and after we tested it the medicinal properties of this elixir have not been lost, and it still has perfect efficacy. By consulting ancient books, we also have a general understanding of this elixir. This elixir is a body refining elixir from the ancient time when body cultivators started to cultivate. It has a huge enhancement for improving the body quality and the strength of the meridians, and at the same time it contains a body refining conception. Whether this can be enlightened or not is up to all of you. You may bid if you like. Starting bid, $15 million. As soon as Anrun's words fell, there was a commotion in the auction room. Almost everyone's eyes burned towards the elixir. Even Chang Jail was aroused by a few moments of interest. There are quite a few elixirs that improve the quality of the body and enhance the strength of the meridians, and those elixirs that Cheng Jia prepared when he was practicing have this kind of effect. But that body refining conceptualization was something that not even the Cheng family possessed. Legend has it that in ancient times people practiced cultivation by refining their bodies. The life force of a body cultivator is extremely strong. Cultivating to the extreme can even drip blood to be reborn, almost immortal. This is completely comparable to the current martial arts training. If one could comprehend the idea of viewpoints within it, then one's strength would definitely increase exponentially. There are even unimaginable benefits for the entire family. $20 million. Inside the auction hall, someone had already started to bid. 22 million, 25 million. This elixirs was too tempting for martial artists, and the price doubled in just a few minutes. Many have even started to raise money everywhere. $50 million. Just as the people below continued to call for bids, a somewhat lethargic voice resounded in the sky above the auction house. Is this voice the Lord of Shin City? Oops. How am I supposed to shoot this? The underpinnings of those people in the box are so much better than those thugs like us. Forget it, save your money. When that voice rang out, some people in the auction room below unanimously put down the number plates in their hands. The veterans who often participate in auctions know that this is the time to give up even if they are not willing to do so. Those who were able to enter the box were all great powers, and competing with such people was undoubtedly cutting their own throats. Even if you can shoot it yourself, it will definitely be snatched up when it comes out of the sale. Inside the outlet is protected by the Hospice Chamber of Commerce. Outside the outlet you are on your own. Chang Jail's gaze was icy cold, and a cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth. The voice came from that very center box. Shin Lin had already been at the Yuanshan realm and could not change the direction of her cultivation, so she definitely could not use this elixir. The only explanation was that it was for Chu Chen. Since this was the case, Chang Jail definitely couldn't let him get it. 100 million. Boom! As Chang Jia burst out with his price, the crowd in the auction hall felt their heads shake. 1 billion. They don't always accumulate that much wealth in their lifetime. Young lord? What are you? Everyone in the booth unanimously looked at Chang Jia. In the opinion of Statement and the others, there was absolutely no need to auction this elixir. That ancient body cultivator's viewpoint was just too nebulous. $100 million for a body-strengthening elixir was too much of a loss. Anran below was similarly a bit stunned. As a senior auctioneer, she probably had a good idea of the prices of the lots. This beast blood-boiling Dan was only worth $50 million. After all, that idea of kanji is not something that can be realized just by thinking about it. Now that the price had gone straight up so much, it did come as a bit of a surprise to her. This gentleman, be sensible in your spending. Out of his defense of the Ning Chamber of Commerce, Anran kindly reminded, don't worry, I know, it's just $100 million. Cheng Jail smiled faintly, completely taking Anran's words as a whisper. 100 million. It's just a drop in the bucket for the Chang family. Okay, now that it's confirmed on the gentleman's side, are there any more bids? Enron asked with some excitement in his heart. The venue was all quiet, and there was no more sound from Chu Chen's private room. 100 million. It's just too much for them. This is just the beginning. There are better lots waiting behind. 100 million once, 100 million twice, 100 million 3 times. Sold. Anran sealed the deal. Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining the beast blood boiling Dan. A smug smile appeared on Chang Jail's face as he looked towards the private room where Chu Chen was and coldly snorted in disdain. Today, he would not let Chu Chen successfully auction off a lot. This was the bottom line of him being the young master of the Chang family. Chapter 25, The Great Buddha. A lost technique, Heavenly Buddha Palm. Groans, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully snatching the chore dust chance. Reward, 1,000 value of luck. Hearing the system's voice in his head, Chang Jiao was a bit surprised. I didn't realize that this could even gain chi value. Not long after, the door of the box was knocked on, and a pretty-looking waitress in a cheongsam walked in with a tray. Sir, this is the beast blood boiling Dan you just auctioned off. Li Shengyu, who was sitting on the far side, hurriedly got up to help Cheng Jia take the plate. What is the payment method on our side? The waitress continued to ask. Swipe. Cheng Jail took out his black card and swiped it on the machine the waitress handed over. Seeing that the money had arrived, the waitress didn't bother in and turned around to leave the box. Cheng Gue held the beast blood boiling Dan in his hand, and a panel that only he could see suddenly appeared. The potion is detected to contain the idea of kanji. Rockming Wang's idea of kanji. Cracking requires the value of chi, 2000. Cheng Jia did not move and put the elixir away, but his heart was secretly surprised. I didn't realize that this chi luck value had this effect. After the auction of the beast blood boiling Dan, the heat of the auction house reached a climax. The next auction went exceptionally well, with so many lots going for crazy prices right off the bat. During the period, Cheng Jail made several more bids. This auction is also considered a temporary armed, as long as it can be used on the Chang prison regardless of the price of all take. The following lot was found by our staff in an ancient tomb, and we hypothesized that it may be some sort of ritualistic magic weapon from the past. However, due to our chamber's limited technology, we have not yet developed its specific efficacy. With Anran's introduction, an ancient bronze tripod was pushed onto the stage. This bronze tripod had a peculiar shape and was engraved with complex patterns and motifs, as if it contained some kind of mysterious power. The starting bidding price is 5 million gold coins. Each increase shall not be less than 500,000 gold coins. As soon as Anran's words fell, someone couldn't wait to shout out the high price of $6 million. Immediately after, others also followed, and the price quickly climbed to 8 million, 9 million, and finally to 12 million. High price was once again in the arms of Chang Jie. After that, several more precious treasures appeared one after another, triggering rounds of fierce bidding. These included an ancient Gongfu jade slip, a technological alloy sword, and some precious pills. All of these treasures attracted the attention of many buyers, and the competition was fierce. As time passed, some relatively mediocre items appeared in the auction, such as ordinary medicinal herbs and low-ranked magic treasures. These items did not arouse too much interest, causing the atmosphere to gradually cool down. Some of the lots even went unbid and were directly aborted. However, this downturn didn't last long. Next up, gentlemen, is our second big lot. The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes became fiery once again. Immediately afterward, a huge Buddha statue appeared on the stage. This statue of Buddha is 3 meters high, with its whole body shining in gold and lifelike. The face of the Buddha statue is kind and solemn, which makes people can't help but feel in awe. This Buddha statue was unearthed in a mysterious relic in the Tianzhu Federation, and nearly 10 powerful people of the intentional change realm were sacrificed to bring it out. After our detection, this Buddha statue has a great Buddhist divine power printed within it. The name of this divine power is something you have probably heard of. It is the long-lost heavenly Buddha poem. Wow! With Anron's commentary, the original somewhat dull atmosphere was instantly broken, and everyone's eyes were attracted to it with a fiery glow in their eyes. Heavenly Buddha poem. Did I hear you right? This is one of the 6 great divine abilities of the Buddha sect, counting it as much more powerful than any S-rank divine ability. Although I can't afford it, it's worth the trip to see this great Buddha. Inside the box, young lord, I dare to ask, can I have this Buddha statue? Li Shangyu's gaze sizzled as he looked toward Chang Jie, his tone filled with anticipation. You want? Chang Jie glanced at Li Shangyu, and his gaze once again looked at the large Buddha. He wasn't surprised that Li Shangyu was so excited. Unlike his own Gongfu, Li Shangyu's 3 lives Gongfu already had some of the Buddhist sect's practices in it, whereas his own heaven-swallowing devil technique was a pure devil technique, leaning more towards darkness, destruction, and killing. In comparison, Li Shangyu was clearly more suitable for this big Buddha than himself. After thinking for a moment, Chang Jie smiled faintly. No problem, just bid if you want, young lord. Thanks. Li Shangyu bowed respectfully to Chang Jie, his heart's gratitude towards Chang Jie becoming even more intense. Are you all ready for the money? A smile spread across Enron's face as the small hammer in his hand tapped down gently. The auction will now begin. The starting price is $50 million. Each increase shall not be less than $1 million. Before Enron's words fell, Li Shangyu on the side had already begun to call the price. $60 million. Hearing the bidding, the few buyers below who were originally eager to try sighed helplessly and put down the cards in their hands. The boxes called. They're done with this big Buddha. $70 million. Right at this moment, Shenlin's lazy voice came again. 100 million. Seeing Shenlin bid again, Cheng Jiu took the microphone from Li Shangyu and leisurely quoted the price. Another 100 million. It's that big shot in this private room. Good lord. This 100 million is said as easily as $100. It's good to be rich. It's no match for this kind of big shot. Let's just watch the action. And Ran on the stage was equally somewhat shocked as she looked towards Cheng Jie's few people's private room. She had read the guest list for this occasion before going on stage. I was under the impression that the guests of this private room were not so wealthy. This time she didn't try to persuade the other woman. To be able to say 100 million so easily meant that the other party had at least 10 billion in his pocket. Inside the center booth, Chu Chen stood by the window, his gaze somber as he looked in the direction of Cheng Jia's few people. Who the hell is in this box? How dare you grab something from City Lord Shen? I don't know. Shen Lin had the same ugly look on her face. Before he came, he had boasted that he would let Chu Chen pick whatever he wanted. But now, it's been pressed twice by the other side. The slap in the face made her more than a little embarrassed. Chu Chen, is this great Buddha important to you? After hesitating for a moment, Shenlin asked Chu Chen with some difficulty. Important. This technique will become my bottom card in the future. I have the confidence to cultivate it to great success. Chu Chen's gaze was fiery. Then he walked over to Shenlin and gently took her arm. Sister Shen, we should be able to take it, right? Shenlin's face was slightly red. Chu Chen had become more and more intimate with her in these few days. It also made the desires of her heart grow stupid. Don't worry, my sister will help you get it. Chapter 26, Fei Supreme Treasure. The Soul of the Remnant Seed. $150 million. Hearing Shenlin's offer, Chu Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Sister Shen, thank you. Saying that, Chu Chen gave Shenlin a big hug. Hey, come on. Feeling the male scent that came to her face, Shenlin's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. However, As a Yuan Shen realm powerhouse, she did not have the strength to push Chu Chen away. Just as the atmosphere between the two became more and more ambiguous, a light voice froze them in place. 200 million. Shinlin pushed Chu Chen away and violently stood up and walked to the window. The gaze that looked toward Chang Jail's private room was cold as ice. Come on, man. Hearing Shinlin's voice, the waiter waiting outside pushed the door in. Lord Shin City, is there something wrong? Shinlin nodded and pointed at the private room where Chang Jail's men were and asked, who's in there? Upon hearing this, the waiter immediately looked embarrassed. This is private to the client, so this cannot be communicated to you. Even I can't know? Shinlin stared angrily at the waiter with both eyes, the majesty of the Yuan Shen realm vaguely erupting. The waiter felt a sudden spinning of the sky, as if the whole space was squeezing him. City Lord Shen, what happened? Just then, a low voice came through the door. An old man dressed in the clothing of the Yanning Chamber of Commerce quickly walked in. With a wave of the old man's hand, the terrifying pressure on the waiter dissipated. The waiter was instantly relieved and looked at the old man with gratitude in his eyes, then immediately stood up and left the private room. And Feng Hai, what does your Yanning Chamber of Commerce mean that I, as the city lord, can't even know who's in the private room across the street? Shinlin asked aggressively with unabated vigor. Sorry, can't. And Feng Hai shook his head with a cold smile, the dissatisfaction in his eyes not hidden at all. We at the Yanning Chamber of Commerce have no comment about the privacy of our clients. If City Lord Shen still wants to make a scene, then Old Me can also play along with City Lord Shen. Although the other party was the City Lord of Han City, he had to abide by the rules of the auction house and the auction house. This is also the bottom line of their Yanning Chamber of Commerce. Shinlin's eyes were fixed on Feng Hai, and that erect front chest was constantly rising and falling because of her anger. After the two sides confronted each other for a moment, Shinlin returned to the sofa with a cold snort. Good. I'll take note of what happened today. We should talk about future taxes after the auction. Hearing this, Feng Hai couldn't help but smile coldly. Then let's follow what City Lord Shen said. After saying that, Feng Hai turned around and slammed the door. For an old fairy like Shinlin, he was too lazy to fool around with her. Chu Chen, this great Buddha, I will definitely take it for you. Looking toward that side box, Shinlin's eyes grew murderous. In haze, she wanted to see who dared to give her Shinlin so little face. The interlude on the duo's side did not affect the progress of the auction. After Chang Jail shouted out $200 million, no one in the entire store made another bid. Anren gently knocked down the small hammer, and this big Buddha finally belonged to Chang Jail. Since the Buddha was simply too big, this time the waiter received it into his storage ring and gave it to Chang Jia. Sure, this storage ring is considered a giveaway. This is a pattern that the Yanning Chamber of Commerce still has. The auction continued, and Chang Jia still kept bidding. For a while, everyone was guessing which one of the big shots in this private room was. Without realizing it, 3 hours have already passed, and this auction will also usher in the last lot, the grand finale of this auction. This lot isn't a native Blue Star lot. If you all have your eye on it, you must bid on it this time. Don't miss it. Hearing these words, all the gazes of everyone present suddenly converged on Enran's body, a foreign race's greatest treasure. It's finally here. This time I came just to see this lot. Get it up here. Can't wait. Looking at the enthusiastic buyers on the stage, Enran smiled faintly. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, a compact bottle slowly appeared inside the auction display case. The bottle as a whole was gray and glaring, as if it had been papered directly with clay, but it was such an inconspicuous bottle, and the moment it appeared, everyone felt a jolt in their brains. It's as if your own soul is longing for the bottle. The moment the bottle appeared, Chang Jail stood up violently. Just now, the human emperor flag in his body had actually emitted a strong desire for this small earthen bottle. Anrun, who was on the sidelines, felt it most violently. Spera thought for the fact that she was such a professional, she was so stunned that her eyes were completely drawn to the bottle. Enran, you may be introduced. Just then, a dull voice rang out like the sound of heaven, freeing all the people's thoughts from the bottle. And Feng Hai walked onto the stage and stood beside Anren with a calm demeanor. Thanks Uncle Hai. Anren wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes full of apologies, and Feng Hai shook his head, signaling Anren to continue. Gentlemen, the magic of this bottle no longer needs to be said. Enran quickly recovered and passionately explained where the bottle came from. As confirmed by our Chamber of Commerce, this bottle comes from the soul race, called the soul of the legacy seed, and is a racial treasure of that race. There is a pure remnant soul sealed inside the bottle. Absorbing it will not only drastically increase the holder's soul strength but also enhance enlightenment and increase the possibility of a breakthrough. The reason why the soul race is so difficult is because their souls are far superior to ours. If we can obtain the soul of this legacy seed, Becoming a strong person is just around the corner. The starting price is $500 million. Each increase shall not be less than $10 million. Before Anrun's words fell, the arena was already boiling. This kind of treasure that was useful for the soul never had a price. Each appearance is enough to cause a furor. 600 million. It was still Shenlin who made the first offer. Looking at the bottle in front of her, an unprecedented desire erupted in Shenlin's eyes. She had been stuck at the second level of the Yuanshan realm for too long. If she could obtain this legacy seed soul, it wasn't as if she didn't have the possibility of entering the Yuanshan triple heavens, or even the war god realm. This alien supreme treasure she was determined to obtain. However, Chang Jael definitely wouldn't do what she wanted. $700 million. The indifferent voice spread throughout the entire room, suppressing everyone in an instant. When she heard Chang Jie's voice, the anger in Shenlin's eyes was instantly overwhelming, but she also knew that now was not the time to have a seizure. Taking a deep breath, Shenlin picked up the microphone next to her. This gentleman, can we have this alien supreme treasure? After the auction, I, Shenlin, will be grateful. Surprisingly, it's City Lord Shen. Definitely. Who else in Hanchang would be able to sit in the very center of the private room? We can all guess. Can the one in that private room not know? Still dare to grab it with Shenlin? This is a big version of T0. So what if it's T0? It depends on who is more powerful. Shenlin looked towards the private room where Chang Jael was, hoping to press the other party through her name. However, in the next second, Chang Jael's words scared everyone out of a cold sweat. Looks like Lord Shen City is short of money. Ha! I can see that you're also charming. Why don't you auction yourself off, and I might have the pleasure of buying you as a slave, which would also make your hands richer. Chapter 27. The Old Grandfather in the Pendant. Just a remnant of the old days. Chang Zhou's playful voice echoed in the sky. The entire auction house was dead silent. Everyone's eyes all converged in the direction of Chang Jael's private room. Everyone in Hancheng knew that Shenlin was famous for her cleanliness. Chang Jiao spoke like this, undoubtedly touching Shenlin's scales. Fittingly, in the next second, the glass of that box shattered with a loud bang. Shenlin took a step out, and a terrifying Yuanshan realm aura swept through the auction house like a violent wind and rain. The people present were struck as if they had been hit hard, and even some martial artists with low strength had already bled from their 7 orifices. Shenlin, what are you doing? And Fan Hai shouted and rose up in the air, and with a wave of his hand, a formation enveloped the auction house to isolate Shenlin's pressure and the guests. President and, he's gone too far. Shenlin's gaze crossed over in Fan Hai to the direction where Chang Jia was, and her icy tone seemed like 10,000 years of cold ice. City Lord Shen, it's you who have gone too far. And Fan Hai's eyes stared at Shenlin, his face unusually ironic. He thought that there might be trouble today, but never thought it would be Shenlin. Feel free to fight after the auction if you have any grudges, but for now, go back to your room. And Fan Hai's voice already had a slight hint of anger in it. If the other party wasn't Shenlin, he would have already struck out at this moment. Yes, Lord Shen City doesn't seem to be very deep. Just then, Chang Jael's voice came again. Since Lord Shen City is so impatient to go down, then President, and let's speed up the process a bit. Now, is there anyone else who wants to compete with me for the spirit of the legacy seed? There was silence in the meeting room. Shenlin looked at Chang Jia's private room with a resentful gaze and didn't make another sound. Chang Jia's offer was simply too high, and she simply didn't have the capital to call Chang Jia's bluff. Seeing that no one answered, Chang Jia continued. If not, then this legacy seed soul will be mine after I pay the money. Now give it to me and the auction can end. Next, it's between me and City Lord Shen. As Chang Jael's words landed, the glass of the private room similarly exploded, revealing the figures of Chang Jael and the others. So young? Whose male son is this? I look so familiar with him. It seems to be that playboy young master of the Chang family, Chang Jael, right? Dude, why did I hear he's awfully strong now? You're Chang Jael? Shenlin gazed straight at Chang Jiao, a cold smile spreading at the corner of her mouth. Looks like Chu Chen was right. You really are that irritating, facing your elders with such a foul mouth. Your Chang family's tutelage is evident. Chang Jiao smiled faintly, not at all angered by Shenlin. City Lord Shen, I didn't come here to talk nonsense with you today. Look behind you, your little heart baby is in danger. Hearing Chang Jiao's words, Shenlin looked back and her eyes widened, only to see that at this moment, Chu Chen had already been confined by Zhang Shan. A bone whip was firmly embedded in Chu Chen's flesh and blood, binding him so that he could not move. Seemingly afraid of affecting Shenlin, Chu Chen hardened himself and forced himself to endure the pain without saying a word. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, and his eyes stared down at the leisurely Chang Jael. Chang Jael, come at me if there's anything you want. Let go of Chu Chen. Shenlin's eyes were wide with anger, and the spiritual energy in her body rushed up to the sky, so much so that even the space made an unbearable creaking sound. However, in the face of the furious Shenlin, Chang Jiao remained unimpressed. The figures of statement and multiplying wind rushed to Chang Jie's body in the blink of an eye, blocking Shenlin's pressure for him. Lord Shen Chang, take it easy, the fun is just beginning. After saying that, Chang Jiao waved his hand at Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan's figure instantly turned into a puff of black smoke, bringing Chu Chen to appear beside Chang Jiao. Chang Jiao, Lu Mei is already dead. Why won't you let me go? Chu Chen was trembling, and his eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Chang Jie. He secretly operated his spiritual energy, wanting to break free from his bonds, but found that the bone whip seemed to have a spirit. The more he struggled, the tighter he strangled. You still know that Lu Mei is dead? Ha! Chang Jie laughed lightly and patted Chu Chen's head. Your ex-girlfriend's corpse is not even cold yet, and you got involved with this young woman. You really have a conscience, Chu Chen. I let you get away last time. You won't be so lucky this time. Let the old man inside you come out, or you will die today. Hearing Chang Jiao's words, Chu Chen's eyes instantly widened. You know about the teacher? How can that be? Saying that, Chu Chen subconsciously looked at his chest. There was a crystal clear white jade pendant there. The pendant was obtained from a chance fall during one of his adventures. Originally thought to be just a decoration, but did not expect it to be a magic artifact that could accelerate cultivation, and the divine soul of a war god powerhouse was sealed within it. Since then, under Lu Mei's financial support, his cultivation skyrocketed to become the first place winner of the martial arts entrance exam. He's where he is today thanks to this pendant, and it's his biggest secret. Chang Jiao, if you dare to hurt a hair on his head, I will make you pay. Shenlin glared angrily at Chang Jiao and chided. Chang Jiao turned a deaf ear, still mockingly looking at Chu Chen. Since you don't want to, I'll have to force your hand. Zhang Shan, get him. Zhang Shan smiled cruelly at his words, raising his hand. A thick black smoke immediately coalesced from Zhang Shan's hand. Ghostly shadows pranced in that black smoke, emitting a burst of ear-piercing and miserable shrill whistles. Having offended the young lord, you brat already has a way of getting killed. Hit the road. Saying that, the killing intent in Zhang Shan's eyes steeply soared, and the large hand covered in black mist slammed down on Chu Chen's head. Boom! A hot flame rose violently from Chu Chen's body, deflecting Zhang Shan's large hand. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from within Chu Chen's body, shaking the people around him back and forth. Raising his head, Zhang Shan's eyes were filled with astonishment as he gently licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, a weird smile spreading across his face. A divine soul? Kind of interesting. Boo! The bone whip on Chu Chen's body shattered with a loud bang. As he stood up, a terrifying aura at the Yuan Shin level instantly blossomed. Kid, you wanted to see me? A low and old voice came from Chu Chen's mouth. The voice seemed to be breathless, but no one dared to take it lightly with that terrifying aura. The old undead finally came out. Chang Jiao sneered. This old immortal was one of Chu Chen's most important cards. As long as they could break his divine soul, killing Chu Chen would be much easier. You're right, I do seem to be an old misanthrope. Chu Chen raised his head, and two golden flames fluttered out from his pupils. But, it's enough to deal with you. Juniors, remember the old man's name. Yanzun Zhaoting. Boom! The flames burned, and Chu Chen's top instantly turned into flying ash. A flame rune appeared on his body, and in an instant, his breath broke through from the first sky of Yuanshan to the second sky of Yuanshan. Uncle Chen, please. Chang Jiao had murderous intent in his eyes. This remnant of the old times has no need to exist in the new world. Chapter 28, King and Marquis Battle. Battle. Cool. A terrifying pressure crazily filled the entire auction house. What nonsense! And Fan Hai shielded all the guests, his gaze disgustedly looking at the Chang Jiao few people above him. He had more or less heard about Chang Jiao. He didn't want this plague to miss the Enron Chamber of Commerce. Shen Lin, Chang Jiao. One was the lord of a city, and the other was the son of a top family at the time. He couldn't afford to offend either side. You can't make a mistake if you don't do it. And Fan Hai now refers to only wanting to protect these guests who came to the auction. Do you think you can stop me? Zhao Ting smiled kindly and kept jumping in place, seemingly adapting to Chu Chen's body. How do you know if you don't try? With a stern expression on his face, Statement flipped his wrist, and the mad dragon running thunder halberd had already appeared in his hand. Black and red thunder jumped around his body like an elf, and an aura of destruction gradually spread. Kind of. Looking at the statement wrapped in thunder in front of him, Chu Chen's gaze finally froze for a few points. That white jade pendant flickered with a shimmering light, and an ordinary B-grade alloy battle sword appeared in Chu Chen's hand. There's no weapon in hand, so let's make do with this for now. Zhao Ting sighed. his hand gently caressing the blade. In the next moment, rolling golden flames wrapped the battle sword, and flame runes spread all over the blade. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ting's eyes suddenly surged with raging battle intent. Having been sealed and silenced for 100 years, as a former war god powerhouse, he too longed for a good fight. The killing intent in Statement's eyes was like a tidal wave, and he was the first to strike. The long spear in his hand was like a divine mountain, wrapped in waves of thunder, and smashed down on Zhao Ting's head. Zhao Ting snorted coldly as he waved his battle sword in his hand, the flame blade aura surging and raging like the waves of the sea. Boom! 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 In a flash of lightning, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves. Thunder and fire reflected on everyone's face, and the entire venue was flooded with red and black thunder and golden flames. The battle between the two was exceptionally intense, as if two gods of war had descended to the earth. The halberd and the battle sword kept clashing, emitting crisp metallic sounds, and the killing intent filled the air, causing chills. Each exchange caused a huge energy fluctuation, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Bang! With a loud bang, an intense wave of air rose up into the sky, lifting the roof of the auction house and sending debris flying in all directions. The silhouettes of the two instantly rose into the air, quickly rushing up into the clouds like two streaks of lightning, continuing to engage in a thrilling duel. Above the celestial dome, the two of them transformed into thunder and blazing sun, intersecting with each other at an astonishing speed that dazzled the eyes. Statement's eyes flashed with sharp light. His aura was like an unshakable mountain, and the halberd in his hand was emitting a suffocating pressure. The halberd is as cold as frost, and the thunder is 10,000 pounds. The Statement's voice resounded with majesty and power. As he roared, the halberd in his hand swung down violently, carrying an endless might. In the sky, a dazzling thunder light instantly converged, forming a thunder that seemed to be able to penetrate through the heavens and earth. The thunder's might was astonishing, and a red and black destructive light shone through the heavens and earth. The mad dragon running thunder halberd in Statement's hand danced, stirring up the wind and clouds and suppressing them with an unrivaled momentum. Thunder half moon chop, he shouted once again, and the halberd in his hand released a huge arc of lightning, as if a crescent moon was hanging in the sky, carrying a terrifying might as it sped towards his opponent. Good timing! Zhao Ting let out a roar, his body's aura climbing up, his eyes filled with madness. Inferno mad wave slash. He gripped the flame-wrapped battle blade tightly with both hands and violently raised it high above his head, and as he did so, a terrifying stream of flames erupted from the battle blade like a volcanic eruption, and went straight up into the sky. Boom! Above the sky, it was as if the end had come. Countless thunderbolts exploded at this moment, and there was a dimness between the sky and the earth, as if the entire world was roaring in anger for it, wanting to suppress this flame fiend who dared to challenge the majesty of the sky and the earth. A black crack spread out in the void, expanding with the two people at the center, emitting an ear-piercing popping sound. The two men's bodies were also shaken by this powerful force and flew backwards, but they didn't stop. Instead, they collided together again in the next second, launching a thrilling life and death struggle. Each exchange of blows triggered a shocking roar, and the air around them was torn apart with cracks. The figures of the two men intersected in the air, their swords flashing as if they were two meteors slicing through the night sky, leaving behind a brilliant light. Inside the auction house, Cheng Jie looked up at the Statement sparring, and there were a few more points of worry in his eyes. He probably understood the strength of Zhao Ting and Statement. The reason why he didn't bring stronger people from the clan this time was because he already had reinforcements himself. Another one is also an opportunity to give the Statement a breakthrough. The stated practice favors destruction and domination. Only by experiencing this kind of battle until life and death are out of the question is it easier to break through. Unusual kills were nothing more than a waste of his talent. Turning his head, Cheng Jiao looked toward Shenlin, who was also looking at the sky with worry. Shenlin's brows were furrowed, and even a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. City Lord Shen, it seems like you're worried about Chu Chen? Isn't a high-flying woman with a successful career falling all over herself for fresh meat for the sake of her face value the dog-licking that you always ridicule? As far as I know, this Chu Chen is playing with flowers, and he can't be clean with him. Hearing Cheng Jie's mockery, Shenlin fiercely glared at him. Seeing that the guests below were all whispering while pointing at themselves, Shenlin's face was cloudy. The fact that she has so many supporters has a lot to do with boxing. It was her twisted call for women to be self-reliant, condescending, and free, and the idea that by having children you can demand everything from men. That got her a huge amount of support from women. If Cheng Jie continues to be discredited like this, the persona he has built up will collapse. Cheng Jie, you don't want to tarnish my reputation. There's nothing going on with me and Chu Chen. Shenlin's face was iron blue, and anger blazed in her eyes. No? Chang Jae laughed lightly. Since we don't have one, we might as well put it to the test. President and I'll borrow your venue later. Hearing Chang Jae's words, and Fong Hai snorted disdainfully. Can you lend me your space? You've lifted the roof off my house. How dare I say no? Chang Xiao is free to do as he pleases, but I hope to restore my auction house for me. And Fong Hai said and sat down, ready to continue watching the show. Then thank you, President and Chang Jiao smiled faintly at Fong Hai. Then his gaze looked playfully at Shenlin, who was standing in mid-air. The auction house verifies that the lot is the fairest of them all. While everyone's enthusiasm has not died down, then I'll run an auction as well. For this auction item, I'll trouble City Lord Shin to condescend for a moment. As he said that, a cold aura suddenly shot out from Chang Jae's eyes. Chang Feng, Li Sudong, take Shenlin for me. Yes, sir. Chapter 29 Beast Soul Battle Armor. The Chang family's underpinnings. Boom, boom. In an instant, two terrifying auras shot up from the two of them. Strong astral winds blew out from the two of them, and the auction house, which was already in disrepair, fell apart. Looking at the duo whose figures were climbing, Shenlin smiled disdainfully. Just 2 yuan Shen first sky ones. Chang Jie, is this your bottom line? Shenlin sneered, not putting the two of them in her eyes in the slightest. There was a huge gulf between each level of the yuan Shen realm. This disparity is not something that can be dissolved by a simple 2-for-1. Today, I'll let you all know just how huge the gap between first heaven and second heaven is. Only with a flash of Shenlin's figure, a slender, ethereal orchid-colored longsword appeared in her hand, and she chopped across at Chung Feng and Li Sudong. Frost falling snow. Along with this dainty cry, a piece of crystal-clear snowflakes instantly condensed, and the temperature of the entire auction house dropped drastically in an instant. Immediately afterward, a light blue sword aura shot out like lightning, carrying an overpowering aura as if a bitterly cold wind whistled past on a winter's day. Chung Feng and Li Sudong's eyes erupted with radiant essence. Terrifying killing machines hovered over the heads of the two. Silver light flashed in their hands, and instantly a lance and a battle sword appeared in their hands respectively. S-Class weapon Blast Wind Sunlong Gun, S-Class weapon Tian 2 Demon Blade. With their weapons in their hands, the aura of the duo instantly skyrocketed several times. Cheng Feng's eyes flashed with a cold aura as he took the lead. The Blast Wind Song Dragon Lance was waved. A clear dragon roar followed by a green-colored dragon shadow covering Cheng Feng's body, and a brilliant green light illuminated the sky and the earth. Paint the dragon. Swish. The green-colored dragon shadow opened its mouth wide, and a dragon spear covered with dragon scales instantly stabbed out from within the dragon's mouth, accurately and incomparably pointing on top of the sword's blade, and the crisp sound of metal collision sounded like heavenly music. Some strength. Shenlin snorted coldly, the coldness in her eyes like frost. Break me. Shenlin's eyes were as cold as torches, and her right hand violently picked upwards, instantly sending Chung Feng flying out with his gun. Boom! Cheng Feng's figure fell heavily into the private room where Chang Jae was located, stirring up thick smoke and dust. Hey, don't wave! Chang Jae fanned the soot around his mouth and nose while looking at Chung Feng as he spat breathlessly. I'm sorry, young lord. Cheng Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up with a somewhat embarrassed smile. The second sky of Yuanshan is truly powerful, far from being comparable to the first sky. Looking towards the black and red running thunder in the sky, a touch of envy appeared in Chang Feng's eyes. He used to be on par with the statement, but now the statement has completely overtaken him. Repelling Chung Feng with a single strike, Shenlin did not chase after him, but raised her head to look at the sky. Seeing that the blazing sun did not show the slightest sign of defeat, but instead grew more and more courageous, Shenlin's nerves, which were originally somewhat taut, finally relaxed a few points. Condescendingly looking down at the Chang Jae trio, Shenlin suddenly smiled. Chang Jae, I thought how strong you would bring, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. Today your trick of bullying is null and void. Bind your hands and I may even spare your life in court. Shut up. Before Chang Jae could speak, Chang Feng, who was on the side, opened his mouth and issued an angry rebuke to Shenlin, daring to threaten the young master and insult the Chang family. Shenlin, you will die today. Anger rose in Chang Feng's eyes, then he clenched his right hand into a fist and slammed it on his chest. Put. After a muffled sound, only a white thick liquid gushed out from his chest. This white liquid seemed to be alive, quickly spreading all over Chang Feng's body and wrapping him tightly in just a few seconds. In the next second, a shocking scene occurred. The white liquid that encapsulated Chung Feng unexpectedly began to gradually condense into a domineering white armor. The armor presented a strange luster, giving off a cold and sturdy feeling. It was uniquely designed, with every detail displaying exquisite craftsmanship and powerful defense. The surface of the armor was covered with sharp spikes and hard scales, reminding one of a ferocious beast. More strikingly, there was a huge dragon tattoo painted on the chest of the armor. The dragon pattern was lifelike, coiled above the armor with teeth and claws, flashing with eye-catching green aura. Nano armor? Shenlin was instantly shocked in her heart, but her face remained indifferent and disdainful. Nanotech battle armor is a high-tech piece of equipment that has sprung up in recent years and is ridiculously expensive. She had heard of its existence in news reports, but had never seen it with her own eyes. It was said that after wearing this type of battle armor, it could greatly enhance the mobility, attack and defense of the martial artist, and could even release powerful energy waves to attack the enemy. However, for martial artists who had already stepped into the Yuanshan realm, such equipment could not be a key factor in determining victory or defeat. The difference in their strength had long since transcended the limitations of the material plane, and depended more on spiritual power and the degree of comprehension of the Tao of Enlightenment. The Cheng family is really rich and powerful, but do you really think you can fight me with this? How ridiculous! Shenlin sneered, a light blue light flickering in her eyes. Phew! The cold wind was howling, and ice was even beginning to form inside the entire auction house. Asterisk 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 in hell. Can't you go out and fight? Cold sweat seeped out of Anfanghai's forehead as he cursed in his heart, while his spiritual energy surged wildly to push the large formation protecting the crowd below to the extreme. Next I'll show you the real gap between us. Shenlin droned out. The ghostly blue longsword in her hand swept across the room, and the brilliant sword aura suddenly transformed into an ice crystal phoenix, unfolding its wings and pecking down fiercely towards Changfeng. Seeing the ice phoenix coming, Changfeng's eyes were filled with indifference. The blast wind-sung dragon gun in his hand swept across, and the dragon pattern on his armor bloomed with eye-catching green aura. The green light spread. The sound of dragon roars resounded through the heavens and earth. A huge green dragon silhouette appeared behind Changfeng, and the terrifying dragon might suppressed the universe. What? Feeling the rapidly climbing aura on Changfeng's body, Shenlin finally changed her face. At this moment, she felt that her shoulders were incredibly heavy, and a pressure that was difficult to counteract was constantly coming from that green dragon silhouette. That ice crystal phoenix was overwhelmed into a sky of fine ice crystals in just a moment. Not daring to hesitate too much, Shenlin threw out the long sword in her hand, and the biting cold wind whistled like a tornado. Firm ice quickly covered that ghostly blue longsword, and in the blink of an eye that longsword transformed into a crystal-clear divine sword stabbing at Changfeng. Killing intent flowed in Changfeng's eyes, and the lance in his hand swung up to slam down against that divine sword. Boom! The green dragon's silhouette slowly raised its claws to reunite with the lance, and the green aura was like a pillar, like a real divine dragon crushing everything, and in a moment, it crushed that divine sword to explode. Bang! The dragon's claw shattered the divine sword with undiminished might, and slammed on Shenlin's body in her shocked gaze. Blood splattered. Chapter 30. How can your efforts alone defeat my 3 generations? A series of blood was sprayed out by Shenlin, and a large amount of shredded cloth floated in the air. Shenlin's figure was slapped dozens of meters by this claw, even collapsing one of the walls of the auction house. In the ruins, Shenlin raised her head and looked at Changfeng with a gaze full of shock and fear. Changfeng's blow just now had almost smashed her gown, revealing the snow-white skin that she usually hid. Blood continued to flow down the corners of her mouth, and a huge wound that almost tore her apart appeared on her abdomen. Shenlin didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly took out the pills from her storage ring and took them. As soon as the elixir was consumed, the wounds on Shenlin's body began to heal rapidly. In the blink of an eye, that hideous belly was once again back to being polished and flat. City Lord Shen, how is it? Do you feel the gap? Chang Jiao looked down at Shenlin, his eyes full of laughter. Chang Jiao's eyes then looked towards Anfanghai. President An, it's just right to use your field to make an announcement. Chang Jiao then pointed to the battle armor on Changfeng's body and introduced it to the guests. This one is the latest battle armor developed by my Cheng family, called the Beast Soul Battle Armor. This set of battle armor adopts nanotechnology, which contains the beast cores of the powerful beast race of the beasts beyond the heavens, so the degree of power is self-evident, and all of them can be used regardless of whether they are physical realm martial practitioners who have just entered the martial path or towering war gods. And this technology, our Chang family has already matured, and such a mecha can be completely mass-produced. But, we don't sell this battle armor to the public. If any of you want to own one, you can contact me, Chang Jiao. And as long as you have contributed enough to the Chang family, you can exchange it for one in the Chang family through merit. When they heard Chang Jie's words, the crowd on stage stared in disbelief. Everyone was watching the performance of the Beast Soul Battle Armor. Yuanshan First Heaven crossed the level to violently beat Yuanshan Second Heaven. This is something that no one has even dared to think about before. But now, it just literally happened right in front of their eyes. The key thing was that this battle armor could be possessed as long as it contributed to the Chang family. Looking at the excited gleam in the eyes of the people around him, the corner of Chang Jail's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction. What happened today is sure to be widely publicized. Soon, there would be countless martial artists flocking here after hearing the news. In this world, profit is always the goal that people are chasing. The reason why the Chang family had become a target was because the cake they occupied alone was just too big. However, Chang Jiao did not intend to make enemies of everyone. Instead, he was going to turn these enemies into his friends and work for him. Therefore, he wants everyone to have a chance to taste the flavor of this huge cake. He believed that by giving enough temptations and benefits, he would be able to gradually control the martial artists in the Federation. Since the entire Federation had already considered the Chang family as an enemy, he would have to bring the entire Federation under his control. Chang Jiao, do you really think you can pull people in like this? Shen Lin, who was on the ground, got up with difficulty and angrily rebuked at Cheng Jia. Anyone who offends you will be exterminated. Bullying families like yours should not exist in the Federation. Noisy. Chang Jiao glanced at Shen Lin and spoke indifferently. Slap. Snap. Before Shen Lin could react, a cold, armor-covered slap had already slapped her face. A red palm print immediately appeared on that stunningly beautiful face. Li Sudong, who was also wearing armor on the side, bowed respectfully to Cheng Jia. Li Sudong's armor seemed extraordinarily thick, giving off an indestructible feeling. Its color was deep and mysterious, and its body was as black as ink, as if it could swallow all light. The surface of the armor was covered with sharp edges and sharp bumps, every detail displaying a powerful sense of strength. And the most striking thing was the dark red giant ape pattern on the chest of the armor. This giant ape was lifelike, its hair flying and its muscle lines clearly visible. It pounds its chest with both hands and emits a deafening roar from its mouth, seemingly announcing its existence to the world. The whole picture is full of wildness and dominance, which makes people can't help but be shocked by it. That slap just now was from him. Feeling the power in his body at this moment that was far more than several times that of before, Li Sudong was equally excited in his eyes. Chang Jiao couldn't help but sneer as he looked at Shen Lin, who had once again planted herself in the rubble. City Lord Shen, you still know that offending my Chung family will get you exterminated. Ha! And what do you think your City Lord's mansion will look like now? Hearing Chang Jiao's words, Shen Lin steeply widened her eyes. Looking around, sure enough, Zheng Shan and Li Wuan had already disappeared. Chang Jiao, you come at me if there's anything. Don't go after those innocent people. Shen Lin was instantly anxious. Just as she wanted to rise up in the air, she was blocked by Li Sudong one after the other. Innocent? Chang Jiao smiled gently. They're not innocent. Fairies should be in heaven. I'm just helping them out. And Lord Xin Chang, I think you should be most worried about yourself right now, shouldn't you? Chang Feng, Li Sudong, waste her for me. Yes, sir. When they heard Chang Jiao's words, a touch of ruthlessness appeared in Chang Feng's duo's eyes. Before Shen Lin could react, Li Sudong roughly lifted Shen Lin's arms from behind with one hand. Shen Lin struggled frantically, the remaining spiritual energy in her body exploding without reservation. However, Li Sudong's arms were like two divine mountains pressing down on her shoulders, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not break free. Lord Xin Chang, it's over. Chang Feng's cold voice came out. In Shen Lin's horrified gaze, the blast wind Sanglong gun pierced straight through her abdomen. Pust. A mouthful of blood was sprayed out by Shen Lin. Feeling the spiritual energy in her body as if it had deflated, despair instantly filled her eyes. Why yes, 2 lines of tears flowed out of Shen Lin's eyes, her heart bitter. She didn't understand why Chang Jiao could be so rampant. Chang Jiao's figure leapt down from that private room. Walking forward, Chang Jiao grabbed a handful of Shen Lin's hair, who was limp on the ground. City Lord Shen, you don't really think you can protect the person my Cheng family wants to kill, do you? Who cares what kind of proud daughter of heaven you are? How can your efforts alone be better than those of my 3 remaining generations? Such a simple truth. How can someone as old as Lord Shen City still not understand it? Looking at Chang Jiao's rampant smile, Shen Lin opened her mouth but realized that she was speechless. The power was destroyed. The cultivation was lost. And how could he still be qualified to speak after losing so completely? Looking at the double-eyed Shen Lin, Chang Jiao used his other hand to gently caress her smooth and cold face. Looking at it so close, Chang Jiao had to praise Shen Lin's sentence about still having her style. Fang said that I'm a sinful family, so I won't pretend. After Chu Chen dies, I'll make sure to let you properly see how sinful I am. Chapter 31 Blood Ritual Armor. Destruction Demon Dragon. What do you mean? A flash of panic flashed in Shunlin's eyes. At this moment, she had lost all her cultivation, and was no different from a lamb to the slaughter. Literally, of course. Chang Jael stroked Shunlin's cold skin, an evil smile spreading from the corner of his eyes. Having just helped my archenemy in life and death, do you think I'll let you off the hook, City Lord Shun? Don't worry, in the Chang family, without me asking, it's hard for you to die. Patting Shunlin's bemused little face, Chang Jia flipped his wrist and an iron chain immediately appeared in Chang Jia's hand. The chain was pitch black, and the collar on the front end glittered with lavender runes. Chang Jael smiled indifferently and tied the chain around Shunlin's neck. As soon as she was tied up by the chains, Shunlin immediately felt a wave of weakness flooding through her entire body. Shunlin grabbed the collar with both hands and tried to break free, but realized that she couldn't shake it in the slightest. She was a Yuan Shan powerhouse, and even if she lost all her cultivation, her physical strength was enough to break ordinary chains. Chang Jael, what kind of chain is that? Lifting her head, Shunlin questioned in horror. Dog leash. Chang Jael snorted coldly and tied the other end of the chain to an iron pipe on one side. Looking at Chang Jia's back, a deep sense of despair immediately enveloped Shunlin. No longer paying attention to Shunlin, Chang Jiao raised his head to look at the sky. At this moment, the battle in the sky had already entered a white heat. Die! Above the sky, Zhao Ting roared. A long black wind danced wildly, and the flaming battle sword in his hand crossed the sky, chopping down fiercely towards the statement in front of him. The blade was radiant, like a flaming heavenly river rushing down. Zhao Ting's face was extremely ugly at this moment. As a former war god powerhouse, at this moment, he was actually delayed for so long by a mere Yuan Shan's second sky statement. He can't take it. Although one's strength was not as great as it was before, one should still be able to sweep away in the face of an unusual Yuan Shan realm martial artist. Boom! The flames were so vast that the sky was instantly dyed a brilliant golden color. Statement looked at Zhao Ting with a calm face, no ripples in his eyes. A suit of armor had also been put on the statement at the moment. The armor has a stunning silvery white glow throughout, as if it were crafted from the purest silver. And despite its seemingly thin appearance, its delicacy was something one could not help but fall in love with. Every detail is carefully sculpted, with smooth and elegant lines, giving a sense of lightness and movement, especially the Thunder Dragon tattoo painted with teeth and claws on the chest. The Thunder Dragon seemed to possess life, vividly displayed on top of the armor. The scales on its body flashed with dazzling thunder light, and the dragon's beard exuded endless majesty and power as it danced. The black and red thunder filled with a destructive aura was like a small snake traveling all over the body of the statement, and every time it leaped, it would cause bursts of air to resonate sharply. The statement indifferently crossed the sea of fire to land on Zhao Ting's body. The palm of his hand weighed on, and immediately a thunder spear coalesced in his hand. Immediately afterward, the killing chance flashed in the statement's eyes, and the spear was violently thrown out. The spear instantly transformed into a red and black lightning, breaking through the sea of fire in an instant to kill Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting's pupils contracted and his heartbeat instantly accelerated. He only had time to raise the flaming battle sword in his hand and block in a panic. Boom! A thunderous boom erupted with a monstrous sound, and a circle of black and red ripples exploded, destroying everything. Zhao Ting only felt a terrifyingly strong force hit him, and his figure was blown away. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Zhao Ting's face turned pale. When he looked at the statement again, his eyes were filled with resignation. A blow that will hit himself hard. How is that possible? Why is this body of Chuchen so weak? Zhao Ting cursed in his heart as he continuously fished out pills from his storage ring and threw them into his mouth. The power of Feng Kai's statement strike was enormous, and even with the protection of his own divine soul, Chu Chen's body still suffered a heavy blow. Surging vitality erupted from his abdomen, and only then did Zhao Ting feel better. Looking at the statement that slowly stepped into the air, a flash of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Ting's eyes. God's soul. Burn! Phew! A glazed fire ignited, and Zhao Ting's breath, which was already somewhat weak, instantly skyrocketed. Burned God's soul? Statement sneered as he looked at Zhao Ting, whose breath was climbing in front of him. Burning the divine soul was a very powerful and dangerous tactic that could only be performed by those supreme powerhouses who had reached the divine flame realm. By igniting the divine fire and burning one's own divine soul as fuel, one could obtain a short-lived surge in strength, but at the same time, it would also bring great damage to the body and divine soul. Normally, unless faced with a desperate situation of life and death, no strong person would be willing to easily use such a self-inflicted move. At this moment, Zhao Ting chose to burn his divine soul. Obviously he was at his wit's end and could only hope to seek a ray of hope by burning his divine soul. You think you're the only one with a card? A flash of madness flashed in Statement's eyes, and with a thought, Countless fine spikes stretched out from the inside of the armor and pierced into Statement's skin. The Zhaoting or Chu Chun in front of him had always been regarded by Cheng Jiao as a great danger to his heart. Even listening to Cheng Tianhao's meaning, Chu Chen's existence had even reached the future of the Cheng family. As a part of the Cheng family, he would not allow such a person to exist. Since Zhao Ting wanted to play, he would play with him. Blood sacrifice armor. Boom! Along with stating a loud cry, a heavy and terrifying to the extreme aura instantly exploded, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. Zhao Ting felt his heart tighten, and an inexplicable fear arose in the bottom of his heart. Not only him, the heartbeats of the entire Han city seemed to slow down by half a beat, as if some terrifying existence had descended, and they unanimously looked in the direction of the Statement in terror. And Fang Hai's eyes widened as he gasped for air. Now he felt more and more that he had made the right decision. If he had just mindlessly helped Shenlin, he and even the entire Ning Chamber of Commerce would be an absolute catastrophe. Roar! As this terrifying dragon whistle sounded, the entire world seemed to tremble. That voice was like a roar from the depths of hell, traversing the endless void, terrifyingly languid. Right at this moment, with the Statement as the center, a rolling blood-colored baleful aura instantly filled the air. This baleful aura was like a raging torrent, quickly spreading to the surroundings, enveloping everything in a bloody aura. Wherever it passed, everything was dyed with a layer of scarlet color, causing people to feel an unspeakable fear and depression. In the midst of this blood-colored fury, a terrifying dragon tens of meters tall slowly emerged. The dragon's entire body was shrouded in blood-red light, emitting a suffocating pressure. Its body was incomparably huge, just like a moving mountain that was shocking. The giant dragon raised its head to the sky and let out a burst of tyrannical roar, the sound deafening as if it was going to tear the entire heaven and earth apart. The dragon's eyes were like huge copper bells, flashing with a cold, blood-colored light. The killing intent contained within them was creepy, as if it could freeze the entire world. Uncle Chen is also too desperate. Looking at the brutal dragon's shadow in the sky, Cheng Jiao was equally stunned in his heart. Come on, the final battle. The Statement's voice was hoarse and seemed to contain endless madness. The mad dragon running thunder halberd swung in his hand and instantly chopped down towards Zhao Ting. Absolute destruction. Chapter 32, Devouring the Soul of the Remnant Seed. Resuscitated Meng Tian. Right at this moment, that huge dragon shadow finally slowly raised its immense and incomparable dragon head. In an instant, endless blood-devouring chi began to frantically converge in the dragon's mouth, causing the entire sky to be dyed a scarlet color. At the same time, a palpitatingly terrifying aura also violently erupted from that dragon shadow, and heaven and earth trembled. Without the slightest hesitation, the giant dragon violently opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying dragon breath instantly gushed out. Boom! The red and black thunder wrapped with rolling blood fury shot out like a cannonball, and its speed was so fast that it made people's jaws drop. Wherever it passed, the air was torn to pieces, emitting sharp and ear-piercing sounds, and the blood-bane gas was even more diffuse, as if it was going to swallow the entire dome of the sky in general. Looking at the terrifying dragon's breath that came rapidly, Zhao Ting's face instantly changed dramatically. The glazed flames on his body surged against the wind, and in just one breath, he burned out the surrounding blood fiends. Congeal! Zhao Ting shouted, and the glazed fire that covered half of the sky instantly closed in, finally condensing completely on the blade of the battle sword. The battle sword in his hand lightly danced, and a piercing crescent blade aura instantly slashed out. The glazed light flickered, as if a glazed clear moon had appeared at first, its light shining in the sky, colliding with that bloodshed dragon's breath. Rumble! The earth trembled as if it were an earthquake. The void in the sky exploded. A fine crack scattered everywhere, just like a scene of doom. The terrifying aura surged like a tidal wave, like a sea wave that covered the entire Han city in a matter of moments, spreading for tens of thousands of miles. The dragon's breath was like a torch, as if hell had descended to destroy everything. The glazed moon hovered in the air, its endless sharpness sweeping across the 8 directions. Break me! The Statement's face was pale, the veins on his forehead rippled, and his face was hideous and bloodthirsty. His eyes were like 2 bright lights, staring at the glazed bright moon. The blood in his body flowed rapidly, and the aura of the Statement skyrocketed once again. The blood fury around his body stirred as if he was a terrifying demon god who had stepped onto earth from hell. The war halberd crossed the sky, and the devil's might shook the heavens. Boom! Terrifying bursts of sound resounded through the heavens and earth, and the void around the Statement instantly collapsed. Roar! The devil dragon roared, stating that a halberd smashed down, and the crystal-clear glazed crescent moon shattered along with the battle blade in Zhao Ting's hand. Pust! Zhao Ting violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood as his body fell from the air like a kite. Looking at the rapidly falling Zhao Ting, Statement smiled bashfully, and then an unprecedented feeling of weakness spread throughout his body. The battle armor automatically disengaged, and Statement's body descended uncontrollably. Chang Feng's eyes and hands were quick. His figure instantly turned into a gust of wind to catch the Statement and bring it back to the ground. Looking at the Statement in Chang Feng's arms that was no longer capable of fighting, Chang Jie's eyes were filled with heartache. Young Lord, I tried my best. The Statement murmured. It's okay, Uncle Chen. Thank you, Chang Jie said gently, taking out a single elixir from his hand and feeding it into the Statement's mouth. It was only until the Statement breath had completely stabilized that Chang Jie stood up, looking toward Chu Chen, who had fallen into the ruins. The killing intent in Chang Jie's eyes instantly skyrocketed. Zhao Ting's strength was indeed a bit out of his expectation. In the original play, Zhao Ting possessing Chu Chen was merely able to burst out with the strength of a first sky of Yuanshan. This was the reason why Chang Jie thought that Statement could steadily eat Zhao Ting. But now it does seem that the variables are a little too great. If it wasn't for Statement's desperate attempt to hit Zhao Ting hard, this operation might have really been a lost cause. Ha ha ha, it's still me at the end of the line. Zhao Ting stood up from the ruins and threw the elixir in his hand into his mouth like a sugar bean. The translucent glazed fire was still burning, and the aura on Zhao Ting's body was still strong. For me to be able to put up this kind of fight, you guys didn't die unjustly. Looking at the Chang Jie few people in front of him, Zhao Ting's eyes were filled with killing intent. A burst of essence erupted in the eyes of Xinlin on the side, as if she had seen hope. Chu Chen, save me, Xinlin called out with a sobbing voice. However, Zhao Ting, who had already dominated Chu Chen's body, did not look at her. Cheng Feng and Li Sudong both stood in front of Chang Jie at the same time, protecting Chang Jie behind them. If Zhao Ting stormed out, then there was room for them to resist. Old thing, you're eating me up? Chang Jie sneered as he looked at Zhao Ting, not fearing this former war god powerhouse in the slightest. Why do you still have a backhand? If you don't show what you've got, you won't get a chance. Zhao Ting laughed softly. Chang prison if there is still a backhand. That Statement still need to fight to this point? How is that possible? Chang Jie smiled faintly, and with a wave of his hand, a large flag immediately appeared in front of him. The human emperor's flag. Black mist filled the air, and mournful screams kept coming from the flag. 10,000 soul streamer. How do you have such an evil thing? When he felt the dense fury chi on the human emperor flag, Zhao Ting's face immediately became startled. The large flag in front of him was practically identical to the 10,000 soul streamer he had once seen. To possess such a deadly aura, the holder must have killed countless people. 10,000 souls? Upon hearing this name, the killing intent in Chang Jie's eyes suddenly intensified by a few points. Old man, you watch it well. Can't you read such a big Qin character? This is the human emperor flag of mine. Open your dog eyes and watch it for me. Saying that, Chang Jie flipped his hand and earthen base appeared all of a sudden. It was the spirit of the legacy seed that had just been won. Opening the cap on the earthen vial, a mind-altering aroma spread out. In the crowd's shocked gaze, a translucent soul slowly floated out of the bottle. This is the soul of the legacy seed. Xinlin looked at the soul silhouette in midair with complicated eyes. Just as the crowd was shocked, a black mist suddenly emerged from the human emperor flag, pulling the soul of that legacy seed into the flag. Boom! A terrifying baleful aura erupted from the human emperor flag, followed by a terrifying might spreading out from the human emperor flag. Zhao Ting's face changed drastically, and the glazed fire in his hand converged into a fist deity that struck out towards Chang Jie's several people. Bang! Suddenly, a black silhouette, like a ghost, violently sprang out from the human emperor flag, with amazingly fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, it blocked in front of this glazed fire. The flames quickly spread to the black shadow and blazed up. However, the black shadow was oblivious to the blazing flames, completely unconcerned, receiving divine fire hard. How is that possible? Zhao Ting's eyes widened with disbelief. One must know that the glazed fire he released was not an ordinary flame, but an extremely special and powerful indestructible flame. Once ignited, it would continue to burn until the attachment was completely burned out. However, this black shadow in front of him had actually endured this terrifying divine fire directly without fear, and his body had not changed in the slightest, and even the corners of his clothes had not been scorched. This scene caused an intense fear to well up in Zhao Ting's heart. Could it be that this black shadow has the power of immortality? Under everyone's horrified gaze, the black shadow violently worshipped at Chang Jie's feet. Meng Tian, an old member of Great Qin, pays homage to the contemporary human emperor. Chapter 33, The Body of a General. The immortal Meng Tian. Looking at Meng Tian in front of him, Chang Jie was slightly stunned. A strong desire had been conveyed in the human emperor flag during the previous auction, At that time, Chang Jiao thought that it was because Bai Qi needed this soul of the legacy seed to further unseal it. After fusing the divine souls of Li Wanqing and many people from the Lu clan and Maishan, Bai Qi's power had also reached the peak of the first sky of Yuanshan. If it could be unsealed once more, then the strength of his side would be raised to another level. It turned out to be unexpectedly unseated the second fierce general of the old Qin, Meng Tian. This result was more or less out of Cheng Jiao's expectation, especially when he learned that the breath on Meng Tian was only at the first level of Yuanshan. To be honest, Cheng Jiao was more or less disappointed. Although Meng Tian was also known as the first warrior in ancient times, there was still a considerable gap between him and a fierce general like Bai Qi. Terracotta Warriors Lord General Meng Tian, pay respects to the contemporary human emperor. Meng Tian knelt down on one knee and bowed respectfully to Cheng Jia. Unlike Bai Qi, Meng Tian has an entity. The Meng Tian in front of him was dressed in pitch-black armor, holding a bloody long spear, and a helmet covered his face, so that only two soul fires could be seen swaying at the location of his eyes. The glazed fire burned on his body, but it could not penetrate in the slightest. Get up! Cheng Jia gently raised his hand, signaling Meng Tian to get up. Thank you, human emperor. Monty stood up and turned his head to look at Zhao Ting. In an instant, Zhao Ting felt his scalp tingle. You're the one who's going to make a move against the human emperor? Meng Tian's voice was low, as if it was the resonance of the 9 hells of purgatory. A mere speck of undissolved divine soul. How dare you act as a bully in front of the human emperor? I'll send you to your death today. Saying that, Meng Tian ran towards Zhao Ting with great strides. Not you too. Although Zhao Ting was nervous in his heart, his face remained calm. But it's only the first sky of Yuanshan. I think you're the one looking for death. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Zhao Ting took the lead. The glazed fire in his hand was thrown flying, and in a matter of moments, it transformed into a glazed fire phoenix. The fire phoenix was crystal clear and bloomed with bright glazed light. The beak flashed with fire, and it pecked down fiercely at Meng Tian. Sculpture! Meng Tian snorted coldly, and the blood-colored long spear in his hand instantly pierced through the void. A thick bloody aura erupted from its body, filling the entire auction house. Bang! The fire exploded and the glazed light shone. The moment it made contact, that fire phoenix actually instantly exploded and turned into a sky full of sparks. Impossible! How can this be? Seeing Meng Tian break through his glazed fire so easily, Zhao Ting's entire body froze in place. With Meng Tian's strike just now, he could feel that his opponent had not mobilized the energy of heaven and earth. However, this strike that was only fleshly strength unexpectedly annihilated his killing move in an instant. How could this be just the first sky of Yuanshan? Scared? Monty sneered. I am the body of a shogun, born of aversion to heaven and earth, immortal. The sound, however, seemed as numbing as a rusty iron door. Back then, Meng Tim was incompetent and failed to help Great Chinsor. Now that I have been awakened once again, I will help the current generation of human emperors to stand proudly at the top of the world. I will not dishonor the name of the first emperor. Anyone who disobeys the human emperor shall die. A stern and murderous aura permeated from Meng Tian's body, and a horrifying baleful aura surged out from his body to form a monstrous dragon scroll. With the blood-colored spear clenched in his hand, Meng Tian's figure instantly disappeared in place. Before the crowd could see clearly, Meng Tian's huge body, which was like a demon god, had already appeared in front of Zhao Ting, and the long, blood-colored on in his hand was pointing directly at Zhao Ting's brow. Zhao Ting's face instantly turned pale and his scalp exploded. That glazed fire was even surging wildly like a volcano erupting, and a pale silhouette floated out from Chu Chen's body. Click! As this silhouette appeared, the white jade pendant on Chu Chen's chest shattered with a loud bang. You want to kill old me too? Today, I'll pull a backstabber even if I fight to the death. Divine fire. Ignite. Boom! Zhao Ting's silhouette was completely ignited, and the originally pure and flawless glazed fire gradually turned golden. Seeing this scene, Cheng Jia felt worried in his heart. This Zhao Ting was actually planning to burn out his own divine soul in exchange for the power to defeat Meng Tian. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Zhao Ting would absolutely go up in smoke. Vulcan torch. Zhao Ting drank loudly, and an unprecedented amount of terrifying energy erupted from within that translucent body. In just an instant, Zhao Ting's aura climbed again, even stronger than when he fought with Statement earlier. Turning his head, Zhao Ting somewhat lingered and looked at Chu Chen on the ground. By the time he was turning his head, there was madness in his eyes. You guys are coming with me on the road too. Zhao Ting laughed madly. The golden divine fire spread in all directions, turning into a large net that enveloped Meng Tian along with Cheng Jia and the others. Li Sudong and Shang Feng blocked in front of Cheng Jia with stern faces. The two looked at each other, both seeing the determination in the other's eyes. Blood sacrifice armor. Boom! Boom! Rolls of chi and blood gushed out from the duo's armor, billowing in the sky like wolf smoke. The green-colored pale dragon and the blood-colored demonic ape emerged together, and the terrifying sound of the beast's roar shook the sky. Somewhat. Meng Tian flashed back to Cheng Jie's side in one step, his palm gently grasping at the great net of divine fire in the sky above. Golden flames burned in its palm, but it was never able to damage Meng Tian by half. It's just a dying counterattack from the war god. Human Emperor, you go first. I'll hold this person back, said Meng Tian, waved the blood-colored long spear in his hand, and a blood-colored vortex was actually formed in a flash. The blood-borne aura stirred up ripples in the air, vaguely dispersing the center of that large net. Drive me! Plunging his long gauntlet into the ground, Monty ignored the divine fire burning his hands into the net and ripped violently to the sides. In an instant, it actually tore that big net to shreds. No way! Zhao Ting was shocked in place. He'd been blown away several times today. There was more weight in this fight than he had realized. Looks like the only way is to blow yourself up. Zhao Ting smiled to himself as a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Now that the battle had reached this point, both sides were already immortal. There is no de-escalation at all. With a thought, the terrifying glazed fire instantly gathered. Zhao Ting's body began to expand with the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, it actually rose into a large round ball with a diameter of 2 meters. Not good. He's going to blow himself up. And Fan Hai's face was shocked, and a chill instantly drilled out of his spine. With the self-detonation of a peak Yuanshan second sky powerhouse, the entire Han City could be wiped out as a result. Cheng Jie was equally shocked, not expecting Zhao Ting to have such a hand. Guard the good man Emperor. Meng Tian bellowed and his figure instantly appeared in front of Zhao Ting. Encircled by two big, strong hands, Meng Tian actually carried Zhao Ting, who looked like a leather ball, straight into the sky. Monty, looking at the bloody mane in the sky, Cheng Jie's heart was filled with worry. In the next second, a white light instantly bloomed from the sky. The entire world seemed to have the mute button pressed at this moment, and all sounds instantly disappeared. Li Sudong and Shang Feng's internal spiritual energy was pushed to the extreme, and the blood ape and sun dragon firmly guarded Cheng Jie within. Boom! Strong shockwaves slapped down from the sky, and in an instant, the entire Han City trembled madly. Chapter 34, Slaying Chuchin. Slaying the son of heaven's destiny. Endless white light shone like a blazing sun. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose, coloring the entire sky a dazzling white. Above the sky, the originally intact space was torn out with countless terrifying cracks, and the broken places were filled with violent spatial turbulence. These spatial turbulences were like a pack of hungry beasts, greedily devouring everything around them. The terrifying destructive energy, on the other hand, rushed towards the earth like rain in a continuous stream. The earth trembled, shaking violently with each impact. Skyscrapers collapsed like papier-mâché, and a huge earthquake threw the whole city into chaos. In an instant, Han City seemed to have turned into a ruin, with debris and broken buildings everywhere. A few minutes later, burst after burst of wailing, screams, and cries came from all directions, filling the entire city. These sounds intertwined together, forming a sad symphony that sent chills down one's spine. Xinlin exerted her entire body and fought to push away the heavy stone slabs pressing down on her. Her face was pale and her eyes revealed a sense of bewilderment and helplessness. Just half an hour ago, Hanchang was a prosperous and peaceful place, but now it had become a veritable hell on earth. And it was all because she rashly went to war with the Cheng family. Damn it! I can't believe I blew myself up. Looking at the tragic situation around him, Cheng Jie broke into tears. Zhao Ting's shamelessness was unexpected. I can't believe I went out of my way to blow myself up in this downtown area. It's inhuman, ungrateful. Although he was also a villain, he still resisted this kind of mutilation of innocent people. The Federation's ostracizing of the Cheng family is a matter for the Federation's top brass. It's not like it has anything to do with the average person who works diligently and hard. And later on, he will be in charge of the Federation. And these people are the foundation of the Federation. Above the sky, Meng Tian's figure slowly floated down. Despite experiencing an explosion of this magnitude, Monty was still intact. Looking at the tragic situation around him, Cheng Jie had some intolerance in his heart. General Monty, is there any way to minimize casualties? Turning his head, Cheng Jie asked Meng Tian behind him. Meng Tian pondered for a moment and nodded at Cheng Jie's expectant gaze. There is a way. My zombie clan has a divine ability to seal the soul, coupled with the human emperor flag to suppress the soul of the dead. As long as the vitality of the body is restored before the soul is completely dissipated, then it is possible to bring someone back from the dead. Only, the soul will dissipate quickly. It must be done within 12 hours. Enough. Cheng Jie nodded. his eyes regaining their sparkle. 12 hours is more than enough. He's not a saint. He can't be perfect. It's enough to be able to do your best and live up to your conscience. The bloody golem in Monty's hand was stuck in the ground, and a pair of large hands slammed down on the ground. Rumble. The earth trembled again as 10 lifelike terracotta warriors and horses burrowed out of the ground around Meng Tian. Formation, Monty bellowed in a deep voice. The eyes of those 10 terracotta warriors suddenly lit up with a blazing soulfire, and their hands quickly pinched out a bizarre rune. As if these runes were alive, they quickly merged into the human emperor flag. Immediately afterward, a black mist violently erupted from the human emperor flag and shot straight into the sky. This black mist quickly spread out in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a huge dark green-colored spell formation. This spell formation enveloped the entire Han city before it merged back into the ground in an instant. Human Emperor, we must stay here to suppress these spirits. If you want to save them, please do so as soon as possible, Meng Tian said in a grave tone. Chang Jael nodded. Then he turned his head to look at Chung Feng and Li Sudong who had just protected him. Brother Chung Feng, President Li. Chang Jael's voice carried a hint of urgency. Please immediately gather all the people who can be utilized in the vicinity of the Chang family and start the rescue work with full force. Don't skimp on the use of healing elixirs. As long as there's still a breath left in the body, do your best to revive them. Yes, young lord. Chang Feng and Li Sudong glanced at each other, their faces equally grave. They knew that time was running out and that every minute and every second could determine the survival of more people. So, without hesitation, they turned away and began to gather manpower and organize rescue operations. They likewise did not expect the battle to end up in such a disaster. Luckily, in the nick of time, Meng Tian brought Zhao Ting off the ground. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. The two of them took a few more pills and immediately left the place just as their faces turned rosy. Seeing the two of them leave, Chang Jael's gaze landed on Chu Chen, who was paralyzed in the rubble not far away. The relief has been organized. Now it's just a matter of wiping out the culprit. Before blowing himself up, Zhao Ting had left behind a spirit formation to protect Chu Chen, which allowed him to not suffer any harm. At this moment, Chu Chen sat on the ground, his eyes staring blankly at the broken pendant in his chest. It's broken. My pendant is broken, Chu Chen muttered under his breath, and a moment of confusion surfaced in his eyes. The pendant was the root of his power and his future. But now everything went up in smoke with Zhao Ting's self-explosion. Raising his head and looking at Chang Jael, who was walking towards him step by step, endless hatred immediately surged out of Chu Chen's eyes. Chang Jael, it's all because of you. You ruined my future. From today onwards, I, Chu Chen, and you will not rest in death. Looking at the violently enraged Chu Chen, killing machines flashed in Chang Jael's eyes. He didn't want to bull ***** with Chu Chen in the slightest right now. With a flip of his wrist, the cultivating heavenly demon blade instantly appeared in Chang Jia's hand. Chu Chen, suffer death. Chang Jael's voice was cold and indifferent, instantly transforming into a blood shadow to kill Chu Chen. That blood shadow was fast to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed to Chu Chen's body. The icy cold blood-colored blade awnings passed by in an instant. Chu Chen's eyes widened as his movements lingered on the image of feeling out his battle blade and trying to block. A thin line of blood appeared at his neck, almost invisible at first, but growing redder after a few seconds. Pust! Blood sprayed out from Chu Chen's neck like a fountain, and Chu Chen's head shot up into the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Son of Heaven's destiny. Reward. Chapter 35, Bountiful Rewards. System Best Effort Bureau. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Son of Heaven's destiny. Reward 1, S-grade physique indestructible holy body. Reward 2, Heaven and Earth secret treasure Hao Yin Pagoda. Reward 3, luck value, 500,000. Reward 4, realm helicopter Dan times 5. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the talent of the Son of Heaven's destiny, enlightenment against all odds. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering all of the destined Sun's chi, and the chi level of the host's power has been raised to primary level. Host panel opens. Level 1 system mall opens. Alert! The host's current amount of robbery has accumulated to 100%. Estimated time of arrival of the heavenly calamity, 7 days later. A series of voices came from Chang Jiao's mind one after another. Chang Jael looked down at Chu Chen's rolling head, then stomped on it. There's no point in keeping the body of such a person. Young lord. Just then, silhouettes drifted down in the sky, and it was none other than Knight Shengyu, Zhang Shan, and the others who had left earlier. Behind a few people were the three major powers that had been sent out. Where are the captives from the city lord's house? Chang Jael asked with some curiosity. Kill them all, Li Shengyu answered in a deep voice. We came this way first thing after the explosion, and I took the liberty of settling those tired people. Please, young lord, descend. With that, the three of Li Shangyu simultaneously knelt down on one knee towards Cheng Jail. Not so much. These people deserve to die in the first place. Cheng Jail patted Li Shangyu's shoulder to signal the three to get up. The task of purging the city lord's mansion this time was originally the one he had asked Li Shangyu to take full responsibility for. So what Knight Shangyu does with these prisoners is his freedom. And even if Li Shangyu didn't kill these people, he would have ordered them all to be killed. All forces hostile to yourself must be left in pieces. Zhang Shan, Li Wandering. Hearing Chang Jie's call, Zhang Shan and Li Wuan hurriedly stood over. Take the people from the Fury Demon Sect and the Moonlight Guild to join the disaster relief immediately. Especially those families without martial artists should be given special care. Hearing Chang Jie's words, the two of them looked at each other with some confusion in their eyes. The forces of the two were definitely not considered decent anymore, and as far as they were concerned, the deaths of these people had nothing to do with them. But if Cheng Jail had commanded it, then there was naturally a reason for Cheng Jail. As a subordinate, just try your best to accomplish it. There are some things that Cheng Jiu doesn't need to explain to them. The two of them bowed to Cheng Jail, and then with a wave of their hands brought their respective forces to participate in the rescue. Seeing the duo move so neatly, Cheng Jail smiled with satisfaction. Li Shangyu, you'll be in charge of this rescue operation. Make sure you don't give up on anyone. Li Shangyu nodded seriously at his words. With these arrangements in place, Cheng Jail then pulled the chain around Shenlin's neck to the side and vacated. The power of action of the Cheng family's forces was quite swift. At the first moment Cheng Feng informed them, all the forces close to Han City all rushed over at the first opportunity. Under the methodical command of Li Xingyu, the rescue work was carried out rapidly. Inside the lodge, Cheng Jia leaned on the sofa and looked at the report that Li Shangyu had given himself on his cell phone. At his feet, Shenlin trembled and prostrated herself on the ground. Putting down his cell phone, Cheng Jia looked at Shenlin and laughed lightly. Master Shen, how does it feel to destroy your own city with your own hands? Shenlin raised her head blankly, her eyes filled with bitterness. Cheng Jia is right. If he hadn't kept Chu Chen by his side for his own selfish desires in the first place, all of this would have been different. Seeing that Shenlin didn't say anything, Cheng Jia snorted coldly and slowly closed his eyes. Now he's going to take care of his business. System, what's the situation with this heavenly calamity? This was Cheng Jia's main concern right now. Crossing the sky. How many geniuses have fallen here? And even the protagonists have died 9 times. A matter of life and death. Cheng Jia cannot dare to be careless. The size of the heavenly tribulation is entirely based on the host's current martial realm, but the host is currently being targeted by the heavenly Tao, and the power of this tribulation will surely be far greater than that of an unusual sovereign-level tribulation. In addition to crossing the heavenly calamity can only rely on the host alone. If another person intervenes, the heavenly calamity may become more terrifying according to the level of the other person. This system has done its best to develop itself through the heavenly chi that the host has snatched. Hosts can enhance themselves by adding points through the panel, or enter the system store to choose the right props to fight against the heavenly calamity. Good luck to the host. The system is with you. Hearing the system's explanation, Cheng Jia felt a headache. Originally, he was thinking of helping himself against the heavenly tribulation through the Cheng family, or even directly allow Cheng Tianhao to blow this heavenly calamity away after his promotion. Today it seems that everything is left to chance. If Cheng Tianhao was allowed to help, and the power of the heavenly tribulation was directly uplifted to the war god or martial god level, then not to mention one's entire Cheng clan might be wiped out as a result. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Jia mumbled in his mind, and a panel that only he could see appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Cheng Jail. Martial arts level, body transformation realm level 5+. Flesh level, mortal rank 3+. Bloodline, S-class heavenly demon black dragon bloodline plus. Physique, S-class indestructible holy body plus. Technique, S-class devouring heavenly devil technique plus. Observations, not yet available. Talent, enlightened. Current luck value, 523, 300 points. Looking at the panel in front of him, Cheng Jia somewhat curiously tapped the plus sign behind the martial arts rank. Upgrading will cost you 100 fortune values. Do you confirm? Only 100? Cheng Jia was a bit surprised that the points consumed for upgrading were so little, but after briefly thinking about it, Cheng Jia still chose no. The power of the heavenly tribulation was based on one's current martial Dao level, and right now, one was not suitable for upgrading. Immediately after that, Cheng Jia tapped the flesh level plus sign below. Ha! It's only going to be 10 points. Cheng Jia was ecstatic in his heart. One's martial arts level couldn't be upgraded for the time being, but it didn't say that the physical body couldn't, did it? If the physical body is strong enough, that heavenly calamity is nothing. Taking a deep breath, Chang Jael proceeded to scroll down. Upon seeing that upgrading almost required 500,000 chi luck values, Chang Jiao decisively chose to give up. If the system mall doesn't have something you're happy with, it's not too late to upgrade again. Opening the system mall, Chang Jia immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. The mall had all sorts of items, even more complete than the things in the Chang family's treasure trove. The bottom line is that these things aren't expensive. Chang Jael took a general look and basically the prices were around 10,000. Suppressing his excitement, Chang Jia roughly browsed through them all, especially when he saw those body cultivation aptitudes. Chang Gui's belief in strengthening the strength of his physical body was once again strengthened by a few points. Exiting the mall, Chang Jia didn't hesitate to click the plus sign behind the flesh level. Flesh, plus points, 4 levels of mortal goods. There are 5 levels of mortal goods. Mortal instruments 6th grade. When Chang Jia's physical body broke through to spirit grade, a majestic force of qi and blood instantly erupted from Chang Jia's body. Qi and blood entered the sea, instantly flooding the entire mountain. Chapter 36 System. Adding points, gas, blood, and wolf smoke rose to the sky, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Shen Lin, who was closest to Chang Jia, was directly lifted off the ground, and her gaze toward Chang Jia was filled with fear. As the sea of blood contracted, Chang Jael slowly opened his eyes, and instantly 2 streams of essence shot out. It's only cost less than 1,000 points, but it's been boosted to the strong. Feeling the majestic great power within his body, Chang Jia's eyes were filled with surprise. At this moment, Chang Jia felt that he was already on par with Divine Mansion realm martial artists based on his physical strength alone. Without any hesitation, continue to add points. Spirit level 2, Spirit level 3, Spirit level 4. This time, adding points required a full 10 times more consumption, and each level up required double the amount of chi value of the previous level, especially since the final breakthrough actually required 100,000 chi luck values. But Chang Jael was not at all distressed. Is there any interest in saving the value of chi? This time of year is all about pokies. Finally, after spending 130,000 chi luck values, Chang Jia's fleshly body grade reached the Xian product grade 1 level. After spending another 250,000 chi luck values, Chang Jia upgraded his physical body to Xian grade 6. Going up further would require a full 200,000 chi luck values, so Chang Jia gave up after considering it. Standing up and moving around briefly, Chang Jia instantly felt the changes in his body. Terrifying power filled his entire body. Chang Jia felt that every muscle of his concealed explosive power. If he had this kind of physique before, then he wouldn't have needed anyone else to guard him when Zhao Ting blew himself up. Looking at Xin Lin on the ground, Chang Jael turned around and walked towards the outside. Now he was desperate to try out his powers. The back garden of the lodge. Statement and Chang Jael stood opposite each other. At the moment the statement has recovered most of the way. Uncle Chen, I'll attack with all my might. Watch out, Chang Jael reminded with some excitement. Uncle Chen nodded, his eyes equally full of surprise. The party stared him when Chang Jael found him. On the surface, Chang Yu was still only a mid-zone sure, but in his perception, he even vaguely felt that Chang Yu was somewhat dangerous, especially when Chang Jia held his hand. The terrifying strength directly shocked him to the point of no return. As a Yuanshan second sky powerhouse, his physical body was already comparable to that of an ordinary intentional change realm Zunsher. However, his own hand seemed like a small chicken claw in Chang Jael's hand, and if he didn't mobilize his spiritual energy he couldn't break free at all. Now he was also very much looking forward to just how strong Chang Jia was. Chang Jia took a deep breath, and the gaze in his eyes was instantly austere. With the force of his feet, the earth beneath Chang Jia's feet instantly collapsed. Bang! A loud sonic boom exploded, and Chang Jael's figure turned into a residual shadow that pushed straight into the statement. With a swing of his right fist, terrifying chi and blood power gushed out from Chang Jia's body. Statement hurriedly raised his hands against his body when he saw this. Boom! The earth trembled, a terrifying crack spreading with the statement as the center. The surrounding plants and trees instantly burst into pieces, and wood chips flew in the sky. So strong, the statement was shocked in his heart. Fang Chang Jael's strike had actually caused his hands to tremble. How's it going, Uncle Chan? Chang Jael jumped aside and asked with some excitement. Very strong. Uncle Chen nodded and said with the same excitement. This punch already has the power of the late stage of the intentional change realm. Looking at the Chang Jael in front of him, the statement felt so unreal. Just half a month ago, Chang Jia was still the playboy young master who had made himself helpless for a woman and looked a little numb throughout. Now but already have such strength, and whether it is acting decisively or the layout of the future let him admire. if he hadn't watched Chung Jae walk all the way here. Statement killed himself not believing that this could be a person. Young lord, you can finally stand alone. Looking at Chung Jae, Statement smiled in relief. Chang Jia laughed, his heart equally grateful for the statement. Being able to successfully kill Chu Chen, the statement was definitely the biggest contributor. Without the statement, Chang Jae felt that he definitely wouldn't have been able to finish Chu Chen off so quickly. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Statement again, Chang Jae returned to his room in a good mood. The couch. Chang Gui took out the beast blood-boiling Dan from his storage ring. Now that one's physical body level had been raised, the next step was to maximize this power. Swallowing the beast blood-boiling Dan into his stomach, Chang Jia immediately felt a dry heat coming from his abdomen. At the same time, an unstoppable primal urge rushed straight to Chang Jia's brain. Nice guy, what a beast! Chang Jia's eyes widened as he cursed the Ning Chamber of Commerce in his heart. At that time, when Anren introduced it, he only said that this elixir was a physical cultivation elixir and did not introduce why it was called that. In hindsight, that's a completely literal beast. Subconsciously, Chang Jia's gaze fell on Shun Lin's body. Chang Jia, what are you doing? Looking at the beast-like Chang Jia in front of her, Shun Lin was so frightened that she kept backing away. She had also seen it from the window when Chang Jiafeng had gone through with the statement. She had never seen such horrifying flesh. What for? Q. Of course, Chang Jia's eyes were red, and steam even rolled out from his mouth and nose. He felt like his whole body was on fire now, and that fire had to be let out. 1 hour later, Chung Jio sat on the sofa with his eyes closed and his body and mind relaxed. This fight was completely a one-sided abuse by Chung Jae, and Shen Lin had no room for resistance at all. During the lull in the battle, Chang Jia spent 2,000 chi luck value to comprehend the Rock Ming Guan Si from the elixir. Right at this moment, a shocking picture unfolded in Chang Jio's mind, only to see a huge and incomparable rock bird lifting its wings and flying, its wings spreading out tens of thousands of miles away. It soared freely in the endless void, its stance robust and majestic. The wings of this rock bird were like two blades of the heavenly Tao, incomparably sharp, and wherever it passed, the void was easily torn apart like fragile thin paper, showing a spectacular crack. With that enlightenment reversal talent, Chang Jia entered a state of deep contemplation in the blink of an eye. Gradually, Chang Jia's naked upper body began to change in a marvelous way. A tattoo pattern of a rock bird quietly emerged, delicate and realistic, as if it had grown out of his body. This rock bird was lifelike, and each feather shone with a mysterious light that seemed to contain endless Tao rhythms and power. Looking at Chang Jia, who was sitting with his eyes closed, Shen Lin's eyes were filled with hatred. The most precious thing he had guarded for 30 years had been snatched away so roughly by Chang Jia. She tried to sit up, but realized she couldn't do it at all. She felt as if all the bones in her entire body had been shattered, and her legs had even trembled wildly with no control at all. A deep sense of powerlessness and despair arose from Shen Lin's heart. The terrifying extent of Chang Hell was completely beyond her expectations. Sigh. Shen Lin opened her arms and collapsed to the ground with a lifeless look in her eyes. Chapter 37 Facing the Federation head-on, without giving face. It was only after half an hour that Shen Lin sat up from the ground with difficulty. Looking at Chang Jia again, Shen Lin's gaze no longer held the slightest bit of resentment. In this half hour, Shen Lin also thought clearly. She thought about killing herself while Chang Prison was practicing. But the moment she thought of Chang Jail's Cuckoo's black smoking human emperor flag, she lost her courage to die, and as the saying goes, better to die than to live. Instead of living each day in agony, try to accept to change yourself. Maybe one day Chang Jail will be happy and he himself may regain his freedom. Sigh. Shen Lin shuddered as she stood up and began to clean up the battlefield. On the other side, Chang Jia was still cultivating with his eyes closed. At this moment, Chang Jia felt as if he had turned into the rock bird that roamed the void. All sorts of epiphanies continued to spring up from his mind one after another like rain. By the time Chang Jia opened his eyes, it was already noon the next day. Stretching his back, Chang Jia suddenly felt a wet sensation coming from his feet. Lowering his head, Chang Jail almost jumped in shock. Shen Lin actually fell asleep hugging her feet. Drool dangled down that cherry mouth, connecting the edge of her mouth with the back of Chang Jail's foot in a thin, transparent line. What a! Chang Jail sneered and kicked Shen Lin aside in disgust. The sudden pounding suddenly woke up the sleeping Shen Lin. Rubbing her head which had a soreness, Shen Lin smiled and looked at Chang Jia. Awake? Looking at Shen Lin's smile, Chang Zhou's entire body was confused. Yesterday, I looked at myself like I had a blood feud. I was kicked by myself today and still had a smile on my face. Is this crazy? Seeing Chang Jail frozen in place, Shen Lin couldn't help but snort a laugh, then slowly said, Statement came to you several times this morning, but didn't disturb you when he saw you were practicing. It looks like it's quite urgent. Do you want to go ask him what's up? Uncle Chen came to see me? Chang Jio was slightly startled and hurriedly picked up the cell phone that was thrown aside. Inside, besides several missed calls from Knight Sung Woo, there was also a stated message. The Federation is here, preventing our rescue. Finish practicing and come to Han City's Lord's Mansion quickly. Seeing the message, Chang Jail's gaze instantly turned a few degrees colder. The zombie array released by Meng Tian could only last for 12 hours. There is now only one afternoon left and the Federation has the audacity to stand in the way. It simply didn't care about the lives of those victims. I'm going out. Turning off his cell phone, Chang Jia's figure instantly disappeared into the room. The ruins of the Hanchang City Lord's Mansion. It was centrally located, so it was soon chosen by the Federation as a command post as well. At the moment a makeshift tin room. Both of you. This accident is not trivial. The entire Han City has been robbed because of it. As the parties involved, do you not intend to give the Federation an explanation? On the round table in the room, an old man dressed in a Federation battle uniform with hair that was a bit gray looked across the room at Statement and Li Xingyu and said in a somber tone, Chen Lei, don't be too unbridled. What has this matter to do with us? Stating a cold snort, his eyes were filled with anger as he looked at the old man. From the morning until now, he was on the verge of holding back. After a short rest yesterday, he couldn't wait to rush to the center of Han City, working side by side with Li Xingyu and actively involved in the rescue operation. Since all the people present were martial artists, their physical fitness and strength far exceeded that of normal people, which made the rescue work go exceptionally smoothly, especially after the local martial artists of Han City had joined in. The strength of the entire rescue team was even more powerful, and their efficiency continued to increase. In just one short night, the Chang family's major forces had managed to save nearly 1 million precious lives from the rubble. However, the whole rescue operation came to a screeching halt early this morning with the arrival of the feds. Upon seeing the Chang family forces, the federal forces that arrived were the first to stop them by force. The reason is simple. The Chang family has stolen the limelight from their federation. Since the other party came from the federal headquarters, those who were beaten could only eat their words. Knight Shengyu, who was in command, contacted Cheng Jail at the first opportunity. However, Cheng Jiao was in deep enlightenment at that time and didn't notice. Helplessly, the statement can only be made several times to and from the lodge. Seeing that he had already been delayed all morning, the statement was getting worse and worse. If it wasn't for the other party's identity, the statement would have killed him a long time ago. And Fanghai has already proved that the person who caused the disaster has been killed. So don't you throw your hat in the ring, Li Shengyu said with the same righteous anger. Seeing the duo's faces filled with anger, Chen Lei's face still maintained a smile. But you're also the ones who crossed paths. When a disaster of this magnitude occurs, someone has to be responsible, and the Federation can't take the blame, can it? Speaking of this, Chen Lei's gaze suddenly revealed a cold aura. The Federation has already been lenient enough with your Cheng family. If you still persist, then we have no choice but to use coercion. Boom! Before Chen Lei's words fell, the door of the tin room was suddenly kicked open. The tremendous force even nearly shook the tin room. What kind of coercion do you want to use? Cheng Jail's voice was as gloomy as ice, and his gaze towards Chen Lei was chilling. Young lord, you're finally here. Seeing Cheng Jia appear, the Li Shengyu duo immediately had a backbone. Chen Lei's face was ironic. The other man kicked in the door, obviously not taking himself seriously. When you go out, you are representing the Federation. Are you the young master of the Cheng family? Cheng Jio? Exactly. Cheng Jail casually pulled over a chair and sat down nonchalantly. Not bad. Very good. Chen Lei's gaze was like a sinister viper, constantly looking Cheng Jia up and down. I've heard a lot about you. First you destroyed the Lu family in Meishan, and now you've destroyed the entire Han City. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Explain? Cheng Jail laughed lightly, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. Along the way, the anger in Cheng Jail's heart was growing, and he felt like he was about to blow up. What he saw in front of him made him feel incredibly angry and disappointed. Flashbulbs were all over the place, as blinding as the twinkling of stars. Almost every rescue site was being filmed by the media, armed with long guns and short cannons, as if this was not the scene of a disaster, but a grand press conference. What's even more outrageous is the obvious posing that occurs in some places. Instead of seeing this disaster as a matter of life and death, these people see it as an opportunity for hype. It's none of your business who I, Cheng Jail, kill. I'll give you a chance to take your soldiers and leave without getting in the way of our rescue. Otherwise, boom! Terrifying baleful chi was like a volcanic eruption as it violently erupted from Cheng Jia's body, instantly sweeping across the entire room. This baleful aura was like a surging tsunami, carrying endless pressure and destructive power that made the entire space tremble. And you all go to hell. Chapter 38 Bullying Chang Family. Chang Tianhao returns. Chang Jail. What do you mean? Are you trying to openly defy the Federation? A hint of shock and anger appeared on Chan Lei's face as his eyes flashed with rage. As an important official of the Federation, he was used to being respected and obeyed, but now he was being provoked from Chang Jie, the young master of the family. So what if you disobey? I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it. Chang Jail's face was cold, not putting Chen Lei's threat in his eyes at all. The fury grew thicker, as if it contained a terrifying killing opportunity. The statement on the side stared at Chen Lei with the same indifference, dark red thunder flickering on his body. As long as Chang Jail really lifted the table, then he would definitely kill Chen Lei at the first opportunity. Chen Lei's eyes were dead set on Chang Jie, and the shocking killing intent that filled the air made him not help but feel a little chilled. He merely had the strength of a body transformation realm grandmaster. If it wasn't for his status as a federal dignitary, he wouldn't even be worthy of speaking to the Chang Jail few as equals. Finally, when Chang Jail was about to count to 10, Chen Lei reluctantly shouted out his decision. I withdraw my troops. Feeling the gradually diminishing killing intent around him, Chen Lei gasped for air. Cold sweat continued to drip down his forehead. He was 100% sure that if he didn't withdraw his troops, Chang Jail would definitely kill himself. Looking at the smile on Chang Jail's face, Chen Lei's face rose red from anger. Don't be too happy, Chang Jail. I'll report today's matter to the Federation as it is. When the time comes, it won't be as simple as financial compensation. You better be. Chang Jail snorted in disbelief. You have 10 minutes, and in 10 minutes no federal troops still in Haze City will be left alive. After saying that, Chang Jail stood up and handed Chen Lei a piece of paper. Commander Chen, has anyone ever reminded you that you really do look like a pig's head when you're angry? Chang Jail, you. Chen Lei's eyes widened, and the anger in his eyes was almost on the verge of shooting out. Chang Jail laughed and with a wave of his hand, he led Li Xingyuan's statement out. Young lord, are we really going to kill the Federation's people? After regaining his composure, statement asked at Chang Jail. So what if I kill it? Chang Jail shrugged indifferently. It must be federal authorization behind Chen Lei daring to do this. Since the Federation has already staked out the pot, how can our Chang family not be on the table? Except they forgot one thing. Forgot what? Statement asked in disbelief. I don't eat beef. Statement frowned, somewhat failing to understand Chang Jail's meaning. Chang Jie didn't explain as his figure flew in the direction of the heavily damaged area that he had passed by on his way here. No beef? Statement mumbled and repeated Chang Jail's words, following closely behind. Kyoto City, Federal Headquarters. Inside the conference room, it's reversed. This Chang family has rebelled. How dare they threaten federal dignitaries and slaughter federal troops? This Chang prison is simply lawless. The Chang family is determined to rebel. So I think it's time to clean up the house. I'm for it. That's right. The viciousness of the Chang family continues, and they can't be allowed to victimize the Federation any longer. There was a lot of anger in the conference room. Chen Lei stood aggrieved and poured out his grievances. Chief, we mustn't let the Process family go this time. Today he dares to threaten me. Tomorrow he dares to threaten the entire Federation. You can't keep such a poisonous person. At the main seat of the conference table, an old man with white hair was grimacing. The old man's hair was white, showing his old age. However, the aura of its body and that upright and strong physique did not dare to let anyone dare to take it lightly. This person was none other than the current leader of the Yanxia Federation, Li Yaohong. Seemingly a little tired of hearing it, Li Yaohong's brows became tighter and tighter. Enough! Chen Lei, you sit down first. Only after hearing Li Yaohong's words did Chen Lei sit down unwillingly. As soon as he sat down, the entire conference room went quiet. Seeing that everyone's mood had calmed down quite a bit, Li Yaohong then continued to speak. The Chang family's problems have been bothering us for a long time. Chang prison has given us a great opportunity this time, but all of you please don't forget one thing, how powerful the Chang family really is, not to mention the affiliated forces that are spread throughout the entire Federation. The martial god level Cheng Yuan alone is already enough to make us fearful. And now that the Federation's Outer Heaven version has also been the Chang family at the forefront, our rash move against the Chang family will definitely cause a series of chain reactions. So, all of you, don't just curse, think of something practical. It's definitely not easy trying to solve the Chang family. Li Yaohong's words woke up everyone here. The Chang family's strength was the absolute #1 in the Federation. The second and third combined could barely be half of the Chang family. Such a behemoth is not something to be brought down casually. Just as everyone was at a loss, a very young-looking woman stood up. The woman looked to be in her mid-20s, with a head of long, shiny black hair falling like a waterfall over her fair shoulders, and her delicate features exuding a charming charm. She was wearing a federal uniform that was very decent, perfectly outlining the curves of her tall and slender figure. Chief, I used to investigate the process family. The Cheng family's family head, Cheng Tianhao, seems to be in a state of letting go of the current Cheng family, and even his own son, Cheng Jiao, he barely asks about. What's your name? Expand on that. Li Yaohong sat up straight when he heard this and asked with interest. My daughter's name is Jin Jin, and she is affiliated with the Federal Department of Special Investigations. Jin Jin owed a slight bow, then continued to hold the information in his hands and said, Cheng Jiao had been in a state of decadence before. Yet Cheng Tianhao, who was bent on martial arts, didn't blame Cheng Jiao for anything, but instead allowed Cheng Jiao to degenerate. And now that Cheng Jiao's temperament has changed drastically, I'm guessing that if we just disciplined Cheng Jiao, the probability is that Cheng Tianhao wouldn't have gone overboard with it either. Li Yaohong nodded his head in satisfaction and looked at Jin Jin with a gaze full of appreciation. Then let's contact Cheng Tianhao and see his attitude before deciding how to deal with Cheng Jiao. Hearing Li Yaohong's proposal, everyone felt reasonable to express their approval. Soon under the operation of the assistant, the connection with Cheng Tianhao started on the big screen of the conference room. The phone picked up after just 2 rings. Long time no see, General Chang. As soon as the video connected, Li Yaohong greeted Cheng Tianhao with a smile on his face, but the next second, his smile froze on his face. He X's Li Yaohong. This old wall lamp of yours can Han City is in distress. My Cheng family is rescuing the disaster. How dare you want my Cheng family to take the blame? You're tired of living. My Cheng family is out there fighting to the death, and you are here to get me stung, right? Old wall lamp, you wait for me. I'll be in Kyoto soon. Let's have a good chat. After saying that, Cheng Tianhao's side disconnected. Looking at the pitch-black screen, all the officials present all froze in place. Chapter 39, Positively Tough. Cheng Tianhao's oppressive force. For a moment, the entire scene fell into an awkward silence. The many officials looked at each other, and their gazes coincidentally turned to Jin Jin. The smile on Jin Jin's face quickly disappeared without a trace at this moment, replaced by a face full of shock and bewilderment. A chill welled up from the bottom of her heart, and Jin Jin couldn't help but feel confused. What is this? Didn't you say that Cheng Tianhao doesn't care about the Cheng family and Cheng prison? Why are you so protective now? His own side hadn't even convicted Cheng Jiao yet, but Cheng Tianhao's side was all about to run over to raise hell. Inverted Big Dipper. On the other hand, Li Yaohong's face became increasingly gloomy. As the head of the Federation, Cheng Tianhao had insulted him unceremoniously in full view of the public. How could this make him lose face? Li Yaohong only felt anger burning in his heart, but it was not good to directly attack, so he could only forcefully suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart. Gentlemen, it seems that the Cheng family's meaning is already obvious. Li Yaohong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with seriousness and tension. He slowly said, let's adjourn the meeting first. Everyone organize their things and get ready to meet the upcoming great General Chang. At the same time, Kyoto City enters a state of first-level alert. All combatants are ready to stand by. When the crowd heard Li Yaohong's words, their hearts instantly became heavy. In the absence of the martial god, Cheng Tianhao was undoubtedly the top of all the war gods in the Federation. If he does decide to take action, there is no one in the entire Federation who can stop him. Everyone felt a chill rise up their spine, as if they were facing a great crisis. Originally, they had hoped to start a rational debate with the Cheng family, but in hindsight, this idea seems overly naive. Given the personalities of the Cheng family's father and son, they wouldn't be willing to listen to other people's opinions at all, let alone seriously think about what they said. In the face of such a situation, the crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness welling up in their hearts. However, despite the dire situation, they could only prepare silently, waiting for Cheng Tianhao's arrival and the storm that it might bring. Obey! Everyone stood up and saluted Li Yaohong before all of them left the venue as fast as they could. Time passed by, and it was only after everyone had retired that Li Yaohong slowly stood up. Boom! An extremely dense killing intent erupted from his body, dyeing his eyes a blood-red color, especially when he saw those private airplanes start to take off. The anger in Li Yaohong's heart instantly soared to the limit. It's amazing that any of these people are even on the verge of running away. 1 hour later. At this time, Li Yaohong had regained his senses and was waiting on the roof of the federal headquarters with most of the officials. Not long after, a loud noise came from the distance. Bang! 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 Loud sonic booms came one after another, and a silhouette zoomed rapidly in the eyes of the crowd. The man was dressed in a plain outfit, and his hair was even a bit disheveled. The most eye-opening thing was that in his hand he was holding a bottle of white wine that was already half drunk. Seeing Chang Tianhao, who landed shakily, Li Yaohong was more or less speechless in his heart. As the #1 general of the Federation, Chang Tianhao was so unkempt. Chang Tianhao's gaze swept across the surroundings and finally landed on Li Yaohong's body. Old wall lamp, you out of breath, ah. Now dumping my Chang family black pot, dumping so obvious all? Chang Tianhao's hand clapped on Li Yaohong's shoulder. That seemingly careless slap shook the ground under Li Yaohong's feet to the point that it broke in inches. Li Yaohong's eyes flickered with killing intent, which passed in an instant. The next moment it was replaced with that standard smirk. Tianhao, let's go inside and talk. It's not good with so many people watching outside. No, it's right here. Chang Tianhao shook his head and sat straight on the ground. Say what you have to say and fart when you have to. I'm still in a hurry to get home and have dinner with my wife and kids. Seeing how rogue Chang Tianhao was, Li Yaohong felt that his entire body was a bit numb. However, since the other party was powerful, Li Yaohong had to crouch down and patiently ask, Tianhao, do you know what Chang Jail has done recently? I know, Chang Tianhao continued, earthquake relief, and in the process exterminating some people who should have died in the first place. Before Li Yaohong could speak, someone else could no longer look at him, destroying someone's entire family and still saying that they should have deserved to die in the first place. Chang Tianhao, you don't rely on your strength to be able to open your mouth. This world is still reasonable. A middle-aged man in a suit walked out from the crowd behind Li Yaohong. The man's face was filled with anger, and he looked at Chang Tianhao as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. You want to reason? Then we're going to have to reason. Chang Tianhao's gaze instantly went cold. Before the man could see clearly, Chang Tianhao had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. The Liu family has been brainwashing Chang Jail and stealing countless amounts of my family's wealth. Shouldn't this kind of family be exterminated? My son was given the ancient Qin inheritance, but Maishan said that my son had become a demon, and used this as a reason to rob my Chang family of its greatest treasures. Shouldn't such a force be exterminated? Tell me instead, where did my Chang family go wrong? Chang Tianhao's voice grew louder and louder, his black hair dancing wildly under the onslaught of spiritual energy. The originally clear sky was suddenly darkened, and rolling black clouds obscured the miles of clear sky. Terrifying killing intent descended from the sky, and the black clouds that filled the sky were actually all condensed from the fury of Chang Tianhao's body. The murderous aura is so heavy, the fury is so strong. Looking at the entire Federation, Chang Tianhao was the only one. The Chang Tianhao in front of him was like a demon god. Terrifying pressure came from all directions, squeezing him at the very center, and the man immediately felt like he was about to shatter. There was a warmth coming from his lower body, and the 7-foot man was directly scared to pee by Chang Tianhao. You have a point. In that case, you just slandered me? Chang Tianhao's eyes were bloodshot as he stared dead into the eyes of the person in front of him. No, no, the man was trembling, and his feet went limp as he sat down directly on the ground. General Chang is mighty. I got excited just now. I'm really sorry. The man had a sobbing face and kept confessing to Chang Tianhao. Seeing that Chang Tianhao didn't say anything, the man's gaze swept over the crowd behind him, hoping that someone would stand up and plead for him. Yet there was fear in everyone's eyes at the moment. Even Li Yaohong just watched quietly from the side. He knew that Chang Tianhao needed to vent his frustration now. It's okay. It's good to know when you're wrong. After a long time, a smile suddenly appeared on the face of the furious Chang Tianhao. Shasta. The dark clouds dissipated and the sky and earth once again regained their clarity. But excitement comes at a price. Chang Tianhao had a smile in his eyes and patted the man's shoulder after taking a sip of the white wine in his hand. As the crowd watched in horror, that person's body suddenly twisted, and immediately afterward it even instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Chapter 40, The Man Who Killed You, But You Have to Say Thank You. The smell of blood wafted through the air. The only thing left in everyone's gaze towards Chang Tianhao at the moment was fear. There wasn't a single person present who wasn't a high-powered federal dignitary. This layer of status is like an imperial medal of immunity from death. No matter what they did on a regular basis and how excessive they were, none of them dared to treat them with disrespect, and they even had to greet them with a smile. But at this moment, the death exemption medal is surprisingly not death exempt. In front of Chang Tianhao they felt as if they were pigs to be slaughtered, losing all their cards in an instant. What foul-smelling blood! Chang Tianhao lifted a strand of hair that covered his eyes, and the smile on his face remained the same. Gentlemen, what's wrong? Aren't you going to welcome me? Why are you all frozen there? In the face of Chang Tianhao's questioning, the people present stammered and none of them dared to be the first to speak out. Seeing that no one answered, Chang Tianhao's brows furrowed. Standing up, Chang Tianhao walked towards the group of officials. Gulp! Almost everyone gulped unanimously, and the clothes on their bodies were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Cheng Tianhao sized up these people one by one, and finally stopped his feet in front of Jin Jin. Why does it feel like you're more afraid of me than the others? Hearing Cheng Tianhao's words, Jin Jin instantly trembled. No, no. The corners of Jin Jin's mouth trembled as he used all his strength to squeeze out a very ugly smile. The 10 toes hidden in the high heels clasped the ground, trying to hide the heartbreak by doing so. No, 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 you have a problem. Cheng Tianhao shook his head and brought his face closer to Jin Jin. Jin Jin wanted to retreat, but her feet were as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and she was unable to move the slightest bit. Looking at Cheng Tianhao's near face, Jin Jin could even smell the faint odor of blood on him. You seem a little vain, don't you? Cheng Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze looking straight into Jin Jin's pupils. As the commander-in-chief of the front line, no one was more familiar with the smell of fear than he was. At this moment, Jin Jin's eyes were practically identical to those of the foreigners who were about to be executed after being captured and tortured. His eyes swept over everyone's faces once again. Cheng Tianhao asked carelessly, whose suggestion was it to let Qing Jail take the fall? Don't say you don't know. Even though I've been away from the Federation for years, I still know that inked-up way of doing things in the Federation. And this kind of thing must have been discussed in your meetings. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't say something, then I'll take it as if you all came up with the idea together. Cheng Tianhao's words were like a guillotine blade suspended above the heads of the crowd, and for a moment everyone looked at Jin Jin unanimously. Those close to Jin Jin rushed back a few steps, isolating Jin Jin completely. Sure enough, it's you. Cheng Tianhao laughed out loud and walked forward to press his big hand violently on Jin Jin's head. In an instant before Jin Jin investigated the Cheng family, the meeting proposal, all the things Jin Jin experienced like a cartoon floated in front of Cheng Tianhao's eyes. After a long time, Cheng Tianhao slowly lifted his hand from Jin Jin's head. Jin Jin planted himself on the ground, twitching. What a job! I can't believe I've investigated my house so closely. Looking at Jin Jin on the ground, whose eyes turned white and saliva was flowing, Cheng Tianhao smiled disdainfully. Hey, Lao Dang, this is your subordinate. What do you think should be done about it? Turning around, Cheng Tianhao smiled at Li Yaohong, who had been coldly watching from the side, and asked. Li Yaohong sighed. I did not give the order to investigate your home. This man has crossed the line. Do with him what you will. Cheng Tianhao pursed his lips and raised his hand to give Li Yaohong a thumbs up. It's good to have you say that. Cheng Tianhao walked to Li Yaohong's side and gently patted his shoulder. I know of your ambitions and that you find my Cheng family an eyesore. But Li Yaohong, you remember, as long as I, Cheng Tianhao, am still around for a day, that ambition of yours had better be hidden in your stomach. If I'm really pushed, then I don't mind changing my last name to Cheng in this federation. That's all for today. My wife and kids are still waiting for me at home. I'll leave first. Say thank you. Thanks. Li Yaohong took a deep breath and whispered with his head lowered. Looking at Li Yaohong in front of him, Cheng Tianhao let out a cold snort and picked up the bottle of wine, then rose up in the air and flew towards the distance. Jin Jin rose from the ground and looked at Cheng Tianhao's distant back, his heart filled with gratitude. The next second, however, her body suddenly rose up in the air, and her entire face turned purple and blue from the distortion. Bang! Under everyone's horrified gaze, Jin Jin's entire body exploded. Blood accompanied by crumbled flesh and blood splattered on everyone present. Cheng Tianhao. Li Yaohong's gaze was so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water as he stared dead on at Cheng Tianhao, who had turned into a small black dot in the distant sky. His back teeth were clenched so tightly that his gums were starting to turn white, and he looked like he couldn't wait to eat the other party alive. The city of Green Vine, Cheng family residence. Yesterday night, several people from Cheng Jail had returned. Only Li Xingyu was left to carry out the subsequent aftermath of the disaster. Cheng Jail was very satisfied with this rescue. The former reputation of the Cheng family and the Cheng family's power had long been in shambles under the federal rendering, and this rescue operation directly reversed people's views completely. When they saw the high efficiency of those affiliated forces of the Cheng family who were united and completely obedient to orders, many people couldn't help but compare it to the current federal army. It is naturally clear which is stronger and which is weaker, especially after the revelation of the posing of the troops sent by the Federation. It created a direct uproar on the internet. Although the Federation has controlled the public opinion in the first place, those negative news are still coming out. Looking at the news on his cell phone, Cheng Jail had a satisfied smile on his face the whole time. Son, come and eat. Suddenly, there was an intimate shout from the kitchen. A beautiful woman in an apron walked out of the kitchen with a pot of freshly made soup. Mom, I'll help you. Cheng Jigong hurriedly bounced up from the sofa and took the casserole in Lin Wei's hands. Cheng Jail carefully placed the casserole on the dining table. and when he uncovered the lid, a rich aroma came to his nose. The soup took on a tantalizing milky white color, gurgling and bubbling, making people salivate. Lin Wei smiled and said, "This is the white phoenix soup that I specially stewed for you. It has some spiritual ingredients added to it. It's very nourishing." Chang Jiao gave his mother a grateful look, picked up a spoon, and gently scooped up a spoonful of soup into his mouth. The fresh flavor spreads in your mouth. A very soothing warmth spread throughout his body from Chang Jia's abdomen. Chang Jia felt that the muscles and meridians of his entire body seemed to have been massaged by a pair of delicate jade hands, and even his own strength had vaguely become a few points larger. The soothing sensation mesmerized him for a moment. Chapter 41, Mother's Mercy, Son's Piety. Shenlin, who was transported to Tianzhu. Mom's handiwork is still so great. It was only after a few moments that Chang Jia opened his eyes in enjoyment. The effect of this mouthful of soup. Chang Jiao felt that it was in no way inferior to some precious elixirs. Yummy, eat more in a while. Lin Wei smiled shallowly, looking at Chang Jia with a gaze full of love. Chang Gui is her only son. Whether he was a dude in the past or now ruthless in her eyes, there is no difference. Sure, she was also heartily happy that Chang Jiao could get the hang of it. After all, he can't protect Qing Jail for the rest of his life, and fledglings always have to soar alone. LOL, I don't know what's going on with your dad. So grown up and still so quick-tempered. Speaking of which, Lin Wei frowned and sighed. The couple returned home this morning, having just sat down and chatted with Chang Jail for not more than a few sentences, when he heard that the Federation wanted to put a label on Chang Jail to make Chang Jail as well as those affiliated forces of the Chang family take the blame. Chang Tianhao directly exploded. While he himself is out there dying loudly and loudly, his only son at home is being stabbed. This kind of disgusting thing Chang Tianhao couldn't tolerate a bit. Chang Tianhao's temper was already bad, plus he had a little drink with Chang Jail. Chang Tianhao immediately said that he would make sure that the Federation would give a statement. Then, without waiting for Lin Wei to prepare the meal, he rushed out in a hurry. Now it's been an hour and the person hasn't returned. Dad's so good, and you're worried about him? Chang Jia walked behind Lin Wei and asked while helping Lin Wei with a massage. He still had some impression of Su Yu's maneuver earlier, just the thing to treat Lin Wei, who had gone to the trouble of cooking for herself. I'm not worried about your dad. Lin Wei gently patted Chang Jail's hand and shook her head helplessly. Your father's temperament you still do not understand. This has drunk a little wine. Not to Kyoto set off I am considered he did not give our family trouble. The reason for our family's bad reputation definitely has a large part to do with your father's temper. Chang Jail nodded approvingly at his words. Memories of my own childhood came to mind. At that time, he was only 5 years old, and because of his laziness in martial arts, Chang Tianhao hadn't taught himself many lessons. Almost every time, it comes with a trick, beautifully named, just in time for his own observation. Thinking of this, Chang Jail couldn't help but sweat for those officials of the Federation in his heart as well. Don't think about it for a minute, Mom. Dad's got it covered. Chang Jail softly comforted. Lin Wei nodded helplessly. With everything that's happened, I'm sure Dad won't mess it up. Lin Wei nodded helplessly, closing her eyes and leaning back in the chair to enjoy the relaxation Chang Jia gave herself. Suddenly, Lin Wei seemed to have thought of something and sat up straight to look at Chang Jia once again and asked, by the way, son, where is the girl? When she first entered the house, Lin Wei was taken aback. In the living room, Shenlin made herself at home in a cage on the floor. That cage is very small. Shenlin could barely even turn over in there. On the outside of the cage is a steel tub. After asking with Chang Jail, the two realized that this was Chang Jail's captive. But in the time it took to make a meal, Lin Wei realized that Shenlin had disappeared. You mean that one? It was given away. Chang Jail laughed indifferently. Shenlin is still doing well these days, especially the first time after practicing that day. She told herself that the statement had come to her, which also made Chang Jia's killing heart towards her decrease by a few points. However, deadly sins can be avoided, but living sins cannot be escaped. Moreover, Chang Jiao could see that Lin Wei did not like Shenlin. After briefly thinking about it, Chang Jiao decided to send Shenlin to a little fairy's favorite place, the Celestial Federation. After feeding Shenlin a poison pill and determining that Shenlin would not be able to cultivate from now on, Chang Jia packed her up and handed her over to statement. The Tianzhu Federation could be said to be the most special federation in the entire blue planet. The vast majority of the people there keep their lives and desires at their most primitive. Because of the bloodline, not only are the people there not segregated but they are born with a toxin. Once a normal person gets involved, then they will beg for their lives and fall completely, but in favor of the entire federation, which was disliked by almost all of Blue Star. Some of the fairies were clamoring to be there. It's said to be extremely liberal over there. Chang Jiao thought that Shenlin would have a good time over there. Well, since I gave it away it's even. Mom knows you've been hurt by women, but in the future it's better to lead such captives to the house less often. It's not good for outsiders to see them. Lin Wei persuaded bitterly. It's true that women like Lu may deserve to die, but that doesn't mean there aren't good girls in the world. You're still young. Turn around and Mom will help you find one. I'm still waiting for you to give me a big grandchild. Heir. Hearing Lin Wei's words, Chang Jiu instantly felt a sense of trance. Sure enough, no matter what world, there is no escape from being rushed into marriage. Just then, a loud cry suddenly came. Wife, I'm home. Immediately after that, Chang Jiu only felt a breeze blowing, and Chang Tianhao's figure appeared in front of the two of them. As soon as he entered, Chang Tianhao's eyes immediately lit up. Nose twitching slightly, Chang Tianhao's gaze snapped to the dining table. White phoenix soup, stewed beef dragon strauters, dry fried crystal shrimp. Chang Jiu, you're really lucky. Your mom has put a lot of money into this meal. Say it like you don't eat it. Lin Wei blankly glanced at Chang Tianhao and said without a trace of anger. Hurry up and go change the clothes you're wearing and take a shower. I can smell it. No coming to dinner until you change. Okay. Chang Tianhao smiled in embarrassment. That naive look was a far cry from when he was at the Kyoto Federation headquarters earlier. Not long after, Chang Tianhao changed into a set of clean casual clothes. People rely on their clothes. The cleaned-up Chang Tianhao, even Chang Jiu, felt a little ashamed of himself in terms of his face value. Reunited after a long time, all three members of Chang Jiu's family ate happily at this meal. Chang Tianhao also deliberately took out his own collection of old wine. Chang Jiu was also very happy to accompany Chang Tianhao to drink more. After 3 rounds of drinking, Chang Jia took out the realm helicopter Dan that the system had given him. Dad, this is the potion I was telling you about. Is that it? Chang Tianhao took the white pill from Chang Jiu's hands and carefully examined it before bringing it to his nose and sniffing it. Can this thing really break right through? Chang Tianhao was more or less unconvinced. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy on this elixir, not to mention the slightest hint of the clear fragrance that an elixir should have. It looks like old herbal medicine used by folk. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can try it now. Chang Jiu laughed lightly. Just try it. Chang Tianhao laughed and swallowed the realm helix pill in one gulp. That's it? Chang Tianhao, who did not feel the change once the elixir was freshly consumed, smiled and shook his head. But in the next second, Chang Tianhao's face instantly changed. Without any hesitation, Chang Tianhao's figure instantly rushed out of the courtyard and headed straight for the sky. Chang Jiu and Lin Wei hurriedly and eagerly ran to the window. Boom! The originally sunny sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and a feeling of oppression to the extreme came over him. Chang Jiu's gaze suddenly froze. This force, it's the apocalypse. Chapter 42 Second Exalted Martial God. Chang Tianhao made a breakthrough. Rumble. The deafening sound of thunder seemed to resonate for miles as if it were the voice of heaven. What's going on here? The weather report didn't say it was going to rain today, did it? It shouldn't be small to hear the thunder. Bad. You three fight first. There's still laundry hanging outside my house. The sudden shocking change in the sky instantly caught the attention of everyone in Greenvine City. Unlike ordinary people, many martial artists, on the other hand, gazed at the sky, their faces unusually grave. After reaching the divine mansion realm, a martial artist would already be able to perceive some of the heaven and earth energies. The huge spiritual energy that was rapidly accumulating in the sky at the moment made everyone's heart skip a beat. This was definitely not an ordinary downpour. Chang Tianhao's figure stood above the sky, looking extremely small under the shroud of the rolling dark clouds. Raising his head, Chang Tianhao's eyes were already filled with excitement. As a genius who had crushed a generation, he had been trapped in this divine flame realm for far too long. Inside the mansion, Chang Jiu and Lin Wei, on the other hand, were worried, especially Lin Wei. The hand that clutched the stairs tightly had turned a little white. Before Chang Gui was born, she had seen the power of a heavenly tribulation once. The thrilling scene when Chang Jie's grandfather, Chang Yuan, crossed the tribulation back then was still fresh in Lin Wei's mind. Mom, Dad will be fine. Seeing this, Chang Jiu hurriedly spoke out to comfort him. Aha, your dad is absolutely fine. Lin Wei nodded vigorously, but the worry in her eyes did not diminish at all. Boom! Just then, 9 golden thunderbolts descended from the sky and struck Chang Tianhao's body directly. The thunder was like a 9-headed python, rolling around and swooping down, trying to swallow Chang Tianhao into his belly. 9 Thunder Tribulation. Chang Tianhao's gaze condensed as a flash of madness flashed in his eyes. With a big fling of his hand, a wide, thick, huge sword that was almost as tall as a person appeared in Chang Tianhao's hand. The giant sword was silver white in color, with 7 bright stars shining on its broad body. This sword was none other than the S-ranked weapon that had accompanied Cheng Tianhao in his battles for many years, the Meridian 7-star sword. Raising the huge sword in his hand, Cheng Tianhao's battle-intent sword in his eyes. "Come on!" Cheng Tianhao shouted and then chopped down with his sword. Sword chi rushed into the sky. A huge sword aura appeared horizontally. The sky seemed to have been sliced open by a sword, and the monstrous sword intent spanned across tens of thousands of miles. The void trembled, and the 9 running thunderbolts were instantly cut off and dissipated between heaven and earth. What a strong sword chi! This direction is the Chang family. Could it be that someone from the Chang family has broken through to the demigod realm? The second demigod of the Federation. Looking at the radiant sword awnings in the sky, the martial artists of Green Vine City exploded. As we all know, the way of martial arts is to go against the heavens, and all below the demigods are mortals. Once one breaks through to the demigod realm, the heavenly Tao will rain down a terrifying thunderbolt. The vast majority of people have only heard this phrase. I didn't expect to see this anticlimactic scene with my own eyes today. Countless people rushed towards the Chang family, wanting to witness this historic scene. In just a few moments, all the major video news sites were occupied by Cheng Tianhao's stature on the front page. Bang! Cheng Tianhao has broken through again. Kyoto Sengoku Federation Headquarters. Li Yaohong slammed his large hand on the desk in front of him. The upscale wooden desk was suddenly overwhelmed and scattered into a cloud of wood shavings. The secretary reporting from the front was immediately startled and hurriedly took a few steps back. Yes, right now the matter of Cheng Tianhao's tribulation has taken over the headlines of all platforms. The secretary promised respectfully. No way. Can't let him break through. Li Yaohong's gaze was gloomy and his heart was anxious. Cheng Tianhao had already disregarded the Federation before his breakthrough, and even dared to threaten the Federation with his words. When he really breaks through the martial spirit, he mustn't rebel? You get out. Shooing the secretary away, Li Yaohong stood at the edge of the bed and gazed down at the bustling Kyoto Sang below the building. After a long time, Li Yaohong took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, did you see what happened with Cheng Tianhao's tribulation? See, I was just about to contact you as well. An equally shadowy voice came over the phone. What are you planning? Contact all the war god powerhouses that can be contacted right now. Li Yaohong tightly gripped the cell phone in his hand, and the madness in his eyes gradually surged. No matter what, we can't let Cheng Tianhao succeed in his tribulation. Yes, sir. With that, the other side of the phone hung up first. After the arrangements were made, Li Yaohong contacted a group of federal dignitaries. Regardless of whether Cheng Tianhao succeeded in his breakthrough or not, they had to make a trip to the Chang family. Outside the Chang family residence, a lot of live broadcasting equipment had been set up at the moment, and in the eyes of these people such a once-in-a-lifetime event could definitely rub off on a wave of heat. Hearing the noisy voices outside the door, Cheng Jail's brows furrowed slightly. Cheng Tianhao was at a critical moment. He would not allow any possible accidents to occur at this time. Uncle Chen. Hearing Cheng Jie's call, the figure of the statement instantly appeared. Young lord, what is your order? Take the Cheng family guards and drive away all those people at the door, and whoever dares to disobey orders will be killed directly. Understood. The statement bowed to Cheng Jie and Lin Wei, and his figure disappeared into thin air. A few moments later, the voices outside the mansion came to an abrupt end. Rumble. Once again, a magnificent thunderclap sounded in the sky. Seemingly angered by Cheng Tianhao's act of chopping down with his sword, what descended this time was actually a sea of thunder. Cheng Tianhao let out a cold snort and actually directly opened his arms to meet the heavenly tribulation. Shasta. Endless thunder flooded Cheng Tianhao, and the entire heaven and earth was reflected in a bright purple color by the sea of thunder. The thunder that played continuously became the only sound between heaven and earth, and in just a few breaths, the void exploded, and the entire sky was covered with a rough crack, full of devastation. That thunder seemed endless, filling every inch of space. Tianhao, hang on. Lin Wei looked at the thunder that was tilted like a river in the sky. Her hands clutched the guardrail tightly, and all her body was exerting itself to help Cheng Tianhao cheer. Those people below who were watching were stunned in place at the moment. They felt trepidation even as they watched, and it was hard to imagine what a horrible calamity Cheng Tianhao at the very center of the thunder sea was experiencing. Cheng Tianhao opened his arms and allowed that thunder to bombard all parts of his body. His body was already skinned and cracked, but the thick chi and blood hadn't weakened in the slightest. Is that all? Then by God you can't crush me. Cheng Tianhao. Cheng Tianhao laughed up to the sky, mocking the heavenly Tao with abandon, letting his blood spill out into the long sky. That drop of blood was actually faintly containing a golden pattern at the moment, and with the number of lightning strikes, that golden color became more and more intense. It was as if this thunder tribulation was helping him shed his mortal body. hammering his body in the direction of a deity. Boom! A loud bang came again. However, this time it wasn't thunder, but came from outside the Chang family's mansion. Statement's figure instantly flew backwards like a cannonball, ruthlessly crashing into the mansion. Chapter 43, 3 War Gods. Chang Family War God Guard. Uncle Chen. Chang Jio was shocked in his heart and hurriedly dodged to the side of the statement. A large amount of blood gushed out of Statement's mouth, and a large oozing hole completely penetrated the right side of his chest. Chang Jia hurriedly took out an elixir from his storage ring and stuffed it into the Statement's mouth. Young Lord, go! There's a war god. Recovering slightly, the Statement stared at the gate with a crimson gaze, and his mouth eventually kept urging. What? The god of war? Hearing this, Chang Jia instantly widened his eyes. The commotion over here was so loud that it instantly caught the attention of everyone in the Chang family. Instantly dozens of dark guards sprang out of the courtyard, shielding the mansion behind them. Under the gaze of the crowd, 3 silhouettes appeared at the Chang family's gate. All 3 were dressed in black, with bizarre masks on their faces. The moment the 3 appeared, the hearts of all the Chang family guards seemed to slow down by half a beat. The man at the head of the group looked up at Chang Tianhao, who was bathing in the thunderbolt, and his figure slowly rose into the air. The remaining 2 turned their gazes towards Chang Jia and Lin Wei respectively. The moment his eyes met, Chang Jia's head suddenly buzzed. That masked man's figure seemed to be infinitely enlarged in Chang Jia's eyes, and for the first time, Chang Jia had this feeling of being defenseless. Asterisk. What the hell? Big news. Someone attacked the Chang family while Chang Tianhao was transiting. Making a move at this time? The odds are that these 3 are also war gods, right? Could it be that a battle of war gods broke out? Not afraid of retaliation for targeting the Chang family like this? One by one, those eaters outside the door backed away while probing their heads with some excitement. The gods of war that were usually rare to see at this time actually descended at the same time. For martial artists, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If war really broke out, one could benefit greatly from even a hint of insight from one of the moves. Chang Tianhao, who was undergoing the baptism of the thunderbolt, similarly discovered the strange changes below. Chang Tianhao's eyes instantly turned red when he saw that 3 war god-level figures had appeared at his mansion. However, at this moment, he was experiencing a thunder tribulation and was simply unable to make a move to stop it. Once he landed, this sea of thunder would descend with him. By then, instead of helping Chang Jia and Lin Wei out, it would harm them. Who are you? Chang Tianhao's voice was heavy, and the terrifying killing intent stirred out, instantly dispersing the surrounding purple thunder. Leave from my Chang family immediately, or I will find you out later even if I have to turn Blue Star upside down. Hearing Chang Tianhao's words, the black-clothed man below was not the least bit afraid. General Chang is sorry. Someone doesn't want to see you break through. If you don't want anything to happen to your wife and child, I advise you to give up your resistance now. The man in black stood in the void, his tone filled with threats. General Chang, you don't want to become a loner, do you? Chang Tianhao breathed heavily, his eyes staring at the man in black with a deadpan expression. However, a moment later, Chen Tianhao laughed. There are only 3 of you? Then your master is really misinformed. He didn't think I'd come back on my own without any of my subordinates, did he? What do you mean? The tone of that black-robed man changed at once, and there was no longer that easy smile on his face. To be able to bring in 3 war gods to make things difficult for me. It seems that your master is not of a low status. Ha! Chang Tianhao laughed lightly, his gaze like disdain as he looked down at the 3 people under his eyes. 3 war gods is your limit, but not the limit of my Chang family. Chang Tianhao's gaze flashed coldly, then he shouted, War god guards, leave them behind. Boom! With Chang Tianhao's order, in the courtyard below, a fire that looked like a beacon and wolf smoke rose up to the sky. Under the shocked gazes of the 3 black-clothed men, a burly figure stepped through the void and appeared in front of Chang Jia and Lin Wei. The visitor was 2 meters tall, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, and his naked upper body was full of gnarled muscles. A hideous scar was branded on his body, as if it was a medal of countless battlefield honors. How dare you dare to hit my Cheng family with just a few crooked dates like you? Chen Xiong rubbed his fists together and his eyes flashed with blood-red bloodlight. With a light tap on his chest, a set of black and red nano armor instantly covered his body. The armor gave off a heavy and solid feeling, with each piece of armor appearing to be very hard and thick with a sense of power. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting a cold light and exuding an intimidating aura. On the chest of the armor was a fierce tiger tattoo. This tiger comes to life, displaying its majesty and ferocity with open teeth and claws. A large sword appeared in Chang Xiong's hand, and rolling baleful chi stirred out from within the armor, dyeing the surroundings a crimson red. At this moment, Chang Xiong was like the demon god that crawled out of hell, with endless killing intent wrapped around his body. Peak war god. Feeling Chang Xiong's aura, those two were immediately shocked and no longer had the confidence they had at the beginning. The two of them were only at the early stage of war god. It was fine to bully a Yuan Shin level marquis-like statement, but against a peak war god like Chang Xiong there was no chance of winning. Glancing at each other, the two black-clothed men turned around and fled. Hey, where to? A figure sped past, leaving a straight crack in the earth beneath the duo's feet. Both of you, I advise you not to move. If you cross this line then there will be less parts on you. The voice came in hushed tones. The two looked up, and only then did they see an additional youth behind them. The youth, with a handsome face and slim figure, was sipping a cup of fruit tea with great relish. A suit of dark green armor wrapped the youth, two dark ties fluttering at the back of the armor. At the chest of the armor forehead, a viper tattoo depicted cold eyes upside down. It is chilling. Another peak war god. Looking at the youth in front of them, despair arose in the bottom of their hearts. Lao Ji, Lao San. The corners of the eyes of the black-robed man in the sky twitched as his gaze anxiously looked towards the ground. Where are you looking? A cold laugh came from the back of the man in black, which immediately startled him. Looking back, an iron fist instantly occupied his eyes. Bang! The Big Dipper's fist was radiant, carrying an unrivaled momentum that instantly struck the black-clothed man's face and blasted him to the ground. The bizarre mask instantly shattered into shreds. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the black-clothed man's mouth, and the corner of the eye that had been struck had completely collapsed. Lifting his head, a silhouette was reflected in the black-clothed man's eyes. The silhouette didn't look very old, with a white armor that radiated a dazzling light, as if a bright star had landed on Earth. Her long hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair skin and emitting a faint fragrance. Her eyes were bright and deep, like the brightest stars in the night sky, revealing a haunting sense of mystery. And the most striking thing was the pair of white feathered wings that unfolded behind her. The wings flapped gently, carrying her slowly up into the air, just like a noble angel. Each feather shimmered with a crystalline light, reflecting the armor on her body, forming an absolutely beautiful picture. In the center of the armor, a phoenix-like tattoo gleamed. Chapter 44, Seconds to Kill. It's hard to escape with wings. 3 peak war gods. How? Looking at the 3 armored war god guards in front of them, a few more points of panic were visible to the naked eye on the faces of those 3 black-robed men. How could they not expect that the Chang family was so powerful? In the past, the Chang family's power was all just people's word of mouth, but now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they truly realized their wrong estimation. Since the Chang family had always been at the forefront, sometimes even going deep into the alien hinterland and losing contact with the Federation. Even a figure like Li Yaohong was unclear about the Chang family's current specific strength. Basically, everyone's understanding of the Chang family was stuck at the time when Chang Tianhao had just left for battle more than 10 years ago. At that time, the Chang family and its subordinates only had just 7 war gods, and there was only one peak war god, Chang Tianhao. This was the reason why they dared to come and provoke them. However, now, facing these 3 war god guards, they finally understood why the Federation viewed the Chang family as a thorn in their side. This is only a small part of the Chang family's strength, but with that alone, it had already crushed all the families in the Federation. Once Chang Tianhao really broke through to demigod, then the Chang family would be unrivaled. What about the boss? One of the black-robed men asked with a terrified look. I don't know. The black-robed man in the lead shook his head, his tone filled with bitterness. With such a large gap in strength, he simply couldn't think of any way to break the situation. There wasn't even a chance to blow himself up. Thinking of the threat he had made to Chang Tianhao earlier, he immediately felt as if he was a clown. Mother, these 3 are? Helping the statement up, Chang Jiao returned to Lin Wei's side. From the moment the 3 of them appeared in the square, Lin Wei had never been the least bit alarmed, and was clearly aware of the 3's existence. All 3 are from your father's 12 war god guards. Lin Wei smiled and introduced Chang Jiao. These 12 war god guards were just recently formed, partly your father's siblings and partly the strongest men under his command, but all of them are the core of our Chang family. The one in black armor is the Yin Tiger Guard, named Cheng Xiong. The one with dark green armor is the Sea Snake Guard, named Leng Jiankuan. The one in white armor is the Yujiwei, named Cheng Jiajia. Nobita and Yoshi even hugged you when you were little. I guess you forgot. Listening to Lin Wei's introduction, Chang Jiao's mind gradually floated back to Cheng Xiong and Chang Jieja when they were young. However, this 12 war god guards was the first time Chang Jiao had heard of it. It seems that his presence has changed the original trajectory of the place. Right at this moment, Chang Jiao suddenly realized something. The corners of his eyes snapped wide as a look of shock appeared on his face. 12 war god guards. Does that mean that there are a total of 12 war gods in our Cheng family? Hearing Cheng Jie's words, Lin Wei smiled faintly as she gently stroked Cheng Jie's head, her eyes revealing a hint of pride in pride. Looks like you're still underestimating our family. Then, her voice softened. In recent times, many people have managed to break through to the divine flame realm. Lin Wei paused and continued. Currently, in addition to these 12 war god guards, there are 8 other war god legions on the front line, with a total of 20 war god level powerhouses. 20. Cheng Jia couldn't help but gasp out in astonishment, his mouth wide open and his face filled with disbelief. This number far exceeded his expectations and shocked him. These war gods must have broken through in droves as the Cheng family's chi was raised to primary. Those onlookers outside at the moment were far more shocked than Cheng Jail. 3 peak war gods. The Cheng family actually has this strength? No wonder Cheng Jail has been so arrogant lately. If my family is so powerful, I'm even more arrogant than him. Especially that black armored one. The oppression is so suffocating. Kyoto Federation Headquarters. 3 peak war gods. Just how much has the Cheng family hidden? Looking at the latest information conveyed back by his subordinates in his cell phone, Li Yaohong was greatly shocked. There were currently only 4 peak war gods within the Federation. Thinking of the order issued earlier, Li Yaohong's heart suddenly felt a pang of fear. In case Qing Tianhao really succeeded in crossing the threshold, with his character, he definitely wouldn't let it go. If he knew he did it, it would really take a shot at the Federation. What to do? When he thought of Qing Tianhao's bloody methods, Li Yaohong felt his scalp tingle. Tell us who sent you. 3. While you still have the chance? Cheng Xiong looked at the 3 people in front of him with a cold smile as he shouldered his large sword. What's the point of De Xiong wasting words with them? Directly capture and search their souls. In the sky, Cheng Jie's icy tone came from the sky, causing the 3 black-clothed men to shiver. Yeah, what if they're lying? It's better to search their souls, to be honest. Lang Jianquan snorted coldly. His eyes were like vipers flashing with a ghostly cold aura. Then do it. Cheng Xiong laughed out loud, and the blood-colored red aura in his eyes flourished. Rumble. Rolling baleful chi erupted from Cheng Xiong's body like an ocean, and the blood-colored waves tumbled and drowned the 3 of them in an instant. Roar. A tiger whistle erupted from Cheng Xiong's mouth. In the next second, Cheng Xiong's body suddenly swelled up and even transformed into a terrifyingly ferocious tiger, killing towards the 3 of them in a hurry. Run. Looking at the approaching ferocious tiger, the corners of the eyes of the leader of the black-clothed man jumped wildly, turning around and turning into black shadows to rush towards the crowd watching in the distance. The only way he could survive now was to hide in the crowd. The remaining 2 saw this and hurriedly fled frantically right behind them. Run away? Lang Jianquan laughed coldly. His hand flipped, a purple chain blade appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the chain blade exploded out like a python. The chain blade was extremely fast, as if it could be extended indefinitely, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with the last person and bound him firmly. Layers of blades dug into flesh and blood flowed out from the black-clothed man's entire body. Seeing their companions suffer and feeling the threat of death, those 2 instantly exerted their speed to the extreme. However, the fierce tiger was significantly faster. Dare to run? Give me death. Cheng Xiong shouted under his breath. A ferocious aura flashed in his eyes, and a pillar of blood-colored baleful chi light exploded out of his mouth. Boom! The earth trembled and shook. The pillar of light instantly exploded when it hit the man behind it. The air exploded and debris flew across the room. A terrifying spatial rift suddenly appeared, crushing the black-clothed man at the center of that explosion into pieces. The terrifying scene horrified countless martial artists in the distance, fleeing towards the back in panic. This is a war god level fight. The mere aftermath could have left them in the dust. The head of the black-clothed man who had been promoted was in a rage, not daring to stop his pace in the slightest. However, in the next second, a white aura cut through the long sky. A feathered divine spear crossed the sky, leaving a string of sharp air-breaking sounds wherever it passed. Bang! The divine spear fell, instantly piercing through the black-clothed man's chest to fix him in place. Chapter 45, Successful Transition. The Cheng family's second demigod. Pust. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the black-clothed man's mouth, and he suddenly looked ashen. He struggled, but the divine spear was motionless, suppressing him completely. Lang Jianquan's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost and slapped his palm on his head. Instantly a flash of purple quickly spread all over his body from the black-clad man's face. Weakness, vertigo, high fever, nausea, various symptoms erupted one after another, and the black-clothed man immediately felt an unprecedented pain. In the sky Cheng Jie's hand beckoned, and the divine spear suddenly flew back. Infected with Lang Jianquan's venom, this black-clothed man had completely lost the possibility of resistance. Carrying the man in black up, Lang Jianquan's figure flashed back inside the Cheng family's compound. You said you'd capture him alive, and then you killed him. Chang Jieja blankly glanced at Cheng Xiong on the side without any good reason. Cheng Xiong laughed nervously, completely lacking the ferocious might of the party. Boss, it's solved. Disarming the beast's soul armor, Cheng Jieja waved her hand towards the sky. On the celestial dome, Cheng Tianhao nodded his head and looked towards the rolling dark clouds with warlike intent in his eyes. Now he could cross the threshold in peace. Break me! Cheng Tianhao let out a loud shout, and the space around him instantly distorted. The thunder that wrapped it up was instantly engulfed by the spatial rift and disappeared without a trace. Boom! The sky seemed to be screaming in anger, and a wave of thunder sea bigger than before drooped down from the dark clouds. A terrifying destructive aura spread from the sea of thunder, as if it was going to grind out all living beings in heaven and earth, causing one's soul to stop trembling. Cheng Tianhao's skin instantly split open. Light golden blood splattered in all directions, and even cracking sounds came from his bones. That's a thunderbolt. Cheng Jie's eyes looked at the sky with dead eyes, and his heart was greatly shocked. There are still a few days left for him to go through this one as well, so Cheng Tianhao was kind of helping him try out the depths first. Worthy of being Big Brother Chang, I can't carry the sea of thunder. Sitting on the body of the man in black, Cheng Xiong looked at Cheng Tianhao in the sky and secretly smacked his lips. You're early. Cheng Jieja laughed lightly, looking at Cheng Tianhao with the same respect in her eyes. As the genius of the Chang family's current generation, Cheng Tianhao had always been her idol and goal. The lightning flashed, reflecting the entire heaven and earth as if it were day. Cheng Tianhao's body was already crippled, and a hideous wound appeared on his body. Yet, he continued to hold his head high and fight the day tenaciously. A sharp pain sensation came from all over his body, but Cheng Tianhao's eyes were filled with excitement. He could feel the changes in his body. Once the lightning tribulation ended, he would see a complete transformation. Boom! Another wave of thunder tide struck, and the entire dome of the sky trembled as terrifying purple thunder ran through the heavens and the earth, like streaks of scaly dragons roaming about. Click! Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came from the air. The sky seemed to have been punched through, and a terrifying hollow appeared. Under everyone's shocked gaze, an old silhouette slowly floated out. The old man was nearly 2 meters tall, with a head full of white hair, and his face was full of traces left by the years, as if he had been carved by a knife. However, a pair of eyes were deep and bright, gleaming like the twinkling stars in the night sky, making people not help but be in awe. Grandpa, old householder. When they saw the visitor clearly, Cheng Jie and the others couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Cheng Yuan smiled and looked at the crowd. Especially when he looked at Cheng Jie, his eyes were filled with undisguised love. Dad, what are you doing here? Cheng Tianhao, who was being baptized by the thunderbolt, was equally surprised. Brat, breaking through to demigod without telling me. Cheng Yuan drank without any good humor. A huge sword then appeared in his hand. This giant sword was huge and incomparable, several feet long and about a foot wide, with an incomparably sharp blade that flashed with a cold light. The body of the sword was covered with golden lines, and these lines were like a small dragon circling and roaming above the sword, lifelike, as if it would fly out of the sword at any time. The hilt of the sword, on the other hand, was carved with a giant dragon, with the dragon's head raised high, its mouth open, revealing sharp teeth, and its eyes flashing with golden light, as if it was gazing ahead. The dragon's body was coiled above the hilt, and the dragon's tail hung down, connected to the sword. The moment the giant sword appeared, a loud and clear dragon's roar spread across the heavens and earth. Fuse this sword into a specialized martial art. Don't be careless, the thunder tribulation has a total of 9 weights. The latter one is the hardest. Cheng Yuan shouted, and then the huge sword in his hand was violently thrown out. The giant sword instantly turned into a golden pale dragon and rushed into Cheng Tianhao's body. Boom! A thunderbolt suddenly shot out from the sea of thunder, heading straight for Cheng Yuan. Thieving god, get out of here! Cheng Yuan let out a cold snort, followed by a punch. Click! Space instantly exploded, and a fist aura that crushed the void instantly erupted, crushing that thunder. Looking at Cheng Tianhao in the sky once again, Cheng Yuan's figure floated down. He could only help Cheng Tianhao to this extent. The rest could only rely on himself. Grandpa, seeing Cheng Yuan fall, Cheng Yuan rushed to meet him. Ouch, my precious big grandson. Cheng Yuan held Cheng Jiao in his arms, his eyes filled with love and longing. Intergenerational pro. Cheng Yuan missed Cheng Jiao all these years he was away, especially after hearing about the recent performance of Cheng Jiao. Cheng Yuan couldn't help but like Cheng Jiao. Boom! Waves of increasingly large thunder seas tilted from the dark clouds, endless thunder setting the dome of the sky ablaze. Hot divine aura illuminating the heavens and earth. Cheng Tianhao's figure had been completely submerged, and only rolling thunder remained above the sky. Suddenly, a flash of seven-colored light emerged from the dark clouds. The brilliant colors instantly rendered heaven and earth. Seven-colored thunderbolt. A heaven-destroying, terrifying power instantly erupted from the sky, and it seemed as if the entire planet was trembling. Haha, come on. At this moment, Chang Tianhao was already heavily injured. Golden blood stained almost his entire body, and there were even bones exposed in places. However, his battle intent did not diminish in the slightest, surging like a monstrous flood. Boom! Finally, under the stony gaze of the Chang family's crowd, the ninth wave of heavenly tribulation descended as expected. The seven-colored light flourished, and a great will containing the authority of heaven and earth erupted from that thunder. The heavenly Tao does not want anyone to become a god. Looking at the rapidly falling seven-colored divine thunder, Chang Tianhao shouted, like a god striking the sky to actively meet it. Open for me. The golden dragon pattern sword appeared in his hand, and the golden aura in Chang Tianhao's eyes shone as he instantly slashed down. This sword carried his invincible conviction. This sword carried his determination to battle the heavens and the earth. It's all or nothing with this sword. The brilliant golden sword aura instantly condensed, and heaven and earth whistled, like a true dragon spitting out its breath, striking into the sky. Boom! The sword-ons collided with the thunder. Terrifying spiritual energy exploded, and gusts of terrifying hurricanes swirled in the heavens and earth. The sword's sharpness was so extreme that it split the seven-colored thunder from it in an instant. The power of the sword-on did not diminish and instantly disappeared into the rolling dark clouds, splitting the entire sky in two. In an instant, the hurricane and thunder dissipated, and heaven and earth returned to calm. A seven-colored halo of light fell from the dark clouds and converged on Chang Tianhao's body. Looking towards Chang Tianhao, who was clad in seven-colored divine light, the Chang family members were all in an excited mood. Success! The second demigod of the Chang family was born. Chapter 46, Celebrating with the Family. The seven-colored light was like a dense rain showering down from the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the entire world in a colorful manner. As Chang Tianhao's figure slowly landed, an inexplicable sense of awe suddenly surged through everyone's hearts. Even Lin Wei and Chang Jiao couldn't help but feel that at this moment, Chang Tianhao seemed to have become even more distant from them. What's going on here? Chang Jiao muttered to himself in some bewilderment, while looking at Chang Tianhao with a slight change in his eyes. Noticing Chang Jiao's difference, Lin Wei smiled faintly and gently stroked Chang Jiao's hair, saying softly, "Is it because you feel that your father is difficult to approach?" Chang Jiao nodded, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Lin Wei went on to explain, "This is because he has just crossed the heavenly tribulation, and the divinity in his body is the most intense at the moment. After a while, this feeling will slowly disappear." Hearing his mother's words, Chang Jiao nodded thoughtfully, his gaze once again cast to the sky, having just witnessed his father Chang Tianhao's breakthrough with his own eyes. At this moment, he actually had a few moments of anticipation for the upcoming heavenly tribulation deep within his heart. Unlike the crowd, Chang Yuan greeted them with a smile. "Good boy, finally a breakthrough." Chang Yuan slapped Chang Tianhao's forehead hard and laughed up to the sky. This laughter was bright and bold, as if it was going to break through the clouds. Chang Yuan's heart was filled with joy, and his eyes glittered with excitement. The last time he was this happy was when he learned of Chang Jiao's birth. At that time, he looked forward to the arrival of this new life with great joy, hoping that he would be the pride of the family. Now, Chang Tianhao's breakthrough made him feel very proud. "Thank you, father." At this moment, Chang Tianhao did not have the previous unruly. The whole revealed a mature and stable. There were a few more touches in his gaze towards Chang Yuan. That huge sword was prepared by Chang Yuan long ago, just waiting to be handed over to him when he crossed the threshold. As the strongest war god of the Federation, Chang Tianhao had his own pride. This time, although it happened suddenly, he definitely had time to tell Chang Yuan about the breakthrough. But he didn't. Back then, Chang Yuan had used almost all of the Chang family's resources when he broke through to demigod. Now, he wanted to prove himself by crossing the heavenly tribulation on his own. However, when the heavenly tribulation truly descended, Chang Tianhao also realized how conceited he really was. Without Chang Yuan's timely assistance, it would have been impossible for him to face the terrifying ninth thunder tribulation with such ease. "Why are you so polite with me?" Chang Yuan laughed out loud and looked at Chang Tianhao with a gaze full of admiration. This kid is indeed better than himself back then. The two figures fell from the air at the same time, and everyone in the Chang clan could not help but bow to them. "Butler!" Chang Yuan called out loudly, his voice breaking through the clouds. Click! Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the originally calm space suddenly shattered open, and a pitch-black crack rapidly spread. Immediately afterward, an old man with a stooped figure and pale face stepped out from the crack. His steps were steady and powerful, and each step seemed to shatter the void. This old man's body was bent almost at a right angle, looking very weak and fragile. However, when one looks closely, one will find that his deep-set eyes shine with perseverance, as if they are burning with a flame that will never be extinguished. His face was covered with wrinkles, each of which seemed to speak of the vicissitudes and resilience of the years. In spite of his aging body, his mental state was nothing less, if not more, than that of a young man. Master. The moment she saw the old man, Lin Wei's entire moment became agitated. Chang Jiao, this is my teacher, Yang Daoming. Likewise, he is also the previous generation's kitchen god. His strength has even reached the peak level of war god long ago. Hearing Lin Wei's introduction, Chang Jia nodded in some surprise. First there was the war god guard, and now there was a peak war god level previous generation kitchen god. At this moment, Chang Jiao felt as if he didn't seem to know the Chang family very well anymore. You old man, running so fast by yourself, really think I'm as powerful as you? Yang Daoming cursed at Chun Yuan as soon as he appeared. Chun Yuan laughed, not caring at all. Today is a big celebration for our Chang family, feasting guests from all sides, so be sure to show your skills. At Elder Chang's command, the atmosphere of the scene immediately became enthusiastic. Hearing these words, everyone present had a strong look of anticipation in their eyes. They all knew that the feast would be a feast for the palate, and unlike Lin Wei, Chen Xingming's reputation had already spread throughout the world and become a legend. His cooking is said to be second to none. There are even rumors that if one can have a bite of Chen Xingming's cooking, one's life is not in vain. Such accolades made the anticipation of him great, and made the banquet even more eagerly awaited. Eat, just know how to eat. Yang Daoming blankly glanced at Chun Yuan without any good humor and let out a light hum. There was a hint of reproach in his eyes, but it was more of a favor. Then, his gaze turned to Lin Wei, and the look on his face instantly became gentle. All that flowed from his eyes was tenderness and care. Wei, then you come and help me with the hands, he said softly, his tone filled with affection. Hearing Yang Daoming's invitation, Lin Wei's heart was delighted and she responded without hesitation. No problem. Being able to have the opportunity to cook with her beloved teacher made her feel incredibly excited. With Cheng Tianhao only giving a shout, the two of them left towards the back kitchen of the Cheng family residence. Father, there's no hurry for the banquet. We still have some things left to take care of. Saying that, Cheng Tianhao's icy gaze looked towards the two black-clothed men who were still alive. Dare to take advantage of their breakthrough to take their wives and children to threaten themselves. No matter who did this thing, Cheng Tianhao will have to pull him out. When they saw Cheng Tianhao looking towards them, a flash of impending relief of pleasure actually appeared in the eyes of the duo. Lang Jiankuan's poison was literally about to torture them to death. Not only did that venom erode their bodies and spirits, even their dantian and meridians were severely damaged by this toxin. Cheng Tianhao raised his hand, and with a cold expression, he pinched towards the two of them. Click! A crack appeared in the duo's abdomen, and the little spiritual energy that was left instantly disappeared. He wasted two war gods with a lift of his head. This was the demigod powerhouse after seizing the authority of heaven and earth. Seeing that there was no longer any possibility of resistance from the two, Lang Jiankuan raised his hand and wiped it across their faces. The poison that had caused so much suffering disappeared at once. Immediately after that, Cheng Tianhao made a big move with his hand, and the figures of two black-robed men instantly flew in. Clutching the two in one hand, a picture suddenly appeared in Cheng Tianhao's wild eyes. Soul Searching, Chapter 47, Simple, I'll become the god of war. After a long time, Cheng Tianhao's face was as gloomy as a cloudy sky, as if a storm would descend at any moment. With a mighty heave, he tossed the two aside like rags. Well, any luck? Chang Yuan, who was on the side, asked with the same indifference, his voice so cold that it sent shivers down one's spine. He also desperately wanted to know which audacious fellow dared to openly provoke their Chung family. Who the hell is asking for it? It's the Wang family from Kyoto City. Cheng Tianhao gritted his teeth and said, a spark of anger flashing in his eyes. The one who gave the order was Wang Zhenghao. This name was like a thunderbolt, causing the faces of everyone in the Cheng family to instantly become gloomy, as if they were covered by a layer of gloom. Everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent. If thoughts could kill, I'm afraid that at this moment, Wang Zhenghao would already be full of holes. If Cheng Tianhao hadn't taken precautions beforehand, those three killers would definitely be able to succeed. Thinking of this, the crowd could not help but feel a surge of fear and gratitude in their hearts. At the same time, their hatred towards Wang Zhenghao also became more and more profound, and they couldn't wait to break his body into pieces immediately. The Wang family's power isn't small, so go inside first and discuss it, Cheng Yuan said with a calm face. He knew that he couldn't act impulsively now. He had to calm down and think of a response first. After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the house. Chang Tianhao and Chang Jie followed. Inside the house, Chang Jie said angrily, "If I were to say, Grandpa, you and Pops would go directly and slap that Wang family directly into dregs." His eyes were filled with anger and determination. However, Chang Yuan shook his head. This may be a momentary relief, but it can also set off a chain reaction. No, that would be a loss of credibility. Chang Yuan said seriously. If they just rushed over and slapped the Wang family into crumbs, then the federal government would definitely use this opportunity to make a big deal out of it, and it might even affect their family's reputation. Chang Jail sniffed and nodded thoughtfully. His goal was the entire union, and he didn't want all the people against him. However, the more they oppose it, the more it actually shows that they are in the right. Chang Yuan replied after a moment of contemplation. We're in the right on this matter, only that we don't have concrete evidence in our hands. As long as we can get conclusive evidence that the Wang family has really committed a crime, then everything will be fine. Once this is brought to fruition, not to mention slapping the Wang family to death, even giving him a bloodline curse would be light. Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Chang Jail's eyes. He understood that if he was able to grasp enough evidence, he would be able to make the Wang family speechless, and that was the key to solving the problem. That's good to know then. Grandpa will leave this to me. Chang Jie smiled indifferently, and an idea came to his mind. Isn't that evidence? Under the great memory recovery technique, everything will be presented to all. And swiping the video myself today, I saw a talent. The man didn't have a strong family background, and the research was entirely on his own. But he invented a lot of strange and weird things, and they were very powerful. Chang Jail is willing to call him the strongest criminal minister. With him and himself working together, these two would definitely trick. I think it's okay. Upon hearing Chang Jail's proposal, Chang Tianhao's eyes lit up and he nodded his head in agreement. He was well aware that although this son of his was young, he had means and vigor that far exceeded normal people. Chang Jail hasn't crossed the battlefield yet, but it's time to rub shoulders with each other and our Chang family's legions. Chang Tianhao said slowly, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. As the Chang family's family member, he had always hoped to pass on the family's honor, and the most crucial part of that was to cultivate an excellent heir. Legion? Chang Jie was slightly stunned, and a wave of excitement couldn't help but well up in his heart. Exactly. Chang Tianhao nodded, his eyes filled with pride. He recalled the bravery of the Chang family's army on the battlefield, the great wall of steel forged by countless trials of life and death. It's time for you to see the real Chang family. With that, a black and gold token appeared in Chang Tianhao's hand. This is the legionary talisman. I leave this warlord legion to you. Chang Jie solemnly took it, the excitement in his eyes almost overflowing. But there's something else that's a little more troubling. Chang Yuan, who was on the side, had a gloomy face and frowned tightly. He took a deep breath and slowly said, if you've also broken through to martial god today, how? It's just as well to take advantage of this opportunity from the Wang family. It's time for us to make a move against the Federation. However, martial gods must not stay in Blue Star for a long period of time, or else they will trigger a spatial collapse. So this matter can only be left to the descendants. Chang Yuan's tone carried a hint of helplessness, but his eyes were filled with anticipation. Exactly. Chang Tianhao's voice was low in concurrence. He knew the limitations of the martial god well enough to know that they could not personally participate in this battle. Chang Tianhao frowned, killing intent gathering in his gaze. He understood in his heart that there was bound to be a shadow of the Federation behind the Wang family. It's a shame we can't watch these federal officials die one by one. Chang Tianhao's voice was shadowy and filled with anger and hatred. Chang Jie stood on the side, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he watched the two look at himself with a confident glint in his eyes. Don't worry, father, leave it to me. Chang Tianhao smiled as he looked at Chang Jiao and said encouragingly, ha ha, good, but I can remind you that commanding the Legion isn't based on status. Only by truly convincing everyone in the Legion can you truly command freely. How easy is that? Chang Jiao smiled lightly, his sunny smile looking very relaxed and confident. Wouldn't it be better if I became the god of war? Good. My Chang family's descendants should have this confidence. Chang Yuan laughed out loud, looking at Chang Jie with a gaze full of doting love. Then when your heavenly tribulation is over in a few days, we'll work together from the inside. We'll control the war gods outside, and you'll be the one to clean up the inside of the Federation. By the way, speaking of which, I have something for you, eldest grandson. Saying that, Chang Yuan flicked his wrist and a crisp and pleasant metallic sound rang out. Along with this sound, a mechanical box that shone with a strange light appeared in his hand. This box looked very delicate, with exquisite patterns and lines carved on its surface, and every line looked very delicate and smooth. as if it contained endless mysteries and power. The strange light, on the other hand, made the entire box look full of mystery, making people unable to resist the urge to explore the secrets behind it. This is the Beast Soul battle armor that I purposely built for you. Perhaps it will come in handy when you cross the heavenly tribulation, Chang Yuan said with a smile, an expectant light flickering in his eyes. If Chang Jiao could also successfully pass through the heavenly tribulation, then his and the Chang family's future would be unlimited. Chapter 48, Technological Ghost Talent, Minister of Justice. This is the latest second-generation Beast Soul armament. It can be activated by pressing your blood onto the center core. Chang Yuan smiled and explained to Chang Jiao, the one you obtained from the family treasury before was only the first generation, and the increase was nowhere near as effective as this one. Due to the precious materials, the current generation of Beast Soul armament is not yet mass-produced, and this one in your hand is the only one. This generation of Beast Soul armament is growable and evolvable, and as your strength increases, its effects will become more and more pronounced. Receiving the Beast Soul armament from Chang Yuan, Chang Jia had a look of surprise on his face. Under the duo's expectant gaze, Chang Jia bit his finger and pressed a drop of blood onto the metal box. As soon as the two came into contact, the metal box suddenly bloomed with a bright and dazzling light. Immediately after that, the metal box instantly melted into a puddle of metallic liquid spreading from Chang Jia's fingertips towards his entire body. In just one breath, a set of domineering armor appeared on Chang Jia's body. The armor as a whole consists of a mysterious and deep black color and a silver color that shines with a cold light, and the two colors reflect each other, creating a unique and striking visual effect. The battle armor as a whole presented a slender streamlined shape, without the slightest sense of heaviness, but instead gave a feeling of lightness and agility. Those sharp lines on the battle armor exuded a palpitating aura, as if each of them contained endless power and majesty. The lines were harsh and intertwined, forming a mysterious and domineering pattern, making the battle armor full of power and aggressiveness. From afar, it looked like a work of art, but at the same time, it revealed a powerful, intimidating force, as if by wearing it, one could transform into an invincible god of war and conquer all enemies. Chang Jiao was shocked as he felt the changes in his body. The battle armor seemed like a part of itself, very light, and the weight could not be felt at all. Terrifying spiritual energy came from his chest in a steady stream. Chang Gui felt as if it was his second dantian there, and in an instant his own aura skyrocketed. Battle armor, Shura, activate. A low voice resounded within the battle armor, and an intelligent panel instantly appeared before Chang Jia's eyes. The panel not only had all the basic conditions of the battle armor, but also all the conditions of this Chang Jia's body. Not bad. This aura is already comparable to that of a marquis of the Yuanshan realm. Cheng Tianhao on the side couldn't help but praise. The mask lifted to reveal Chang Jia's smiling face. His mind was equally surprised. He had already comprehended the killing Upanishad long ago, and now all that was missing was his spiritual energy to successfully break through to Exalted. Now the battle armor not only made up for his lack of spiritual power, but also raised his strength upwards by a level. Thank you, Grandpa. The battle armor disappeared and Chang Jiao smiled as he thanked Chang Yuan. Be polite. Chang Yuan smiled and shook his head. Tomorrow, Tianhao and I will be leaving. Feel free to use the Chang family's supplies within the Blue Star, the district's heavenly tribulation. I believe in you. Chang Jiao nodded heavily, his eyes filled with confidence. Early the next morning, Chang Yuan had left the Chang family early with Chang Tianhao. Lin Wei still followed to the front line this time. Those Fei were absolutely perfect ingredients in her opinion, and had a clear benefit to her cooking. Once again, the Chang family was left with only Chang Yuan as the young head of the family. In the morning when the maid brought Chang Jia for breakfast, Statement respectfully walked in. Young lord, the person you wanted has arrived. Hearing this, Chang Jia hurriedly followed Statement's footsteps without even wiping his mouth. Soon, in the hall on the first floor, Chang Jia saw a slim man. The man looked to be about the same age as Chang Jia. In his youth, with his crisp, short hair, he looked competent and sharp, but his figure was unusually thin, as if he could be blown over by a gust of wind. His face was slightly yellowed, revealing an unhealthy aura. However, the most striking thing was his right leg. It was surprisingly a mechanical leg. The metallic leg structure replaced the original flesh, emitting an icy glow and giving off a technological feeling. Handmade light? Hearing Chang Jia call him, the man turned his head and revealed a sunny smile. Hello, my name is He Xiaoguang. I've long admired the great name of the young master of the Chang family, and I've seen it today, and it's really true to its name, He Xiaoguang said with a smile, not the least bit self-conscious about his shabby clothes. Chang Jia nodded. He looked at Yi Xiaoguang not only because of his weird and wacky inventions, but also because of the confidence in his eyes every time he showed them. Hello, Chang Jail. Chang Jail smiled faintly and introduced himself. To make a long story short, I want you to join me, and I'll be solely responsible for funding your research from now on. Hearing Chang Jail's words, Yi Xiaoguang's eyes lit up. He had been posting videos on short video platforms before just to get the attention of some big research organizations. The Chang family has always been the topmost existence in the entire Federation in terms of technological strength, especially that beast soul armor which is being rumored today. He couldn't wait to join the Chang family. Thank you for valuing Cheng Xiao. I will definitely be able to show you my worth in the future. Yi Xiaoguang bowed respectfully to Cheng Jie, his mood unusually excited. Cheng Jie shook his head, his face suddenly becoming solemn. There's no hurry to thank you first. I'm a suspicious person, especially since you've just arrived. I naturally have little trust in you. Saying that, Cheng Jiu flipped his hand and a compulsion similar to the one he had given to Li Shengyu before appeared in Cheng Jiu's hand. Only this one wasn't a beetle, but a white worm. This is a brainworm, a type of compulsion. After taking it will burrow inside your brain and once you have second thoughts it will explode and die. Of course this worm isn't the only bad thing about it. It can constantly stimulate your brain and make it more awake. Swallow it and you can join the Chang family. Looking at the white worm in Cheng Jail's hand, Yi Xiaoguang didn't have any nonsense to directly pick it up and throw it into his mouth. What's life and death as long as you get to see and participate in better technological inventions? As soon as the parasites entered his stomach, Yi Xiaoguang immediately felt a pain he had never felt before in his life. He could feel the bug gradually burrowing through the back of his spine and into his brain, and his entire cerebrum was almost cracking open. Luckily, the pain came and went quickly, returning to normal in just a few moments. Seeing Yi Xiaoguang being so decisive, Cheng Jiu was very satisfied in his heart. I remember you had an invention that was some kind of torture machine, right? Yes, that one was my hottest work too. Yi Xiaoguang nodded, his eyes filled with pride. You'll give me a plus version in a moment. I have 2 former war god powerhouses here who need your help to recover their memories. Yi Xiaoguang nodded, a flash of gloom in his eyes. He's not as sunny as he seems, and things like torture are his biggest hobby besides research. Please don't worry, Chang Xiao. In half a day's time, I'll definitely make them tell everything they know. Chapter 49, Going on the March. Cheng Family Black Armor Army. Chang Jail nodded, then had statement lead Yi Xiaoguang to the Cheng family's research department. When a professional does something, leave it to a professional. The Cheng family's scientific research department was not located in the Cheng family residence, but had a separate experimental building. When he saw the various top-notch scientific research equipment in the laboratory building, the excitement in Yi Xiaoguang's eyes almost overflowed. At Cheng Jail's gesture, Yi Xiaoguang had a laboratory of his own. Yi Xiaoguang also used practical actions to tell Cheng Jiu that he wasn't wrong about himself. Soon, in just an hour's time, a huge instrument was transported inside the dungeon of the Cheng family residence. Looking at the cold machine, Cheng Jail couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Under the escort of the guards, the 2 black-robed men reappeared. Only this time, these 2 were much worse off. Cheng Tianhao abolished their cultivation and violently crushed almost all of their bones and meridians before he left. If not for the duo's strong physical qualities, they would have been dead by now. After explaining the matter of torture and recording to Li Xingyu, Cheng Jail stopped paying attention to the situation inside the dungeon. Torture is nothing more than a process. The results are for others to see. Now he's asking for the underlying issues to be addressed. The king's house. Walking out of the dungeon, a cold light flashed in Cheng Jail's eyes. With a flip of his hand, the soldier's talisman appeared in Cheng Jie's hand. Where is the Cheng family Black Family Army? Boom! With Cheng Jie's shout, a pillar of radiant light instantly descended from the sky. The pillar of light linked heaven and earth, blooming with brilliant 7-colored light. A moment later when the light dissipated, a large army of nearly 1,000 people appeared within the Cheng family's mansion compound. In the army, every single person was wearing a unified standardized black battle armor. Their figures were tall and mighty, as if they were an unshakable mountain. On top of the battle armor, mysterious runes and patterns were carved, flickering with an icy cold light, giving off a sense of endless pressure. These warriors were armed with a variety of weapons, some with lances, some with great swords, and others with bows and arrows on their backs. Their eyes were firm and cold, and the moment they appeared all of them simultaneously stepped forward and knelt on one knee. The army's pace was neat and tidy, each step carrying a heavy force that shook the earth. A terrifying aura shot straight up from this army, like a powerful storm sweeping through the air. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this aura, emitting a low rumbling sound. The clouds in the sky were also dispersed by this aura, revealing a clear blue sky. the army was like a torrent of steel, majestic and awe-inspiring. Their presence made one feel an irresistible force, as if any enemy would crumble and disintegrate in front of them. They were the overlords of the battlefield, a symbol of invincibility. The corners of Chang Jie's eyes throbbed, similarly shaken by the aura. But then, the same domineering aura erupted in his eyes. As the young master of the Chang family, how could this point of majesty not be present? The Black family army is at your service. March! Chang Jie's voice exploded in the air like thunder, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. As his order was given, the Black family army below responded in unison. As you command. This loud shout seemed to break through the sky and shake the entire heaven and earth, only to see Chang Jie's large hand slap on his chest. A mysterious light flashed, and the cultivator battle armor instantly covered his body. The battle armor flickered with an ebony light, emitting a palpitating aura. Chang Gue was dressed in battle armor, as if he was a god of war descending to earth. Then, Chang Jie's figure slowly rose into the air, the black cloak behind him fluttering in the wind. The black armored army also followed closely behind, their pace neat and tidy, each step carrying a firm conviction. The appearance of this army immediately drew the attention of the people on both sides of the street. Many people stopped and gazed curiously at the vast procession. Some even took out their cell phones to record this spectacular scene. Many people secretly marveled in their hearts, not realizing that the Chang family was hiding such a majestic army. Wherever the army passed, killing intent filled the air like a tidal wave. This intense killing intent was suffocating, as if it could penetrate one's soul. Even the naughty children were so frightened that they didn't dare to cry and clung to their parents' legs. The appearance of this army undoubtedly sent a huge shockwave throughout the Federation, and there was much speculation as to their purpose and course of action. Kyoto City Center. Inside the Wang family residence. What to do? The Chang family is definitely running towards us. Inside the lobby, all of the Wang family's top brass sat together, looking at Wang Zhenghao, who was in the main seat with a calm demeanor. The several elders below were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Family master, say something. The Chang family's army has already killed. Yeah, that army looks like it's returning from the battlefield. Just looking at that murderous aura, it's almost rushing out of the screen. In my opinion, we'd better run away. Go, why would I leave? Wang Zhenghao's face sank as he violently put down the teacup in his hand, a disdainful sneer appearing on his face. What is this place? This is the Kyoto city of the Federation. He looked around with a firm gaze, his tone filled with confidence and majesty. Even if he, the Chang family, is no longer powerful, he would never dare to act recklessly here. What's more, I received orders from Li Yaohong at that time. Saying that, a smug look flashed in Wang Zhenghao's eyes. I'd like to see what the Chang family can do to my Wang family. Don't worry, gentlemen. I have already sent a message to Li Yaohong. If the Chang family really dares to come, then they will definitely be left with no return. Wang Zhenghao's voice carried a few points of ruthlessness, causing people to look sideways. Hearing Wang Zhenghao's words, the few elders below glanced at each other and were slightly relieved. After all, Li Yaohong was the head of the Federation, so if he came out to support the Wang family, then the Wang family would naturally have a bottom line. Thinking of this, the uneasiness in the hearts of the crowd gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of solidity. With such a solid backing, it was as if they had seen the light of hope, and all their fears had dissipated. For a while, the atmosphere in the entire hall relaxed, and the crowd began to mingle and talk. Wang Zhenghao, on the other hand, sat quietly in his chair, a hint of cunning glinting in his eyes. Just then, a man suddenly burst in. It seems that because they were so flustered, they even ran off their shoes. Report! The Chang family's army has appeared in Kyoto City. Look at the direction it's coming towards us. Looking at the subordinate's nervous appearance, Wang Zhenghao coldly snorted. Panic about what? Gentlemen, follow me to find out. Saying that, Wang Zhenghao stood up and took the lead towards the door. Young lord, the Wang family is up ahead. In the sky, statement pointed at the Wang family residence not far away and introduced it to Chengjiu. Chang Jiao nodded, killing intent in his eyes. In his eyes, the glorious mansion of the Wang family in front of him was nothing more than a huge tomb. If you dare to offend the Chang family, there will only be one result. Blood is flowing. Chapter 50 Battle God Boundary. Don't even think about running away alone. The black armored army stood proudly in the void, and the terrifying killing weapon condensed into a gale that stirred the wind and clouds. Within a few moments, almost the entire Kyoto city was attracted to the Chang family's actions. Some of the bold and good-looking Moncler outlet store even came close to watch. What did the Wang family do to make the Chang family come with such fanfare? You don't know about this, do you? On the day Cheng Tianhao was promoted, there were 3 war gods who went to cause trouble. and now it seems that these three are from the Wang family. TSK. Has this Wang family eaten the guts of a bear? It dares to mess with the promotion of a demigod? Yes, it's fortunate that it didn't work out. Otherwise wouldn't we have one less martial god in Yin Xia? That would be a sin for the ages. Cheng Jiao's tall and upright body stood steadily at the front of the black-armored army, as calm as a lofty mountain peak. His cold and deep gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the endless darkness as he gazed indifferently in the direction where the Wang family was. Soon, a dozen or so figures rose up in the air within the Wang family residence. It's a rare trip for the Cheng family to come to the capital city, and as the landlord I'm really out of my depth to welcome them. Wang Zhenghao slightly bowed to the black-armored army, without the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. With such a large number of people, I wonder which lord of the Cheng family is coming. Looking at Wang Zhenghao and the elders of the Wang clan in front of him, the mask of the cultivator battle armor slowly retracted, revealing Cheng Jia's face. Wang Zhenghao frowned at Cheng Jia, carefully sizing him up for a long time before speaking in a sudden realization. You're Cheng Jia. Exactly. Cheng Jia nodded, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. It seems that my reputation is still not enough, and family master Wang has even recognized me for so long. That's not so bad. Wang Zhenghao shook his head, a disdainful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. After all, the Cheng family's family head and the old family head are so godly, but you're so disheveled and your mind is only on women. It's another kind of incredible that such a family could produce such a waste like you. Wang Zhenghao's words instantly caused a burst of laughter, and those once originally tense Wang family elders completely relaxed as a result. I thought it was Cheng Tianhao leading the troops, but I didn't expect it to be you. Does your Cheng family have no one left? How dare you let you be the commander-in-chief? You're not afraid that such a fine army will be wasted in your hands. Cheng's son, go back to your little green vine city. This is Kyoto where you are not allowed to act wildly. Looking at these people from the Wang family, Cheng Yu's originally ice-cold face suddenly became a bit taut. Where does this Wang family get their confidence? He himself is pressing in with a large army. The other party was even so confident. If not knowing the situation of the Wang family, Cheng Jia thought that this Wang family had some powerful cards, but it didn't matter. He hadn't intended to spare any of the Wang family today. Wang Zhenghao, you really want to destroy the Wang family? Cheng Jia smiled faintly, not the least bit angry at the taunts of the Wang family's crowd. Big brother Xiong, big brother Lang, sister Jia Jia, please surround the Wang family with a boundary. Cheng Jia's low and firm voice rang out, echoing in the air like muffled thunder. As his words fell, three figures slowly floated out from the black-armored army, as light as ghosts. These three figures were none other than Cheng Xiong, Lung Jianquan and Cheng Jiajia. Cheng Tianhao didn't take the three of them with him, but left them by Cheng Jia's side. There were enough people on the border side, and Cheng Tianhao was well aware that Cheng Prison needed someone to assist in order to better accomplish the advancement. As such, he decided to leave these three powerful peak war gods to Cheng Jiao to ensure the smooth running of the operation. Hearing Cheng Jia's words, the three of them nodded and their figures instantly transformed into three rays of light red, white and green and flew towards the surroundings of the Wang clan's residence. After standing in their positions, the three of them glanced at each other and struck a rune pattern in their hands almost simultaneously. Buzz, accompanied by a subtle buzzing sound, a halo of light bloomed on all three of them at the same time. The halo quickly spread out and soon enveloped the Cheng family's black armor army and the entire Wang family. It's Junction. Wang Zhenghao, who was originally still full of disdain, the expression on his face at this moment instantly became grave. His eyes widened, and a few more points of panic gradually grew in his gaze. Cheng Jiao, what do you mean by that? Wang Zhenghao's voice was gloomy, and his eyes continuously swept over the boundary in an attempt to find a break. Yet the halos on the three were as if they were one, completely without a single flaw. Isn't it clear what I mean by coming here today, Family Master Wang? Cheng Jiao snorted coldly and laughed lightly as he looked at the panicked Wang clan crowd. If you dare to send people to mess with my Cheng family, then you must be prepared to die. Overthrowing your own family by yourself, Wang Zhenghao, you've done a great job. Hearing Cheng Jiao's ridicule, Wang Zhenghao's face flushed red and white. The current him was completely unable to maintain his previous composure in the slightest. He didn't expect Cheng Jiao to be so decisive, but in the effort of two or three those words, the other party had actually sent someone to tongue down the boundary. Escape was no longer possible. He was now trying to stall for time, waiting for Li Yaohong to come over to rescue him and disintegrate this boundary from the outside. Where's the evidence? Who are you to say that those people were sent by my Wang family? Hearing this, Cheng Jiao smiled contemptuously. He had expected Wang Zhenghao to come up with this. Sure enough, Wang Zhenghao's words caught the attention of all the onlookers. Cheng Jia raised his hand and a ray of light shot out from the wrist of the Shura battle armor, followed by a video projection appearing above the sky. When he looked at the projection, Wang Zhenghao's face instantly changed dramatically. The projection was one of the very same 3 he had tapped away. Have to admit He Xiaoguang does have something. There wasn't a single visible wound on the man's body, but the fear and panic in his eyes almost took over. There was not a single trace of severe torture at all. I recognize. We didn't resist the temptation and were assigned by Wang family head Wang Zhenghao to stop Cheng Tianhao's breakthrough in the Cheng family. Watching the man tell the whole plan one by one, Wang Zhenghao's face completely turned iron blue. Those good journalists down the line rushed to turn on their cameras and relay the scene across the Commonwealth. Master Wang family, still want to argue? Cheng Jie smiled faintly, his eyes full of playfulness. So what if I sent them? Seeing that he had already lost his plan, Wang Zhenghao also completely stopped pretending. His face was grim as he stared dead at Cheng Jail. Cheng Jail, this is the Kyoto city of the Federation, not your backwater green vine city. You're a yellow boy and you still want to run wild here? Are you not taking the Federation seriously? The Federation? Cheng Jail laughed lightly. Wang Zhenghao, do you really think this Federation can restrain my Cheng family? If I didn't care about you guys before, that was because my Cheng family didn't care. Now that my Cheng family is unhappy, this selfish and self-serving Federation then has no need to exist. After saying that, the killing intent in Cheng Jail's eyes instantly blossomed, and the fury of wolf smoke rushed straight into the sky. Black Armor Army at your service. Follow me to trample the Wang family, leaving no survivors. Happy 4th of July everyone. Cell phone coding on the train is too painful. Chapter 51, Military Soul. Cheng Prison beheading the king and marquis. Boom! With Cheng Jail's command, the eyes of everyone in the Black Armor Army snapped wide open. Rolls of fatal chi rushed to the sky. An endless killing intent shook the sky. A strong smell of blood spread through the air for miles. Ha ha ha, Cheng Jail, just with you also want to destroy my Wang family? Do you really think you can do whatever you want in Kyoto City? Wang Zhenghao sneered, not knowing whether it was because of anger or fear trembling. However, those elders of the Wang family were not as calm as Wang Zhenghao at this moment, looking at the huge black armored army that looked like a beast that was about to awaken. Everyone present sucked in cool air and broke out in a cold sweat. Wang Zhenghao's face was grim, his back teeth clenched. With a flip of his wrist, a firework suddenly appeared in his hand. An arrow through the clouds, 1,000 armies to meet. Without any hesitation, Wang Zhenghao lit it up and launched it high into the air. Bang! The flames burst into the sky, and a huge, brilliant firework blossomed in the sky. Cheng Jail, you're finished. If you dare to touch my Wang family, you are making an enemy of the entire lineage within Kyoto City. Wang Zhenghao laughed madly, his tone full of smugness. Cheng Jia quietly watched him go crazy, but the killing intent in his eyes was accumulating. So what? They'll just have to collect your body when they get there too. Cheng Jail's voice was like ice, without any emotion. Previously, Wang Zhenghao was right about one thing. Compared to Cheng Tianhao and Cheng Yuan, his own fame was just not enough. Since this is the case, then today he will behead this Wang Zhenghao to make a name for himself. Likewise, he was going to show the Black Armor Army that it was totally right to follow him. Taking a deep breath, surging battle intent emerged in Cheng Jail's eyes. Black Armor Army, kill for me. Military soul, concentrate. As the mask enveloped him, Cheng Jail's battle intent was like a flood, surging to the extreme. Boom! The black armored army of 1,000 men moved at the same time. In an instant, surging baleful chi broke out of his body, and endless killing opportunities erupted from the eyes of every single person in the Black Armor Army. The rolling baneful chi converged into a baneful smoke cloud, and then a heart-stopping roar erupted from the smoke cloud, resounding through the entire heaven and earth. A huge beast rose up from the smoke and clouds. The beast was like a giant ape, with a white head and red feet, and its body was surrounded by a rolling fury that shook the void. Click! As that ferocious beast appeared, the entire void seemed to be somewhat overwhelmed, emitting sharp shattering sounds. Roar! The ferocious beast roared, and the clear sky was instantly dimmed. This is a creature of legend. Zhu Yao. Looking at Zhu Yao, who was pounding his chest in the sky and greedily surveying himself with his eyes, Wang Zhenghao only felt his scalp tingle. Zhu Yao is regarded as a representative of war, and once it appears, blood will definitely flow. This Zhu Yao was dozens of meters tall, his hair burning like flames, and his eyes were like blood-red jewels, flashing with a ferocious light. Each breath caused the air around it to vibrate, allowing its powerful aura to be felt. Zhu Yao's appearance shocked and frightened everyone. They had never seen such a terrifying creature before. Under everyone's shocked gaze, that Zhu Yao leaped high into the air and smoothly transformed into a flash of black light that merged into Cheng Jie's body. Boom! A circle of lurid blood-colored fluctuations stirred out, and the aura on Chang Jie's body climbed once again, with the support of the cultivator battle armor and the military soul. At this moment, Chang Gui had already touched the threshold of the Yuanshan realm. The cold gaze landed on Wang Zhenghao's body, and without waiting for him to open his mouth again, Chang Jie's figure instantly transformed into a bloody shadow and rushed out. The cultivating heavenly demon blade was held tightly in his hand, and the moment he struck, it was a domineering chopping attack. The blade's awnings crossed the sky and the blood splendor bloomed as it blasted down towards the Wang clan's crowd with unrivaled power. At the same time, the human emperor flag stood in the void, and Bai Qi and Meng Tian simultaneously killed towards the elders of the Wang clan. I'd be scared if it was Cheng Tianhao, but what are you? Wang Zhenghao shouted in a deep voice, and his Yuanshan triple sky aura instantly broke through his body. As the patriarch of the War God clan, he wasn't a dry person either. Facing Chang Jie's monstrous strike, Wang Zhenghao's iron fist swept in like a monstrous wave. Boom boom boom, the blade awnings shattered, and Chang Jie's body instantly flew hundreds of meters backwards. Chang Xiong's 3 people in the distance were instantly heartbroken, but none of them stepped forward to help. When he came, Chang Jie explained that he would personally fight this battle today. They are not required to intervene until it is absolutely necessary. When life is at stake, blood flew horizontally, and all the black armored troops sprayed out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Yet their gaze was unusually resolute. As warriors, they have unconditional trust in their Lord Commander. They believe that Chang Jie can defeat all strong enemies in an instant, so dense that it couldn't be melted. Baleful chi blasted out from each warrior's body and injected itself into Chang Jie's body. They were going to give their power completely to Chang Jie. Chang Gui's eyes were crimson. Despite the severe pain coming from his meridians, he still devoured all of this baneful energy into his body. The cultivation of physical cultivation was to constantly break through one's physical limits. Boom! Chang Jie's aura rose wildly once again, and he was vaguely able to fight against Wang Zhenghao. Steadying his body, Chang Jie's icy voice once again resounded in Wang Zhenghao's ears. Again! A furious cry resounded deafeningly through the heavens and earth. Bang! Only a loud sound could be heard as Chang Jie's figure instantly rose up in the air like a cannonball, as if it was a bloodthirsty black dragon, carrying endless killing intent and majesty as it killed Wang Zhenghao. Wang Zhenghao's face was grave. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. He took a deep breath and clenched his hands into fists. His whole body's strength gathered in one point, ready to meet Chang Jie's attack. Boom boom boom. With an earth-shattering roar, the entire sky trembled, and the air was torn apart with sharp popping sounds. In the blink of an eye, the two of them transformed into 2 figures, one black and one white, and crossed paths in the air with astonishing speed, instantly exchanging dozens of rounds. Their attacks were as ferocious and overpowering as a raging storm, and every punch and palm contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, so that people couldn't help but be chilled by it. As the battle raged on, the injuries on the duo's bodies became heavier and heavier, but they didn't flinch and instead became more and more courageous. Blood and fragments of mech splattered across the sky like rain, dyeing this heaven and earth a scarlet color. Great dark dragon claw! Chang Jie withdrew his sword and bellowed, black dragon scales instantly spreading all over his battle armor as he slapped out his palm. Roar! In the void, it was as if an illusory black dragon had appeared. A pair of cold eyes of the dragon took in the heart, and the dragon's claws carried a majestic aura of suppressing the heaven and earth, instantly slapping down. Bang! Chang Jie's sudden change of tactics caught Wang Zhenghao off guard. Seeing the dragon claw coming, Wang Zhenghao could only scramble to block his arms in front of his body. Boom! A blood-colored ripple erupted in the void. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Wang Zhenghao's figure smashed to the ground with a loud bang, a pair of broken arms with a large amount of blood waving in the air. Chapter 52, Blood Raining Down. By Qi Divine Might. Pust. A large mouthful of blood was sprayed out by Wang Zhenghao. The originally strong aura shriveled at once. On his body, a dense slash continuously dripped blood. The 2 broken arms revealed white bones. How can it be? How is he so strong? Looking at the devil-like figure in the sky, Wang Zhenghao's eyes were filled with disbelief. It was clear that there was such a large realm difference between the other party and himself. So how could he seriously injure himself? In the sky, Chang Jie gasped for air. At this moment, he felt like his meridians were almost about to explode. The surging baleful chi mixed with the huge spiritual energy was constantly rushing through its meridians. Luckily, I had used all my bonus points on physical fitness before. Despite this, the battle intent in Chang Jie's eyes was unprecedentedly high. He could feel that his meridians and body were applying this surge of power, and his physical qualities continued to get stronger. Master of the house. Seeing Wang Zhenghao's defeat, those elders of the Wang clan were immediately in disarray. Where are you looking? Bai Chi's eerie voice was like a stern ghost coming from the ears of the crowd, which was creepy. Next moment, the sky and the earth were instantly dyed a blood-red color, as if they were a blood-stained canvas, shocking to the eyes. Phew! The cold wind whistled by, carrying a strong scent of blood in the air, as if he could smell death. In just one breath, the clouds, the earth, the mountains and trees all turned into a bloody color, as if the end of the world was coming. The entire city of Kyoto was plunged into endless darkness and bloodshed, as if it had become a Shura purgatory, causing people to feel despair and fear. What's going on? Terrifying as it is, how many people did this kill to have such a fury? The Chang family has such a terrifyingly strong person. Looking at the endless bright red ahead, a strong sense of fear surged in the hearts of the several elders of the Wang family. They stared in disbelief at the sight before them with wide eyes, their bodies trembling involuntarily, their faces becoming as pale as paper. As for those people from the Wang clan who were watching the battle, they were so frightened that they directly collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Bai Chi's figure slowly rose up like a ghost, his right hand holding a blood-colored long sword with a strange glint. As soon as this long sword appeared, the blood-colored killing chants that permeated between heaven and earth immediately stirred up, forming several whirlwinds of baleful chi that whistled and swept through the surroundings. Chop! Bai Chi raised the blood-colored long sword in his hand and swung it lightly. At this very moment, his face, which was completely covered by a helmet, suddenly shot out two blood-ons, like two rounds of blood suns. Dazzling! In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth in front of everyone's eyes were split in two, and a scarlet world was displayed in front of them. A blood-red sword uncrossed heaven and earth, instantly sweeping over the bodies of the Wang clan's elders. This sword did not have the slightest bit of sword intent, but it contained a killing intent that was terrifying to the extreme. Everyone could feel that powerful killing intent, as if it wanted to snuff out all life. A neat line of blood appeared all over the Wang clan elders' bodies, like a slashed scroll. Under their unwilling and despairing gazes, the bloodlines became more and more pronounced, eventually breaking apart completely. After the sword, the heavens and earth returned to their original colors, but a fine rain of blood fell from the sky. Rolling black mist immediately emerged from the human emperor flag, taking the souls of those elders within it. Many people felt a great shock physically and mentally when they saw the scene, and some with weak mental capacity even directly began to dry heave. Why? Why is this happening? Watching with his own eyes as his own elders were all killed in battle, Wang Zhanghao hissed and roared towards the sky. He didn't understand why the gap with the Chang family was surprisingly large. Obviously, the Chang family's most powerful combatant hadn't even appeared yet, and Chang prison had already crushed their Wang family. He couldn't understand why Li Yaohong and the Federation's army hadn't shown up yet. He couldn't understand why all the Kyoto clans were looking on coldly. Why? Chang Jael sneered. Because you're just so good. After taking a deep breath, Chang Jael adjusted the rhythm of his breathing, and with a flash of his body, he rushed towards Wang Zhanghao again like a ghost. The Shura heavenly demon blade in his hand violently blossomed with a piercing bloodlight, and the blade shone as if a terrifying blood-colored demonic dragon was soaring in the sky. Accompanied by deafening air bursts, the giant dragon swooped down towards Wang Zhanghao like a titan. Looking at the dazzling blade aura, Wang Zhanghao closed his eyes unwillingly. In a flash, the blade flashed, and a bone-piercing coolness suddenly came from the root of Wang Zhanghao's thigh. Wang Zhanghao lowered his head in shock, and anger instantly surged to his heart. Shang Gui's slash unexpectedly cut off all three of his legs. Blood spurted out, staining the ground. Wang Zhanghao fell to the ground in pain, his face filled with disbelief and anger. He had never imagined that he would suffer such a crushing defeat, much less that Chang Jael would treat him so cruelly. Wang Zhanghao clenched his teeth and endured the severe pain as he tried to climb up and continue fighting, but his hands and feet had been completely broken. He could only look at the sky as Cheng prison. His heart filled with despair and unwillingness, Chang Jael looked at Wang Zhanghao indifferently, without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. His revenge has just begun. Daring to take on the Chang family, he would let Wang Zhanghao know what true despair was. Uncle Chen, hang up the Wang family head for me. The next part is the real show. Yes, young lord. Statement respectfully bowed, looking at Cheng Jie with admiration and gratification in his eyes. Thinking back to when Cheng Jie was a child, he had been placed by Cheng Jie's side and watched him grow step by step, and now that he had become so powerful, his heart was filled with emotion and pride. With a flick of the wrist, a delicate fishing rod appeared in the stated hand. This fishing rod looks ordinary, but it actually contains mysterious power. The statement skillfully swung the fishing rod, and the fishing line quickly wrapped around Wang Zhanghao like a spiritual snake, hoisting him up high. Cheng Jael's figure flickered and slowly floated in front of Wang Zhanghao like a ghost. The cultivating heavenly demon blade in his hand flashed with a cold light, carrying an endless killing intent. Without hesitation, Cheng Jia stabbed the devil blade into Wang Zhenghao's dantian. Pust! There was a dull thud, and blood spurted out of the wound, staining the air around it. Wang Zhenghao's body trembled violently, as if it was a deflated ball, instantly losing all vitality and vigor, and completely decadent. Cheng Jia, what the hell are you doing? Wang Zhenghao struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with indignation. Cheng Jia twisted Wang Zhenghao's figure around and grabbed him by the hair to point at the crowd inside the Wang family residence. Master Wang, you should watch this. Every single person who dies next in the Wang family is because of you. I have a feeling the Wang family will thank you for this. Chapter 53, he glared at me, so he deserves to die. Cheng Jia, you're a demon. I'll be a ghost and I won't let you go. Wang Zhenghao's face was twisted like an evil ghost. His eyes were extremely wide, and his eyeballs seemed to be bulging out of their sockets. What was left of his body was writhing on the ground, each struggle accompanied by moans of pain and blood oozing out. Just a few days ago, when the third god of war of the Wang clan was born, Wang Zhenghao had been filled with joy, thinking that the Wang clan had finally ushered in the moment of their rise to power. He saw the hope of his family and the splendor of the future. However, in just less than a week's time, this huge family had gone to ruin at his hands. He couldn't accept this fact, and his heart was filled with remorse and self-blame. His former pride and self-confidence had now turned into nothing, leaving him with only endless pain and despair. He didn't know how to face all of this, nor did he know how to explain to his family's ancestors. But more than that, he had a deeper hatred for Li Yaohong in his heart. In the beginning, Li Yaohong had clearly promised to protect the Wang family, but now that almost all of the Wang family's top management had died, there was still no sign of Li Yaohong. He felt immense anger and disappointment, believing that Li Yaohong had reneged on his promise and put the Wang family in a desperate situation. Demons? Ha ha, thanks for the compliment. Cheng Jia laughed up to the sky. His laughter was full of confidence and arrogance, and suddenly, his eyes suddenly became ice cold to the extreme, making people shudder. Wang Zhenghao, you brought this all on yourself. Cheng Jia's voice revealed a hint of mockery and anger. Greed has a price. The words of Cheng Jia's words pierced the heart like a sharp sword, causing Wang Zhenghao to feel a chill. Afterward, Cheng Jia waved his hand, and a loud shout resounded through the sky like thunder. The Black Family Army at your service. Capture all living members of the Wang family. Cheng Jia's order was concise and clear, but it contained endless killing intent. His clear purpose was to completely eliminate the Wang family's power, so that they would never have a chance to turn over again. As long as there was a threat to the Cheng family's existence, none of them could be left behind. Boom! With Cheng Jia's command, the Black Family Army moved at once. They were like a group of ferocious beasts, their eyes erupting together with ferocious battle intent as they swooped towards the Wang family residence. Their aura was like a mountain torrent that no one could stop. Bang! An earth-shattering roar came, and the Guardian formation outside the mansion shattered apart like a mirror, with fragments splattering in all directions, emitting an ear-piercing sound. This sight caused those present to cover their ears and look towards the source of the sound in horror. With the rupture of the Guardian formation, the Wang family completely lost its last barrier and was nakedly displayed in front of its enemies. The people of the Wang family looked at this scene in horror, their faces pale and their eyes filled with despair and fear. Cries, screams, and shrieks rose and fell, intertwining into a miserable piece of music. These sounds seemed to be telling of the impending doom of the Wang family, causing one to feel an endless sense of sadness. The Black Family Army's actions were swift and decisive as they swept in like a black whirlwind. In just less than 10 minutes, everyone within the Wang family residence was all cleared out by the Black Family Army. Cheng Jia, we haven't offended you. Don't kill us. Yeah, we didn't target your Cheng family. None of this has anything to do with us. That's right. That's right. Don't worry, Cheng Xiao. We definitely won't retaliate against you in the future. That's right, Cheng Xiao, we really know we're wrong. And it's not good for your reputation if you kill us now. Cheng Xiao, think twice. However, in the face of the tail-wagging and begging crowd of the Wang clan in front of him, Cheng Jia's heart had no ripples. He looked at them indifferently, his eyes revealing a determination and firmness. To spare the enemy is to make trouble for yourself. And in his opinion, not a single person in the entire Wang family combined was innocent. Looking at the Wang family members who were escorted up at the entrance, Wang Zhenghao's mood was unusually complicated. Cheng Jia, I beg you, let them go. Wang Zhenghao was in old tears and begged bitterly. One man for all. One man for all. I'll do as you please if you want to kill me, but my family is innocent. Ah, please let them go. At this moment, Wang Zhenghao was like an old dog, no longer having the godly spirit he had before. Who said they were innocent? They all deserve to die. Chang Jia laughed lightly and pointed at the crowd, his tone full of playfulness. Here, let me give you an example. This person, he just said that me killing him would be bad for my reputation. If I don't kill him, won't I be giving him the opportunity to proclaim it? By then it would be even worse for my reputation. So he deserves to die. This one. He called me a waste and badmouthed me just to break my Dao heart. His intentions are sinister. And this one says I won't retaliate against me. Then he will definitely retaliate against me later. This kind of person deserves to die. And this. Watching Chang Jia counting the crimes of the Wang family one by one. Wang Zhanghao people were dumbfounded. What kind of reason is that? So it turns out that Chang Jia's extermination of his own family is still justified? Is there any law of the land? Sighing, Wang Zhanghao seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. Can we spare the kids then? They had absolutely nothing to do with this. As things stood, Wang Zhanghao didn't want to argue with Chang Jia. If we can save the child, we can save the bloodline of the Wang family. In the future, it is still possible for the Wang family to restore today's glory. In this way, even if he died, he would still be worthy of the Wang family's ancestors. A child is the last thing you can keep. Chang Jia frowned inside. Look at these children, each one of them is intelligent in appearance and gifted. These can all be future giants of the party. Even some of them can break through to the martial god. If I kill their parents by then they will spare me? Look at that. That one in the arms is still glaring at me. That kid just turned 3. The words don't even make sense yet. Hearing this, Wang Zhanghao's eyes widened as if his eyes were about to fall out, and the muscles on his face twitched violently, filled with anger and hatred. What kind of sophistry is this? Chang Jia, you're going to get what's coming to you. No, no, no. Chang Jia shook his head and frowned. It's only retribution if I don't kill him. Don't you think he's little? But he's at the age of remembering, and he sure as hell remembers what I look like. And the boy is more dangerous and deserving of death than the others. Family Master Wang. Cultivation is all about an idea being through and through, and the existence of these people makes it difficult for me to sleep or eat. My thoughts are very unsettled. In case you accidentally go off the deep end one day, it's a big disaster. So, do you think your family should be exterminated? Looking at Chang Jia's smiling eyes, Wang Zhanghao's heart was chilled. For a moment, he suddenly felt that the Chang Jiao in front of him was far more terrifying than Chang Tianhao or even Chang Yuan. Chapter 54, The Wang Family Extermination. Leave no survivors. Then, according to you, there is not a single member of our Wang family who doesn't deserve to die. Wang Zhanghao roared angrily, his eyes filled with despair and remorse. He stared at the black armored army in front of him with wide eyes, dying to eat them alive. At this moment, his heart was filled with self-blame. If he hadn't been greedy for a moment, the Wang family would still be a thriving scene right now. Now, however, it was too late. Looking at the Wang family members who were being escorted by the Black family army, Wang Zhanghao's heart was like ashes. These were his loved ones, and now they had to suffer so much. Congratulations, you got it right, Chang Jia said coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Walking up to Wang Zhanghao, Chang Jia gently stroked his blood-stained hair as if he was admiring a piece of artwork that he was pleased with. Family Master Wang, I'm a person with a small heart. What others do to me, I will also do to others. Chang Jia's voice was low and cold, as if it was a demon from hell, and his icy words were as piercing as the cold wind, making people shudder. You tried to make my father's tribulation fail in the first place, so let's take this first stab at your father today. Chang Jia's gaze suddenly became sharp as he stared tightly at Wang Zhanghao and raised his hand to point to the very front of the Wang family's crowd. Take the old master of the Wang family and escort him up here. Upon hearing Chang Jia's order, a black family soldier escorted an old man forward. The old man's white Taoist robe was already stained red, and blood could not stop flowing from his abdomen. His face was as pale as paper, but his eyes still shone with determination. This person was none other than the old head of the Wang family, Wang Xingwen. The Black Armor Army had nullified his cultivation the first time they caught him, making it impossible for him to escape. Although he was seriously injured, Wang Xingwen still maintained his dignity and refused to bow down. Wang Zhanghao looked at his father, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. He caused all of this. If it wasn't for his stupid behavior, his father might not have ended up in this situation. But now, there was nothing he could do but watch his father suffer. Howard, what on earth have you done? Why did you bring this calamity to the Wang family? Looking at Wang Zhanghao hanging on the fishing line, Wang Xingwen trembled and growled hoarsely. Since passing the throne to Wang Zhanghao, Wang Xingwen no longer asked about the family's big and small matters. Every day, he fed the birds and watered the flowers, living a good life. However, Wang Xingwen never expected that his son, who once had high hopes, would do such a stupid thing, causing the entire family to fall into a desperate situation. His heart was filled with anger and disappointment, and he felt incomprehensible to Wang Zhenghao's behavior. Wang Zhenghao lowered his head, not daring to look directly at his father's gaze, his heart filled with guilt and self-blame. "Father, I was wrong. I'm sorry for the Wang family," Wang Zhenghao muttered, his voice carrying endless remorse and pain. "Alright, don't play father-son love here," Chang Jie snorted coldly, interrupting the two. "Wang Zhenghao was the one you ordered to block my father in the first place, and now I'm still handing over this decision-making power to you." Chang Jie looked at Wang Zhenghao and Wang Xingwen playfully, a teasing smile on his face. "I'll give you a choice," Chang Jie said slowly, his voice revealing an irresistible majesty. "If you kill Wang Xingwen, then I can think about sparing your clan." These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, causing Wang Zhenghao's face to instantly turn pale. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chang Jie as if he had heard the most absurd thing in the world. "Of course you can refuse, and then everyone will die." Chang Jie wore a smile on his face, and his tone was so calm that it was frightening. It seemed that he didn't care about this choice, just treating it as a game, and Wang Zhenghao became a pawn in this game. Hearing Chang Jie's words, Wang Zhenghao raised his head blankly, his eyes filled with struggle. Let him kill Wang Xingwen? How could he or she get down? That's his own father. No, 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 Chang Jie, you kill me. Everything is my fault. Wang Zhenghao twisted his body and begged bitterly. His eyes were filled with despair and helplessness as tears slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground. However, Chang Jie was unmoved. He looked at Wang Zhenghao indifferently, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. "So you're refusing? Then I'm going to do it." Chang Jie laughed, and the killing intent on his body swept out in the form of a strong wind. "No, wait." At this moment, Wang Zhenghao's last psychological line of defense had been completely shattered by Chang Jie, without the slightest trace of the majesty that a family head should have. "Are you saying that my life can be exchanged for the lives of my people?" Wang Xingwen, who was silent on the side, suddenly raised his head and said, "Well." Chang Jie frowned and stroked his chin, then slowly nodded his head. "Something like that. Good, then I understand." Wang Xingwen sighed, his eyes suddenly becoming resolute. Then under Chang Jie's somewhat surprised gaze, Wang Xingwen formed his right hand into a claw and violently stabbed at his chest. As a marquis of the first sky of Yuanshen, Wang Xingwen's physical quality was naturally not bad. This claw actually went straight through his chest. Pust! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out from Wang Xingwen's mouth, his breath fading rapidly as if he had crashed. "But, it's okay." Taking his hand out of his chest, Wang Xingwen used his last ounce of strength to ask towards Chang Jie. Before the words fell, the light in Wang Xingwen's eyes instantly dimmed, and the vitality in his body completely dissipated. "Father!" Wang Zhenghao's eyes were enraged, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. He frantically twisted what was left of his body, his mouth letting out a gurgling, inhuman hiss. Chang Jie looked at Wang Xingwen, who held his head up until his death, and a wave of respect could not help but rise in his heart. To give up his life so decisively for the sake of his family is a man of honor. Take the old master of the Wang family to their Wang family's ancestral tomb and give him a generous burial. "Yes, sir." That black armored army clasped their fists at Chang Jie and flew towards the Wang family's mansion with Wang Xingwen's corpse. "Chang Jie, now you're satisfied." Wang Xingwen gritted his teeth and raised his head, hatred in his eyes. "Not bad. I'm happy with it." Chang Jie smiled and nodded, then sighed with some regret. "It's a pity that Wang Xingwen cut himself, so you Wang family members still have to die." "Family Master Wang, you've chosen wrong once again. Chang Jie, I'm going to kill you. You shall not die." Wang Zhenghao sprayed out a fresh blood from his mouth, and the killing intent on his body blossomed undisguised. "I don't know how I'm going to die, but you're about to find out how you Wang family members die." The corner of Chang Jie's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, but his eyes were devoid of any laughter, instead revealing a hint of coldness. Afterwards, Chang Jie slowly raised the cultivating heavenly demon blade in his hand. The blade glistened with a cold light, as if it was expecting to be moisturized by blood. As he moved, the air around him seemed to become heavy, and an invisible pressure spread out. His eyes gradually became ice-cold to the extreme, just like 1,000 years of cold ice, making people shudder. "Black Armor Army at your service. Behead everyone in the Wang family. Leave no one alive." Chapter 55. A target? The Federation is under siege. "Yes, sir." The black armored army erupted in a neat, thunderous-like shout. Brush! Under the fearful gaze of the Wang family's crowd, the black-armored soldiers simultaneously drew the battle blades at their waists. The next moment, screams, pleas for mercy, and chops rang out together. A head with despair, unwillingness, and anger in its eyes was thrown up, and an additional fountain of blood instantly appeared on the ground. The golden gate of the Wang family residence was completely dyed red, and blood flowed into a river. Blood stained the ground, creating a pool of blood, as if the sight of hell was on display. The smell of blood filled the air. Sickeningly, the people of the Wang family screamed in terror and fled in all directions, but they couldn't escape the black armored army. The black armored army coldly and mercilessly wielded their battle blades, decapitating the people of the Wang family one by one without the slightest bit of mercy. The pleas for mercy and screams intertwined in a symphony of chaos. However, this did not change their fate. The battle blades of the black armor army fell mercilessly, each blade bringing death and destruction. The people of the Wang family tried to resist, but they were far less powerful than the black armor army, and could only watch as their loved ones were killed. As time passed, the killing inside the Wang family residence finally came to an end. The ground is full of corpses and rivers of blood. The splendor and glory of the Wang family was reduced to nothing at this moment, leaving only a dead silence and the scent of blood. The black armored army stood in a pool of blood. Their bodies were covered in blood, but their eyes remained cold and determined. The carnage sent all those who were there and those who were watching the live broadcast into a state of panic and shock. The fear of the Chang family deepened a few points in everyone's hearts. However, those who were saved by the Chang family during the Han City disaster had nothing but respect for the Chang family in their hearts. Hang these corpses around the mansion for me. I want everyone to know what happens when you go against our Chang family. Chang Jail's majestic voice came out, causing all the spectators who were still immersed in the killings of the party to shiver coldly. In just less than 10 minutes, the matter of the Wang family being exterminated by the Chang family was like a heavy bomb, instantly creating a furor in the online world, topping the hot search list of all major platforms. This incident has aroused widespread concern and heated debates, and has become the focus of discussion after meals. Some thought that the Chang family was too brutal and overbearing, and that it was too inhumane to exterminate people's entire families. Some thought that the Chang family had done the right thing, and that if there was any revenge, it had to be avenged. Others feel there may be more intrigue and power struggles hidden behind this incident, but no matter how heated the discussion is online, in reality, no one dares to take down the hanging corpse outside the Wang family residence. The Commonwealth has made even less of a statement or taken any action. It was as if everything was shrouded in silence, with only the hanging corpse swaying in the wind, warning the crowd not to challenge the Chang family's authority so easily. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed by. Early morning, inside the Chang family residence. Young Lord, the Federation still hasn't made a move today, Li Xingyu reported respectfully beside Chang Jia. The current Li Xingyu had basically become the Chang prison's Grand Chamberlain, taking charge of the Chang family's matters both big and small. Chang Jail, who was on the sofa to the side, nodded and picked up the coffee on the table and gently took a sip. Are those two Wang clan war gods done with? It was taken care of a long time ago. Li Xingyu nodded and took out a drawing from his pocket. This is the latest drawing of He Xiaoguan's latest research, called the Heavenly Demon Puppet. The corpses of those two war gods were brought into the lab by him yesterday, and they haven't come out for a day and a night now. Chang Jail took the drawings and gave up after a brief look. He hadn't been a good student in his last life, and he hadn't learned anything at all about technology in this life, so he couldn't understand the drawings in front of him. Let He Xiaoguan let go of the job. What materials are needed you can just ask Uncle Chen to allocate them to him from the family treasury directly. Returning the drawings to Li Shangyu, Chang Jia walked to the window to look at the sky that was gradually starting to cloud over. Have the underlings seal off the mansion. Hearing this, Li Shangyu's eyes lit up and he quickly walked to Chang Jia's side. Young lord, are you going to cross the threshold? Chang Jia nodded, his eyes filled with perseverance. However, just then, an underling ran over in a panic. Young lord, it's not good. A mega teleportation array has been lit up outside the party's door. A mega teleportation array? Chang Jia's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and his figure flew in the direction of the gate. Li Xingyu was similarly stony-faced and followed behind Chang Jia. Chang Jail, get the hell out of here. If you don't clear up the matter of the Wang family's extermination today, this matter won't be over. That's right, destroying people's entire family. Is this your Chang family's style of doing things? Before Chang Jail's people arrived, a huge cacophony of noise had already resounded outside the mansion. Looking towards the endless sea of people at the entrance, Chang Jail's eyes shone with a cold aura. The Black Armor Army was like an indifferent war machine, standing in front of these people and blocking them out. Chang Xiong's trio, on the other hand, looked disdainful, as if these people were nothing more than clowns. Seeing Chang Jail appear, a dozen figures immediately floated out from the sea of people. Chang Jia fixed his eyes on none other than the family heads of the major clans. Chang Jail, You have to give us an explanation for the Wang family's matter, destroying people's entire families at the drop of a hat. Today it's the Wang family, tomorrow is it going to be our turn? Your Chang family has such ruthless methods. You have to give us an explanation. Give the Federation an explanation. Seeing Chang Jail appear, those people's vocalizations became a little more intense. Quiet, the old voice suddenly rang out, and those family heads shut their mouths at once. Li Yaohong's figure slowly stepped out from the sea of people and stood opposite Cheng Jia. Is that what you've come up with in the last few days? Cheng Jia looked at the grandiose array in front of him and laughed lightly with disinterest. It wasn't my idea. Li Yaohong shook his head and took himself off first. This is the result of recent discussions among the great clans. Chang Jail, this time you've gone too far. If you can't give the Federation an explanation, then the Federation will definitely arrest you today. The Federation cannot afford to have a murderer like you. Old Den, are you senile? Looking at the righteous Li Yaohong and the vast sea of people outside the mansion, Cheng Jia smiled somewhat breathlessly. So many people don't even have a peak war god. How dare they come to my door and clamor? What? You're all in a hurry because the Wangs didn't kill you, aren't you? Or is it that you only read the news halfway and don't realize that there are still 3 peak war gods in existence in your own family? Well, since you want an accounting, I'll give it to you. Spreading his hands helplessly, Cheng Jail's eyes suddenly became filled with killing intent. Today is my big day, so all of you suffer to accompany me through a heavenly calamity. If there's still someone alive at that time, I don't mind having another discussion with him on how to exterminate him. Having said that, the aura on Cheng Gui's body suddenly climbed. Boom! The cloudy sky was instantly darkened with clouds and thunder. Chapter 56, We're all here. Let's cross the threshold together. Suddenly, the sky flashed with lightning and thunder. A streak of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the faces of the people below, making their faces appear bright and dark. An oppressive aura was building up in the sky, and the dark, ink-like clouds seemed to weigh heavily on everyone's heart, leaving them breathless. Transition? There's still someone from your Chang family who wants to break through to martial god? Li Yaohong was shocked in his heart. His eyes widened to the extreme, revealing an incredulous expression. The Chang family already possessed 2 martial gods now, and if one more broke through, then I'm afraid that no one in the entire Blue Star would be able to compete with them, and then the union will become even more insignificant in their eyes. If you understand it that way, there's no harm in it. Cheng Jail smiled and nodded. He would break through the martial god realm sooner or later anyway, and there was nothing wrong with Li Yaohong interpreting it that way. However, even if my Cheng family only has 2 martial gods, what makes you, Li Yaohong, think you can threaten us? A disdainful smile spread across the corners of Cheng Jail's mouth, his tone tinged with mockery and contempt. Did you with electricity when you were a kid and your brains out? Looking at the grim-faced Li Yaohong, Cheng Jail nonchalantly scolded. These words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Li Yaohong's face became unusually ugly, and sparks of anger flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Cheng Jail to insult him so directly, but as the leader of the Federation, he had to remain calm. Cheng Jail, don't be too unbridled. Li Yaohong's gaze was cloudy and his face was ironic. They had made such a big commotion that quite a few people had already started a live broadcast. Cheng Jail was equivalent to scolding him in front of the entire Federation. Where does this make him lose face? I admit that Cheng Tianhao and Cheng Yuan are strong, but you're still close. Li Yaohong gritted his teeth and said word by word. His voice was low and strong, full of threats. Do you really think you can do whatever you want without them? Li Yaohong sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he looked at Cheng Jia. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Li Yaohong's body. This aura was like a raging storm that swept through the entire space. The Cheng family's crowd changed color, sensing the powerful force in this aura. The berserk aura of the god of war broke out of Cheng Tianhao's body. As the leader of the Federation, his strength was naturally not bad. His body trembled slightly and his muscles were tense, as if he was ready to strike at any moment. Going to do it? Ha! Looking at the furious Li Yaohong, Cheng Jail was not the least bit afraid, and there was even a hint of a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. His figure slowly rose, looking down on Li Yaohong like a deity. If you've got the guts, why don't you try touching me? Cheng Jail said provocatively, that scornful smile still hanging on his face. Li Yaohong clenched his teeth, so angry that he could barely control his emotions. Cheng Jail had pushed him to the brink, and if he didn't take action, he would lose all his majesty and status in the Federation. Good. Li Yaohong gritted his teeth and said, you brought this on yourself. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your Cheng family's elders, so that you know what the most basic respect for elders is. As Li Yaohong's furious cry rang out, a fierce gale suddenly blew around him. The wind howled as if it was going to tear through the entire space. Nico! In the midst of the gale, a green phoenix condensed. This green phoenix was so lifelike that each of its feathers shimmered with emerald green light, and with a flap of its wings, it let out a sharp chirp before charging straight out towards Chang Jail. Young lord! Feeling the gusts of terrifying fluctuations coming from Qingfeng, Cheng Xiong and the others quickly merged their arms and rushed towards Cheng Jail. They were anxious, fearing that Cheng Jiao would be harmed. However, in the face of this sudden crisis, Cheng Jail appeared exceptionally calm. Feeling the strong wind coming at him, Cheng Jie's face was grave, but he didn't panic. Don't come near me! Upon hearing Cheng Jie's words, Cheng Xiong's three faces changed greatly, and their figures instantly stopped in place. Meanwhile, the green phoenix soared through the air, its beak blazing with green aura, as if it was going to tear through the void with unrivaled might as it pecked down towards Cheng Jie's head. This strike caused everyone in the Chang clan present to feel their hearts palpitate and look shocked. The rest of those lineages looked on with disdain. However, just when the crowd thought that Cheng Jail would surely die, a terrifying thunderclap suddenly rang out above the firmament. The lightning flashed and illuminated the entire heaven and earth, as if it was going to destroy the entire world. Immediately following, two bright blue thunderbolts, one thick and one thin, swooped down from the thunderclouds like two pale dragons, so fast that people could not react. The thin one thundered straight towards Cheng Jail, colliding with the green phoenix in a flash. Bang! After a loud sound, the green phoenix was shattered into countless green rays that dissipated into the air. The thunder then continued to gain momentum and violently bombarded Cheng Jiao's body. Cheng Jia immediately felt a coolness rise from his back spine, and a tingling sensation came from all over his body. Instead of the expected pain, there was some comfort. It was like having a great health massage. At the same time, the thick one thundered straight towards Li Yaohong. Li Yaohong looked at the wild thunder in the sky that was coming straight towards him. His heart and mind shook and his face turned pale. How could he not have expected that the heavenly calamity would also befall him? A long spear suddenly appeared in Li Yaohong's hand as if it had appeared out of thin air. Li Yaohong tightly gripped the lance. His arm slightly vibrated, and between the swing of the lance, a dazzling golden flame immediately rose up at the tip of the lance. This massive flame was blazing and incandescent, like a blazing sun hanging above the lance. Fire by wind. In an instant, the flames formed a huge flame vortex around Li Yaohong. This flame vortex swirled, continuously devouring the surrounding air and emitting whistling wind sounds. In the flame vortex, sparks were splashing and hot air was steaming, as if it was a sea of fire. Just then, the thunder had arrived. Thunder and flame collided. Electricity and sparks exploded, and for a time, the entire space was illuminated as if it was daytime. Drive me! Li Yaohong shouted violently, his voice like thunder. He gripped the lance with both hands and forcefully picked it upwards, only to see that while that lance was picked upwards, a huge fire phoenix instantly flew out of the lance and spread its wings. The flames on the fire phoenix's body burned even more fiercely as it spread its wings and swooped towards that thick thunder. With the impact of the fire phoenix, that thick thunder was unexpectedly shaken apart, turning into countless tiny electric snakes that fled in all directions. The fire phoenix continued to fly forward, carrying an endless might, destroying those electric snakes one by one. However, the next moment, Li Yaohong felt a palpitation, as if he was locked by something. Raising his head, under Li Yaohong's panicked gaze, a purple thunderbolt coalesced once again from the sky. Martial God hijacking. Chapter 57. Heaven wants to forget you. You have to die. Watching the purple thunder that snaked like a giant dragon appear in the sky, Chang Jie, who was bathed in the light of tears, let out a burst of crazy laughter. This wasn't just any ordinary thunder, but was the lightning that Cheng Tianhao had encountered when he was transiting the martial god's tribulation. At that time, even Cheng Tianhao, who was at the peak of the god of war, was struck by this thunder and his body was bruised and bloodied. Now he wanted to see what Li Yaohong could use to resist this terrifying power. Cheng Jail, how dare you trap me? Li Yaohong's eyes widened as he roared angrily, his back teeth clenching. He had originally thought that someone from the Cheng family was going to break through to the martial god realm, but now it seemed that this was simply Cheng Jail itself trying to cross the threshold. He didn't understand why Cheng Gui would have a heavenly tribulation descend when he was clearly only at the Zhongshu level, but he was clear that this time he was afraid that it would be hard for him to escape. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations rapidly climbing in that purple thunder, Li Yaohong was terrified in his heart. Everybody back off. As Li Yaohong let out a roar, the lance in his hand was gripped tightly and his voice resounded like a flood bell through the sea of people. Seeing this, those few onlookers' family heads did not hesitate to cast their stances, their figures quickly storming backward. Although Chang Hel's heavenly tribulation wasn't powerful, it wasn't so simple for them. Yuan-Shan-level princes. If you are unfortunate enough to be infected, the consequences will be unimaginable. In front of the battle god's calamity, they knew deep down that they had no chance of surviving. You're here and you want to leave now? This thunderbolt is bad ad. You guys come along and taste it too. Cheng Jael threw back his head and laughed, slamming his hands on his chest. In an instant, the Shura battle armor rapidly merged together, emitting a clicking sound. Under Chang Jia's subtle control, layers of white light flooded underneath the feet of the Shura battle armor, and the operating power of the propulsion device was pulled to its limit. Buzz! A palpitatingly terrifying aura suddenly erupted, and Cheng Jael's figure was like a ghost, transforming into a black shadow that lunged straight towards the crowd at an astonishing speed. The black shadows burst forth, followed by thunder and lightning. At this moment, Cheng Jael was like a plague in the eyes of the crowd, and each one of them fled in all directions regardless. As long as this thunderbolt was tainted with a little bit of it, then the thunderbolt would have to be completed in its entirety. With this kind of unpreparedness, they weren't sure they'd survive 100% of the time. Escape? Looking at the panic-stricken and fleeing crowd, the corner of Cheng Jael's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. His eyes were calm and cold, as if everything was under his control. Just then, Cheng Jiao's shadow suddenly changed. The original ordinary shadow began to expand rapidly, like a giant beast in the darkness, expanding wildly in all directions. In just a few breaths, this huge black shadow was like a black mountain, completely enveloping those lineages men and horses, devour heaven and earth. Cheng Jia took a deep breath, and a cold aura grew in his eyes, as he let out a furious cry. A suction force so huge that it was indescribable came violently from underneath everyone's feet. At this moment, the entire space seemed to be torn apart as countless rays of light erupted from the black hole, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Cheng Hel's shadow seemed to have transformed into a bottomless black hole at the moment, and the endless darkness seemed to completely swallow everyone in. At the same time, the thunderbolt on Cheng Jia seemed to have been affected by this powerful force. A thick streak of lightning flashed with a destructive aura, devouring towards everyone who was enveloped by the black hole. These thunderbolts were like a ferocious viper, pouncing on their prey with fangs and claws. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the men of those lineages were simply unable to resist. Some tried to struggle, but realized that their strength was insignificant in front of this powerful suction. Others simply gave up resisting and let the thunder light drown them. For a while, there was a series of miserable screams. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the whole scene was horrible to watch. Rumble! With a loud bang, the robber clouds above the sky instantly boiled up, and rolling rushing thunder poured down like a huge waterfall, as if it was going to drown the entire world. Everyone present was shocked by this spectacular sight, and an unspeakable fear and awe welled up in their hearts. 10,000 people crossed over. The numbers are staggering, and a scene of this magnitude is simply unheard of. Thundering as if it was going to destroy everyone present. The aftermath of the suppressed terror shook the world. Such a horrifying scene made everyone look dumbfounded. Even those who usually considered themselves knowledgeable couldn't help but be moved by it. The people watching at the scene were even more frightened and backed away, fearing that this thunderbolt would also descend on their own bodies. However, just when the crowd thought that the lightning tribulation was about to end, the tribulation clouds in the sky tumbled up once again, and an even thicker lightning bolt descended from the sky and directly struck at the crowd of people who were crossing the tribulation. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. Cheng Gue quietly hovered in the air and slowly opened his arms, just like a phoenix reborn from fire, enjoying the baptism of the thunderbolt to the fullest. He closed his eyes tightly and felt the powerful force flowing through his body. The thunder tribulation at the Zhongshu level wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined, and it could even be said that the tribulation was just a small challenge for him. When the lightning struck his body, he only felt a slight sting, but it did not cause any substantial damage. As time passed, Cheng Jia began to feel a marvelous change. He realized that these thunderbolts were actually able to roam freely within his flesh and blood, as if they had become one with his body, and in the process, his meridians and spiritual energy were growing at an astonishing rate, a feeling that made him feel incredibly excited. He knew that it was because his body had adapted to the power of the thunder and converted it into its own energy. At this moment, he finally understood why those legendary powerhouses would choose to break through their realms during a lightning tribulation. It was because only after experiencing such a test could one truly grasp a more powerful force. In contrast to him, however, others have suffered more grievously. Broken limbs and splashes of blood flashed in the thunderous light from time to time, and the screams were endless, as if a symphony of death had been played. The smell of burning was sickening in the air. Cheng Jia's eyes were as cold as frost, and he gazed at everything around him expressionlessly. Whenever someone was on the verge of succeeding in their lightning tribulation, he would silently and unobtrusively appear behind them, and without hesitation, he would swing the sharp blade in his hand and viciously stab them in the undershirt. These people who were able to successfully cross the thunder tribulation were all powerful, strong-willed experts, and these people had to die. Chapter 58, Take advantage of your illness. Above the sky, thunder roared, and lightning danced like silver snakes in a majestic manner. After only 3 waves of thunderbolts had passed, those people from the lineages had already suffered heavy losses, with 7 or 8 casualties thinning out their ranks. Less than 1,000 people remained, struggling to hold on with pain and despair. Everyone hold on. As long as we can survive this lightning tribulation, we'll be able to shed our skin. That's right, this is not only a crisis, but also a rare opportunity. Everyone must hold on. As long as you can survive this thunder tribulation, you will definitely be rewarded handsomely when you return to the clan. Those family heads of the lineages resisted the lightning tribulation while motivating the less than 1/10 of them that remained. Some even promised to compete in martial arts. The rest of these can be good seedlings. After the baptism of the thunderbolt, he will definitely become a pillar of the family in the future. Cheng Jia coldly looked at these family heads, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Are you guys treating me like a poser? Since you're all here, do you still think you can leave easily? Cheng Jia let out a cold snort, and the human emperor flag with rolling black smoke suddenly appeared behind him, the black smoke from the flag spreading out as if it was going to devour everything. Ah! The sound of a mournful scream rang out abruptly, a scream so shrill and piercing that it caused one's bones to creep and scalp to tingle. At the same time, a translucent soul unexpectedly appeared in the air out of nowhere, and these souls coalesced into a cloud-like existence over the human emperor flag, appearing bizarre and mysterious. Immediately afterward, these souls were sucked into the human emperor flag by a rolling black smoke. With such a huge number of souls pouring in instantly, the baleful aura on the human emperor flag rose up like burning wolf smoke, filling the heavens and earth. Monty, at your service. I am here. With a loud bang, Meng Tian's low voice seemed to come from the endless purgatory, deafening and resounding in everyone's heart. Under the stunned gazes of the Shihua crowd, Meng Tian, who was clad in black armor and stood 3 meters tall, suddenly emerged from the human emperor flag. As soon as Meng Tian appeared, everyone felt a chill coming over them, and a hint of fear and awe could not help but well up in their hearts. Are you growing? Cheng Jia looked up at Meng Tian with some confusion. At this moment, Meng Tian was much stouter than before, and the armor on his body was much more powerful and domineering. Thanks to the human emperor's blessing, devouring so many souls, I have recovered to the peak of the 3rd sky of Yuanshan. Hearing Meng Tian's words, Cheng Jia's heart was pleasantly surprised. I didn't realize there were some surprises in this one. Monty, these men are yours. Turning around, Cheng Jia pointed at those family lords behind him, killing intent running rampant between his words. Saying that, Cheng Jia raised his hand and pointed at Li Yaohong, who had already been physically crippled by the purple heavenly thunderbolt. This one gives me focused attention. Yes, sir. Terracotta army out. With a loud shout from Meng Tian, dozens of black smoke drilled out from the human emperor flag, gradually coalescing behind Meng Tian into a group of pale-faced soldiers wearing yellow earth armor. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy on these soldiers, but the moment they opened their eyes, the entire space trembled. Kill! Meng Tian shouted under his breath and waved the blood-colored long spear in his hand, heading straight for Li Yaohong. Those terracotta soldiers then rushed towards the group of family heads and members. At this moment, Li Yaohong was like a lone boat, struggling in the turbulent purple thunder sea. Each heavenly thunder contained endless destructive power, adding to his already scarred body and making it difficult to recover. The light golden glazed fire, on the other hand, was like a layer of protective shell, tightly wrapped around his whole body. At this moment has reached the critical moment of life and death. He had no choice but to burn his soul. Just then, an angry shout suddenly rang out from beside him. Die! Li Yaohong's heart was startled and he hurriedly turned his head to look. One could only see Meng Tian rushing in like a god of war, holding a blood-colored long spear and exuding an indescribably terrifying aura between his dances, as if he wanted to devour the entire world. Blood light rose up to the sky, annihilating all life. Space was instantly pierced through, and that blood-colored long spear crossed the sky like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it came to Li Yaohong's head, directly taking his head. Li Yaohong was shocked in his heart, and the lance in his hand was hastily raised high to defend against this fatal blow. Boom! The earth trembled and collapsed, and a hideous crack spread out in all directions from Li Yaohong's feet. Barely blocking this strike, Li Yaohong's body instantly exploded back several meters. Ha ha! Dare to attack me at this time. Didn't your young master tell you that you would be similarly struck by lightning? Li Yaohong gloated, his eyes filled with madness. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Meng Tian had stood unharmed, without a trace of thunderbolt descending on him. Seeing this scene, Li Yaohong's smile froze. Impossible. Why didn't the heavenly tribulation lead to you? Looking at the Meng Tian in front of him, Li Yaohong's eyes widened in shock. How come everyone gets struck by lightning and you're not hurt? We are buried in the 9 hells and have long since been abandoned by the heavenly Tao, so naturally the thunderbolt will not befall us. Meng Tian laughed coldly. His body trembled slightly as a powerful baleful aura gushed out from his body like a volcano that was about to erupt. With a fierce slash of the long spear in his hand, a dazzling light pierced through the sky. Boom! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. Space was instantly annihilated, and the heavens and earth were plunged into nothingness. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the void, a voice as ferocious as a wild beast, filled with an endless ferocious aura. The roar shocked Li Yaohong, who stared ahead with wide eyes. As he watched, a huge head slowly poked out of the collapsed space. The head was full of white hair that fluttered in the wind, and its eyes flashed with a blood-red light, revealing an aggressive and ferocious aura. As soon as it appeared, the dark clouds in the sky trembled violently, and the originally raging thunderbolt instantly dimmed a lot. Then, a large dry hand stretched out from the void, which took on a withered yellow color, as if it had gone through countless vicissitudes of time and age, and contained a chillingly terrifying aura. Seeing that huge palm grabbing towards him like a titanic pressure, an unprecedented fear surged in Li Yaohong's heart and his face instantly turned pale. He instinctively wanted to escape, but his body was unable to move as if it was fixed. However, the desire to survive made him muster up his last ounce of courage, and his figure violently stormed backward in an attempt to escape the grip of that palm. But no matter how hard he tried, that palm was like the master of this heaven and earth, firmly locking onto him, leaving him nowhere to escape. At this moment, Li Yaohong felt as if he was a tiny mole cricket, powerless in the face of a powerful force. Just then, the terrifying head suddenly opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs that were creepy. Bang! With a dull thud, the large mouth violently closed, swallowing Li Yaohong in his palm along with the spiritual energy of this side of the world. Chapter 59, Breaking Through the Yuan Shun, the new son of heaven's destiny. The scene before them stunned everyone. That fear from the unknown went from the bottom of everyone's heart straight to the sky. Even the Chang family's own people looked at it with some chills in their hearts. After devouring Li Yaohong in one bite, the head seemed as if it was not yet finished. Its blood-red eyes quickly scanned the remaining members of the surrounding world family, greed and cruelty flashing in its eyes. Suddenly, the head tilted up to the sky and let out a deafening roar, its voice filled with endless eeriness and coldness. This sound wave went straight to the clouds, and even the robbery clouds in the sky were dispersed a bit. At the same time, a powerful and terrifying suction force emanated from that huge mouth, attracting all objects around it like a bottomless pit. The heavenly thunder, broken rocks, flowers, plants, trees, and even everything in the entire heaven and earth seemed like they had lost gravity as they involuntarily surged towards that huge mouth. The objects formed a spectacular vortex in midair, sweeping in like a tornado. Those people of the world family were even more unable to resist the suction force. Their bodies flew up involuntarily, as if they were leaves in the wind, and they were instantly swept into the huge mouth of that abyss that was so deep that it couldn't be seen to the bottom. In the blink of an eye, all of the members of the world family disappeared into that horrifying mouth, never to be found again. Only Meng Tian and the dozens of terracotta warriors stood quietly. In a moment, the blood aura in the eyes of that head flourished, the giant mouth of the abyss opened again, and those who had disappeared reappeared. Only that every single one of them had become extremely pale, and their eyes were like brilliant emeralds, flickering with a ghostly green aura. A weird and ominous aura emanated from each of them. A blood-colored baleful aura emerged from their bodies, instantly spreading into a blood-colored ocean. Greetings to my ancestor. These people kneeled down on one knee at Meng Tian and respectfully bowed down, the loudness of their voices shaking the 9 heavens. Get up! Monty's face was expressionless, and he waved his big hand at the crowd. These people then turned into a blood aura and surged into the human emperor flag. That terrifying head also shrunk back into the void, and the heavens and earth once again returned to peace. Human emperor? These people have joined my zombie clan and are ready to fight for the human emperor at any time. Chang Jia in the thunderous light nodded, his heart similarly shaken. This ability of Monty's is simply unbelievable. A big battle in the future could definitely make the enemy's head spin. Recalling Meng Tian back, Chang Jia put away the human emperor flag to look at the rolling robbery clouds in the sky. The flies that were in the way had all been wiped out, and now one could cross the threshold in peace. Boom! Thunder played as deafeningly as war drums in unison. Blue light shone as if a blue dragon was flying in the air, Countless thunder snakes descended from the sky, each carrying the power of destruction, as if they wanted to turn everything in the world into ashes. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Chang Jia remained unharmed. A powerful aura emanated from his body, and his gaze looked indifferently into the sky. Wave 5, Wave 6, Wave 7, wave after wave of thunder continued to fall, and gradually wounds began to appear on Chang Jia's body. Blood dripped down the surface of his body, but within it was an extra hint of golden light. When the ninth wave of thunder fell, the robbery cloud in the sky erupted into a roar that seemed to be unwilling. This roar was like the roar of a giant beast, causing people to be fearful. It's the last wave. Cheng Jiao felt something in his heart and looked up at the sky with a cold smile. After brewing for some time, a bright light suddenly blossomed in the midst of the robbery cloud. As if a blazing sun had descended, an eye-catching bright blue ball of electricity instantly fell. Chang Jia took a deep breath, and an eye-catching essence erupted from his eyes. The blood aura on the cultivator heavenly demon blade flashed in his hand, and Cheng Gui's spiritual energy surged instantly toward that spherical lightning bolt and chopped it down. Terrifying killing intent rose up to the sky, and the curved blood-colored blade on was like a crescent moon crashing into the lightning. Boom! It was like the sun and moon colliding, and the sky was instantly divided into two colors, red and blue. Bang! After only a few moments of stalemate, the spherical lightning instantly exploded, turning into a streak of thunder that dissipated into the heavens and earth. The blade's momentum did not diminish, splitting the robbery cloud in two. In an instant, the robbery clouds dissipated, and the heavens and earth once again returned to a bright light. A huge vortex of spiritual energy slowly coalesced around Cheng Jia's body, and the injuries on Cheng Jia's body began to recover as far as the eye could see. With a large mouth, that spiritual power vortex was swallowed into Cheng Jia's stomach. Looking at the distant crowd of eaters who had long been dumbfounded, Cheng Jia slowly flew back to the Cheng family's mansion. It was only after Cheng Jiao and the Cheng family's black armor army completely withdrew from the scene that these people came back to their senses as if they were waking up from a dream. They looked at each other with disbelief on their faces. How is this possible? We didn't see it wrong, did we? Cheng Jiao actually slaughtered 10,000 people by himself, and even the leader of the Federation, Li Yaohong, died tragically on the spot. This is definitely not a dream. This is unprecedented and shocking news. My God, the Federation is afraid of a change. The crowd came back to their senses and looked at each other with shock in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the news of Cheng Jiao single-handedly killing 10,000 people and destroying the leader of the Federation, Li Yaohong, swept in like a tidal wave, quickly occupying the headline pages of the major news media. Not only that, even overseas news platforms started reporting on the matter at the first opportunity. Upon seeing this news, everyone in the Federation up and down the country was all shocked in place. Almost at the same time, a thought appeared in the minds of everyone in the Federation. The chief is dead. War is coming. Inside the Cheng family residence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully crossing the heavenly tribulation. Reward 1, killing true intent. Reward 2, first heavenly cultivation of Yuanshin. Reward 3, true intent comprehension elixir times 1. Reward 4, luck value, 100,000 points. Reward 5, system mall 10% discount purchase volume times 5. Accompanied by the system voice in his mind, Cheng Jia instantly felt an immense and incomparable amount of spiritual energy like a torrent, crazily surging into his body from between heaven and earth. The enormity of this spiritual energy instantly propped up all the meridians in his body, and his dantian was even vaguely painful. As the spiritual energy continued to be injected, Cheng Jia's aura continued to climb. At the same time, his mind suddenly became clear, and the true meaning of killing became so clear and understandable at this moment. It was as if an aura had flashed by, allowing him to instantly comprehend the true meaning of it. Feeling this soaring power, Cheng Jia was pleasantly surprised in his heart. It would definitely be impossible to cultivate to the Yuanshin stage this quickly if one were to rely on oneself alone. Ding! A new heaven's destined sun has been detected. Please check it out. Host, that fast? Cheng Jiao was slightly shocked in his heart. You've just finished your own robbery here, and you've chosen a good man over there? Tapping on the system panel, sure enough a document appeared in front of Cheng Jia's eyes. Chapter 60, there are great scholars who will argue for me. Name, Luohan E. Sex, female. Age, 20. Martial arts level, first sky of Yuanshan. Current location, Kyoto City. Luo family. There wasn't a lot of information on the profile, but it was simple enough to understand. On the side of the profile is a photograph. Luohani on the photo had a smile on her face and a pair of big eyes. The chosen one is a woman? Cheng Jiao froze slightly. But when I think about the fact that this used to be a female world, it seems normal to have a big female lead. Memorizing Luo Hanyi's information, Cheng Jia opened the system's mall. Having just gained so many chi luck values, it was time to stock up. Just after clicking on the mall, Cheng Jia was attracted to an interface next to it. Merchandise synthesis. 3 commodities of the same grade and type can be combined to form a higher grade commodity, which combines the advantages of all 3. Synthesis is only 10,000 chi values? It's a bit interesting. The corner of Cheng Jia's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, and then he cast his gaze to the system mall on the side. The mall was full of various items, but what attracted his attention the most were those martial arts techniques. For a cultivator, the technique was the key to improving strength, and thus it was far more important than weapons and equipment. The fact that Cheng Gui was able to successfully channel the lightning tribulation to the others in this battle was also due to the heaven-swallowing devil technique that he had cultivated. In the mall, Cheng Jia carefully selected the gongfu that suited him. Different feats have different characteristics and efficacy and need to be chosen according to one's actual situation. Some feats focus on attack, while others focus on defense or auxiliary skills. Soon Cheng Jia's eyes were drawn to the 2 feats: overbearing demon power, destructive devil technique. These 2 were just as rigid and overbearing as his heaven-swallowing demon technique, especially the hegemonic devil's kung fu. Although the name was a bit rustic, the killing power was definitely the best of all feats. Using 2 system mall discount coupons, Cheng Jia spent 5,000 points of chi luck value to take all of the 2 feats. Put the 3 feats together in synthesis. Under Cheng Jia's expectant gaze, a bright golden light lit up from the panel. Congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing the SS grade technique, Holy Demon Overlord record. A light flared up and a jade slip appeared in Cheng Jia's hand, gently crushing the jade slip. A pitch-black demonic light instantly disappeared into Cheng Jia's body. Boom! The very moment the gongfu was incorporated, a heaven-destroying and overbearing demonic might suddenly erupted from Cheng Jia's body. This terrifying aura was like a bomb exploding inside Cheng Jia's body, instantly sweeping through the entire space. Click! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and a hideous crack appeared like a spider's web around Cheng Jia, and the entire mansion trembled with a bang at this moment, as if it might collapse at any moment. Young lord, what happened? Statement rushed into Cheng Jia's room in a panic. However, when he saw the sight in front of him, his body froze in place with shock and fear in his eyes. At this time, Cheng Jia's figure became incomparably huge in the eyes of the statement, as if it was as high as the sky, like a domineering devil god who ruled the power of heaven and earth. His eyes were cold and unfeeling, revealing endless majesty and dominance. His body exuded a strong demonic aura, as if a dark cloud enveloped him. So strong, the statement was mind-blowing. He could sense that Cheng Gui's aura was no more than a Yuanshan first sky, but the might that erupted from his body was actually able to completely crush him. After the shock was over though, there was more relief in the statement's mind. Previously, although Cheng Jia had acted decisively and faced his enemies with ease, he had relied more on him and the other strong people in his family, not being powerful himself. But from now on, Cheng Jia no longer needed his protection. Today, the chick has finally grown into an eagle, and can soar alone in the vastness of the world. A moment later, Cheng Jia exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes, and the terrifying pressure quickly dissipated. Uncle Chen, what brings you here? Seeing Statement standing frozen in the doorway, Cheng Jia asked with a faint smile. It's not because you're a brat. Statement laughed and walked up to give Cheng Jia a big hug. Although Cheng Jia was a bit embarrassed, he gladly accepted this love from his elders. By the way, young lord, I think you still need to look at the public opinion out there right now. Letting go of Cheng Jiao, Statement took out his own cell phone and handed it to Cheng Jiao. Li Yaohong is dead. The Yanxia Federation will be left without a leader? The Cheng family rebels. The Luo family launches a crusade against the Cheng family. The Jing Cherry Federation held a conference to strongly condemn the Cheng family's betrayal. Holy Eagle Federation speaks out. The Yanxia Federation can assist in the crusade against the Cheng family if needed. It's all trying to get a piece of the pie. Looking at a constantly refreshing news item, the corner of Cheng Jia's mouth couldn't help but hang up a cruel sneer. Yes, according to the tip-off, right now the Holy Eagle Federation, the Jing Sakura Federation, and the Sunset Federation have begun to gather the strongest people within the Federation. Statement nodded with a grimace. He expected that Li Yaohong's death would definitely cause some series of chain reactions, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Cheng Jia snorted coldly and returned the cell phone to the Statement. Let them come if they want to. It just so happens that there are some scores that should be settled. Speaking of this, the killing intent in Cheng Jia's eyes flickered. Have you notified father and the others of the situation over here? Notified. Statement nodded. A few smiles once again on his face. The old family master is pleased. I didn't expect you to act so quickly. This is what they asked for. Not coming sooner or later. They had to rush me to come for my tribulation. Cheng Jael smiled faintly. The timing of Li Yaohong's appearance was indeed somewhat unexpected. Originally, he had wanted to plot for a while, but he hadn't expected to take care of Li Yaohong and a part of the Federation's forces so easily. The statement smiled similarly and then continued. The family master's side should have already started moving, and soon the Blue Star extraterrestrial battlefield will be completely blocked off. At the same time, 5 legions will also be sent back to help young Lord take down the Yanxia Federation. Cheng Jael nodded if anything and continued. So what's going on within the Federation right now? As you can see, the Luo family has launched a crusade order against our Cheng family. Many families have responded positively, and the Luo family has discredited the Cheng family as a traitorous image in public opinion. There are quite a lot of people cursing us online. It doesn't matter. Public opinion doesn't matter. Cheng Jael snorted coldly, a cold aura in his eyes. Public opinion is nothing but, whoever is powerful in this world is the right way. History books are never written by the victors. When the war is won, there will be great scholars to argue for my Cheng family. It's all just a bit of frost. Chapter 61. Become the king of this world. Sorry for the mistake, young lord. We don't have to fight back? The statement was faintly amused that public opinion was part of the war. After all, having the support of the people is the key to winning a war, especially in this age of universal martial arts. It's basically possible to do it for all. No need. Cheng Jael shook his head. Our Cheng family has been subliminally discredited by the Federation for so long. Jumping out now will only be perceived as a rush and a breach of defense. And things don't happen by talking about them. People see them by actually doing them, said Cheng Jie as he stood up and walked to the balcony to look out the window at the bustling Greenvine city. Statements. Summon all affiliated forces scattered throughout the Commonwealth. War. It's on. Yes, sir. The statement made a respectful bow to Cheng Jie, and then immediately went to work on the preparations. Cheng Jie, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and searched for news of Luo Hanyi. To be chosen as the son of heaven's destiny, this Luo Hanyi was bound to have something special. With this search, Cheng Jael immediately frowned. The federal martial arts examination took the first place in Kyoto City with absolute strength and was admitted to the Kyoto Martial Arts University. The first semester of the talent camp crushed everyone in his class by himself. Extraterritorial battlefield trial, killing tens of thousands of foreigners. What power! Sighing, Cheng Jael's eyes were full of wariness. That's the kind of opponent he's interested in. A weakling like Chu Chen before could not raise his interest at all. With Cheng Jael's order, the Cheng family's behemoth was completely run. In just 1 day's time, the forces of the Cheng family that were spread out across the Yanxia Federation arrived in Greenvine City one after another. The mayor of Greenvine City was very sensible and immediately resigned from his position, giving up the federal office building to Cheng Jael. Inside the mayor's office, young Cheng, this is the current list of these forces. Statement handed Cheng Jael a stack of organized information. Cheng Jael looked at it carefully and was instantly somewhat surprised, secretly admiring Cheng Tianhao and Cheng Yuan in his heart. According to the list, the Cheng family currently had a total of 21 war gods within the Federation, and there were nearly 100 Yuanshan powerhouses. There are nearly 10,000 Italian realm of change honored people. The stalwarts of the body transformation realm and soul transformation realm at the next level were even a full 200,000 people. This kind of strength is definitely no worse than what the Federation has shown on the surface. Uncle Chen, open up the family treasury and use the best things for these powerhouses. Hearing Cheng Jael's words, Statement hesitated for a moment, but still nodded respectfully. Pass the word down. Prepare the whole army for battle. Yes. Statement got up, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Early the next morning, the sky was as blue as a jewel, and the sun rose slowly from the east, shedding its golden rays on the earth as if it had clothed the world with a layer of warmth. In front of the federal building in Greenvine City, the atmosphere was tense and heavy, as if the entire city was enveloped by an invisible pressure. A majestic and passionate battle intent rocked upwards like a volcanic eruption and shot up to the ninth heaven. This powerful aura could not help but shock people. In front of the square, a group of warriors in black battle armor were neatly arranged, their stances erect as pines and their eyes sharp as swords. The aura emanating from each of them was filled with the desire and determination to fight. The surrounding citizens stopped to watch with awe in their eyes. Is this the strength of the Cheng family? Many people looked at the large army in front of them with fear in their hearts and swallowed hard. Secretly, he was glad that Cheng Jael didn't come after them for their previous mockery of the Cheng family. Nowadays they really didn't dare to take this behemoth lightly at all anymore. Dressed in his cultivator battle armor, Chang Jie slowly appeared on the building's lectern. Behind him, Chang Xiong, Lung Jianquan, and Chang Jiejie, the three peak war gods, followed closely. Young lord, when they saw Chang Jie appear, the crowd below instantly boiled. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted at the same time, their voices like rolling rushing thunder resounding through the heavens and earth. Thick and terrifying chi and blood wolf smoke rushed to the sky, and the color of blood dazzled the eyes. Chang Jie's face was solemn as he slowly walked to the front of the crowd. A golden list slowly floated out from his hand and stood in front of everyone's eyes. The list was filled with densely packed names. Gentlemen, as Chang Jie's dull voice rang out, the crowd below instantly fell silent. Raising their heads, everyone's gazes towards Chang Jie were filled with awe. You all must have seen what has happened in these days. Yes, it's what you think. This time, we're going to take this Yanxia Federation completely into our hands. Boom! Before Chang Jie's words fell, a majestic aura suddenly erupted from his body, as if a volcano was erupting, with endless might and power. This aura was like a torrent, surging and sweeping. Wherever it passed, the air was twisted and distorted, forming a vortex of airflow visible to the naked eye. The ground was also shaken by the powerful pressure, and cracks even appeared. The demonic aura contained an unrivaled dominance and majesty that made people feel an irresistible pressure. It was as if it was capable of destroying everything that stood in its way, displaying absolute power and dominance. Follow the young lord closely. The Federation led by Li Yaohong is too weak. I've long since grown disenchanted with it. As long as young lord gives the order, I, the heaven-blasting gang, will do whatever it takes. That's right, we'll make the young lord the king of this federation. Hearing the words of the crowd below, Chang Jie's gaze suddenly flickered. No, you're wrong. Chang Jie's voice was like a great bell, resounding throughout the entire heaven and earth. Gentlemen, open up the grid a bit. We will be kings of this world. Chang Jie's voice was like the sound of heaven trembling in everyone's heart. Everyone suddenly felt their hearts racing and their blood flowing backwards. The leaders of those forces looked at each other with excitement and shock in their eyes. They didn't expect Chang Jie's ambition to be so great. Originally, they thought that Chang Jie was targeting only the now corrupt and weak federal hierarchy. I didn't realize it was the whole world. Gentlemen, this is the golden list of war. Chang Jie pointed to the golden list on the side and gazed majestically at the black pressurized crowd. Yesterday, each of you had already been allowed to incorporate your own essence blood into it, and the number of enemies you killed and your battle credits will all be accumulated here. I've opened the treasury of the Chang family. Wealth, strength, power, all of it is placed here. How much you can take from it is up to you. Boom! These words were like a fuse that instantly ignited the enthusiasm and fighting spirit of the whole room. The terrifying battle intent that erupted from tens of thousands of people at the same time was like a torrent, surging and surging as it impacted the entire space, shocking the hearts of the people. Each person's eyes shone with a determined light, as if they were burning flames that illuminated the entire heaven and earth. This battle intent was powerful enough to shake the universe and make everything tremble. Gentlemen, the war has begun. Chapter 62 Going to War. Luo Hanyi's Iron Fist. Kill, kill, kill. The roar of the army resounded throughout the world, and a terrifying battle intent accompanied by a majestic killing intent filled the air. Looking at such a highly demoralized army, Chang Jie's eyes were full of satisfaction. Since everyone is integrated together, there are no more former forces or clans. From this day forth, all men are one. Within a week, we're going to fight our way into the capital city. Take the Federation into our hands. Taking a deep breath, Chang Jie's ardent gaze looked towards the few people at the forefront of the army. All of these people were war god-level existences and were the highest combatants in this war. With immediate effect, the statement is ordered to be the Commander-in-Chief of the Legion. Order Knight Xingyu to be the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Legion. Former President of the Demon Spirit Guild Chen Linger is the leader of the First Legion. Order the former Wind Shadow Sect Patriarch Chen Weisheng as the leader of the Second Legion. Order the former Sword and Bone Walled City Lord Shueshang as the leader of the Third Legion. Order the former president of the Demon Cloud Society, Chui Jigua, to be the leader of the Fourth Legion. With Chang Jie's command, the originally cluttered names on the golden list began to arrange themselves in an orderly fashion. The 10 people whose names were read out also stepped forward and walked to the very front of the army to pay a respectful bow to Chang Jie. A few moments later, the enthronement was complete. With a wave of Chang Jie's hand, the golden list immediately fell into Chang Jie's hands. Statement stepped forward to take it respectfully. Looking at the radiant Chang Jie on the stage, the eyes of Li Xingyu behind him were filled with awe and admiration. Chang Jie had given him so much power and opportunity. He certainly could not let Chang Jie down. Chang Jie nodded in satisfaction, his eyes burning with wariness. All hands on deck. Yes, Sir, inside the conference room of the federal headquarters in Kyoto City. What? The Chang family has actually started a war with such vigor. It's reversed. It's really reversed. I've long said that the Chang family intends to engulf the Federation. Chief, what should we do now? Watching the real-time broadcast of Chang Jail's troop deployment on the big screen, a great panic swept through the entire conference room. The conference room was full of people at the moment. Even the table where the meeting was held had been cleared out. Most of the famous family heads within the Federation had gathered here, their hearts anxious. In the past, when Li Yaohong was in power, these families were his disciples. Li Yaohong was also kind enough to favor them with most of the Federation's resources. Now that Li Yaohong was dead, the impact on them was the greatest. Counterattack. We have to fight back. We can't let the Chang family act so recklessly. Chang Tianhao and Chang Yuan are not here. Chief, it's too late if we don't counterattack at this time. Yeah, I still don't believe that the Chang family can really fight against all of us on their own. We have war god powerhouses too. All quiet. Suddenly a dainty cry stopped all the disorganized chatter below. Everyone's gazes were all directed towards a young girl at the very front of the conference room dressed in a Federation uniform. The young girl appeared to be no more than about 20 years old, with a few youthful tenderness on her face, but the pair of sword eyebrows were heroic. This person was none other than the Luo family's eldest miss, Luo Han-yi. Although all the people present were above her in terms of seniority, the gaze as she looked at the crowd did not show the slightest bit of respect. The terrifying talent coupled with the thunderous means coupled with the strength of the Luo family was enough to make every family head of every family here fold. What's the use of your bickering here? Luo Han-yi snorted coldly, his stern gaze sweeping over everyone present. The threat of the Chang family has not been for a day or two. Before you were too concerned about your personal gains and losses before you let the Chang family take advantage of it like a scattered sand. I don't want to hear a second voice next, or he'll be the second Li Yaohong. As soon as Luo Han-yi's words fell, the tightly closed eyes of the two middle-aged men in suits standing behind him snapped open. Their eyes were as sharp as electricity, as if they could penetrate one's soul. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a huge and terrifying aura instantly blossomed out from the two of them. This aura was like a raging sea wave that swept over and set off a gale that blew straight towards those family lords. Sensing the strength of this aura, all the family heads couldn't help but widen their eyes and their breathing became rapid. They felt an unprecedented pressure, as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on them. This aura wasn't just powerful, it carried a palpitating pressure that made these usually high and mighty family heads feel small and powerless. What realm is this? Someone couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice. No one answered him because everyone knew the answer. Two peak war gods. The topmost existence in this world possessed unrivaled strength and prestige. Cold sweat seeped out from everyone's foreheads, their faces as pale as snow, their lips trembling slightly, but none of them dared to make a sound anymore. At this moment, they finally understood where Luo Han's bottom line was and realized the gap between themselves and the Luo family. Finally know the difference, do you? Luo Han sneered. I naturally have my backbone if I can initiate this alliance sub. Peak war god. Our Luo family has one too. All you have to do is cooperate with me, and if you object, then you can leave now. Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads slightly. The powerful oppression of the two peak war gods behind Luo Han made them not dare to object in the slightest. But there are exceptions. There were a few family heads in the crowd who glanced at each other and suddenly made a quiet wink. Then when the others were not paying attention, they quietly pushed their way out of the crowd and carefully slipped away towards the back door. However, the moment they had just stepped out of the door, a dazzling cold aura instantly blossomed within the hall. This cold aura was as swift as lightning, instantly piercing through the void and accurately chopping down on the bodies of those several family lords. A peak war god behind Luo Han slowly withdrew the sword in his hand into the sheath at his waist. As he retracted his sword, a dense line of blood immediately surfaced on those people's bodies. These lines of blood crisscrossed like a bloody net, wrapping their bodies tightly. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of everyone's horrified eyes, the bodies of those few people scattered on the ground like pieces of meat that had been cut up. Blood stained the ground, creating a shocking sight. All of you have seen it clearly, right? This is what traitors deserve. Luo Han's cold voice echoed in the hall as if it carried a hint of warning and intimidation. Her eyes swept over everyone in the room, making people feel an irresistible pressure. Since all of you have come here, we are all on the same boat. I don't want anyone else to choose to betray us. Chapter 63, Doing Business? Sorry, I want you dead. Luo Han's icy voice resounded through everyone's hearts, and a chill rose from everyone's backbone at the same time. They never thought that Luo Han would dare to kill them. There were a few family heads of big powers who glanced at each other, their eyes filled with anger. Peak warlord they also have. However, at this moment, They were all in the extraterritorial battlefield blocked by Cheng Tianhao and Cheng Yuan, and were simply unable to return to the clan. Anyone else have any objections? Luo Hanyi's icy gaze swept over everyone present. Seeing that no one dared to make a sound, Luo Hanyi nodded in satisfaction. Since there are no objections, I would like you to make your loyalty known. Here's a list to replenish the reserves for this war, said Luo Hanyi as a list of items appeared on the screen behind him. 10,000 tons of spirit stones, 10,000 each of healing and cultivation elixirs, 100 pieces of Class A weapons, 10 S-Class weapons. The moment they saw the list, all the family heads immediately stared in disbelief. Luo Hanyi, you're killing my family. Yeah, why don't you go grab it? I'm sorry, my family is too small to take that much. Listening to the opposition of the crowd below, Luo Hanyi only smiled faintly. If you all think it's too much and don't want to take it, you can leave. I'll give you all 5 minutes to think about it. And if you're still standing here, then I'll tacitly assume you agree. Hearing these words, almost all of the family heads subconsciously turned their heads and cast their gazes towards the open door of the conference hall. Just now, they had witnessed the tragic situation when several people died, and the horrifying images were still fresh in their minds. The many family lords looked at me and I looked at you, the flames of anger burning in everyone's eyes, but no one dared to take that step. Although their hearts were filled with anger and unwillingness, they all clearly knew that quitting would mean death. 5 minutes is fast. Luo Hanyi smiled faintly and spread his hands helplessly. Since we are all in agreement, I would like this list to be turned into me tomorrow. If anyone overstays, they are guilty of this war, and a traitor. Dismissed. After saying that, Luo Hanyi walked off the podium. Those house lords couldn't help but make way for her. Walking to the front door, Luo Hanyi looked at the bloodied several people on the ground and turned back to look at the family lords behind him. In an instant, all the people who had just put their hearts down were all on edge again. Clean this up. I don't want to see any of this nasty stuff tomorrow for tactical discussions. With a cold smile, Luo Hanyi left with the two peak war gods. It wasn't until they saw Luo Hanyi fly away from the window that these people dared to break into a rage. Where are we going now, Missy? Seeing that Luo Hanyi was about to leave Kyoto City, the guard behind him asked in disbelief. Go find Cheng Jail. Battle intent rose in Luo Hanyi's eyes as his gaze looked towards Han City's direction. Ha? Just go straight there? One of them was a little surprised. That's right, I'm going to meet this Chung family's young master in advance. Haze City. Today, Haze is still rebuilding after the disaster, and there are temporary houses everywhere. As the center of the entire Jizhou, Cheng Jail treated this place as his current home base. Upon seeing the arrival of the Cheng family's army, those who had been favored by the Chung family's rescue immediately ran out to greet them joyfully. Inside the Hancheng City Lord's mansion, Cheng Jia frowned at the war sand table on the table. The sand table was densely packed with small flags, each representing a lineage or power. Obviously, Kyoto and Mordor have the most lineages. Kyoto, in particular, basically takes up 50%. Looks like taking Kyoto is the top priority. Cheng Jia raised his hand and pulled down those flags in Kyoto one by one. That's right, Kyoto and the Magic City are the two targets we're focusing on. Now that those families in Kyoto have been consolidated by the Luo family, it's not that easy to take down. The statement aside was equally grave. Cheng Xiong and the three of them were sitting on chairs to the side, similarly studying the sand table in front of them. Suddenly the three of them raised their heads at the same time, and a flash of essence erupted in their eyes. Young lord, someone is coming. Cheng Xiong's voice was low, but his eyes were full of wariness. Cheng Jia was slightly stunned, then followed the three to the top floor of the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing the three people in front of him, Cheng Jail's gaze was instantly filled with killing intent. You're the young master of the Cheng family, aren't you? It's really extraordinary to see you now. Luo Hanyi leaned against the fence on one side, a light smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The two peak war god guards beside them were staring at the Cheng Xiong trio with grave expressions. Coming with just two people, it looks like you're pretty confident. Cheng Jia smiled indifferently, his eyes sizing up the two guards. Judging from the expressions of Cheng Xiong's trio, these two were definitely peak war god existences as well. Enough. Luo Hanyi faintly shook his head as his gaze fell on Cheng Jia's body. Cheng Jail, you don't have to be too flustered. I'm here to talk business with you. Talking business? Cheng Jia's brows tightened for a few moments, not understanding Luo Hanyi's meaning. Yes, it's business. Saying that, Luo Hanyi flipped her jade hand and a piece of paper as thin as a cicada appeared in her hand. She then flicked her wrist, and the piece of paper shot out like an arrow off the string, carrying an overpowering aura and heading straight for Cheng Jail. Surprisingly, when the piece of paper left Luo Hanyi's palm, a circle of wind blades quickly coalesced around it. These wind blades spun and shone with a cold light. as if they were going to tear everything apart. They flew towards Chang Jail along with the pieces of paper, so fast that one could barely react. A hint of surprise appeared on Chang Jail's face in the face of this sudden attack. However, he quickly regained his composure and let out a cold snort, a flash of disdain in his eyes. Raising his hand, Chang Jail easily swung it towards the flying piece of paper. A powerful force surged out from his hand, directly grasping the piece of paper and the surrounding wind blades together. The piece of paper struggled violently in Chang Jail's hands, trying to break free. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could not escape Chang Jail's grasp. The wind blades kept spinning in his hands, trying to cut through his skin, but his skin was as hard as steel. Unharmed, Chang Jie sneered, and with a slight force in his hand, the wind blade instantly dissipated. Looking at the contents on the piece of paper, a flash of surprise flashed across Chang Jail's eyes. Luo Han Yi, it seems like you came prepared, Chang Jail sneered, and with a violent force in his hand, the piece of paper instantly turned into countless fragments. This much to buy your life? Are you looking down on my Chung family? Or do you think your life is that cheap? After saying that, the killing intent in Chang Jail's eyes instantly rose up. Luo Han Yi, since you're sending yourself to your death, then I'll fulfill you. Chang family war god guards at your service. Kill them. Chapter 64, Luo Family Secret Art. Bloodline Spell Seal. Chang Jail, you're a bit ungrateful. Luo Han Yi's gaze instantly went cold, forcibly suppressing the killing intent under his eyes. She came here this time because she wanted to work with Chang Jail. If she could successfully resolve this battle without using a single soldier, then her credibility would rise extremely fast and taking down the Federation would be just around the corner. Don't you start wars to take resources? These resources are comparable to several top-tier lineages. Now that the Federation is in shambles, you and I will reap the benefits. What's wrong with this win-win situation? Hearing Luo Han's explanation, Chang Jiao shook his head with a cold smile. The math is too good to be true. It both replenished the Luo family's resources and weakened the other family's underpinnings, allowing the Luo family to completely dominate the Federation. If he really accepted the resources, the Chang family would be treated as villains who made war fortunes and would be hated by the entire Federation. Luo Han Yi, you do have some brains, but you really don't have much either. Chang Jie sneered, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. I, Chang Jail, need to win-win with you? Since when can your Luo family be compared to my Chang family? Do you guys deserve it too? Overwhelm you and your traitors, and these things will be mine as usual. Chang Xiong, get them. I, young lord. Chang Xiong smiled grimly and slammed his large hand on his chest. Red and black nanometal erupted out, and in an instant, it finished merging with the hybrid Demon 8 battle armor. On the side, Lang Jianquan and Chang Jiejia similarly quickly completed the battle armor merge. In an instant, the terrifying aura of three peak war gods blossomed, and the heavens and earth suddenly changed. Sensing this furious aura, many people looked this way. Those 10 army chiefs even instantly appeared beside Chang Jie, firmly protecting him. Chang Jail, you're strangely timid, aren't you? Looking at the crowd of people standing by Chang Gui's side, Luo Han's face changed slightly. She didn't expect Chang Jiao to be so unmartial. The words were not enough, and he was about to take a shot at himself straight away. Wang Yu, prepare to break out. Luo Han stared grimly ahead as her figure slowly floated up, suspended in the air like a ghost. Beside her, Wang Yu, the two peak war gods, were similarly gloomy, their fists clenched tightly, their eyes revealing a look of vigilance. The power displayed by Chang Jail's side had exceeded their expectations. Under the enchantment of the beast soul armor, the strength of the 10 great army chiefs had been boosted immensely, and they had even vaguely touched the threshold of a peak war god. Missy, get out of here! Wang Yu roared in a deep voice, his voice filled with anxiety and concern. At the same time, he violently stretched out his palm and fiercely slapped Luo Han's side. Click! With a loud bang, the terrifying power instantly pierced through the atmosphere, triggering the air to explode. A black hole in the void instantly appeared, and the powerful energy fluctuations were palpitating. Chang Jail, I'll see you again. The killing intent in Luo Han's eyes as he looked at Chang Jail was sky high. Then he jumped in without hesitation. See you later. The next time we meet again will be the day you die. Chang Gui's gaze was icy cold as he watched Luo Han disappear into the void turbulence. The two peak war gods wanted to send people away, and there was simply no one present who could stop them. As Luo Han disappeared, that space returned to its original state in an instant. Your Missy ran away, so you'll stay. Chang Xiong shouted angrily and stepped forward, the fury in his body whistling out like a gale sweeping in. The eyes were filled with coldness and determination that made people shiver. This one on the left is for you. then this one on the right is for me. Lang Jiankuan, you protect the young master. The battle intent in Chang Jiejia's eyes surged like flames, and her voice was firm and strong. Then, a pair of white feathered wings unfolded behind her, carrying her suspended in the air as if she was a beautiful and fierce white phoenix. All right, you two have the last word. Lang Jiankuan laughed lightly and responded with some lethargy. Same peak war god. 1-on-1. You guys really can't win. Without Luo Han Yi, Wang Yu and Wang Yu had obviously let go of their hands and had no more scruples. As the same top-tier family in the Federation, Cheng Jiao, you don't think that our Luo family doesn't have any cards, do you? Wang Yu and Wang Yu laughed coldly as a black mark spread from their necks, spreading all over their bodies in the blink of an eye. The Luo family's secret technique, bloodline spell seal. The two of them shouted harshly, their eyes instantly filled with madness. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of Cheng Jiao and the others, the duo's appearance instantly changed drastically, only to see Wang Yu's body rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if blowing up a balloon, becoming huge in the blink of an eye. A pair of massive flesh wings like bat wings violently ripped out from his back. With the appearance of the fleshy wings, a layer of gray fluff instantly spread all over his body like a tidal wave, completely covering his original skin. This layer of fluff looks both soft and tough, giving it a mysterious and dangerous feel. Not only that, Wang Yu's already long and slender 10 fingers had also undergone an amazing change. They extended again, far longer than normal, like the dry, sharp claws of a demon. Sharp fingernails glistened with a chilling light, like the blades of knives. At the same time, Wang Yu on the side was not willing to show weakness. His body similarly began to expand rapidly, and in the blink of an eye even grew to 10 meters away. An incomparably huge body filled with endless power. Unlike Wang Yu's body was covered with a layer of brown bone armor that fit tightly onto his skin, forming a sturdy armor. The bone armor was full of spikes, each one sharp. His hands even turned into 2 sharp sights that shone with a cold light and seemed to be able to easily cut through any object. A giant scorpion-like tail spread out along her spine, and the long tail ended with a sharp, poisonous stinger that flashed with a deadly light. Bloods, bugs, Chang Xiong and Chang Jieja, who had been fighting in the extraterritorial battlefield for years, instantly recognized the appearance of the monster in the duo. It's sad that you even gave up your human appearance for the sake of strength. Chang Xiong laughed coldly. His body's fury was like a wolf's smoke rising straight into the sky. If I can break through to martial god, what's wrong with this appearance? An inhuman voice came from Wang Yu's mouth, and the dozen pairs of eyes on his forehead flashed with a horrifyingly ferocious aura. That's disgusting. With a look of disgust, Cheng Jiejia slowly landed on the ground from the sky. Lang Jiankuan, I'll leave that big meatworm to you. I see it recoil. Lang Jiankuan blankly glanced at her somewhat breathlessly, but still wobbled out. Hey, dead bug. You disgusted my baby. Apologize and I'll leave you in peace. Chapter 65, Fierce Tiger Tsunami. Thank you for the gift of being the only one who can't replace her righteous father. You seek death. Wang Yu's voice was like a sharp piece of iron rubbing on cold steel, harsh and unpleasant to the extreme. It was as if it contained endless anger and killing intent, as if it wanted to tear the entire world apart. His eyes flashed with a ferocious light, and the terrifying aura of a peak war god was like a lofty mountain that rose straight into the sky. The large scythe forelimbs swung down indignantly, carrying endless power and killing intent, seemingly destroying everything in front of them. Killing intent filled the air, and a horrifyingly oppressive aura enveloped the surroundings, causing fear in the heart. The void was instantly slashed, and the sharpness was endless, as if even the air could be easily cut through. However, in the face of such a powerful attack, Lang Jiankuan's face was calm and unruffled. However, underneath his calm exterior, there was a bone-chilling killing intent hidden. Looking at the huge scythe that was coming towards him, Lang Jiankuan's eyes became cold and heartless, his face as frosty as ice. With that, he violently drew the chain blade at his waist and instantly stabbed out. Brush! The purple chain blade was like a bolt of lightning, instantly cutting through the sky and piercing through the atmosphere. The speed of the chain blade was extremely fast, as if it had transcended the limitations of time and space, making it impossible for people to react in time. A terrifying crack spread through the air, as if the sky was also shaken by this strike. That chain blade was like a ferocious poisonous snake that instantly wrapped around that scythe and then spread towards Wang Yu's body at an astonishing speed. The sharp blade instantly embedded itself into the skeleton on Wang Yu's body, making a crisp crashing sound. As the chain blade went deeper, a purple venom began to seep out. These venoms spread along the lines on the bone armor, as if it had life, and quickly eroded towards Wang Yu's body. They emit a pungent odor that sends shivers down the spine. What the hell? Wang Yu was shocked in his heart. At the moment, He felt as if his body was being torn apart by countless termites. Pain, itching, burning and all sorts of discomfort erupted at the same time. Dude, you've turned into an insectoid. You don't have a venom immunity, do you? Lang Jianquan smiled faintly, his eyes filled with disdain. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. This is a poison I've specially formulated into a poison based on the insect bloodline. You can't cure it. Sculptor, you think you've won? Wang Yu suddenly let out a sharp whistle to the sky, and a majestic and incomparable ferocious might instantly blossomed from his body, only to see that his huge body unexpectedly began to slowly shrink, returning to its normal size in the blink of an eye, but then rapidly expanding at an astonishing speed. Squeaky, squeaky. The chain blade that was wrapped around Wang Yu's body seemed to have felt the tremendous pressure at the moment, and even began to continuously emit a crisp cracking sound. Drive me! Wang Yu's eyes widened angrily as a loud cry violently erupted from his mouth while the power within his body exploded out in full force. In an instant, an extremely terrifying pressure surged out from within him, sweeping in all directions like a powerful storm, blowing everything around him to the ground. Bang! Finally, the incomparably tough chain blade could no longer withstand this powerful force and instantly exploded into countless fragments, shooting off in all directions. Kind of, Lang Jianquan sneered, but his face remained calm. Congeal. Raising his hand, Lang Jianquan gently pointed towards Wang Yu. Brush. In Wang Yu's shocked gaze, the shattered chain blade instantly reversed its direction again, flying towards him from all directions. The giant sickle flew in a series of slashes, and Wang Yu kept twisting his huge body in an attempt to resist. But it was as if each piece of that blade was alive, precisely avoiding his counterattack and subsequently drilling into the joints of his bone armor. Seeing that the blade had completely disappeared into Wang Yu's body, the killing intent in Lang Jianquan's eyes instantly rose. It is the strongest of the Chang family's war god guards, but it must be the one that kills the most foreigners. For the foreigners, all he had always believed in was to kill them all. Humans with fused alien bloodlines were certainly no exception. Gather. That raised hand clenched instantly. Ah! Wang Yu let out an earth-shattering scream. He could feel the blades within him begin to travel towards his center, as if they were going to cut him completely. Pust! A mouthful of green blood spurted out from his mouthpiece, and Lang Jianquan hurriedly dodged to the side at the sight. The insect race is about to be destroyed by me, and you still dare to transform into an insect race in front of me? Lang Jianquan indifferently looked towards Wang Yu, who was constantly writhing and wailing in pain. You will die today. At this point, on the other side of the sky, the two blood-colored red auras had already intertwined. Wang Yu's wings were spread out like that legendary blood-sucking devil, and his two huge sharp claws chopped down one after another. The endless sharp chi cut the sky with cracks, constantly chopping at Chang Xiong. Chang Xiong held a long sword, his feet stepping into the void, and each chop was accompanied by endless blade chi streaking across the air. Blades flashed and sharp claws tore the sky. The sound of the collision was like a killing music that resounded through the sky. The air exploded. The fury was like waves, and the two fought in the sky almost to the point of insanity. In this battle, the heavens and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds surged as if they were going to be torn apart by the fierce battle between the two. Between Wang Yu's wings stirring, a fierce wind was stirred up, carrying him like a ghost as he rushed towards Chang Xiong. His sharp claws slashed across the sky, leaving behind a blood-red trail, as if he wanted to dye the entire world the color of blood. Chang Xiong, on the other hand, stood steadily in the void, waving his long sword in his hand, his sword chi overflowing, and engaged in a thrilling duel with Wang Yu. Each attack was so fierce and so powerful that one could not help but be amazed by it. In this moment, they forgot everything, only each other in their eyes, and only the desire to fight in their hearts. As time passed, the auras of both sides became stronger and stronger, and the killing intent became more and more intense. Ouch! Chang Xiong laughed out loud. As the number one fighting maniac in the war god guards, Chang Xiong felt uncomfortable without fighting for a day. This sound battle was simply more comfortable than letting him have a great healthcare. The fierce tiger whistles at the sky, Chang Xiong shouted, and his eyes suddenly erupted in a burst of radiant and ferocious aura. The large sword in his hand was instantly wrapped in blood-colored baleful chi, resembling a round of blood-colored sun. Dazzling! Chang Xiong's body's terrifying battle intent rose up to the sky, and his fury and killing intent intertwined, stirring up the wind and clouds. Only a huge ferocious tiger silhouette slowly emerged behind Chang Xiong. That ferocious tiger's body was as majestic as a mountain, and its fur was as hard as steel, flashing with an icy cold light. The sharp, razor-sharp fangs were chilling, each as sharp as a lance. The thick and powerful limbs were like pillars in the sky, and when they stepped on the ground, they made a dull sound, as if the earth was trembling. and the long tail was as flexible as a steel whip, dancing and whistling in the wind, especially those eyes, which were as red as blood, permeated with endless ferocity and viciousness, making people not dare to look directly at them. Chop! Roar! Chang Xiong and the fierce tiger erupted into a roar at the same time. Chang Xiong stepped into the void. His body was infinite with killing machines, and bloodlight filled the entire sky. In an instant, everything was all set in place. The only thing that could be seen was a blood-colored blade that covered the sky and obscured the earth as it blasted down. Chapter 66, Fall of the War God. Scarlet Poisonous Scorpion. The blood-colored blade penetrated through the sky and into the earth, like a sharp blade that could tear through the heavens and earth, exuding a palpitating aura. Wang Yu's face suddenly changed, and the fierce light in his eyes instantly became incomparably harsh. More than killing? His voice was like a demon from the abyss, full of coldness and ruthlessness. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? As his words fell, the wings behind him violently unfolded, covering the sky. A blood-colored pattern suddenly appeared on top of those wings, flowing like blood and continuously converging. Gradually, these lines formed a pair of blood pupils. The blood pupils were like two burning flames, revealing endless killing intent and tyranny. The moment these pairs of bloody pupils appeared, the entire space seemed to be distorted by a powerful force, causing people to feel an unspeakable oppression and fear. Rumble! At this moment, the sky shook and the wind changed. Those two bloody pupils were like endless black holes, crazily devouring the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Wang Yu's face was distorted as if he was suffering from unspeakable severe pain, but his eyes grew more and more maniacal, as a large amount of spiritual energy continued to pour in. Those two blood pupil lines gradually bulged outwards, and eventually turned into two real-life giant eyeballs. Buzz! Suddenly, two clusters of energy containing endless tyranny, killing, despair, and fear and other negative energies instantly coalesced in front of the blood pupils, and immediately afterward, a blood-colored ripple quickly spread out from those two eyeballs. Die for me! Wang Yu hissed loudly, and in the next moment, two extremely terrifying blood-colored beams of light shot out from that energy mass like lightning. Boom! The sound of heaven exploded, erupting into a deafening roar. The blood-colored beams of light collided with the blood-colored blade awnings, instantly condensing into a round of blood-colored sun, erupting in a burst of unprecedentedly bright blood awnings. At this moment everything disappeared. Heaven and earth lost color, and all that remained in everyone's eyes was that round of terrifyingly blazing sun. The figures of the two in the sky both flew backward for hundreds of meters, and then quickly exchanged blows together once again. That was intense. Using his hand to slightly cover the eye-piercing blood aura, Lang Jianquan looked at Wang Yu's huge body with an indifferent expression. At this moment, Wang Yu seemed to have run out of gas, his huge body quietly suspended in the air. However, Lang Jianquan did not dare to slacken off at all. As the same peak war god, he didn't think that the other party's ability was nothing more than that. The purple venom had completely eroded the bone armor on Wang Yu's body, and a crack was all over it, as if it would shatter at any time. Suddenly, Wang Yu's huge insect armor trembled slightly. Lang Jianquan's face immediately changed slightly, and his figure retreated tens of meters. In the next second, under Lang Jianquan's gaze, the huge bug armor that instantly shattered. A sharp scorpion tail stung out instantly along with the broken armor. Lang Jianquan's gaze condensed, and the scattered chain blades instantly converged in his hand once again, then violently slashed at that scorpion tail. Dang! A crisp sound resounded through the sky, and Lang Jianquan's figure instantly flew backwards for nearly 100 meters. Steadying his stance, Lang Jianquan's gaze swept towards the chain blade in his hand. That chain blade that could even pierce into Wang Yu's armor before was actually chipped out of a small gap at this point. Returning from the battlefield sure has a good sense of smell. I can't believe I haven't managed to sneak up on you after hiding like this. A teasing voice came from the air, and when he heard it, Lang Jianquan instantly raised his head, only to see that a silhouette stood above him at some point. The figure was covered in lavender insect-like armor, and a scorpion tail longer than its body stood upright behind it. Evolved? Lang Jianquan smiled faintly, but his face became a few points heavier. The fact that Wang Yu didn't die was also within his expectations. A centipede dies but never falls down. As soon as a bug warlord grows to 100 feet, he has a chance of completing his evolution before he dies. This evolution is not just an increase in strength, but a leap forward in the entire level of life. It's just that the odds are so low. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, they had also only seen one insect race complete its evolution. That peak bug god of war instantly crushed everyone in the Cheng family's army at the time after evolving. In the end, it was only when Chang Yuan stepped in that he was able to kill him. However, after faintly feeling Wang Yu's aura, a faint smile appeared on Lang Jianquan's face. Sure enough, Your purity is too low. Lang Jianquan looked up and smiled faintly, his eyes full of disdain. Wang Yu's evolution was obviously not as perfect as that peak insect war god's evolution. It was merely an increase in strength, and there was no qualitative change in the level of life. Impure is enough to deal with you as well. Wang Yu laughed coldly, his dark green pupils instantly filled with killing intent. Their figures flashed at the same time, instantly colliding together. Wang Yu swung his arm, his fist power into the devil, and each strike was accompanied by a sonic boom. Lang Jianquan's face was calm and he was fighting and retreating, constantly analyzing Wang Yu's true strength at this moment. Power up. The speed has increased. That's all. Narrowly dodging Wang Yu's punch, Lang Jianquan's figure instantly stormed back tens of meters. Is that all you do? Hide? Or is the Cheng family legion full of cowards like you? Wang Yu snorted coldly, a flash of levity in his eyes. He could feel the bloodline of the insect race boiling inside him. Unlike other races, bugs exist only to kill and reproduce. Killing is imprinted in the deepest part of their bloodline. Sometimes hiding is a tactic. Lang Jianquan was not angered by Wang Yu's words in the slightest and his face was calm as usual. Lang Jianquan's body then slightly squatted down, his right hand gently raised and his index finger pointed at Wang Yu. Seeing Lang Jianquan's appearance, Wang Yu suddenly felt a trance in his heart, as if the other was a real scorpion, playing God. Wang Yu let out a cold snort as his figure once again exploded towards Lang Jianquan. A black ripple erupted from his body, and as the ripple swept across the earth, the trees withered instantly. The Cheng family's army watching the battle on the ground was like a heavy blow, and many of them vomited black blood, their breath wilting. Chang Jiajia, who was guarding Cheng Jail, had her gaze fixed and her feathers unfolded behind her. A white aura slowly rose from the top of her head and then completely enveloped the entire city lord's mansion. Those wounded warriors in the legion recovered this way. This scene likewise fell into Lang Jianquan's eyes, and a bone-chilling murderous aura immediately rose from his body. Scarlet Sting. As Lang Jianquan let out a low drink, the red aura on his index finger instantly flourished, as dazzling as a burning fireball. A chilly air blew up out of nowhere, like a bitter cold wind, instantly fixing Wang Yu in place, making him unable to move the slightest bit. Looking at the increasingly bright scarlet glow of Lang Jianquan's fingertips, a touch of fear violently rose in Wang Yu's heart. The light was like the eyes of a demon, emitting an endless evil aura that made people shudder. A palpitating fluctuation came from Lang Jianquan's fingertips, as if it was a summons from hell, causing hearts and minds to tremble. In the next moment, Lang Jianquan's figure instantly disappeared in place, as if it had merged into the air. His speed was so fast that no one could catch his figure at all. Only that terrifying aura and scarlet glow remained in the air. In Wang Yu's fearful gaze, that fingertip even transformed into a red scorpion tail, piercing through his chest in an instant. Chapter 67, One-Shot Decapitation. Cheng Xun's fierce might. Scarlet brightness cut through the sky like a bright shooting star passing by in an instant. Lang Jianquan's figure, which cut through the air, instantly appeared behind Wang Yu. Wang Yu trembled and lowered his head, staring blankly at his chest. The sturdy armor on his forehead was completely shattered at the moment, with a terrifying crack all over it. In the center of the crack was a finger-sized bloody hole. The strange thing was that there was no blood coming out of such a serious wound at the moment. I thought it was some kind of killing move. Feeling that his body was not in any serious condition, Wang Yu's face suddenly surfaced with a touch of disdain. Do you really think you can seriously hurt me with this kind of injury? Wang Yu laughed coldly, and in an instant a huge force of qi and blood surged out from his body, but the next second his smile froze on his face. The originally bright red qi and blood turned black in an instant, and a smell of corruption slowly wafted out from his body. The smell was foul to the extreme, and the wolf smoke of qi and blood that had just risen instantly collapsed. Wang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at what was in front of him. His body began to tremble as if it was being eroded by an invisible force. How is this possible? He muttered, his voice filled with panic and despair. Lang Jianquan stood quietly on the sidelines, indifferently watching Wang Yu's change. A hint of smugness flickered in his eyes, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. I've dissected bug bodies thousands of times. Lang Jianquan's eyes were indifferent, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Even that perfectly evolved bug race powerhouse, his corpse was studied thoroughly for me. Dealing with imperfectly evolved ones like you is a breeze. Lang Jianquan snorted coldly as his figure slowly returned to Cheng Jie's side. What kind of rule is this? Why have I never seen it before? Wang Yu kept swallowing ammunition in an attempt to repair the hole in his body. However, whenever the elixir was just swallowed into the abdomen, it was as if it was dissolved, completely losing its healing effect. As time passed, Wang Yu's body gradually became rotten and his heart armor began to fall off. his life force rapidly drained away, eventually turning into a pile of ashes that dissipated into the air. The peak war god has fallen. Commander Lang is awesome. If you dare to come like this, the Luo family is looking for death. The morale of the Chang clan's legions below was greatly boosted, and all of them were raising their arms and cheering for Lang Jianquan. Young lord. Fortunately, arriving in front of Chang Jie, Lang Jianquan slightly owed a respectful bow to Chang Jie. Very well. Wiping out a peak war god from the other side ahead of schedule. First-class merit. Chang Jie was equally delighted. The power of a peak war god far exceeded that of 1,000 armies. In this era of high martial arts, the victory of a war often depended on the peak combat power of both sides. It would be much easier to lose one of the opponent's major generals so easily, and the next step would be much easier. Standing up, Lang Jianquan stood behind Chang Jie with a faint smile. How's it going? Isn't my brother handsome? With his eyes looking towards Chang Jie on the side, Lang Jianquan smiled smugly. Cool. Chang Jie nodded, but her face suddenly became serious in the next moment. In a moment you hurry up and take a shower. You're covered in his disgusting odor. Too smoky. Nose twitching slightly, a touch of helplessness surfaced in Lang Jianquan's eyes. Sure enough, a woman's nose is sensitive. It doesn't smell good. Sighing, Lang Jianquan's gaze went to Cheng Xiong, who was fighting in the sky. At this moment, Cheng Xiong was covered in a fierce aura, and the blood blade in his hand kept slashing out with a gust of whistling. Wang Yu's body also bloomed with a bright red aura, and his pair of sharp claws cut out a path of scratches in the air. Seeing that Lang Jianquan and Wang Yu already had a result, their figures simultaneously gave a beat. Not to play with you, but to learn about you next. Cheng Xiong snorted coldly, and the ferocious might in his eyes was like as if it was scorched by a torch. With a movement of his feet, Cheng Xiong's figure instantly appeared on Wang Yu's side, and the large sword in his hand instantly slashed down. The terrifying blade awnings pierced the sky. A bloodthirsty fury aura erupted from Cheng Xiong's body, and in an instant, it dyed his body blood red. Slightly stunned, Wang Yu was startled by Cheng Xiong, who suddenly stormed up, and a flash of gray light instantly appeared on his body. The light seemed weak, but it was tough as hell. Cheng Xiong slashed down, only to feel as if he had slashed into a ball of cotton candy, and was actually bounced off. Kind of interesting. Cheng Xiong smiled coldly, his blade-like eyes staring at Wang Yu. Wang Yu's face was unusually grave. Wang Yu's death instantly caused him to be a bit disorganized, and the battle spirit in his body appeared to have subsided for a few moments. Just then, a ghostly voice came from behind him. Hung, you're too slow. Lang Jianquan and Chang Jie's figures had drifted above the sky at some point, and together with Cheng Xiong, they surrounded Wang Yu on three sides. Slow? I was just trying to have some fun with him. Cheng Xiong spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, his gaze as cold as basil ice. 3 against 1. Your Cheng family is a bit unorthodox. Wang Yu looked around, his face turning blue. Let's not accompany you today. We'll fight again in the coming day. A flash of cunning flashed in Wang Yu's eyes as his figure exploded. In an instant countless bats flew out of the smoke and fled in all directions, trying to run. You asked me. Chang Jie snorted coldly, and a pale yellow aura slowly rose from above her head. That aura instantly spread for dozens of miles, appearing on every fleeing bat. Set. With Chang Jie's cry, the roiling bats were instantly fixed in place. Chang Jie felt slightly, then looked at one of the thousands of bats. Found you. Chang Jie smiled faintly and raised her hand to lightly snap her fingers. Boom! Those bats caught in the yellow circle of light instantly exploded, leaving only one left in place. How? Wang Yu was horrified in his heart and tried his best to break free from his bonds. However, Chang Jie's aura seemed as if it could not be destroyed at all, and despite his best efforts, he was still tightly bound by that aura. Die for me. Seeing this, Cheng Xiong's eyes fiercely condensed, and his figure instantly shot out explosively like an arrow off the string, only to see him gripping the huge machete with both hands and raising it high in the air. Then without hesitation, he swung it vigorously towards the front. In an instant, a brilliant and eye-catching sword aura shot out from the blade. This blade on was like a surging blood-colored dragon, carrying endless might and killing intent, charging up to the sky with an unstoppable aura. The blade light flashed, illuminating the entire space as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Wherever it passed, the air was cut to pieces, emitting sharp and ear-piercing sounds. The blade was like a raging torrent, rushing towards Wang Yu at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. Only heard a loud bang. The blade impacted hard on Wang Yu's body. Immediately afterward, a scarlet blood mist suddenly exploded in the air, forming a gorgeous blood flower. A shocking blood scar appeared right in the middle of Wang Yu's body, stretching from the top of his head to his abdomen. Blood gushed out furiously, staining the surrounding land red. Wang Yu's eyes were wide open and an incredulous look appeared on his face. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make any sound. Finally, his body slowly collapsed and hit the ground hard, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 68 The Ambitions of the Four Federations. Blood splattered on the ground as Wang Yu's body collapsed helplessly into a pool of blood. Completely losing all signs of life, Cheng Xiong stood proudly above the sky, his eyes cold and unfeeling as he quietly gazed at Wang Yu's corpse on the ground. Blood spilled and blood rained down, while the powerful fury generated by the fierce battle between the two of them lingered on for a long time, filling the air and making people feel oppressed and fearful. Cheng Jia gently waved his hand, and the human emperor flag immediately appeared behind him, fluttering in the wind. The human emperor flag had just appeared, and two streaks of black smoke drifted out from it. These two channels of black smoke quickly coalesced into a pair of huge black hands, like the claws of a demon, and grabbed in the air out of nowhere. Wang Yu and Wang Yu's not yet dissipated divine souls were instantly enveloped within the black smoke, unable to escape. Their divine souls struggled in the black smoke, but in the end, they were still tightly grasped by those black hands, unable to move, and were sucked into the human emperor flag together. The human emperor flag trembled slightly, and Cheng Jia could even feel a few moments of excitement from it. The divine soul of a peak war god powerhouse was a great tonic for the human emperor flag. Young lord, it's all settled. The three figures slowly landed on the ground with joyful smiles on their faces. In a single day, he consecutively decimated the Luo family's two great war god peaks. It's too much of a morale booster. Cheng Jia nodded, his eyes similarly filled with excitement. Take a good rest today. The reinforcements returning from the extraterrestrial battlefield will arrive in 2 days, and then we'll take Kyoto City in one breath. Yes. Cheng Xiong and the three of them bowed to Cheng Jie, their eyes filled with battle intent. Late night, across the sea. Chief, here's the latest news we've received. The Cheng family has decimated two peak war gods from the Luo family. The situation can no longer be reconciled. War is bound to start. Headquarters of the Yasuzakura Federation, Kyoto City. A coolly dressed ninja in black was reporting back respectfully. On the raised platform in front of him sat two men in samurai uniforms. Both had mustaches and looked thievish. These two were none other than Ibaragawa Kadon, the leader of the Yasukura Federation, and Umegawa Niku, the deputy leader. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. Sooner or later, the Yenxia Federation will fall apart. Mr. Umegawa, it looks like our public opinion invasion war was a success. Hearing the report from his men, Ibaragawa Kadon laughed and finished the wine in the cup in front of him. It's still Mr. Ibaragawa who has the foresight. Umegawa Niku had the same smug smile on his face. It's just as well that we can grab a piece of fat meat while the Yenxia Federation is in civil war. I've already communicated with the Sacred Eagle Federation. Their army will arrive tomorrow. When our four major federations attack together, the Yenxia Federation will be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. As for those two martial gods of the Cheng family, speaking of which, Umegawa Niku opened the folding fan in his hand and smiled faintly. The side of the extraterrestrial battlefield should have already begun to move as well. They can't come back. See Gaio. Satisfaction was in Izawa Kadon's eyes before he turned to look at the map of the blue star behind him. This is just our first step. Sooner or later this planet will fall into our hands. That's right. Umegawa Niku nodded and leaned down to pour a full glass of wine for Ibaragawa Kudo. The two of them smiled at each other and drained their glasses. The next morning, before the sun had risen, the harbor side was buzzing with activity. Ibaragawa Kadon and Umegawa Niku had arrived early, and they stood at the front of the queue, looking solemn and expectant. Their eyes were cast into the distance, to the vast, blue, jewel-like sea. Behind the two men, a traditional band played a rousing tune that echoed through the air as if signaling a welcome to the distant visitors. And beside them, a legion of 100 men neatly lined up, looking majestic in their magnificent warrior armor. Each soldier wore a hideous ghost face mask on his face, exuding an eerie fury that inspired awe. Soon, small black dots appeared on the sea level, which gradually became clearer as they drew closer. Upon fixing his eyes, each little black dot turned out to be a massive warship. These warships gleamed metal in the sunlight, their bows raised high in the air. Each battleship hoisted a flag representing its respective federation. Sacred Eagle Federation, Sunset Federation, Goldenrod Federation. Coming. Seeing those fluttering flags, the corners of Ibaraki Kadon's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Those battleships were extremely fast, as if they were arrows leaving the strings, and quickly sailed towards the harbor. In less than 10 minutes they had reached the edge of the harbor. After the massive ship came to a stop, the crew busily lowered the trestles. It's been a long time, Ibaragawa-chan. A hearty laugh came from the Holy Eagle Federation's battleship. Immediately afterward, a man in a white suit and a white uniform leapt from the battleship. The man was blond and had a florid white beard. He was tall and powerful, and the fine suit wore on him, stretched tightly by his strong muscles. The man leapt to Ibaraki Kadon's side and gave him a big hug. "Brother Thomas, lighten up, we're not getting any younger." Ikawa Kadon was squeezed together by Thomas, still all smiles despite the difficulty. "How is it not young? I'm counting on you guys to take the lead this time." Thomas laughed and patted Izawa Kadon's shoulder hard. Ikawa Kadon's face darkened for a moment, but in the next second it turned back into a smile once again. "That's right, Ibaragawa. This time it's up to you and Park Dantio." A beautiful woman in a white gown walked down from the Sunset Federation's battleship with the support of her subordinates. "Thomas, you're still so cranky." Walking over to Thomas, the beautiful woman smiled somewhat derisively. "Of course, you can try it tonight if you want." Thomas grunted softly and sneered. "Don't worry, it's definitely as powerful as ever." Hearing this, the beautiful woman's face changed and she glared at Thomas before looking at Ibaraki Kadon. Ikawa Kadon hurriedly lowered his head and bowed respectfully to the beautiful woman. "Meet Queen Anna." Seeing that Ibaraki Kadon was so knowledgeable, the beautiful woman smiled in satisfaction. "You too, the banquet is ready. Inside please." Ibaragawa Kadon owed a slight bow, and Umegawa Niku, who was on the sidelines, quickly stepped forward to lead the way for the two of them. It wasn't until the duo entered the hall that a man dressed in a black suit looking somewhat equally thievish stepped down from the Goldenrod Federation's battleship. Brother Park. The moment he saw the little fatty, Ibaraki Kudo's face burst into joy and took the initiative to welcome him. Park Dantio, however, had a somewhat unhappy face and took 3 steps forward. "Brother Ibaragawa, these two old men want us to take the lead. What do you think about this?" Chapter 69, Sudden Attack, Haze City Crisis. Hearing Park Dantio's words, a coldness flashed in Ibaraki Kadon's eyes. "They're just trying to test the strength of the Yensha Federation with us." Ibaragawa Kadon sneered, anger churning in his eyes. Although the Chang and Luo families were at war, the flames of the war didn't spread too widely. Those coastal family powers were largely unaffected. The early disembarkation of their two major confederations is bound to be a drastic blow. There is also a high probability that there will be no chance of getting another slice of that big pie in the end. "Brother Ibaraki, I do have an idea." Seeing that Ibaraki Kadon was equally angry, a flash of cunning flashed in Park Dantio's eyes. On the way here, he had already known about this unilateral decision of the Sunset Federation and the Sacred Eagle Federation. Though he was angry too, his arm was destined to twist. Of the 4 major federations, their Goldenrod Federation was the weakest, and the one with the least number of peak war gods. Being cannon fodder was something he expected. You have plans?" Ikawa Kadon froze slightly, his head coming a little closer to Park Danto. "Sure." Park Tanto smiled faintly. "I have a void bridge here gifted to me by the Fae, ready to be placed at any time, and then an army of Fae will descend. With their help, we may not be true cannon fodder." Hearing this, Ibaraki Kadon was slightly shocked in his heart, but his face remained pleasantly surprised. "That would be great. We'll have to rely on Brother Park when the time comes. Of course, we're buddies." The two smiled at each other and walked together into the ballroom behind them. "Young Lord, this is a new message from the spies. The combined legions of the Sacred Eagle Federation, Sunset Federation, Goldenrod Federation, and Jing Sakura Federation have departed, and their target location is unknown at this time." Inside the residence of the Lord of Han City, Chang Jail's gaze was cold as he looked at the information that statement had handed over. The information broadly describes the information about the strength of the 4 major federal legions this time. "This is going to be a move against us," Chang Jail sneered, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop, making a crisp ringing sound. "The odds are." The statement nodded, anger churning in his eyes. "These federations are fast enough. Even if we take down the Luo family tomorrow, we're bound to be invaded." "Not really." Chang Jail stood up and looked out the window, shaking his head indifferently. "If we can receive news, the Luo family can do the same. With my understanding of Luo Hani, she will definitely not condone these federations spreading their wildness in Yanxia." "Young Lord, are you thinking that the Luo family will also make a move against those 4 great federations?" Statement asked with some surprise. "Exactly." Chang Jail nodded, a cold aura in his eyes. "Keep an eye on the borderline. If these 4 federations dare to land, they'll never come back." "Yes, sir." Late at night, the moon hangs high in the sky, shedding a cool light. The vast ocean was like a huge mirror at the moment, calm and mysterious, as if it had fallen into a dead silence. A few scattered fighters stood on the high wall of the border. Inside the fortress under the high wall was brightly lit at the moment. His grandmother, and let me give him the army. I'm an army chief, and now I have less than 1,000 men left under me. How else can I give it to him? Li Wenjong cursed under his breath as soon as he looked at the message in his cell phone. Since the Luo family announced war with the Chung family, the Kyoto headquarters had already issued 3 troop transfer orders to him in a single day, and in every case it was an expedited order. I'm guarding the sideline. It's none of my business what you and the Luo family do in Kyoto City, but none of my soldiers will you ever transfer again. Sending out a voice line angrily, Li Wenjong let out a long breath and rubbed his somewhat sore temples before heading towards the high wall. Sir! The soldiers on the high wall saluted when they saw Li Wenjong approaching. Nothing out of the ordinary, right? Looking at the dark and calm sea, Li Wenjong asked with some concern. As a soldier, Li Wenjong really understood the situation of Blue Star too well. Now that the Yanxia Federation was in civil unrest, the other federations would definitely not sit back and watch the tigers fight. At the first opportunity, they will absolutely bite down hard. No anomalies. The soldier nodded, his gaze always firm in the distance. Li Wenjong nodded and quietly stood aside. He didn't dare to relax in this kind of moment. Time passed quickly, and shortly afterward the sky began to gradually turn fish-belly white. Just then, the originally calm sea level suddenly rippled. Li Wenjong's eyes snapped shut as a wave of unease rose in his heart. The next moment, under his gaze, the sea suddenly churned with shocking waves. 2 massive battleships slowly rose from the bottom of the sea, their massive power seeming to overturn the entire surface. On the hull of the battleship were printed 2 separate flags. Sacred Eagle Federation, the Yajura Federation. The moment he saw those 2 flags, Li Wenjong's face suddenly changed drastically. Enemy attack. Sound the alarm. Send a distress signal to the Federation. Also send an emergency rally order to Hanhai City and the neighboring cities. The entire army is assembled, ready for battle. Taking a deep breath, Li Wenjong's figure slowly rose into the air. Attention warships ahead. You have entered the waters of my Yanxia Federation. You are ordered to evacuate immediately. If you resist, we will strike you hard. Li Wenjong's low voice cut across the sea, while at the same time the powerful aura that uniquely belonged to the god of war exploded. Just with you, a piece of trash who just stepped into the war god. You want to stop us? A leisurely voice drifted out from within the warships of the Jing Sakura Federation. Under Li Wenjong's stony gaze, a man dressed in a red leisure suit and a white military coat slowly appeared above the sky. Morokuchi Inuyasha. Li Wenjong's heart sank with a slight shock. This person was a Grand Admiral of the Jing Sakura Federation, one of the strongest peak combatants. That's exactly what I am. The Murakuchi Inferno dog smiled indifferently, a faint reddish aura glowing in his eyes. It's not easy to be able to cultivate to a war god, seeing as your rank also belongs to the top echelons of the Yanxia Federation. If you tell us the detailed distribution of your Yanxia Federation's forces as well as the borderline defenses truthfully, perhaps I'll spare you from death. Are you asking me to betray? Li Wenjong laughed coldly as a majestic killing intent surged out of his body. As a member of the Yanxia Federation, I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. If you want to step into my Yanxia land, first step over my corpse. All hands on deck. Li Wenjong bellowed, and with a wave of his wrist, a pitch-black long stick was held in his hand. The long stick was like a mountain, and it smashed down on the head of the Inferno dog at the entrance of the village. Out of your depth. Murakuchi Inuyasha sneered as a hot aura suddenly rose from his body. Searing magma gushed out from his arm, and in an instant, it condensed into a large lava iron fist. Explosive Inferno Fist. Chapter 70, Shear or Chew Guard. The determination of the Yanxia warriors. Bears of lava erupted, and the searing light instantly illuminated the sea. Murakuchi Yen Dog's face was as cold as ice, and a merciless cold light flashed in his eyes. His fist was like a burning crater, releasing endless lava power. Each punch carried a heaven-destroying might, as if it was going to burn the entire world into ashes. Blazing energy surrounded Morokuchi Inuyasha's body, wrapping him as dazzling as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at him. When he swung his fist, that energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, forming a blazing fist shadow. The fist shadow crossed the sky like a falling meteor, carrying a suffocating pressure. It cut across the sea at an astonishing speed, setting off a shocking wave. The waves tumbled and splashed as if they were going to swallow vast ocean city. Feeling the terrifying heat wave that came over his face, Li Wenjong's face became unprecedentedly grave. Gripping the long stick in his hand tightly, Li Wenjong's eyes were firm and determined. With a flash of his figure, Li Wenjong met that fist shadow without fear. The long stick drew a harsh arc in the air, and with a biting aura, it collided fiercely with that lava iron fist. Boom! In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. An earth-shattering roar came, deafening the ears. rolling ferocious might filled the air, and the terrifying impact caused the void to almost be torn apart. A brilliant green aura erupted from the long stick, which was eye-catching and as vibrant as a new sprout. However, the light flickered for just a moment. The lava iron fist carried a matchless might, instantly crushing that long stick into countless pieces. Lee Wen-jong's eyes widened with shock as he watched that iron fist coming straight at his face. In just an instant, all the hairs on Lee Wen-jong's body turned into flying ash and scattered in the air. That's a pretty quick response. Murakuchi Inuyasha took a cigar out of his pocket and lit it with the lava in his hand, taking a deep drag before speaking leisurely. Lee Wen-jong coldly looked at the village mouth inflammatory dog. The corners of his mouth overflowed with gurgling blood. His right arm, along with his shoulder, had completely disappeared, flames burning from the blood-soaked wound, and a pungent, burning smell filled the air, making people sick to their stomachs. Sir, the warriors who had just finished assembling saw Lee Wen-jong's miserable state, and their hearts were suddenly flooded with a monstrous hatred. It's okay. Formation. Lee Wen-jong spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with determination. Today, even if I put my life on the line, there's no way I'll let you step in. Military soul. Concentrate. Boom. With Lee Wen-jong's shout, a terrifying killing intent rose up from the 1,000 warriors below, and the vast killing intent instantly dispersed the fog in the air. Roar. Brutal roars rose up in the sky as a huge snapping turtle clad in solid armor and covered in spikes floated above the army. The crocodile turtle's blood-colored pupils turned upside down and roared up to the sky, and in the next second, it fused with Lee Wen-jong. The moment it fused with the alligator turtle military soul, majestic green light erupted from Lee Wen-jong's body, and the broken body began to repair itself as far as the eye could see. Grandma, just give me 1,000 people left, or else I can have a good touch with this inflamed dog. Feeling the greatly inferior power in his body, Lee Wen-jong greeted all the ancestors of the Federation's top brass in his heart. Military spirit? Murakuchi Yen-dog sneered, his eyes filled with greed. The method of coalescing military souls had always been a secret technique of the Yanxia Federation. This terrifying ability to combine the strength of 1,000 armies in one person has always been a source of fear for other federations. The major federations have tried to steal this power more than once, but all of them have ended up failing. If he could obtain this secret art himself, then Izuwaku would have to give way to him as well. This army chief, if you're willing to tell me the secret technique of this military soul cohesion, I guarantee that all of you can live. You don't want all your men to die because of you either. Hearing this, Lee Wen-jong couldn't help but laugh. This thing is a secret technique in your opinion? Haven't you guys poked around many times? Can't you guys learn something so simple? Lee Wen-jong let out a loud laugh and looked at the village mouth inflammatory dog with disdain in his gaze. Murakuchi Inuyasha's face turned blue. You won't let go even when you're dead. All troops charge. As Murakuchi Inuyasha bellowed, a group of Yasuzakura soldiers in samurai uniforms quickly flew out from the Yasuzakura Federation's battleships. Nearly 100,000 troops were densely packed, spreading out towards the high wall of the borderline and encircling it. Welcome. Activate the war fortress. Killing intent condensed in Lee Wen-jong's eyes, and a dull voice resounded through the sky. Kill. On the borderline, all the warriors bellowed at the same time, killing intent in their eyes. In the face of this nearly 100 times difference in strength, everyone present did not have the slightest bit of fear in their hearts. Thousands of warriors stepped out at the same time, and in an instant, they seemed to have fused into one, turning into a blood-colored arrow that stabbed into the legions of the Jing Cherry Federation. In an instant, blood splattered and heads rolled and tossed. Wherever the bloody arrows passed, the sky seemed to be raining blood. Limbs were flying all over the sky, and the corpses of Jing Sakura's soldiers were falling like dumplings. At the same time, the fortress behind the sideline that looked like a sleeping beast suddenly began to tremble violently. Under the shocked gaze of the Murakuchi Inferno, the fortress actually slowly began to deform and finally coalesced into a massive steel soldier. Buzz! Brilliant light erupted from the steel soldier's eyes, and pillars of light slid through the sky. At the same time, a massive aura comparable to that of a god of war exploded from the steel soldier's body. Looking at the blood-colored arrows that recklessly penetrated the army and the steel soldiers that were pushing their way across the high wall of the borderline, a monstrous rage rose in the eyes of the Murakuchi Inuyasha. Sacred Eagle Federations, are you still going to watch? The Murakuchi Inferno roared towards the battleships of the Sacred Eagle Federation behind them. However, the battleships of the Sacred Eagle Federation remained motionless, with no intention of helping. Baka! The Murakuchi Inferno dog's backslotted teeth clenched, and raging flames suddenly erupted in his eyes. Shooting star funeral. Pounds of majestic lava instantly erupted from his shoulders, and a lava iron fist burning with flames shot straight up into the sky. In the next moment, the light blue sky suddenly turned a fiery red. Terrifying energy fluctuations continued to come from the sky, and in everyone's shocked gazes, a large lava meteor appeared above the firmament. Since you guys want to die, then I'll fulfill you. The entire Hanhai city will be buried with you because of your foolishness. The Murakuchi Inferno dog laughed madly, his eyes filled with tyranny. Since you can't get it yourself, destroy it. Li Wenzhong's face instantly changed. This crazy move of the Murakuchi Inferno dog was truly out of his expectation. Asterisk. A burst of determination erupted in Li Wenzhong's eyes, and the huge snapping turtle behind him appeared once again. However, this time the snapping turtle had an additional pale ancient tree on it. The ancient tree emanated a blinding green light, and a bright green fresh branch kept growing out, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to cover the sky, almost enveloping the entire Hanhai city. Boom, boom, boom. Meteors smashed down, ancient trees trembled, and crocodile turtles wailed. With each impact of the lava meteors, Li Wenzhong's mouth sprayed out a large mist of blood. The long, blood-colored arrows made up of 1,000 men also folded back towards the sidelines in a hurry, and blood continued to spurt out of every warrior's mouth. The vast noise had long woken up the still sleeping residents of Haze City, and many of them stood on the balconies of their homes to watch. Some powerful martial artists immediately changed their faces and rushed towards the sideline without hesitation. Boom! Finally, after enduring dozens of rounds of bombardment, Li Wenzhong couldn't hold on any longer, and his body went soft and fell towards the sea. At this moment, almost all of the bones and internal organs in his body had been shattered, and blood continued to seep out from every pore on his body. Looking at the lava meteors in the sky and air that still kept coming, Li Wenzhong closed his eyes in an unforgiving manner, his heart full of self-blame. Ha 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 ha, how nice to surrender early. Looking at the falling Li Wenzhong, Murakuchi Yen Dog's eyes were filled with disdain. So what if we gather our military souls? The only thing that could stop a peak war god was a peak war god. Just then, a red blood aura abruptly cut through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The meteors that hadn't yet fallen in the sky exploded as much as they could, and the blood mango continued to explode towards the sideline without decreasing in speed. Dare to come to my Yanxia to spread your wildness? Gave you guys face, huh? Cheng Xiong's furious roar caused the sky to tremble, and the long blade in his hand slashed down. The blood awning shocked the sky and dominated the 9 heavens. At the same time, a pair of large hands held the falling Li Wenzhong in place. Commander Li has worked hard. Cheng Jiao smiled faintly as he placed an elixir into Li Wenzhong's mouth, his gaze coldly looking towards the battleships of the Sacred Eagle Federation and the Jing Cherry Federation. Next, let's leave this battlefield to our Cheng family. Chapter 71, Shin Monkey. The Cheng family war god guards arrived at the battlefield. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and Li Wenzhong's face flushed a few points visible to the naked eye. Exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air, Li Wenzhong raised his head with some difficulty. Are you the young master of the Cheng family, Cheng Jiao? Although it was the first time they had met, Li Wenzhong still recognized Cheng Jia at first glance through the photos he had seen before. Yes, Cheng Jiao smiled and nodded. Commander Li, you may take the warriors under your command to rest. With us, these wild dogs of the Gentiles can't set foot here. I'm quite surprised that you guys were able to come. I thought that your Cheng family would take advantage of the void to take down the Federation at this moment. Li Wenzhong stabilized his stance, his gaze looking towards Cheng Xiong, who was battling with the Murakuchi Inferno dog in the sky. It's just the two of you? The union will be ours sooner or later. Now deal with these wild dogs. Cheng Jiao smiled confidently and pointed towards his back. In terms of troop strength, my Cheng family does not lose to the Federation. So how could just 2 people come? Li Wenzhong looked in the direction Cheng Jiao was pointing and his eyes widened. All that could be seen was a blazing cloud of fire in the distant sky approaching the coastline at an alarming rate. This fire cloud turned out to be a huge legion of tens of thousands of soldiers. Every soldier in this legion wore bright red battle armor, radiating a heart-pounding monstrous ferocious might. They were like a group of ferocious beasts, carrying an endless killing aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Terrifying baleful aura rose from the heads of this group of red-armored warriors. Blood light rushed to the sky, and a white ferocious tiger could be vaguely seen hovering above the army. Your Cheng family actually has such a terrifying legion. Why is there no news at all from within the Federation? Li Wenzhong looked incredulously at the red armor army, the corners of his eyes constantly throbbing. After all these years, he couldn't be more aware of the strength of the Federal Legion. There weren't many in the entire Federation that could match the red armor army. If he had such an army under his command, then he had not been able to fight the Murakuchi Inferno. Under the duo's gaze, a golden light sprang out from that red-armored army and reached the duo in the blink of an eye. a man was revealed in the golden light. The man was plain looking and plainly dressed, but the sunny smile on his face gave him an unrivaled sense of confidence. The man bowed respectfully to Cheng Jie just as soon as he appeared. I am the Cheng family war god guard, Shen Monkey Sun Yuntian. See young lord, there's no need to be polite. Get up. Cheng Jie rushed to help him up. The Sun Yuntian in front of him was a member of the Cheng family's war god guards. Just like Cheng Xiong, such a strong person could be a powerful aid in the future to take down the Federation and even Blue Star by himself. Thank you, young lord. Sun Yuntian stood up, and then his gaze went to Cheng Xiong, who was battling with the village's mouth-inflammatory dog in the sky. Young lord, there's something to say later. I'll help big brother Xiong slaughter this Jing Sakura's wild dog first. After saying that, Sun Yuntian's body aura suddenly erupted as he rushed towards the duo fighting in the sky. Damn, where is this strong person from? How come there's no information on this person? Feeling the fury chi in Chang Xiong's blade that was already so thick that it could not be melted, Mirakuchi Yen Dog dodged while cursing the intelligence department in his heart. But at that moment, the void behind him exploded. Jing Cherry Wild Dog, where to run? A loud shout exploded from behind the Murakuchi Inferno Dog, followed by Sun Yuntian, who was clad in black and gold armor. Flashing out from that void, the black and gold battle armor looked like ancient armor, the coat armor looked like dragon scales, and there were two lifelike hideous beast heads carved on both shoulders, which looked majestic. A pitch-black long stick appeared in Sun Yuntian's hand at an unknown time. Wild dog, eat my old sun stick. Boom! The wind roared. The double ends of the long stick carved auspicious cloud-like gold hoop bright. Golden holy light illuminates the world. Like a round of sun suddenly sprung up in the void. The long stick fell like a mountain, instantly collapsing the void and smashing down with an unrivaled terrifying might. The Murakuchi Inuyasha's eyes glazed over as raging magma erupted from his body, forming a barrier made entirely of lava on one side in the blink of an eye. Bang! The baguette smashed dully against the barrier, erupting in a circle of terrifying energy ripples, like a comet hitting the earth. The deafening sound of the collision and the bursting of the surrounding space resounded through the heavens. Murakuchi Inuyasha's body fell sharply onto the Jing Sakura Federation's battleship, blood spilling from his mouth. What a terrifying power! Murakuchi Inuyasha's body trembled uncontrollably and slightly, and his hands had completely disintegrated at the tiger's mouths. Looking at Cheng Xiong and Sun Yuntian in the sky, Murakuchi Yen Dog's gaze snapped to the Sacred Eagle Federation's battleship. From the Holy Eagle Federation, aren't you going to make a move yet? These are two peak battle gods. If you don't make a move, I won't fight anymore. Hearing the roar of the Murakuchi Inferno Dog, Cheng Xiong and Luo Yuntian's gazes looked towards the Sacred Eagle Federation's battleship. As the two of them watched, a man who was 2 meters tall and unusually muscular walked out from the cabin. No more fighting? It's not up to you to decide that. The man let out a cold snort, his gaze looking towards the Cheng Xiong duo in the sky. 1 for 1. As for you, I'll get you after the fight. The Murakuchi Inferno snorted coldly and followed the man as he flew back up into the sky above once more. At the same time, a group of soldiers in silver armor-colored battle armor flew out of the Sacred Eagle Federation. Only their battle armor was more full of technology and completely different from the Cheng family's battle armor. The battle armor is equipped with a psionic cannon at each hand, and powerful thrusters on the back and feet. As they appeared, a technologically advanced psychic weapon appeared around the battle armor, and various kinds of psychic shells erupted one after another. Then the fortress soldiers who had been able to intercept the Jing Sakura Federation soldiers with their artillery fire were suddenly beaten back. Only these Holy Eagle Federation soldiers didn't seem to care about their allies at all, and quite a few Jing Cherry Federation soldiers who couldn't dodge were instantly blown into a shower of blood by the psychic energy cannons. Eric, tell your soldiers to keep an eye out. Seeing his own soldiers' bad luck, the anger in the Murakuchi Inu's gaze towards the man intensified a bit more. Obviously your soldiers are too weak. The man named Eric snorted coldly, disdain in his eyes. After such a long time, we haven't even broken the borderline of the Yenxia Federation. I really don't understand why the chief is bringing a bunch of tired people like you with him. Hearing that, the Murakuchi Inferno Dog's body couldn't help but spew out bubbling lava. As a peak god of war, Murakuchi Yen Dog had his pride as well. But this is clearly not the time for revenge. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Murakuchi Yen Dog's gaze returned to Cheng Xiong's duo. Brother Xiong, you pick first? Sun Yuntian watched the duo with interest, the battle intent in his eyes like a tidal wave. I'll take this big guy from Holy Eagle. Then, Cheng Xiong smiled cruelly, the killing intent on his body going straight to the sky. Red Armor Army. Form up. Military Soul. Meltdown. Chapter 72 Taurus. The pinnacle war god from Sacred Eagle. Roar. The white tiger whistled in the sky. his body's fierce aura exploding around him, and his eyes blossomed with unparalleled ferocity. That ferocious aura was like electricity, like thunder, like a volcano erupting, like a star falling. It was as if it could penetrate all barriers and reach the deepest part of the human heart, sending shivers down one's spine. The white ferocious tiger then leapt violently and crossed the sky like lightning, instantly merging into Chang Xiong's body. In an instant, the wind roared and waves of air rushed to the sky. The monstrous demonic wolf smoke rose up from Chang Xiong's body, like smoke and mist, rolling around and covering the sky. At this time, Chang Xiong was no longer the same as in the past. His body became taller, the beast soul armor on his body continued to expand, and the ferocious tiger on his chest flickered with a blood aura, as if it contained endless power. His eyes were filled with killing and dominance, just like a demon god descending into the world. Ha 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 ha, Old Mi's army has finally arrived. Chang Xiong looked up to the sky. As the Chang family's war god guard, he naturally had his own exclusive army. Now fused with the military soul of the army, Chang Xiong's power geometrically began to explode and grow. The sky was instantly dyed red and a fishy wind swept through. Looking at the crazy Chang Xiong in front of him, Eric, who originally had a relaxed face, suddenly had a huge change in color. At this moment, the terrifying pressure on Chang Xiong's body was even vaguely close to that legendary martial god. A quick battle. Looking at the Murakuchi Inferno dog who was also shocked at the sight, Eric's huge body instantly killed Chang Xiong. At the same time, a brilliant golden light erupted from his body. A star appeared behind him, and the starlight was so bright that it gradually formed the shape of a golden savage bull. Golden Bull's sacred armor. Merge! Eric bellowed angrily, his voice deafening. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from his body, as bright and dazzling as the sun. Immediately after that, a set of golden and beautiful armor appeared on his body. The armor seemed to be cast from pure gold, emitting a dazzling light as if it were a work of art. Each joint of the armor was inlaid with sharp spikes that flashed with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. The helmet, on the other hand, was inlaid with a pair of huge bull's horns, imposing and majestic. The moment the armor was put on, the aura on Eric's body exploded, instantly stirring up layers of airwaves in the air. I've long heard about your Sacred Eagle Federation's Holy Guard, so I'll finally get to meet them today. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Chang Xiong's mouth, killing intent and battle intent intertwined in his eyes. The stronger the enemy, the more it inspires him to fight. Chang Xiong grinned a hideous smile, his hands gripping that blood-colored long sword tightly, veins rippling on his arms. Kill! As he let out a furious cry, the blood-colored long sword swung out violently, bringing up a bloody light. In an instant, a huge blade burst out from the blade and stretched across the sky. This blade was tens of feet long, resembling a blood-colored dragon circling in the air. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting sharp whistling sounds. The blade was brilliant and dazzling, like a crystal-clear blood-colored crystal, emitting a palpitating light. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth changed color, and a terrifying mighty pressure crushed the heavens. Meanwhile, the 30,000 Red Armor Army's ferocious aura instantly turned into a river of red blood surging into the battlefield. The river of blood set off rolling waves, charging and killing all the way. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. Shouts and screams rang through the sky, like wolves like sheep. That seemingly ferocious firepower of the Sacred Eagle Federation soldiers were simply unable to stop such a neat and tidy charge of the Red Armor Army. The moment the engagement took place, hundreds of soldiers from the Holy Eagle Federation died instantly. Above the sky, heads rolled and limbs accompanied by blood and flesh flew across the sky. Blood rained down, staining the sea and the huge fortress soldiers. With the Red Armor Army on board, no one could stop the fortress soldiers anymore. The huge body sprawled across the sea, thrusting horizontally towards the two battleships not far away. Buzz! Suddenly an extremely destructive wave came out of nowhere. Several huge cannons on the two battleships slowly rose, and yellowish spiritual energy continued to converge at the mouths of the cannons before violently erupting out. Cannon fire erupted, and torrents of psychic energy poured out. Terrifying firepower bombarded the body of the fortress soldier one after another. But the fortress soldier was not afraid at all, with firepower all over his body, while his movement speed increased instead of decreasing after turning on his psychic ability field. In the gazes of fear and shock of the crowd of Jing Sakura soldiers, the fortress soldier suddenly leapt high from the sea. The giant fist of steel was like a mountain, like a meteor, instantly smashing into the battleship of the Jing Sakura Federation in front of them. Boom! The battleship of the Jing Sakura Federation exploded, rolling black smoke covering the sky. Suffering such a heavy blow, the battleship could no longer maintain its balance and tilted sharply into the sea, causing huge waves. With one strike, the fortress soldier turned his attention to the holy eagle warship off to the side. Eric, who was fighting with Chang Xiong in the sky, was suddenly enraged. Fark, looking at the blade awnings that were quickly amongst them and the battlefield below where the decadence was already evident, Eric's heart was filled with anxiety. He volunteered for the first war of aggression. If you fail, you will surely be ridiculed by others when you return. The spikes-covered fist bloomed with golden aura. Eric's face was gloomy. His whole body's muscles bulged as if they were going to burst. His body leaned back slightly before he violently blasted his fist out. Moo! A loud noise rang out at first, like a mad bison roaring. A huge fist on like a running bull instantly rushed out from Eric's fist, carrying an endless might into the sky, that dome of the sky that had already been dyed red by the fury chi. But at this moment, a round of dazzling sun suddenly appeared, like a burning flame, illuminating the entire world. And at the same time, the blade on that wanted to split the heaven and earth also roared to the scene, carrying a stern aura, and ruthlessly collided with the fist on. Boom! It was like a ferocious tiger fighting with a savage bull. The ripples of blood and gold color stirred in the air, and a loud sound like the sound of heaven shattered the sky. Pust! A mouthful of blood sprayed out of Eric's mouth. His face instantly turned pale, and his figure flew horizontally through the air. The Murakuchi Inferno dog who was preparing to fight Sun Yun Tian on the side was dumbfounded on the spot. A knife, with just one slash. The Holy Eagle Federation's Taurus Holy Guard was so defeated. Didn't you say when you came here that the Holy Eagle Federation's sacred guards were invincible? How can you lose faster than yourself? Murakuchi Inuyasha's scalp tingled as he struggled to accept the facts before him. Chang Xiong stood proudly above the firmament, his gaze coldly sweeping towards the Holy Eagle Federation battleships that were in a flurry of gunfire. The long sword in his hand was raised high and slashed down again. The light of the sword penetrated the sea and sky, and the color of blood covered the sky. Boom! A loud bang exploded, and in Murakuchi Inuyasha's shocked gaze, that battleship instantly exploded into countless pieces. Hey, enough frothing? Sun Yuntian's icy voice came from beside him, and the Murakuchi Inferno dog was instantly startled. Wild dog, you don't have to look at him. Sun Yuntian sneered. If you dare to make a move against my Yanxia Federation, you'll die 1 by 2. Chapter 73, Both Fall. If you dare to come, you will die. A penetrating chill suddenly rose from the Murakuchi Inuyasha's body. Looking at the two war god guards in front of him, only fear remained in the eyes of the Murakuchi Inferno. All he wanted to do in this moment was run away. Yun Tian, this old dog is all yours. Chang Xiong contemptuously glanced at the Murakuchi Inferno dog, who no longer had any intention of fighting, and his line of sight crossed the sea to look at Eric, who had stabilized himself. The battle armor on that guy's body is a bit interesting. When I strip it off for him, let's go back and study it. No problem. The corner of Sun Yuntian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, but this smile revealed a slight chill. Suddenly, his eyes became stern and his killing intent surged out like a tidal wave. Immediately afterward, two brilliant golden lights shot out from Sun Yuntian's eyes, as if two bolts of lightning had cut through the void. Meanwhile, a fierce and ferocious aura originating from the ancient times violently erupted from him, like a ferocious beast awakening. Accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, the sound of 8 whistles once again resounded between heaven and earth. The long stick in Sun Yuntian's hand spun rapidly like a windmill, smashing downwards again with unrivaled might. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook, and the terrifying power instantly collapsed the surrounding space, forming a powerful astral wind that swept in all directions. For that black-armored war god, perhaps I'm still a bit wary, but when facing an existence like you, I won't have the slightest fear. Seeing that he was no longer able to escape, Murakuchi Yen Dog's heart couldn't help but surge with a hint of anxiety and eagerness. Raging magma once again gushed out from his massive body, the blazing flames illuminating the entire sky like a burning sun. In the blink of an eye, the Murakuchi Inferno Dog's body was completely covered by boiling hot magma, condensing into an immense and incomparable lava giant. This lava giant was tens of meters tall, with its feet on the sea and its head on the sky, radiating endless heat and majesty. The sea under its feet continuously rose up white steam under the scorching heat, forming a hazy mist. Boom! Sun Yuntian's prime stick ruthlessly smashed into the lava giant's large hand, instantly erupting in dazzling sparks. The lava giant's big hand instantly exploded, and the hot lava was like countless flaming meteors falling down towards the sea. But in the next second, a large amount of magma gushed out from the lava giant's shoulder, instantly restoring the thick lava hand. Without a military soul, you can't help me. Looking at Sun Yuntian, who had been sent flying by his own palm, the Murakuchi Inferno Dog laughed coldly as his huge body kept retreating. although he wasn't afraid of Sun Yuntian. But in case Eric's unhelpful vase was completely defeated, he wouldn't be able to run away when Chang Xiong returned. After greeting Eric's loved ones once in his heart, the Murakuchi Inferno's movement speed became faster and faster. Want to run? No way! Sun Yuntian bellowed, a fierce look in his eyes. An oppressive aura erupted from his body, and the air pressure of the entire heaven and earth seemed to have lowered by a few points. A bright blue lightning bolt emerged from Sun Yuntian's body, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. What's going on? The Murakuchi Inferno dog was shocked in his heart, his eyes glaring round. For a moment, he actually felt a palpitating sensation from Sun Yuntian's body, as if the Sun Yuntian at this moment really possessed the power to kill him. Not daring to stop for a moment, the Murakuchi Inferno controlled the lava giant to turn around and retreat rapidly towards the sea. Beast Soul Fusion, Sun Yuntian shouted, and a terrifying wave of air instantly exploded, only to see the muscles on his body instantly bulge. His body along with his battle armor rapidly began to expand, and in the blink of an eye he actually turned into a terrifying giant ape clad in black and gold battle armor. This giant ape was 100 meters tall, with gnarled muscles all over its body, and its eyes were like copper bells shooting out two ferocious rays of light. The giant ape waved his big hand, and a golden long stick instantly appeared in his hand. Where to run? Sun Yuntian shouted. A bright and dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from his eyes. He was like a world-defying demon king of the mixed world, his body exuding a palpitatingly ferocious aura that rushed straight into the clouds. Meanwhile, he violently stomped his foot, and the sea immediately set off earth-shattering waves as high as 100 feet. The huge giant ape's body instantly appeared above the lava giant's head at an astonishing speed, holding a long stick with flickering golden light in its hand, and smashing it fiercely downwards after raising it high. Rumble! It was as if the heavens and the earth were shaken by the blow, the sky crumbling and the sea breaking apart with it. The Murakuchi Inferno dog's eyes widened as he watched the terrifying golden stick smashing towards his head, his heart filled with endless fear and despair. However, he didn't have time to make any reaction at all before he was already struck by that golden long stick. With a loud bang, the huge and incomparable body of the lava giant was instantly crushed mercilessly by the golden long stick, turning into countless fragments that spilled over the sea. The figure of the Murakuchi Yen dog, on the other hand, shot out from the body of the lava giant, and blood soared wildly around his body, staining the surrounding seawater red. Looking at the Sun Yuntian who looked like a demon king, the eyes of the Murakuchi Yen dog were filled with disbelief. If you dare to come to my Yen Xia to spread wildness, then be prepared to die. The giant ape's dull voice sounded like the sound of the sky, followed by the giant ape once again swinging its golden long stick under the fearful and despairing gaze of the village's mouth-inflamed dog. Bang! Sonic explosions rang out, and the blood spray exploded. Without any resistance, the body of the Murakuchi Inferno dog instantly turned into pieces, with no bones left. After dealing with the village mouth-inflammatory dog, Sun Yuntian's gaze looked towards the sea in the distance. There a red and a gold figure were fighting. Instead of killing each other, it was more like a one-sided crushing. Chang Xiong's large sword in his hand danced wildly. The horrible chi and blood mixed with the fury and murderous aura was like wolf smoke that could be heard for miles. Blade light was flashing, a streak of extremely sharp, blood-colored blade awnings were slashed out by him one after another, cutting through space and chopping at Eric, who was constantly fleeing. Fark! 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 Eric had been scared out of his wits by Chang Xiong at the moment. After fusing the military soul, Chang Xiong was like a humanoid ferocious tiger, and Eric felt that he had no power to resist in front of him. Earlier he was worried that he would be ridiculed if he suffered a defeat. Right now he just wants to live. However, in the face of Chang Xiong, who was constantly making killing moves, there was only a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. He was the same peak war god, yet he didn't dare to make a hard move with the other party in the slightest. What a ing runner! Die! Anger soared in Chang Xiong's eyes as he swung his large sword violently in his hand. It was like the god of death had descended, and the sea was instantly filled with endless sword light. In Eric's fearful gaze, the blade raced and instantly overwhelmed him. Blood light flashed and blood rain waved. The sea surface was instantly split into several sections, and Eric's body was thrown out, instantly crushed into a piece of flesh by the blade. Chapter 74 Enlightenment Against the Heavens. Overlord True Intent. The mist of blood drifted away, staining the sea red. The terrifying blade aura endured. Chang Xiong raised his hand and gently beckoned. A golden badge suddenly rushed out from the sea and fell into his hand. The badge shone with golden light, and a ferocious brute bull was engraved in the very center. With a light laugh, Chang Xiong's figure transformed into a red aura as he charged towards the fiercely fighting army. The Red Armor army transformed into a terrifying wave of blood that continuously rushed through the armies of the Sacred Eagle Federation and the Jing Sakura Federation. Chang Xiong swept across with his long sword. His fierce aura was like a sea, and a soldier of the Sacred Eagle Federation was cut down by him. Sun Yuntian, on the other hand, intercepted from behind, his long stick piercing through the void, constantly cracking the brains of soldiers trying to flee the battlefield. The Red Armor army was like a meat grinder at the moment, with a murderous aura on each of them, leaving only a shower of blood and broken flesh wherever they passed. The surface of the sea had been completely dyed red at the moment, and the smell of blood filled the atmosphere. Kill! The shouts and killings were spreading for dozens of miles. Half an hour later, reporting to young Lord, the soldiers of the Sacred Eagle Federation and the Jing Sakura Federation are all destroyed. This is the sacred battle armor captured from the Holy Eagle Federation warlord. Chang Xiong bowed respectfully to Chang Jie and handed the golden medal to Chang Jie. Chang Jie nodded in satisfaction and put the golden medallion away. He had also heard of the Holy Eagle Federation's sacred guards, and someone had said that those 12 sacred guards should be the strongest war gods of the Blue Star. But nowadays, it seemed that there was still a considerable gap between them and their own war god guards. That doesn't mean the tech on Holy Guard is weak, though. To be able to carry a slash from Chang Xiong, who had fused the souls of 30,000 Red Armor army soldiers, and not die, was enough to prove the toughness of this set of battle armor. Helping up Chang Xiong and Sun Yuntian who were in front of him, Chang Jie gazed at Li Wenzhong. Commander Li, this is my Chang family's contact device. If in the event that someone dares to come, use this directly to contact us in the first place. Li Wenzhong nodded and solemnly put the contact away. It's thanks to Qing Jail that we can hold it this time. If they hadn't arrived in time, it would have been Hanhai City that would have bled out. Seeing Chang Jail and the others leave, Li Wenzhong was in a bit of a trance in his eyes. It seems that the previous rumors about the Chang family were more or less untrue. Next day, Hayes City Command. Young Lord, news has come in from the Dark Line that the Goldenrod Federation and Sunset Federation troops that landed from Linhai City have been successfully stopped by the Luo family and the allied forces of the Federation. Li Xingyu respectfully reported to Chang Jail. Chang Jie nodded slightly, not surprised at all. But young lord, I have a feeling that there's something wrong with the Luo family. Chang Jie laughed lightly, his tone still calm as he asked, what's wrong? According to the description of the Dark Line, this time, the Luo family has deployed a total of 5 peak war gods, and the difference between this strength and the previous intelligence is too great. 5. Chang Jail was a bit surprised. According to the Luo family's previous information, excluding the dead Wang Yu and Wang Yu, there were only 3 Zun left. Yes, according to the informant's description, all 5 of these war gods are capable of accomplishing alien transformations like before. Speaking of this, a few moments of worry appeared on Li Xingyu's face. Looks like this Luo family has hidden a lot. Chang Jail faintly sneered. It didn't take him by surprise, though. Luo Hanyi was chosen as the son of heaven's destiny, and the Luo family was even blessed with great qi. When he himself had beheaded Chu Chen before, the Cheng family had a number of people stuck in bottlenecks breakthrough, and it was reasonable for the Luo family to be able to produce a few more peak war gods. With a faint smile, Chang Jail muttered under his breath, looks like I need to make a breakthrough soon as well. Major is going to break through to the 2nd level of Yuanshan? Hearing Chang Jie's words, Li Xingyu's heart shook. Chen Gui crossed the heavenly tribulation and broke through directly to the Yuanshan realm across a large realm. Now it's surprisingly about to break through again. In comparison, he himself had been on par with Chang Jail in terms of strength not long ago, but now he was no longer his opponent at all. No, Yuanshan's 2nd heaven is not enough. Chang Jie smiled faintly, and a fine light shone in his eyes. At least break through to War God. The next battle is a good one. God of War. How can that be? Li Xingyu was shocked in his heart. Every breakthrough in the Yuanshan realm was very difficult, and to break through to the 2nd heaven in such a short period of time was already a supreme genius. And now Chang Jie was saying that he was going to break through to War God. How is this possible? Anything is possible. Chang Jie laughed and stood up, patting Li Xingyu's shoulder. Try. You can too if you try. Having said that, Chang Jie turned around and walked towards the outside, leaving behind a dumbfounded Li Xingyu. I seek I'm not slacking off either? Tasting Chang Jie's words, Li Xingyu's eyes were a little confused. Within the cultivation room of the city lord's mansion, this was originally Shen Lin's exclusive cultivation room. For some unknown reason, this cultivation room was built underground by her. Chang Jie guessed that it might be that sometimes they can't stand the loneliness for fear of being disturbed by others. What the is all this? Throwing those useless electric shock batons out of the cultivation room, Chang Jie instantly felt that the air in the entire cultivation room was fresh. Sitting on the ground, In just a few breaths, Chang Jie entered deep cultivation. Watching the Chang family's war god guards fight these past few days had inspired him a lot. With the blessing of the enlightenment against the heavens, talent, Chang Jie felt like new things were popping up in his brain almost every moment. Time passed slowly, and after a few minutes, a majestic and incomparable aura suddenly surged out from within Chang Jie. This aura was as violent as a volcanic eruption, carrying an unrivaled might that shook the surrounding air. It was as if it was an overwhelming beast that had been awakened, releasing endless dominance and power. This aura was full of domineering intent, and it unabashedly displayed its contempt and disdain for the living beings. It seemed to be telling the world that only he himself was the supreme being, and no one could compete with him. The sky is the limit. As this aura erupted, the entire space became heavy, as if it was carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Bang! The door to the cultivation room was instantly rushed open, and the overlord's chi swept across the entire city lord's mansion. All those who were in the city lord's mansion for a time had their hearts trembling, and a sense of awe instantly appeared. What's going on? Chang Xiong and the others instantly noticed something strange, and their figures instantly appeared outside the door of the cultivation room. When they saw Chang Jie, who was seated in the middle of it, several people were immediately shaken. At this moment, Cheng Gui was like a real emperor in their eyes. The majestic aura on his body could not be resisted even if they were peak war gods, and he could not help but feel awe in his heart. Even every breath Chang Jie took could make them feel an invisible pressure. What kind of true intent is this? It's so terrifying. I'm not sure, but it definitely looks like it's a first-grade true intent, worthy of being a young lord. To be able to comprehend the first-grade true intent, your future achievements will definitely be higher than ours. Surprise was in the eyes of Chang Xiong's few people. Just as several people were discussing, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Chang Jie's body. Chapter 75, Promotion to War God. Expedition to Kyoto. A powerful and mysterious aura surged out from him, as if he wanted to suck everything around him into it. The aura was as deep as an abyss, inspiring awe. At this moment, Chang Jie was like a huge black hole, greedily devouring all the energy in the heavens and earth. His body seemed to have become a bottomless pit. No matter what kind of power it was, it could be easily absorbed and transformed by him. As time passed, his aura grew stronger and stronger, and the space around him began to twist and distort, as if it couldn't withstand his terrifying attraction. The space outside the cultivation room began to appear different. A powerful spiritual energy converged from all directions, spinning rapidly like a vortex. As time passed, this vortex of spiritual energy grew larger and larger, eventually forming a huge tornado that enveloped the entire cultivation room. In an instant, all the spiritual energy in heaven and earth seemed to have been sucked into this place, and a terrifying spiritual pressure filled any corner of the city lord's mansion. As the hurricane howled, the entire Han City felt something in their hearts and looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion in shock. Cheng Gui's aura continued to climb, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through the second sky of Yuanshen. The momentum then continued unabated and began to climb towards the Yuanshen triple heavens. Boom! The aura on Cheng Jie's body changed once again. A huge and terrifying force suddenly erupted from Cheng Jie's body. It was a mass of purple demonic chi that was thick to the extreme, like a volcanic eruption, gushing out of his body in a steady stream. This demonic chi quickly spread out, forming a huge purple column of chi, as if it was a wolf's smoke that went straight up into the sky. With the outpouring of demonic chi, the light green dragon scroll that had originally surrounded Cheng Jie was instantly contaminated, turning into a palpitating deep purple color. This deep purple tornado carried an unrivaled might that swept everything around it, and even space began to twist and distort. Red Armor Army, form up, seal off space. Seeing that houses were gradually being overturned around him, Chang Xiong hurriedly shouted. Even though the wind was howling, his voice still resounded through the sky. The Red Armor Army stationed outside the city lord's mansion quickly lined up according to a formation, fixing this terrifying tornado of demonic chi within the space. Chang Jie was sitting in the center of the tornado, and at the moment, his figure looked exceptionally tall and majestic. His eyes flashed with a demonic purple light, and his body exuded a powerful aura. His hair fluttered with the wind, as if he was one with heaven and earth. In the eyes of Chang Xiong and the others, at this moment, Chang Jie was no longer an ordinary human, but a lawless and absolute devil. His presence caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble, and his demonic might swept across the 8 wastes and the 6 directions, causing people to shudder. Gradually the dragon scroll dissipated, and Chang Jie's cultivation level reached the peak of Yuanshan triple sky. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Chang Jie slowly stood up. As he rose, the entire cultivation room shuddered. 3 first-grade true intentions. Not bad. feeling the power within his body. The magic light in Chang Jie's eyes flickered. The true meaning is divided into first, second and third grades. The difference in power between each grade was sky high. Third grade true intent was usually some common elemental true intent. Chang Xiong's killing true intent, Sun Yuntian's strength true intent and Lang Jianquan's venom true intent, these belong to the second grade true intent. On the other hand, the overlord true intent, heavenly demon true intent, and devouring true intent that he himself had now comprehended belonged to the first grade true intent, just like Chang Jie's purifying true intent. Upon promotion to war god, these true intentions would merge into the divine heart. The divine heart is also categorized into 1 to 3 grades. Chang Xiong's several people's divine hearts had already evolved from second grade divine hearts to first grade divine hearts under the tilting of the Chang family's resources. This was also the fundamental reason why the Chang family's war god guards were basically invincible when they were the same peak war god. With a thought, a panel appeared in front of Chang Jie's eyes. Last time, when he had beheaded 2 peak Luo family war gods, the system had also given Chang Gue 50,000 points of chi value. Without any hesitation, Chang Jiao ordered all on his martial cultivation. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations were like surging tides, spewing out from Chang Jie's body in a steady stream, as if it was going to tear apart the entire space. 3 black streams of light resembled 3 agile scaly dragons as they violently burrowed out of Chang Jie's body, lingering around him. Each stream of light exuded a palpitating aura that sent shivers down one's spine. These 3 streams of light represented the 3 terrifying powers of devouring, heavenly demon, and overlord. They intertwined and twisted around Chang Jie's body, forming a powerful aura. The devouring force was like an invisible vortex, constantly absorbing the energy around it. The heavenly devil's force emitted an evil aura, causing people to feel endless fear, while the overlord's force was like a lofty mountain, full of majesty and dominance. Just then, 3 streams of light exploded at the same time. The devouring power instantly transformed into a darkness that swallowed everything around it. The heavenly demon power transformed into countless black rays of light that shot out in all directions, and the hegemony power coalesced into a gigantic golden pillar of light that rose up into the sky and plunged into the clouds. For a time, the entire heaven and earth was enveloped by these 3 terrifying auras. The winds and clouds changed color, and the sun and moon were devoid of light, as if the end of the world had come. Fusing the divine heart, the major is going to break through to the divine flame realm. Breaking through to war god in less than half a year. There's only the young lord in the world, right? Ha ha ha, my Chang family will win this battle. Seeing those 3 terrifying powers converge to form a glazed heart in front of Chang Jie's body, Chang Xiong and the others were physically and mentally shaken. It seemed to them that they had witnessed a true miracle today. A raging blazed fire burned on that glazed heart, and 3 different kinds of power were constantly injected into it. A moment later, the glazed light on the heart flourished, turning into streams of light that completely fused with Chang Jie's heart. In an instant, the apocalyptic scene disappeared and everything returned to calm once again. Chang Jie slowly opened his eyes, and instantly 2 terrifying auras burst out. Boom! With just one glance, the void exploded, and the aura that belonged solely to the god of war shot straight up into the sky. Congratulations to young lord for breaking through to war god. Chang Xiong's few people shouted out loud and bowed respectfully to Chang Jie at the same time. Ha ha, all of you. Please rise. It was only then that Chang Jie realized the few people standing outside the cultivation room and hurriedly greeted them with a smile. Young lord is truly a heavenly genius. It's only been a few days that he's broken through to the war god. Sun Yuntian secretly smacked his lips and sighed in his heart, since he hadn't seen the scene of process prison's heavenly tribulation. Of the few people present, he was the most shocked by his feelings. Ha ha, just work harder and cultivate more diligently. Chang Jie was equally excited, now that he had become a war god. From now on he no longer had to stand behind the Chang family's war god guards. Since I've broken through to war god, it's time to incorporate Yan Xia into my Chang family. The major is going to attack Kyoto. Chang Xiong and the others were slightly startled, and their eyes were suddenly raging with wariness. Pass the word down, prepare the whole army for battle, and set out for Kyoto tomorrow. Chapter 76. An army presses in. Battle armor upgrades. Chang Jie's gaze swept over the few people in front of him, battle intent rolling in his eyes. This battle will be tough. The Luo family's current strength remains unknown, and there is a great possibility that an unknown powerhouse will appear. Do you all have confidence? Don't worry, young lord, our legions have arrived, and the Luo family will surely perish. Chang Xiongai's killing light heart has long been impatient. As a military general on the sands, the stronger the enemy was, the more he looked forward to it. That's right, just some scum who fused with the Fae. A shade flashed in Lang Jianquan's eyes, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hearing several people's answers, Chang Jael smiled in satisfaction. With this invincible faith, even the toughest battles can be won. Sending a few people away, Chang Jael went straight to the research institute. Young lord, although this armor is subtle, I've already cracked a general idea. On the lab bench, at the moment the golden medallion had been broken open and transformed back into its battle armor form. Xiaoguang looked at the data that kept surfacing on the screen, so excited that he kept rubbing his hands together. How could he not be excited to have access to such technology? Chang Jael nodded and pursued. Very well, can it be fused with the data of the Chang family battle armor? Well, this is hard to say. Xiaoguang pondered for a moment, but still shook his head. The power source of this battle armor is completely different from our beast soul armor. I can try, but it will take a long time. Hearing this, Chang Jael was a little disappointed in his heart. He had thought that with the Chang family's technology, this sacred guard battle armor would parse out quickly. Still, it was to be expected of him. After all, this was the highest level of technology in the Sacred Eagle Federation, and it was all too normal for it to be a bit difficult. Xiaoguang is already doing well to be where he is now. Seeing that Chang Jael didn't say anything, Xiaoguang's face immediately tightened. He also knew that Chang Prison would be crusading against Kyoto City tomorrow, and if this technology was really cracked by himself, then the strength of the Chang family's army would be raised by a large margin, and it would definitely be a great achievement. Don't worry, young lord. I'll speed up and strive to have the results tonight. Giving a respectful bow to Chang Jie, Xiaoguang turned around and continued to begin his busy drilling and arithmetic. Chang Jie quietly watched from the sidelines, and with the blessing of the perceptions of the sky, these originally obscure numerical symbols suddenly became incomparably clear. A moment later, Chang Jael's gaze suddenly froze. Is it possible to do things differently here? Saying that, Chang Jael walked forward and his hands flew to operate on the keyboard. As Chang Jie operated, the sturdy battle armor on the stage suddenly turned into a puddle of golden liquid. Xiaoguang on the side looked directly dumbfounded. Young lord, you still know these? As far as I can remember, Chang Jael only has a high school diploma, right? Slightly. Chang Jael smiled faintly and stood up from the operating table. That's fine. Now we can try to see if we can fuse it with the Beast Soul battle armor. This battle armor should also be power-based. I'll call Sun Yuntian over to try it out. After receiving the news from Chang Jael, Sun Yuntian quickly rushed over. What's the matter with the young lord? So mysterious? Looking at the duo in the lab, Sun Yuntian had a questioning look on his face. No big deal. Let's see if we can do an upgrade to your Beast Soul battle armor. Hearing Chang Jael's words, Sun Yuntian's eyes widened. The Beast Soul battle armor was a great help to them, and if they could also upgrade their own power, they would be able to raise their power once again by a large margin. Give me your Beast Soul battle armor. Sun Yuntian nodded and took off a necklace from his neck. There was none other than his Shin Monkey battle armor. Chang Jie took the necklace and placed it next to the liquid that the sacred battle armor had been transformed into. Xiaoguang, give me an assist, said Chang Jael. Sat down to the main seat of the console. Xiaoguang hurried to follow. As the duo operated, the puddle of golden liquid quickly merged into the necklace under Sun Yuntian's expectant gaze. It's done! Chang Jael stood up with some excitement and removed the necklace from the console. Try! Sun Yuntian nodded and put the necklace on and couldn't wait to take the picture. Boom! A huge aura instantly blossomed from Sun Yuntian's body, and a strong astral wind filled every corner of the laboratory. Chang Jie protected Xiaoguang behind him, his eyes filled with excitement. At this moment, Sun Yuntian's battle armor had undergone a huge change. The originally smooth surface was now covered with sharp spikes, which were densely distributed in the various joints of the battle armor, making the entire battle armor look even more formidable and sharp. And the beast head on his shoulder was no longer the same as before, but had turned into two ferocious bull heads, which were so lifelike that it was as if there were really two ferocious bulls standing there, giving off a powerful, intimidating power. What surprised Chang Jie the most was Sun Yuntian's pressure. At this moment, Sun Yuntian's aura was already very close to that of Chang Tianhao before the tribulation. Ha ha ha, yes! Feeling the majestic power in his body at this moment, Sun Yuntian couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky in excitement. Raging battle intent erupted from his eyes. He couldn't wait to try out his current power. Early the following morning, the citizens of Kyoto, still asleep, were suddenly awakened by a loud and clear siren. Enemy attack! The Chang family is calling. A silhouette rose up in the air from Kyoto City, and it was none other than the great lords of Kyoto City. Luo Hani led the Luo family's crowd to slowly ascend into the air, and when they saw the scene in front of them, their eyes widened. Only a warship was slowly approaching in the sky. This battleship was incomparably huge, floating in the air like a mountain, giving people an unrivaled sense of shock. The outer shell of the battleship was crafted from high-strength metal materials with a smooth mirror-like surface that reflected the light from the surroundings. The battleship carried a wide variety of guns and weapon systems, which were spread out in various parts of the battleship, forming a tight network of firepower. The most striking of them all was a huge dragon-shaped cannon located at the very front of the battleship, which had a thick muzzle and a diameter of more than tens of meters, and which shimmered with a cold light under the sunlight. Behind the battleships were 6 legions in various colors of battle armor. Each legion had tens of thousands of people, who were neatly arranged and disciplined, just like a steel great wall. These warriors looked like they had been through hundreds of battles and had experienced countless life and death tests, and their bodies exuded a strong aura of fury. This kind of fury was formless and colorless, but it could make people feel a strong sense of oppression. And above the head of each legion, this fury actually coalesced into 6 flailing beasts. These 6 fierce beasts had different forms. Some were like ferocious tigers, some were like demonic apes, and some were like giant pythons, and they were majestic with their teeth and claws. Chapter 77, Martial God Strikes. The terrifying Chang Tianhao. This is the Chang family's legion. When did the Chang family have such a huge legion? It's not in the intelligence. How does this fight? The moment they saw the Chang family's team, all the family heads present were dumbfounded. It was at this time that they realized that the previous statement that the Chang family possessed a power comparable to the Federation did not refer to Chang Tianhao and Chang Yuan. These few armies alone are enough to fight against the entire Federation. The battleship slowly hovered over the upper entrance of Kyoto City, and for a moment the city was in chaos. There were also many simulations done on weekdays, and those civilians took refuge in shelters at the first opportunity. Only some reporters and those who thought they had good martial arts strength remained outside to watch. Despite this, the whole of Kyoto is still on edge. The war god war is bound to break out today. Will this shelter really protect them then? The question haunted everyone, and fear spread quickly. MS. Luo, what should we do? This looks much better than us. Yes, there are a few federal legions that suddenly refuse to participate in the war, and our lineage families are simply inferior to the Chang family in terms of military strength. Why don't we give in? Shut up! Killing intent flickered in Luo Hanyi's eyes as he glanced at the family head who said he would surrender. A blood-on instantly chopped down from the sky, splitting that family head in two from head to toe. Seeing that someone had fallen, those family heads shut their mouths at once. To take action against your own people before the war has even begun. Aren't you afraid that these people will mutiny? Luo Hanyi? Chang Jie's bright laughter came from within the battleship. Under the vigilant gaze of the crowd, Chang Jie's figure floated out from the battleship. Behind him Chang Xiong and the others followed closely. Chang Jiao, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Luo Hanyi's gaze was gloomy and his face was ironic. The Chang family and they were there together to fight the invasion. According to our estimation and intelligence, the Chang family should recuperate for a while before launching a general attack. When the time comes, her side will be ready for anything. But now Chang Jiao's sudden outburst did somewhat disrupt her plans. However, he was not daunted. Chang Jiao, don't think you've won just because you put up a big front. Luo Hanyi sneered coldly, killing intent gradually thickening in his eyes. Battles have always been compared to peak battle power. Martial god aside, do you really think my Luo family is inferior to you? As her words fell, 8 figures immediately rose up in the air in the direction of the Luo family. The moment they took off into the air, a majestic aura instantly rose to the sky. 8 peak war gods. Recently, my Luo family has had good luck. Seeing Chang Jiao's face gradually become grave, a faint smile appeared on Luo Hanyi's face. Quite a few people stuck in bottlenecks have broken through. You've already lost in terms of peak combat power. Do you still think you have a good chance of winning now? Chang Jiao's brows were slightly furrowed and his face was cloudy. One had to admit that the Luo family was really strong. 8 peak war gods would definitely be a well-deserved number 1 family if they were in any other federation. Chang Jiao, let me give you a choice. Seeing Chang Jiao's silence, the smile in Luo Hanyi's eyes intensified a few points. The first one, admit your fault to our Luo family, and vouch in the name of your Chang family's young master that in the future, the Chang family will move away from the Yanxia Federation, never coming back again. Second, go to war at once. You only have 4 peak battle gods, I have 8 on my side. Your Chang family's war god guards are indeed strong, but do you think it's the 4 of them who will win fast, or your legion that will die fast? Luo Hanyi laughed lightly, looking at Chang Jia with more than a little disdain. He himself has long been on the outside fighting for many years, and Chang Jiao is nothing more than a brat in her eyes. Compared to himself, Chang Jiao was still a bit young. Those family heads around them were relieved to see this. The power of a peak war god could no longer be made up for in numbers. Chang Jiao, take you your Chang family out of the Federation. That's right. With the Luo family, the Federation doesn't need you. It is. It's not what it used to be. The Federation will be better off without you. While listening to the tirades of those family heads, Cheng Jia laughed. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Cheng Jiao slowly said, Luo honey, who told you that my Cheng family only has 4 peak war gods, and you give me a choice? Are you worthy? Cheng Jia laughed out loud, the killing intent in his eyes instantly rising. Do it! With Cheng Jia's shout, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from around the Luo clan and the allied forces of the world families. Click! Space instantly shattered. Immediately afterward, under everyone's shocked gazes, Cheng Tianhao's figure slowly walked out from it. As his footsteps fell, the entire world began to tremble violently as if it had been shaken. That power was like a surging wave that swept over people, making them unable to resist it. In that instant, the surrounding houses were like blocks that had lost their support, collapsing down and raising a cloud of dust. And above the sky, a hauntingly huge crack appeared, like a shattered mirror, emanating endless pressure and fear. These cracks continue to spread out, seeming to tear the entire sky into pieces. Those family heads who had spoken out in mockery were dumbfounded, and only despair remained in their gazes towards Cheng Tianhao. Cheng Tianhao, are you going to destroy Blue Star? Luo Hanyi's originally confident gaze suddenly turned fearful. The reason why she dared to go to war with the Cheng family so loudly was precisely because Cheng Tianhao and Cheng Yuan were not there. But if the two of them disregarded Blue Star, then any number of peak war gods they had in the Luo family would be a death sentence. Martial gods had already transcended the scope of humanity, and that kind of battle power was definitely not comparable to peak battle gods. I don't want to ruin my Blue Star. Cheng Tianhao laughed coldly, his gaze sweeping over those peak war gods behind Luo Hani. Since you guys want to compare peak battle power, then I'll come, said Cheng Tianhao slowly raised his hand. This hand seemed to hold the life and death of everything in the world. As his palm lifted, an indescribable power surged out from his hand. This power swept through the entire space like a raging storm, enveloping everything in it. Heaven and earth instantly stood still, as if time and space had been frozen. The air around them became heavy, and even breathing became difficult. Those leaves, petals and other objects that were originally flying in the air also stayed in mid-air, as if the pause button had been pressed. Those 8 peak war gods that had just appeared, the powerful aura emanating from them was suffocating. However, at this moment, they were fixed in place like a picture, not moving a muscle. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear, as if they had seen something incredible. In the crowd's horrified gaze, the 8 people's bodies began to make crunching sounds. This sound grew louder and louder, and finally evolved into an earth-shattering roar. Immediately afterward, the bodies of those 8 people exploded, turning into countless fragments scattered all over the ground. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered everywhere, coloring the surroundings a red. Looking at Luo Hani, who was trembling with fear, Cheng Tianhao sneered. What is your peak battle power now? Chapter 78, The family is destroyed. The world roars. The whole room was silent. Blood rained down with shattered bones and flesh and mud splattered onto each of the house lords. Despite the sickening smell, none of them dared to move. Cheng Tianhao had already given them a full sense of oppression just by standing there. Martial god, unbeatable. An instant of despair enveloped the hearts of every single person in the Worldly Alliance army. Cheng Jie's arms were wrapped around him, and his eyes were full of playfulness. Originally, he had wanted to push across Kyoto City by himself with the Cheng family's war god guards, but since the heavenly Tao was so unscrupulous, there was no need for him to leave the 2 great killers, Cheng Tianhao and Cheng Yuan, unused. Cheng Tianhao smiled lightly as he swept over the faces of everyone present, and finally his gaze landed on the Luo family's ancestral mansion. It seems like your family's luck has been good lately, to the point where you're hiding 5 peak war gods. Hearing Cheng Tianhao's words, Luo Hani's face instantly changed drastically. The undercard that she thought she had hidden so well had been discovered so easily by Cheng Tianhao. So that's the bottom line, you guys think you can win? Cheng Tianhao smiled and shook his head, raising his hand and lightly snapping his fingers. World, rumble. As this loud sound rang out, the ground trembled violently, and Kyoto City was thrown into a state of chaos. Buildings began to collapse, cracks appeared in the streets, and people were terrified. Underneath the city, shelters have been exposed in all corners. Cheng Tianhao's eyes flashed with a light blue light. As his gaze swept over, those shelters instantly disappeared in place and were teleported thousands of miles away. This amazing power dazzled the people around them, who had never seen such a powerful ability before. Boom! Just then, a dull thud came from deep underground. Under the astonished gazes of the great lords, hot magma gushed out from the cracks. The magma was like a torrent, spreading quickly and converging into a fiery red sea. In the blink of an eye, The entire city of Kyoto was flooded with magma, and the blazing flames licked at everything as if they were going to completely destroy the city. The flames were so bright that they reflected the entire space in red. Watching their ancestral homes being engulfed in lava, the faces of those family heads were filled with pain and hatred. As a prestigious family in Kyoto City, everyone present was from a rich family. Everyone has a unique sanctuary under their residence. They didn't want to go and squeeze into that tiny space where there was barely even a place to sit, like ordinary people, and now they are paying the price for their arrogance. None of the shelters Chang Tianhao sent away belonged to them. Their loved ones, their family's property, everything they owned was buried under this rolling lava. Poof, 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 poof. Suddenly, 5 immense and incomparable pillars of lava fire, carrying blazing temperatures and astonishing pressures, shot up from the previous orientation of the Luo plan. These pillars of inflammation topped the sky as if they were connecting heaven and earth, radiating an endless might. Vaguely, a silhouette could be seen being submerged by that pillar of inflammation. They were struggling hard, but they were unable to escape from this terrifying flaming cage. Father, feeling the familiar aura in one of the inflammatory pillars, Luohani's eyes instantly widened as tears welled up in her eyes. Seemingly hearing Luohani shout, the silhouette in the centermost pillar of inflammation struggled significantly more violently. But no matter how hard he tried, the lava seemed like the strongest prison in the world, impenetrable. In the end, under Luohani's angry and desperate gaze, the silhouette in that pillar of inflammation was completely engulfed by the magma. Now, what battle power do you have left? Cheng Tianhao smiled faintly and no longer paid attention to these family heads. Raising his head to look at the sky that had long been densely covered with spatial cracks, Cheng Tianhao turned his head to look at Cheng Jie, followed by Cheng Tianhao's voice resounding in Cheng Jie's mind. I didn't expect you to really be promoted to war god. I thought they were teasing me before. While Cheng Tianhao's face was pleasantly surprised, his heart was also shocked by the speed of Cheng Jie's cultivation. How much time had passed since Cheng Jiao had restarted his cultivation? How had he not realized before that Cheng Jie had such a terrifying talent for martial arts? Ha ha, just a fluke. Cheng Jiao smiled slightly, revealing a sunny smile. Comprehending the 3 great first-grade true meanings is no fluke. Cheng Tianhao shook his head, his eyes filled with appreciation. Your father and I have only comprehended 2 major first-grade true intentions, and I really haven't seen anyone else besides you who can comprehend 3 major first-grade true intentions. Looking back at the trembling family lords, Cheng Tianhao's voice sounded once again. I'll leave the rest of them to you. I still need help on your grandfather's side. Now that the Luo clan's peak fighting force had been taken care of, his mission was accomplished. As for the rest of how to play, that's up to Cheng Jiao to decide. And this Luo Hanyi he also intended to hand over to Cheng Jiao to deal with. Killing the son of heaven's destiny with his own hands, Cheng Jiao gained the most benefits. Cheng Jie nodded and watched Cheng Tianhao return to that initial spatial rift. With Cheng Tianhao's departure, the cracks in the sky began to heal, and the trembling between heaven and earth gradually stopped. Cheng Jiao, you're shameless. Luo Hanyi's back teeth clenched, tears still welling up in her eyes, though she was worshipped as a Valkyrie. Witnessing the deaths of her family members was enough to completely break her defenses. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to compare peak battle power? Why are you crying now? Cheng Jie helplessly spread his hands, still with a light smile in his eyes, but in the next second, that smile turned into a bearish killing intent. Chang Xiong, lead the men to kill. Leave that Lohan coat to me. Chang Xiong nodded with a slight regret in his eyes. He had wanted to fight the Luo family's god of war, but he didn't expect to be all but obliterated by Cheng Tianhao. You've come all by yourself, so at least leave a cool one for me. Sighing, Chang Xiong's body suddenly had a fierce aura. All troops charge. Kill. Shouting and killing sounds rose to the sky as the 6 armies instantly merged into those 6 fierce beasts of fury, killing in the direction of Luo Hanyi and the others. Chang Jiao, I surrender. I was wrong. Chang Xiao, it was Luo Hanyi who forced us to do it. We didn't want to be your enemy. That's right, Chang Xiao. From now on, you're the only one we look up to. Spare our lives. Looking at the terrifying fury beast, only despair was suddenly left in the eyes of all the family heads. The pleas for mercy kept coming, but Cheng Jiao turned a deaf ear. These people are bound to die. Even if they didn't participate in the war now, they would still have to die if they were found out to be related to the Luo family in the future. Luo Hanyi's face was ugly to the extreme. With all the peak war gods dead, she couldn't see any possibility of turning the tide. Nonetheless, the wariness in her eyes as she looked at Cheng Jie was still blazing. However, in the next second, Cheng Jie's figure instantly disappeared in front of her eyes. Luo Han-yi, your head is mine. Chapter 79 God's Grace is Vast. Luo Hanyi's bottom card. The loud bellowing sound was like the roar of rushing thunder, as if it was going to break through the clouds, deafening and frightening. This voice was like a powerful force that rushed straight into Luo Hani's ears, causing her eyes to go into a trance. And right at this moment, Cheng Jail's figure instantly appeared behind Luo Hani like a ghost, and his speed was staggering. His fistons flashed in his hands as if they were stars, carrying endless might and power as he fiercely struck at Luo Hani's back heart. Boom! There was a loud sound, like the sky collapsing, and the sound of a sonic boom was deafening. The overbearing demonic chi was like an abyss, surging like the sea, agitating the surrounding air. Luo Hani only felt a terrifyingly huge force like a landslide erupt from behind him, like a volcano erupting, which could not be resisted. The force instantly penetrated her body, causing her internal organs along with all the bones in her body to be almost torn apart. Her figure flew uncontrollably for miles like a kite with broken strings. Pust! A mouthful of blood gushed out from Luo Hani's mouth, forming a cloud of blood mist. Her breath instantly shriveled for the most part. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were filled with pain and shock. Lifting her head with difficulty, Luo Hani looked at Cheng Jia, only deep shock remaining in her eyes. "You've been promoted to war god." Luo Hanyi's voice trembled in disbelief. "How can it be? How old are you?" Her pupils shook violently, unable to accept this. The news of Cheng prison was not closed, and Luo Hanyi had naturally seen it. Just a short while ago, Cheng Jia was just a wasteful martial artist who was new to the martial way, with no talent to speak of. Yet now, he appeared before him as a martial god, with a strength far beyond imagination. Throughout the history of the entire Blue Star, there had never been such a young martial god born. This kind of talent and growth rate is simply unbelievable and amazing. Looking at Luo Hani, who had stabilized herself in the air, Cheng Jia was equally surprised. After receiving a hard punch from himself, Luo Hani surprisingly didn't die. All below the god of war were ants, and even a peak Yuan Shin level powerhouse was no match for a god of war. I wonder what private goods Tendo is chucked at her this time. Thinking of this, Cheng Jail couldn't help but smile indifferently. Regardless of how the heavenly Tao protects it, Luo Hani must die today. Cheng Jia's right hand slowly raised and gently tapped at his chest. The moment his palm fell, a black light suddenly blossomed, then quickly spread throughout his body, and in the blink of an eye, the cultivator battle armor covered his body. On top of the battle armor, a dense baleful aura was intertwined with the demonic aura, as if a thick layer of clouds surrounded it. Where the chest of the battle armor was located, a dark red core flickered with dazzling light, like a burning star, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. At the same time, a domineering and incomparable aura surged out from the battle armor, spreading out in all directions like a tidal wave. This aura was filled with majesty and dominance, and one could not help but be shocked by it. Luo Hani stood aside, the corners of his eyes involuntarily jumping a few times. She clearly felt that the aura on Cheng Jie's body was climbing at an alarming rate, and that sense of oppression made it a little difficult for her to breathe. She frowned tightly, a twinge of unease welling up in her heart. The Cheng Jail in front of her eyes was like a world-defying demon king who had re-emerged from the abyss, and the aura emanating from his body made people shudder. The blood-red cultivating heavenly demon sword quietly appeared in Cheng Jie's hand, and the baleful and demonic aura transformed into wolf smoke that rose and filled the air. "Luo Han-yi, take your life!" A hoarse and gloomy shout came from within the battle armor, and in the next moment, Cheng Jail instantly moved, like a black meteor across the sky, and the battle sword in his hand fiercely chopped down. The majestic and endless blood-colored blade chi instantly blossomed, annihilating the void and covering the sky. A blood-colored canopy shrouded the sky, completely submerging it. Luo Hani's eyes were wide open, and a black spell mark pattern erupted from her neck like a tadpole. Boom boom boom, the canopy slapped down, instantly drowning Luo Hani. The sound of biting sword chi clashing was endless, turning into a stirring melody that played between heaven and earth. Bang! Suddenly a flash of dark golden strong wind blew out from that blade chi. The strong wind whistled, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a tornado, instantly churning that blood-colored canopy into pieces. Cheng Jail was slightly startled in his heart, and the killing intent in his eyes became a few points more intense. Gradually the dragon scroll dissipated, and Luo Hanyi's figure reappeared in front of Cheng Jia's eyes. The moment Luo Hanyi appeared, Cheng Jail and those who were slaughtering the family heads alliance, Cheng Xiong and the others, simultaneously had their hearts shaken. The Luo Hani at this moment could be described as a different person compared to before. Her mighty and domineering battle armor no longer existed, and in its place was a mysterious and sexy black battle dress. The design of this battle dress is unique. The firm armor on the upper half of the body is not too heavy, but also just right to protect the important parts of the body, and at the same time it reveals a large area of skin as white as snow, so that people can't help but be impressed by it. The breeze gently brushed by, the hem of the skirt danced with the wind, as if a blooming black lotus flower, exuding a charming charm. With the fluttering of the skirt, a pair of white and slender legs were hidden, adding a touch of tantalizing flavor, and a pair of flickering starry jade feet, which made the heart reverie. A pair of huge feathered wings as black as night quietly appeared behind her. This pair of feathered wings was like the wings of an angel in the darkness of the night, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. The dark golden light on her feather wings was like a spiritual elf, jumping around cheerfully, and a crown-like golden circle hovered above her head, setting off Luo Hanyi's entire person in a holy and gorgeous manner. The bloodline of the Divine Grace clan. Did the Luo family even get their bloodline? Chang Xion's face instantly changed drastically, and there were a few more points of worry in his gaze towards Chang Jia. Having fought in the extraterrestrial battlefield for many years, no one knew how terrifying this Divine Grace clan was more than he did. As the top race among the foreign races, the terrifying bloodline power of the Divine Grace clan gave them the complete ability to fight across levels and even across ranks. Every time they appeared, an unprecedented storm of blood and gore blew up in the extraterrestrial battlefield. That's more like it. Feeling Luo Hanyi's aura pushing straight into his body, Chang Jia smiled faintly. Chang Jiao, you won't have any more chances next. Luo Hanyi's face was expressionless, and a dark golden light flickered in his eyes. It was as if a true god had descended into the world, and nothing could affect her state of mind anymore. Putting on airs and graces, do you really think you're a god? Chang Jia smiled disdainfully, the battle intent in his eyes surging. Although he himself was one large realm stronger than Luo Hanyi, he had likewise long been prepared to fight to the death. Taking a deep breath, the red aura in Chang Jiao's eyes instantly flourished. Chang family military spirit. Fusion. Roar. Roar. Roar.